With a quiet breath, I straightened my back, fixed an easy smile onto my face, and pulled open the flap of the communal tent. The familiar stench of sweat, old leather, and road-worn clothes washed over me, oddly comforting. Low, tired voices hummed through the space as I moved inside, offering nods and brief reassurances to members of the tribe along the way. Veeler lifted his water skin in a lazy salute as I passed, and I couldn't help but envy his chance to rest. At last, I reached the central table and knelt before it. Chief Elidali sat there with the rest of the 5 speakers, deep in discussion while happily tearing into a spread of dried meat and fruit. Vili Vada, Council of the 5 speakers, I said. Chief, I've come to deliver the scouts' report on the den's location ahead of tomorrow's initial strike. May I have your audience? Son, you never need to ask permission, my mother's voice boomed, as unconcerned with formality as ever. This must be good news. I bit back a sigh and straightened. Thank you, Chief. The scouts confirmed the Keelish den lies roughly 1 league northwest. More importantly, there are no signs of unusual intelligence, large numbers, or magical individuals. Excellent, Elidali said, leaning forward with a predator's focus. Anything else? No, ma'ams. Good, she gestured openly to the table. I remained where I was. After a long, theatrical sigh, she waved me off. You're dismissed. Relief rose in my chest as I turned to leave, already imagining dinner with Veeler and a few others, when her voice followed me. Oh, Ashlani, what a surprise. Won't you join me for dinner? I turned back and met her eyes. The grin on her face, head slightly tilted, told me everything I needed to know. There would be no escape. Suppressing a groan, I took a seat and helped myself to the travel rations. I made the mistake of maintaining eye contact. Her gray eyes gleamed beneath weathered brows, pinning me in place. I held out for only a moment before looking away, knowing exactly what was coming. Her laughter rumbled through the table. Do we really have to do this every time? Do what, mothers? This whole chief routine. The 5 speakers watched us closely. Olni and Lihil looked unimpressed. Nar wore a knowing smirk. Cheryl remained calm and unreadable. My mother, first speaker of the 5, waited. I am training as your successor, I said evenly. You may be my mother, but you are also my mentor and my leader. If I do not show respect to your position, I undermine our traditions and the tribe itself. So yes, I think we do. A few of the speakers seemed satisfied. My mother leaned forward, elbows on the table. You're ready, I say it, and that's that. The same argument as always. I took in the silver threading through her hair, the deepening lines of her face. Mother, I said, raising my hand to cut off her response. I will not become chief because of your strength. Leadership must be earned on my own merits. This is not something I will compromise on. She shook her head, leaned back, and took a large bite of venison. After a swallow and a sip of water, she smiled. That is exactly why you're suited for leadership. You know your path even if you hesitate to show it. You see plans where I see force. That will serve you well. I nodded and listened as the discussion returned to logistics. Migration changes among the scaled deer. The silence from the Nivitsali tribe, reports of terror birds nearby. I wanted to leave, but I knew this was part of my training. By the time most of the tribe had drifted off to their family tents, I was struggling to stay upright. Finally, Elitali raised her hands. Enough, I will consider all of this. Return to your families. Tomorrow we hunt, and I need you all ready to support Ashlani in his first strike. The other speakers filed out. I moved to follow only to be caught by the wrist. Which concern mattered most? My mother asked. I'm sorry. Of everything discussed, which mattered most? I think they were all important. Her gaze hardened. Which ones? I hesitated. The Nivitsali. The others can be solved with resources or strength. A hostile neighbor cannot. She nodded. Correct, but you hesitate too much. You are a true wave speaker, but you must learn passion, endurance, understanding. I see all of it in you. You need to stop holding back. I want to be water, I said quietly, flexible, enduring. She smiled. Strength exists to serve. She released my arm and waved me off. Outside, Veeler found me quickly, slinging an arm over my shoulders. Let me guess, she lectured you again. I rolled my eyes. What do you even ask? He laughed. Hope springs eternal. Ready for tomorrow, I asked. You're leading. I should be asking you. I grinned. You're my second. How could I not be ready? He froze. She agreed. We're brothers, I said, resting my forehead against his. And you've been waiting for this. His smile was uncertain but warm. Whatever you need, Ash. I shoved him lightly into the brush. Enough. Now tell me why Jalma was whispering to you at dinner. Our laughter followed us deep into the night. The muggy heat felt like it had teeth. Veeler and I pushed through the jungle toward the den, our baralts sealed tight around us. They did their job too well. They trapped heat, muffled scent, erased identity, and in return they turned every breath into work. Sweat crawled down my ribs, itch bloomed under the fabric like fire ants. I glanced at Wheeler, looking for any sign he was suffering too. Nothing, of course. How do you stay sane when it's this hot? I hissed. Easy solution, he said. I waited. He didn't add a single word, just slid ahead through the brush like he owned the forest. I quickened my pace. What's the easy solution? You're killing me. I shut up and deal with it. I could hear the grin under his mask. Little bastard. A reluctant smile pulled at my mouth as I moved past him and took the lead again. It had taken far too much argument to convince my mother to let Wheeler act as my second instead of assigning someone older and safer. Getting into a noisy scuffle with him now would be the fastest way to ruin the hunt and get us both killed. So second, I whispered, bumping his shoulder lightly, you seeing anything? Signs of the den. Marks from the first scouts. His tone snapped serious like a cord pulled tight. Yes, we're under a quarter-mile from the main entrance. We should go silent from here. No fresh Keelish sign, but their trails are everywhere. Good, I lifted my hand and signaled. Silent until we return to this point or further. Hand signals only. He flashed agreement. I breathed once slow and started the final approach. The jungle seemed to lean in when we stopped speaking. Burl raises dominated the canopy, their roots thick and knotted, rising like living ribs above the soil before vanishing underground again. The light struggled to reach the forest floor. Every step had to be chosen, every vine avoided, every leaf treated like it might scream if touched wrong. Above, the suns drifted in their slow, strange pattern, 4 lesser bodies orbiting Arc, the great primary. I marked the position of the red sun and measured the time since we'd left camp. An hour and a half, near midday, perfect. Keelish hunted in the margins of light, crepuscular, strongest at dawn and dusk. At night their vision made hours useless, so we hit them when the forest itself was brightest, when their advantage dulled. They were supposed to be ordinary, 1 meter tall, jaw forward, claws meant for tearing. Unremarkable, if anything that 8 people could be called unremarkable. The scouts reported no growth, no cleverness, no magic, because if any of those appeared, a den didn't stay a den. It became a swarm, and swarms spread. Our people didn't allow that. No patience, no mercy, no waiting to see what Keelish might become, exterminate early or suffer later. There were stories, old ones, about what Keelish could grow into if left alone, but I'd always treated them like campfire fear dressed up as folklore. I caught myself drifting and forced my mind back to the present. I checked my satchel as I moved. Vials. The most important thing I carried. Firmly distilled alcohol, stoppered tight, positioned for fast access. No food, nothing to draw scent. Water bladder strapped close behind my spine, sling and stones for distraction, knife on my left hip. Light, quiet, ready, then the trees parted. A small clearing opened ahead, and in the center sat what looked like nothing at all. A low mound of dirt and stones, bare of vegetation about 1 meter high and 4 across. Inconspicuous, almost natural, the den. My stomach tightened with the familiar mix of fear and pride. The first hunt mattered, not just as an act but as a statement, that I belonged where my mother had placed me, that I could lead. I checked my Beralt one last time, nothing loose. Nothing shining. I signaled Wheeler, okay. He stepped forward and checked me in return. His bow was ready. The quiver on his back gave the faintest rattle as his eyes swept the clearing. Then so quiet I barely caught it through the mask, he whispered, I'm sorry, Ash. I almost laughed. Silent, I mouthed back and gave him a gentle elbow as if to shove the apology away. Wheeler always did this before anything dangerous, like saying sorry in advance could soften the world. See you in a minute. I moved toward the mound. Each step became a ritual, slow, controlled, weight placed carefully. No snapped twigs, no crushed leaves. I began the flame, calling under my breath, forming the first edge of it in my chest, feeding it the things that came easiest: stubbornness, ambition, the need to succeed, to prove myself. To make my mother proud. The heat of the calling rose under my skin. 2 vials slid into my hands, 10 steps, 8, 5, something hit me hard between the shoulder blades, for a heartbeat I didn't understand. Then pain exploded through me, hot and sharp, and my knees almost buckled. Arrow. My mind went blank with shock. I twisted, half expecting a Keelish to be on me already, expecting claws, teeth, anything. But there was nothing behind me except jungle. Wheeler lowered his bow. It took everything I had not to scream his name. What did you do? Why? His mask was down. Tears cut clean tracks down his face as he stared at me like I was already gone. I'm sorry, he choked. Some things are just beyond our control. Then he raised a horn to his lips and blew. The sound was a brutal, booming call that smashed through the trees and rolled across the clearing like thunder. Before the echo died, he was already backing into the brush, disappearing into green. The ground began to tremble. Footsteps, many fast, Keelish. They would smell blood, my blood. Rage tried to swallow me. Confusion tried to drown it. Fear rose like cold water in my throat. I crushed all of it down and forced it into the only thing I could still control. The calling, my hands tightened on the vials. I stumbled forward, vision blurring, and hurled them straight into the den's mouth. The phrase snapped into place inside my mind, clean and sharp despite the chaos. Flame answered. A choking roar burst from the air in front of me and surged into the den. The alcohol caught instantly. Red became pale blue, and the blast kicked back out of the entrance like a living wave. Heat slammed into me. The force threw me off balance. Keelish bodies scattered, shrieking. For a breath I had hope. Then more came, burning ones, unburning ones. They poured from the undergrowth and the den alike, clambering over their own dead without slowing, eyes locked onto the promise of fresh blood. I ran or tried to, pain dragged at my legs. My breath hitched and screamed inside the Berault. A weight landed on my back, teeth found flesh. Another bite. Another. The world became claws and mouths and the sound of my own voice breaking apart into raw noise. I glimpsed Wheeler again through a blur of movement. He was already walking away. I tried to shout his name. A Keelish lunged up and bit down with eager force, and the world ended, nothingness, pure absence, then not absence, confusion. Thick, choking confusion. Why would he do that? Why would the one person who had always been beside me suddenly? Replacing me, the thought didn't even feel like mine at first. It slid in like a blade. Then rage rose, slow at first. Then boiling, frothing, consuming everything else until there was no room for grief. No room for doubt, no room for memory except one sharp shape. Wheeler's face wet with tears and the horn sound tearing the jungle open. Kill him, like he killed me, make him suffer. Kill him, kill him. The hatred looped louder and louder until it became the only thing left of me. And then the world cracked open with cold, emotionless text. Rebirth as system, user for race, Keelish initiated. My rage sharpened into purpose, must kill VIL. System, user default skill evolutionary path. Foresight granted. Bloodlust skill acquired. Default Keelish subrace, Bloodseeker selected. A Keelish no I. Time until birth 000059. A predator time until births 000047. A killer time until birth 000040. My mind slipping time until birth 000030. Hungry time until births 000023. Tight time until birth 000015. One out time until birth 000011. One out time until births 000007. Let me out time until birth 000002. With a snarl that wasn't human, I shoved my snout through the shell. Air hit me, wet, warm, stinking air. I tried to launch myself forward to hunt to find Wheeler, but my legs folded uselessly. A thin, mewling screech tore out of my throat instead. Around me, other hatchlings writhed and cried out, sounds my new mind translated without permission. Hungry, help, I blinked hard, trying to force order into the fog. I am Ashlani, right? I was not Keelish. And yet the system hung in the corner of my sight like a wound that wouldn't close. Reincarnation as juvenile Keelish Bloodseeker complete. Would you like to view your evolutionary options? Wheeler POV. Wheeler's body shook as he wiped at his eyes. Behind him, mercifully, Ash's screaming had stopped. He told himself that was kindness. He told himself a lot of things. He looked back anyway because he owed Ash that much. The Keelish had already started tearing into the bodies, their own dead mixed with Ashlani's ruined form in a slick, brutal heap. Ash was gone. There was no question left. Wheeler finished the earth calling he'd been building since the arrow left his bow. Stone climbed up his legs, then over his torso, sealing him in a heavy shell of soil and rock until he became a moving chunk of the world itself. Then he surged forward, one Keelish skull burst under his fist, another cracked against the ground, their claws skittered uselessly on his armor, their teeth couldn't find a gap. With the earth's weight behind him, it wasn't a fight, it was work. Horrible, necessary work. When the last one stopped twitching, he went to Ash's body. He checked what remained of the back, the arrow wound, though it hardly mattered. There was so little flesh left that nothing could be identified with certainty. He swallowed hard and lifted Ashlani's remains, the weight of it biting into his arms like judgment. The hike back would be long. He accepted that as punishment. And when his eyes flicked to the flashing confirmation in the corner of his vision, he didn't look away. Quest completed. Some things had to be done, even if they broke you, even if they broke the person you loved most.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
No, you can't keep one as a pet. They can't be domesticated. You didn't see what they did to Tiliel. People say that they only leave corpses behind, but I only wish that was true. They didn't leave corpses. They leave nothing behind but bloodstains. Letter from Speaker Tariel Nar to his younger sister, Jalma. Screeching, clearing my throat, I took in the message flashing in the corner of my eye. I knew it was the system and that it would help me, but I couldn't bring myself to care about greater details than that, how it was different from before. I had lived a different life and there was someone I needed to kill and the system would help me with that. That was all I needed to know. While the cave I was in slowly filled with calls of hunger and demand, I responded to the system notification. Immediately information filled my mind. Name, Ashlani unofficial. Race, juvenile Keelish bloodseeker. Titles none. Stats, Constitution 2. Strength 3. Agility 6. Intelligence 4. Magic 0. Skills, Bloodlust, Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Keelish Bloodseeker. Young Keelish Bloodletter. Young Keelish Alpha. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. There was more to think about, more to consider, but no, I needed to be stronger, which is the strongest. Which will allow me to stand above and beyond the rest. Answer, unclear. Of the three, adult Keelish Bloodseeker has the highest gross stats, young Keelish Bloodletter has the greatest focus on combat prowess, and young Keelish Alpha has the greatest variety in evolutionary possibility and progress. Bloodletter then, combat, need to kill. Need to hunt. I could feel that my mind was different, less controlled, less me, but I couldn't think deeper or change. All I could consider was violence and strength. How do I evolve? Answer. Evolutionary requirements for adult Keelish Bloodseeker. Survive for 60 days. Evolutionary requirements for young Keelish Bloodletter. Hunt and kill 10 creatures, possess bloodlust skill before 60 days pass. Evolutionary requirements for young Keelish Alpha. Acquire 10 followers before 60 days pass. Evolutionary requirements updated within status. Then I must hunt, I must kill. Without thinking, my eyes darted over the dozens of my brood that surrounded me. I could just start killing them. That way I would become stronger and wouldn't be hungry. Yes, that would work. I began stalking toward one of the Keelish spawnlings, their piteous cries only inciting me to greater and more immediate violence. It would be simple, merely rip into the back of its neck, and it would quickly bleed out, then onto the next and next until I reached 10. Then in a moment of clarity, I pulled myself back. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Was I considering murdering newborns to get stronger? Yes, they were Keelish, but still babies. With a shake of my head, I pulled myself back from murdering the unsuspecting creature and instead took stock of my surroundings. I tried to clear my head while looking around. Strangely, I knew it was totally dark. There was no light entering the underground burrow I'd hatched in, but I could see clearly. The walls were a cool blue, contrasting with the warm red bodies of Keelish spotting the ground and gradients between them. So different from what I felt I knew, this new vision was both disorienting and natural. I could hear something approaching, something much larger than me. Subconsciously, I flared the frills around my head, making me appear larger as I hissed threateningly. These movements came so naturally, I almost didn't doubt where they came from as I readied my claws at my sides. The disconnect between this feral, animalistic side and my memory of being human. I could feel an argument between my instincts and my cautious nature, leaving me confused and unsure how to act. Before I could make up my mind of what to do, the large creature rounded the corner. A truly massive Keelish's head appeared above me, its mouth dragging a gargantuan scaled deer behind it. Seeing the food, what felt like 100 voices screamed out their need without words. I found myself shrieking alongside the rest, my ravenous stomach demanding that I fight for my place among the few allowed to feast. Nonetheless, I found myself cowed by the large Keelish's presence. I knew this creature was to be feared and respected, so I dared not rush forward and risk myself. Luckily, I didn't need to hold myself back for long, as the food was dragged further into our little room and dropped with a hollow thud to the ground. I set into the food ravenously, unable to think of anything more than filling my belly. At my sides, other Keelish spawn ripped into the carcass, snapping at each other nearly as much as at the food. Only too quickly, the scaled deer was left as cracked bones on the floor. The spawnlings surrounding me began to snap more violently at each other as cries of hunger echoed and filled the chamber. Try as I might, I could feel my own temper rising, the need to fight, claim, kill. Another massive Keelish rounded the corner, dragging another scaled deer carcass behind it. With another wet, meaty thud, the body dropped to the floor and the little horde of spawnlings swarmed over it. I found myself among the rest, my jaws snapping just as greedily, gobbets of flesh so thick that I could feel them distend my neck on the way down, filling my belly. The blood covering my nose filled my head with the scent of iron, and I could feel the scales around my head flare as a greedy fool to my side tried to take the meal from before me. Without thinking, I snapped out, seizing its head in my jaws and began to shake vigorously. This little bastard thought he could steal from me. I began to crunch my jaws down, his screams of pain going unheard as I drove my fangs into the little thief's skull. I was pulled away, my entire body ripped back by the hand of a god, my fangs tearing scales and flesh free. Snarling, I snapped at the fool who had torn me from my prey. One of the massive Keelish from before looked down disapprovingly at me. Don't kill the brood. The surprise of hearing such a distinctly intelligible sentence, mixed with the instinctual suppression, cleared my mind just enough for my rationality to exert control once again. This was much more complicated than I'd initially thought. I squatted in the corner, keeping an eye on all the other beasts in the cavern. I didn't want to be anywhere near the other spawn, and let it be known as best I could with general teeth-baring and glowering. Fortunately, I could still see by shifting to my colorful dark heat vision. Still not sure exactly what triggers that. The adult Keelish that had removed me from the hatchery had made himself known as Greel, and had quickly removed the horde of spawn from the hole detached from the cave where we hatched. Upon his removal of all the spawn, he herded us into a nearby cave with swearing, snaps, and general irritability. It seemed that he had lost some sort of a contest and had been relegated to hatchling duty. And that took me to now. It had only been about 15 minutes, but I could still see the "would you like to view your evolutionary options" display in the corner of my eye. All right, Ashlani, focus on what matters. You're alive, these scalies don't seem like they're gonna kill you yet, and we can still go to kill Veeler. Having calmed myself a bit, I began to take a closer look at the display and it suddenly expanded. Evolutionary options. Adult Keelish Bloodseeker. Young Keelish Bloodletter. Young Keelish Alpha. Status name Ashlani Unofficial. Race Juvenile Keelish Bloodseeker. Stats Constitution 2. Strength 3. Agility 6. Intelligence 2. Magic 0. Skills. Bloodlust. Evolutionary Foresight. What are even the differences between these? How would I evolve? This doesn't make any sense. I muttered as another display appeared, seemingly unprompted. Adult Bloodseekers are the hunters of the swarm. They are the lowest caste of Keelish. Bloodletters are rare Keelish that boast an uncommonly high combat prowess. Alphas are the leaders of the swarm and are somewhat larger than the rest. Evolutionary requirements will be given. To become an adult Bloodseeker, live 30 days. To become a bloodletter, kill 10 organisms that are of a comparable size to yourself before 30 days pass. To become an alpha, acquire 10 followers before 30 days pass. Further assistance. Spawn come air now, Greel's voice echoed out, and as I looked out, I saw the collective whole of the rest of the spawn approach the mouth of the cave. I realized that I was the only one that had yet to begin moving, so I rose from my haunches and joined the group, staying on the fringes. You, Semir, Greel gestured at two of the spawnlings in the front. My broodmates, I suppose. The idea sent a shudder down my spine. As they approached him, Greel suddenly yelled, "Only th strong git ta eat, fight." Without a second's hesitation, the two turned on each other, shrieking and snapping. Within about 10 seconds, one, a male and slightly smaller than the other, a female, got a good hold of the other's arm and wrenched at it, making a sickening crunch sound out and echo in the chamber. Immediately, the female began to cry out and bow her head as the male lifted his own head and shrieked in exultation. Now I know who th strong un is here. Now you and you. This time the two spawnlings didn't need any encouragement and immediately went at it, tearing and biting. Shortly thereafter, one got the other's tail firmly in its mouth and whipped the body of the other spawnling around and into the ground. Good, next you and you. Greel didn't show any mercy or hesitation. As the fights continued, they escalated in the degree of violence shown and declined in the amount of mercy given. Against my better judgment, I found myself pushing, straining to get closer to the blood-stained ring and subconsciously taking in the iron scent of blood in the air. Instead of disgusting me, I felt saliva running down my elongated snout as I continued sniffing. After about a dozen bouts, Greel motioned to me and another spawnling. I knew this was coming, but I'm still not happy about it. Nonetheless, I began to ready myself for battle, but the other simply charged at me, screeching furiously. As the Keelish lunged for my neck, I darted to the side, into the clearing where the battles had taken place. As I took a deep breath in preparation of ripping into this filthy spawnling's side, I got my first true breath of the bloodied air. Bloodlust skill activated. With a groan of, was that excitement? My sight began to literally go red at the edges, and as natural as breathing, I let out a vicious snarl. My prey continued to approach, until at the last second I ducked under its snapping jaws and lunged forward myself. While I am in the body of a spawnling, I still retain decades of Keelish killing experience. I knew where he would lunge, and as he did, I swiftly sunk my teeth deep into its left arm. I then ripped it from my prey, glorying in the rich iron taste of blood. Aye, we got us a true Keelish heir, Greel shouted, his cavernous maw showing his teeth in what seemed to be the Keelish equivalent of a grin. Dimly, in the back of my mind, I registered that I had passed this gruesome test, but I wanted more. Subconsciously, I threw my head back and swallowed the armhole, then, ignoring the cries of pain from my prey, whirled back and threw myself at the cowering spawnling. I ignored the shrieks for mercy as I bulldozed into the spawnling, knocking it to its back and exposing its belly. Oi what ya? It was too late for the other spawnling, as I victorious ripped its throat out and screamed triumph to the skies as I licked the blood from my lips. Bloodlust skill deactivated. Suddenly, I felt my stomach turn. Had I done that myself? No, it was the Keelish inside, not me. It couldn't possibly be. I didn't do this. I wouldn't do this, right? I saw another notification appear, flashing in the top right of my vision, but between my nausea and Greek's laughter, I paid no heed. Greel began to speak through his laughter. Yeah, little shit, he wasn't posed ta kill em. Greel began to laugh heartily. Well, there's your dinner, eat up. I looked down at what was a broodmate of mine just 30 seconds earlier. And felt even worse. To distract myself, I read the message that still hovered in the corner of my vision. Young Keelish bloodletter requirement 110 complete. I once again found myself alone in the corner, but I could feel the fear of all the other spawn directed towards me. I knew that I didn't have to worry about them attacking because I was the only one Keelish, i.e., unhinged enough to brutally murder another. Now that's a thought. While I was thinking, I certainly wasn't lost in thought. I watched as the rest of the victors were presented with some meat scraps, all of which were quickly devoured with gusto. The losers looked on with envy, but under the watchful gaze of Greel, they didn't dare try anything. As I looked on the feeding of my broodmates, I tried to reconcile my feelings on my killing of a Keelish as a Keelish with my previous thoughts. One of my foremost responsibilities in my not-so-distant previous life had been the absolute eradication of any Keelish nest the tribe happened upon. Yet here I was, thinking of killing a single spawnling as murder. As I mused over this, two spawnlings approached. They both bore wounds from the recent test and looked miserable. One, a male, spoke up. Will you be our boss? What now? Can we be your underlings? Underlings. Of course not, I retorted. In response, the two recoiled and began to slink away. However, I took notice of a new system message appearing before my eyes. Two Keelish spawn desire to serve you. They will count towards the evolution requirement, young Keelish Alpha. Do you accept their request? Wait, the two stopped and turned around. You may serve me. Tay truly, the male spawn that seemed to be the spokesman for the two spoke up. Oh yes. Young Keelish Alpha requirement, 210 complete. Then can we eat? Well, of course you can eat. What does that have to do with me? Happily, the two ran over to the corpse of the spawnling I'd slain. They tore into its fleshy belly, and blood coursing through their teeth and into the dirt below them, they devoured the innards. I can't just keep thinking of them as them, can I? What are your names? The spawnlings looked up, cocking their heads slightly. The female slightly larger than the male who had spoken already. Us we too weak and small for names. Hopefully her thinking is better than her speaking. Unwilling to put too much thought into it, I just decided to base the names off of 1 and 2. All right, I'll call you Onkli and Took then. Onkli the male seemed unconcerned, but Took again cocked her head, then seemed to happily nod before setting back to the devouring of the carcass. As my stomach began to turn at the barbaric sight, I caught a whiff of the splashing blood and something snapped inside me. Next thing I knew, I was burying my snout in the exposed viscera of my prey. In some corner of my mind, I remembered snarling at my two new subordinates to leave the good parts to me, and they gave me space after that. All I could remember after was pulling back, completely satiated from the guts of my prey. However, once I came back to myself, I tasted what was in my mouth. Immediately, I tried to hold back the gags. Successfully, may I add. It did not in fact taste like anything other than gummy blood, and regardless of how easily my teeth tore through the flesh, it was both an unpleasant texture as well as flavor. As I half-stepped and half-stumbled away from the carcass, I looked for Onkli and Took. They had seemingly respectfully stepped away while I had eaten my fill, and now that I was done, resumed their own messy feast. As I morbidly watched my underlings, I finally noticed a gently blinking light in the top right of my vision. Now that I had a bit of time, I wanted to finally try to understand this system thing. Dominance skill acquired. Okay, and what is that? Skill dominance. The skill user has demonstrated their ability to force others to obey them. The skill user will now find it easier to dominate and subjugate others. This skill can evolve. Conditions dominate and subjugate 100 creatures. Current progress to 100. Nice, I guess. Wait, didn't I have a couple of other skills too? How do I see those again? Skills. Bloodlust, evolutionary foresight. And what are those? Skill. Bloodlust. When incited by certain triggers, the skill user will find themselves enveloped by rage, thus heightening their battle prowess at the cost of rationality. This skill can evolve. Conditions hidden. Skill, evolutionary foresight. The skill user will have the benefit of seeing their immediate evolutionary possibilities and the requirements to fulfill them. This skill cannot evolve. Well, I guess that's all well and good. Just as I was going to resume my status deep dive, Greel's voice rang out. Trash, get over air. The spawnlings all congregated in what I'll call the front of the room facing the exit. I'm happy to say that I'll have you little shits out from under my feet tomorrow. The swarm of spawnlings looked confused. You all are gonna go on your first hunt tomorrow, and that means that Yale Ave to take care of yourselves from tomorrow morning. By the way, that's 4 hours from now. Greel bared his teeth, seemingly in mirth. Sleep well, it'll be all of you's first night's sleep and many of you's last. While I was curious about this new system, I figured that sleep would serve me better than a marginally better understanding of it, so I decided to try to rest. Considering how my first day as a Keelish had gone, it wasn't particularly surprising that I found myself unconscious in no time at all. I woke to the now familiar shrieks of my broodmates, and upon opening my eyes, saw Greel stalking through the clump of unconscious bodies, purposely stepping on tails and baring his teeth in pleasure at the cries of pain. The bastard's a right, bastard I guess, to be expected of a Keelish. I began to stir in the hope of preventing myself from being stepped on and stiffly tried to stretch. Different from my human body, my arms had much less mobility, and as I stretched, I nearly lost my balance as my tail unexpectedly swung heavily to the side. I'm going to need to get used to this whole not a human thing. But I realized that while it had apparently been a scant few hours since I had eaten my fill, I was already starving. As I roused myself and noticed my hunger, I noticed that Onkli and Took had slept near me as well. They slept curled into ball of sorts, their long tails curled around enough to rest their heads on. Hey, Onkli, Took, get up. They raised their heads and Onkli seemed inclined to stay down, but Took nearly jumped up, and head cocked curiously responded, "What?" Wordlessly, I gestured towards the oncoming Greel. The squeals of pain and the sadistic look on his face seemed to convince Onkli to get up sooner rather than later. He, keeping his head subserviently low, approached me. So, boss, can we go with you on the hunt today? We'll do what you say, so please. I promise we won't drag you down. I'm confident that I can work hard and listen and... He kept his head low, but I could see his eyes looking hopefully up at me as he droned on. I decided to interrupt. Sure, but you'll both do exactly as I say when I say it. Sure thing, boss, you won't be disappointed. It seemed like Took doesn't speak in full sentences not because she is incapable, but can't be bothered to. Well, just as well as I'm sure Onkli's incessant squealing is going to wear on me. But if I can ensure that I will have helpers when I find Veeler, it will all be worth it. Even partial deafness. I looked okay, probably more like glared down at Onkli, and while he was oblivious, Took was not, and unthinkingly slapped her tail into his ribs. She whimpered as her scabbed tail split open, and some blood began to course down her tail, dripping onto the floor. I only caught myself staring at the dribbling blood after maybe 10 seconds. Took looked nervously up at me, but I'd like to think that I reacted rather stoically as I paid her no mind. Looking around, I saw that Greel had gone back to the front of the space, and he yelled out, "Alright, yes shits. Get topside and get to feedin' yourselves. You won't get any more food from me, so get huntin'." In the front of the hole, the spawnlings began to flow out. My group of 3 was in the back, and I was inclined to wait, but Took was practically pushing me to make my way out, so we ended up pushing our ways up the exit and into the main nest. I would have enjoyed looking around, but in the pushing throng, I simply had to make my way to the exit. Keelish, unlike other pack animals, didn't seem to treasure their young much, as the hatchery is almost exclusively found near the surface entry point. This nest seems to be no different, and it was a short 30-second push to get to the surface. It was strange to switch my vision back from the strangely hued thermal vision, but I was looking forward to it. As I did so, it was disorienting to say the least. I recoiled, stunned by the colors, and realized that I was in a large clearing, filled with grass and surrounded by tall trees. I didn't recognize them, so I couldn't be anywhere near my old home. Or maybe it was just that my vision was so fuzzy. Upon reflection, my thermal vision was much more reliable than this, but it too was rather limited in the scope of how far I could see. Nonetheless, I wanted to try my best to see in the way I was more accustomed. As I looked around, I could see Onkli and Took and saw them as they were for the first time. With my thermal perception, they were basically the same, except Onkli was smaller and Took's tail's teeth wounds were a different color. But with my light-based vision, I could see several differences. They, like all Keelish, were something like a bipedal lizard. As spawnlings, however, we all stood under 0.5 m, whereas normal adult Keelish would stand at or above 1 m. We all had powerful back legs and thick tails for support, as well as smaller arms, mostly meant for smaller, easier tasks, as anything that required any sort of muscle would require we use our jaws. All Keelish are covered by thick defensive scales, and we were no exception. Looking down, I saw that my belly was a dark, almost steely gray with speckles of brown. Onkli was an earthy red, and now that I looked closer, was more hunched than most Keelish I've seen. That, paired with the fact that he was already on the smaller side, made him appear to be the smallest of the brood. He continuously looked all around while fidgeting with his upper claws. Took, on the other hand, was a brown and green mix, almost the color of moss. Her eyes were a startling blue that stood out on her face, and noticing me staring, she edged closer and cocked her head curiously. This time I looked her in the eye and nodded. "Boss, are we gonna get food? I'm starving. I could eat all of Took and still be hungry. I really want some food, so are we gonna?" "Shut it, Onkli. Yes, we're going to get food." "Took, if he talks about eating you again, I give you permission to do whatever you want to him." Took smiled at Onkli wolfishly, seemingly taunting him. As we and many other spawnlings hesitated at the mouth of the den, we heard Greel's shriek from within and started off towards the surrounding forest. I don't know why I was surprised by this, but I saw nearly every other Keelish joined with a group that set off together. In fact, with the exception of 7 spawnlings who were alone, we were the smallest pack. As we loped towards the tree cover, I saw the 7 joining together and seemed to argue about who would be in charge. Regardless, as we approached the tree line, I gestured to slow down. We entered the forest proper, and while I was still underwhelmed by my vision, I was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of smells. The earth, differing flowers, feces, urine, plants, and more all threatened to rob me of thought. However, with a bit of time to adjust, I could begin to sort out the smells and focus on the ones that will allow me to fill my growling belly. As I lowered my head to find a particular scent, Onkli spoke up. "Boss, I can smell that there's something small that came from up ahead of us and went off towards where Took is. I think we should hunt it. I'm sure it'll be tasty." "Onkli, thank you. Shut up now." "Yes, boss." I sighed. Whatever, he was helpful this time. After his words, I realized that I could more or less pick out that same information from one of the scents, but I was surprised that he was able to pick it out so quickly. I hurried in the direction of the scent, and the others followed as we went deeper into the forest. Judging off of the size of Greel and assuming he was a rather average-sized adult Keelish, I assumed that we were about 40 cm tall and maybe 60 cm long from snout to tail. So after about 100 m, Took nudged me with her head. Initially, I thought that she was so hungry she was going to take a bite, but I fortunately realized she was trying to slow me down before I did something drastic. "What? Look. What?" After looking for about 10 seconds, I realized I could look with my thermal vision and decided to switch. With the jarring change, I realized that I saw things quite differently now. There was a glowing orange spot about 7 m away, and when I looked with my normal vision, I could see it was a frog with a huge mouth, easily 20 cm wide with mean teeth poking out. I motioned for Took to circle to the left and Onkli to the right, and initially I thought they understood. How wrong I was. Took seemed to understand my meaning and stalked through the undergrowth towards our prey. Onkli, however, bulldozed his way to the right, startling the creature, and after about 20 steps made a loud, obvious beeline towards the frog. The frog jumped to my left, nearly landing on Took. She took it by surprise and nipped at its back leg in an attempt to hamstring it. What actually happened though was she latched onto its knee and was thrown backwards as it jumped again, this time back towards Onkli, who was now barreling towards both. The frog easily jumped over Onkli, who ended up colliding with Took, who was attempting to get up after nearly having her teeth ripped out of her skull by the force of the frog's jump. They fell in a twisting heap of thrashing tails and struggling limbs as I approached the frog. As I stalked towards the frog, it seemed to gloat over its victory over its would-be predators and reared up to make its escape. It was then that I made my appearance, sinking my teeth deep into its front right leg. It hissed in pain, and after a brief moment's panic, sunk its teeth into my tail and began to pull. My first instinct was to let go, but in a moment of clarity, I sunk my teeth deeper, feeling the scraping of bone as I attempted to lock my jaws. I tasted iron and knew I was drawing blood. Bloodlust skill activated. I felt my vision narrowing and stopped feeling the pain in my tail as I instinctually began to grind my teeth, causing the frog to release my tail as it began to squeal and attempt to hop away. Once, twice, thrice, I felt my body lift off the ground and slam into the ground as the frog attempted to flee. On the third hop, however, it screamed again, and I took the opportunity to latch on higher on the leg, and pulling and tearing with all my strength ripped the arm off at the shoulder. With the frog hobbled, I tore into its ribs, and finally noticed that Took was now successfully latched onto the beast's back left leg, while Onkley was running to begin tearing into the frog's left side. As it shrieked in pain and frustration, Onkley and I relocated ourselves to its belly and began to disembowel it. In a corner of my mind, I felt this might have been inefficient, but the rest of me enjoyed tearing into the tender, unprotected flesh of the frog's belly. As I ripped and tore, I ate whatever entered my mouth, and eventually the frog stopped struggling and Unkley and I were joined by Took, as we began to eat the suffering amphibian. As I began to descend from my blood high, I noticed a flashing notification in the top right corner of my vision. Growth achieved, status updated. What now? The aches and pains from the recent battle began to truly settle in, and I groaned loudly. Onkley looked over, concerned, but I shook my head and looked back at the flashing system message. Growth achieved, status updated. All right, I guess it's time for me to understand this system. As I focused on the display in the top right of my vision, it expanded. Status, name, Ashlani unofficial. Race, juvenile Keelish bloodseeker. Stats, health 2. Strength 3 plus 1 equals 4. Agility 6. Intelligence 2. Magic. Skills, bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, unknown. Dominance, current evolutionary progress, 2-100. Evolutionary foresight. Adult bloodseeker, live 30 days, progress 230. Young bloodletters. Kill 10 large organisms, progress 210. Young alpha, acquire 10 followers, progress 210. I guess I've gotten stronger. How did I gain strength? The system user will gain stat points in accordance to their compliance with the basic expectations held by the administrator of their race. The faint pushing feeling that entered my head when the system addressed me directly sent shivers down my spine, and I felt my tail twitch. Anyways, that makes a lot of, wait, no it doesn't. What? If you, the system user, do what the administrator expects of your race, then you will gain stats. Okay, that makes a bit of sense. What are the expectations of the administrator for my race? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. So, how am I supposed to grow correctly if I don't know what the system wants me to do? I wasn't sure if the headache I was getting was from the thrashing that demon-looking frog had given me or from trying to communicate with this damned system. Grow and act as you so desire, and you will most certainly find that you will satisfy at least part of the administrator's expectations of you. Fine, then final question for now, do all Keelish have this system? No. Only one exemplary individual of a race may be granted a system of their own. However, all creatures with even a measure of intelligence are under the influence of the system and will experience growth upon their satisfaction of the expectations of the administrator. Just as you have experienced stat growth upon the hunt of this toothy bullfrog, your two subordinates have as well. So I don't have as much of a leg up as I had thought, but I guess that knowledge is power, so at least there's that. I wonder what exactly the administrator is, and if I'd ever met another system user. Suddenly, I was snapped out of my reverie when I heard a repeated thumping approaching. I gestured for Took and Onkley to get down, but Took was still eye-deep in the flesh of the toothy bullfrog. Onkley, on the other hand, noticed my gesture. What are you trying to say, boss? Is there something you want me to do? He excitedly asked. Before I could respond, I heard a throaty growl coming from ahead, and then Onkley was broadsided by a massive, to me, wolfstag. I'd seen these before, and they were just as dangerous as they were mean. Wolfstags were some strange mix of a mountain goat and a wolf, with all the predatory and powerful characteristics of each, such as the wolf's snout and teeth while retaining the horns and agility of a mountain goat. This one must have been a cub, since it was only about 90 cm long and 40 cm tall. Nonetheless, it still had its race's characteristic curling horns and thick neck. As it had come charging out of the thicker brush, it had smashed into the unsuspecting Onkley, and I heard him wheeze as he was sent flying by the larger, stronger foe. With a crack, he smashed into a nearby sapling and, groaning, attempted to stand. Finally aware of what was going on, Took pulled her head out of the frog and hissed at the interloper. Seeing her begin to rear up, the cub lowered its head and began growling as its hackles rose. I approached her and spoke, "We've eaten our fill, and these things are never alone. Onkley is out of commission and we may be outnumbered soon, give it up." Reluctantly, I could see Took begin to back away, but in what seemed to be a fit of rage, she ripped one of the hind legs off of our prey. The wolf stag seemed to look down its nose at us and our pitiful attempt at getting back at it, as it didn't react to Took's actions but continued to approach the carcass. I had Took help Onkli up as we retreated. Took was seething as we approached the den once more, but Onkli retained his usual good mood and outspokenness. "Thanks, boss, for helping me out there. I wish I'd been able to understand what you were saying because you knew it was coming, didn't you? You were trying to help me and I just didn't understand right. I'm sure that's what it was, so sorry for not understanding." I sighed but allowed him to keep talking. While it was tiresome, seeing that he wasn't badly injured was somewhat of a relief. Wait, a relief? Am I feeling something for this Keelish? No, it's just because he's going to be of use for me to evolve into an alpha and later to kill Veeler. Regardless, he was going to survive, and we needed to work on our teamwork. As we, battered and bruised, made our ways back to the den, I realized that it really hadn't been that long since we had left, maybe an hour or so. It was hard to tell, as the shadows in my foggy vision truly impeded my ability to gauge time by light. At the mouth of the den, we saw the largest pack of spawnlings that had set out. Previously, they had been about 20 to 25, but were now down to 16. They most sporting wounds strutted victoriously, carrying 2 complete carcasses of wolf-stag cubs. Also, I could see some of the defeated-looking spawnlings who had left alone, quietly licking their wounds, evidently having been unsuccessful in their own hunts. They looked enviously at the wolf-stag cub bodies but didn't dare approach. As we went to enter the den, the leader of the large pack approached. I hadn't noticed this morning, but she had grown quite a bit overnight. Must have evolved into an alpha last night, given what the system had told me. She looked at our general exhaustion, wounds, and small amount of food and laughed. "I, Shamira, will welcome you pitiful two into my pack, so you can hunt real prey and not be beholden to weaklings." She was obviously looking at myself and Took. She then focused on me. "You have a killer's instinct, I'll give you that, but no leadership ability. I'll lead you to victory, so follow me," she grinned. This was going to be a massive pain. Then, I glanced back at Onkli and Took before looking at Shamira. She was much larger than the rest of the spawnlings around and was a rather unique leopard print. So, why wouldn't Onkli be invited? Simple. He is weak and injured, so he deserves to die. Further, he deserves no name. You deserve one for your ferocity, so I will call you Creel in honor of our teacher, which is a lofty name given you lack his leadership capabilities. She seemed to sigh smitten at the thought of Greel. Your female has yet to prove herself, so she will remain unnamed for now. A blinking notification appeared in the corner of my vision. Name has been assigned to you. Do you accept? No way am I being named in honor of a petty Keelish. Name has been rejected. Once I got over my shock of this infant attempting to name me, I took note of Onkli and Took. Onkli had seemingly collapsed in on himself, his head bowed and tail drooping as well. I did see him glance at me, but when he noticed me looking, immediately looked away. Took, on the other hand, was seething. I could hear her teeth grinding against the femur in her mouth as she began to step forward threateningly. Shamira smirked and stepped forward herself, raising up to her comparatively large 60 cm height. I gently tapped Took's body with my tail as I stepped forward. With the notification flashing my independence, I stood tall and stalked forward, getting into the young alpha's face. "Okay, Shamira. I've got a few problems with what you've said. 1. Onkli is a great, instinctive tracker and helped us on our hunt today. 2. He is not weak, and I plan on continuing to work with him. 3. Took has proved herself being a strong hunter and upright and brave in the face of a greater foe. 4. These 2 are my subordinates and I led them sufficiently well today. 5. I refuse to be named by you, as my name is Ashlani. Did I miss anything here?" With my supportive words, I could see Onkli standing taller, prouder, while mostly successfully hiding his cringes of pain. Took, on the other hand, snorted derisively at Shamira and stepped back, flanking me. Shamira, surprisingly, did not bristle at my provocations, but instead continued smirking at me. "You may see momentary success in your hunt, but it will not last. You lack the determination of a leader to use those below you. I'm sure that, if you had been willing, you could have used your subordinates to better effect to keep yourself safe and ready to deliver the killing blow, instead of endangering and injuring yourself. Probably in protection of those 2, am I correct?" She continued, looking down her nose at me. While she wasn't entirely correct, she wasn't too far off from the truth either. I knew that, and I think it showed as Shamira scoffed. "You let the blood get to your head and stopped leading, instead acting as either something like a hero or just a fool. I'd prefer that you stay foolish and follow me so I can put you to better use. But if you insist on this foolish venture, I hope you live to see the error of your ways and come back to me. A true Keelish such as yourself would be a great asset in my pack." I bristled at being called a true Keelish. I never was much of an eloquent arguer, and as I attempted to collect my thoughts, Shamira whipped around and gestured for her underlings to follow. They did, the two wolfstag carcasses in tow. Boss, you make me proud to follow you. I really like you, I think you're the greatest, and I'll follow you forever. Onkli was getting emotional, and with the newfound distance from Shamira's pack hunched back over in pain, took grunted in agreement. All right, you two. Let's get down into the den so we can get some rest. We need to talk about and practice some communication. We began our descent, but were approached by the two of the loners waiting outside of the den. They were one female and one male, and the larger female seemed to be the spokesperson for the two. Seen we follow, yeah, we wanna eat, and yeah, seem to treat teacher guys good. Alright. I blinked in confusion. What did she just say? As I mulled over her words, I noticed the flashing system, notification, and finally understood what she was asking. You want to follow me too? I asked, looking at the male. He nodded and I finally responded. Okay then. Come on down with us and we'll give you a little to eat. Young Keelish Alpha requirement 410 complete. At my words, Took began to complain, but I shut her down quickly with another tail thwacking. It was weird how easily I was adjusting to an entirely new limb. I began to really look at my two new followers. The female had somewhat similar coloring to Onkli, but instead of deep, earthy browns mixed with the deep red, she was a mixture of reds and some browns so dark that they appeared black. Her demeanor was calm, almost unaware of the world around her. The male, on the other hand, was interesting in that his head was a pretty bright red, nearly the color of a flower, while his body was a solid, dark brown. And while he was just as small as Onkli, he carried himself solidly, arms constantly ready and constantly on the lookout. As I looked, I decided on names for my two new followers. True to form, I stuck with my previous numeric naming sense. I dislike constantly calling you, so you, I said, pointing at the female, are now Triel, and you, pointing at the male, are now Foire. Did I name Triel vindictively similar to the proposed name Shamira gave? No, definitely not. It's just because the name is close to 3, definitely not anything else. I will willingly admit that I named Foire from just a lazy combination of fire and four, though. Triel seemed fine with her name, smiling appreciatively, saying "Thanks." Foire, however, merely nodded and continued following. Once we got down to the spawnling den, I forced Took to give up the leg to her new companions in a show of generosity. While she did give it up, she was far from enthused about the forced charity, and true to form, took a sizable bite before surrendering it. Triel and Foire began to tear into the leg while Onkli and Took sat down. As I began to settle down myself, Onkli as always had to open his mouth. So boss, you said your name is Ashlani. How long has that been your name? Who gave it to you? What does it mean? Should I call you Boss Ashlani or Ashlani Boss? Or maybe, the ashy death, is it because you're gray, is it? As I was about to get him to shut up myself, Took stepped forward, looming over her much smaller companion. Oh, shut it. Got it, sister, gonna shut up now. I sighed, this was what I had to deal with now. Well, he isn't a bad guy, so I guess it's no big deal if he can't shut his mouth every so often. Yes, my name is Ashlani. It just is my name. You can keep calling me boss if you really want to, I really don't care. Just if you will use my name, Ashlani. Remembering Veiler's last words to me, I reiterated in a snarl, don't shorten my name. My vehemence seemed to take my 4 followers by surprise, all pulling back in fear. Whatever, they wouldn't understand what the hell I was trying to say if I explained what had happened to me just days ago. I rolled my neck, getting into teaching mode. Now, when we go out to hunt tomorrow, here are some signals that I'm going to need you to understand and keep your eyes out for. That evening, after training my subordinates on basic signals and assigning basic responsibilities in the hunt, I felt a little better about myself going forward. My stomach growling, I finally took heed of the flashing announcement in the top right part of my vision. Dominant skill progress, 4-100. As I laid down to rest, I mulled over my status, wondering what this supposed administrator had waiting for me. How long had they been around? Was it a single entity or was it some group, an administrator army, a systemic swarm, a solo sovereign? I continued thinking of stupid alliterations to keep myself from thinking about deeper, scarier, and more frustrating topics that would keep me from sleeping. I again woke to yelps of pain, and as I stumbled to my feet, I saw Greel again walking through the sleeping spawnlings. Looking around, not many had made their ways back once night had fallen, bringing the total number of spawnlings down from about 100 to just below 60. Shamira's group seems to have recovered their numbers back up to 23, and they surrounded her, almost seeming to worship her rousing form. She, for her part, once she realized Greel had made a reappearance, immediately was up and snapping at her underlings to get up and give respect to the honorable Greel. He seemed to enjoy the bootlicking as he posed, just showing meh good side as he put it. Shamira ate it up, fawning over his posturing and generally ingratiating herself to him. Strange to see so proud of being so subservient to one who she would soon outstrip both in rank and power. Otherwise, looking at my other broodmates, I saw that there were two more alphas that had appeared overnight, both male this time. One was surrounded by 18 spawnlings and was about 20% bigger than Shamira, standing just over 70 cm tall. He had two female spawnlings curled up touching him and fawning over him as he rose. I guess there are idiots like that in Keelish society too. On the other hand, the other alpha was comparatively much smaller, just a hair larger than Shamira and had 10 underlings. He was bossing his followers around, and they subserviently complied with his only wish. He and Greel would probably get along. As I continued observing, my four subordinates were rather quick to rise, with the exception of Ankli. I was rather unsure if that is due to his inherent personality or the soreness I'm sure he is currently experiencing. But I nonetheless looked at Took, who gleefully smacked him with her now mostly healed tail. Ankli groaned but grudgingly rose, seemingly just in time as Greel had set his sights on the diminutive male but gave up as Ankli rose. Greel then spoke. "Alright, yeah, little shits. Today's your last wake-up call. I'm free from yes from now on. You're luckier than the scaleless shits that died, but you're still shits." He didn't seem to know any other way to refer to the spawnlings. "Feed yourselves and stay out of the way of your betters, that includes me," but at this he winked at Shamira. "If ya get on my good side, I might help ya. Now get. Be true Keelish and grow until your fangs." With this, Greel winked at Shamira and whirled around, stalking out into the den proper. Looking at Shamira, I thought I saw something glint in her eyes, but it was gone as she turned and began to speak herself. "I can see that there are now 3 of us prospective alphas, and we all need our own space. I suggest that we leave some of the weakest here to begin expanding this section of the den, to begin transitioning from the spawnling nest into our own subsection. How does that sound, gentlemen?" Shamira smiled in what must have been an attractive fashion as the smaller male alpha immediately yelled out, "Good idea, you know what's an even better idea? You join with me and we make this big lug submit to us. Then, once we grow to adulthood, we'll take over the main nest." Intrigued, I couldn't help but approach to see what was going to happen after this blatant provocation. Fortunately for me, I got closer, because I was surprised by the almost gentle baritone tones of the largest alpha's voice. Aaron won't back down from a challenge. However, he came close to the other alpha and hissed softly, "Know that I will paint the walls with your blood and lick your entrails while you still wail in agony and plead for the mercy of death. I will parcel out your body parts to my most loyal followers and make you watch as we devour you, all before I allow you to die." While he had spoken quietly, Aaron's words had a certain quality about them that made them ring from the surrounding walls, and had a special way of sticking in my head. There was a certain level of charisma in his words, however frightening they were, that instilled obedience. The smaller male had begun standing tall, but with Aaron's steely statement, he appeared slightly intimidated and took a step back. At his involuntary reaction, Aaron grinned wolfishly and finished, "Of course, you can always submit to me and be spared the messier alternative. I prefer messy though, so keep me posted, okay?" Aaron turned back to Shamira and resumed his normal, quiet voice. "I think your idea is a sound one. I will designate 7 of my underlings to the development of the den. Now it's time to whet my fangs." "Excuse me." Aaron quickly gestured at a group of his underlings, all female, not so coincidentally that were to stay behind, and stalked out of the den. As he left, the previously cowed male alpha stepped forward towards Shamira again. He was no longer blustering but completely serious. "He's dangerous and you won't be able to take him on yourself. Work with me or he will become the undisputed alpha." Shamira turned, smiling, and replied, "But of course I'll work with you. Don't worry about that, I won't submit to that brute." "Good, and call me Perkril." He smiled toothily, in what seemed to be his best imitation of Greel's smile from earlier, commanded 2 of his subordinates to stay behind and work on den expansion, and was off. I, uncomfortable with being alone with my 4 subordinates with all of Shamira's, made a hand sign and quickly made my way out. My concern, however, seemed to be unwarranted, as Shamira simply flicked her tail flirtatiously at me as we trotted past. While Perkril's open ambition and Aaron's blatant violence were of some concern to me, Shamira was the one I felt was the most dangerous. My aunt, my tribe's chief, was far and away the most dangerous individual I have ever known, and there was something about her in the way Shamira carried herself. We made our way out of the den, and I could barely see Aaron and Perkril in the distance, going what seemed to be north and east respectively, going off of the position of the suns. Aaron was tiger-striped, brown on tan, while Perkril was a solid black with a solid light tan stripe down his spine. I was surprised I could even see color that far, but was interrupted by a flashing notification. Skill. Improved vision acquired. I decided to read the description as we made the decision of where to begin our hunt. Skill, improved vision improves vision by 20%. This skill can evolve. Conditions. Use exclusively light-based vision for 18 days. Well, that wasn't getting evolved anytime soon. I live underground, and I need my thermal vision for that. I was, however, grateful for the noticeable improvement in my vision, and decided to primarily use this vision during hunts while the others used their thermal vision. Regardless of skills and evolutions, seeing the directions of their prospective hunts, I decided to go south-southeast, giving us a wide berth from the other packs. We entered the cover of the forest and I immediately signaled to Onkli, who, after a moment's hesitation, stepped forward and in a matter of about 10 seconds pointed deeper into the forest. For about 400 meters, we continued onwards, until Onkli excitedly turned around and overenthusiastically made the predetermined signal that let us know we were close. At that point, the much more coordinated Foire took over and began scouting ahead. We waited quietly where we were. Took only had to flick Onkli once with her tail, which was an improvement, until Foire uncannily reappeared about 10 m away from us. How a 30 cm red-headed Keelish can blend into the forest was beyond me, but he seemed quite capable. He calmly signed that there were two and led us ahead. As we approached, we could see that there were two toothy bullfrogs. Preoccupied with each other, it would appear that it was breeding season and Onkli was following their mating scents. Well, I don't mind the distraction. I felt 4 pairs of eyes on me and I signed focus on the one on the bottom. Onkli, stay out for now. The shock troops that were Took and Triel would initiate, taking its back legs, then once we were sure it was hobbled, Foire and I would blitz its stomach. At least that's what I tried to sign. I'll be honest, I think only maybe 50% got through to them, but that was progress. I counted down and the two females immediately sprung into action. Startled, the bullfrog on top made a short hop away and seemed to consider helping its lover, but seeing the other's inability to escape the jaws of Took and Triel, it decided to flee. Good for us, because if it had decided to rip into one of the females, we might have ended up injured and without any prey to show for it. Fortunately for us, after one attempted hop, the frog landed awkwardly on one leg, thanks to Triel rolling her entire body 180 degrees while airborne. Between the twist and the weight of 3 creatures bearing down on it, the frog's knee audibly dislocated upon landing, which was Foire's and my cue. We rushed in and began tearing into its exposed flanks and sides. Bloodlust skill activated. Man, this skill can be helpful, but it can really be annoying sometimes. Kill, RIP tier. I felt my vision cloud red as I tore more viciously into the frog's soft sides. Our prey mostly subdued, Onkli made his way in, weighing the amphibian completely down. In what must have been a moment of compassion, Triel relocated to the head of the frog and ripped into its skull, quickly killing it. We 5 then let ourselves give in to the hunger and ate. This time there was no wolf stag to interrupt us, only blessed satiation. Once I came back to myself, I realized that we had left virtually none for later and wondered. How far had that other one gotten? We weren't able to catch the runaway frog. Onkli was able to track it to a creek, but I wasn't willing to start trying to swim and hunt at the same time. We retreated to the corpse of our prey, but there really wasn't much left. Looking at her, I'm sure that Took, if left to carry it back to the den, would end up snacking on all the remaining remains before we got halfway back. If any of you want to polish this off, feel free. Took immediately stepped forward, and when Triel did too, she possessively scraped everything into one pile, which she then hunched over protectively. Triel began to approach, hissing aggressively, but Took stood her ground and eventually Triel backed off but was obviously upset. Triel was mostly good-natured, but it seemed like she and Took were beginning to butt heads over who was the second in command. Foire and Onkli weren't well suited for leadership, and Foire didn't seem to much care what his ranking in the pack was, while Onkli took for granted that he was the bottom. This one was going to need to be dealt with sooner rather than later, but I simply couldn't be bothered with it at the moment. Finally relaxed, I realized that I had a new notification flashing in its usual place. Status updated. I decided to check and focused on it. Status, name Ashlani. Race, juvenile Keelish bloodseeker. Stats, Constitution 2. Strength 4. Agility 6 + 1 = 7. Intelligence 2 + 1 = 3. Magic 0. Skills, Bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, unknown. Dominance, current evolutionary progress, 4/100. Improved vision, current evolutionary progress, 0/18. Evolutionary foresight. Bloodseeker, live 30 days, progress 330. Young Bloodletter, kill 10 large organisms, progress 310. Alpha, acquire 10 followers, progress 410. I did feel slightly more clear of mind, I guess, so that was the intelligence. Am I more agile though? I couldn't really tell. However, I guess I don't need to be the one to strike the killing blow to have it count towards my bloodletter progress. Even with my previous life's Keelish experience, I wasn't quite sure what made a bloodletter a bloodletter. There are all kinds of variations between individuals, but that never mattered much to me as I just threw the oil and burned them out. My personal inclination was to become an alpha find Vealer, brutally murder him, and, well, I'll figure out after once I get there. But given the current organization of the brood, I didn't see me getting 6 more followers in the next 27 days. Therefore, I figured my next best option would be to become a bloodletter as soon as I could. But the condition for that was that the creatures had to be large enough to be about my same size, and that increases risk. However, with my new team, I figure I can get this done in the next 4 to 5 days without totally ruining this part of the forest. I needed to keep in mind that Keelish are far from the apex predators even in this area. I know there are wolfstag cubs, and that means adults. A single adult wolfstag could easily take on 5 to 6 Keelish, and that isn't even considering that they generally have basic magic and hunt in packs. I guess the only consolation for me is that they don't typically hunt Keelish. However, that also means that there is larger prey nearby, and while the wolfstags could hunt them, a terror bird, scaled deer, or even a stoneskin would prove a deadly threat to me and my pack. And none of these could even begin to compare to the danger of humanity. If humans were to find out we were in the area, they would hunt us tirelessly until the den was found and the swarm exterminated. As I found myself drowning in pessimism and fear, Uncle started up again. "Boss, we're so lucky to be following you. While that chimera is beautiful," I gasped, so surprised I started coughing at this, but Uncle continued unperturbed, "She don't seem to treat her underlings so nice as you. That prequel or whatever his name is seems dumb, and that Tieran," Uncle shuddered. "He's right scary, that's what he is. Boss Ashlani, you're just right, you're strong but good and I like you lots." He smiled toothily at me. I rolled my eyes right back at him. He'd been quiet enough during the hunt, I guess he was making up for lost time now. "All right, that's enough out of you for now. The only thing I want to hear is you finding us our next target, all right?" "Sure thing, boss," Uncle smirked and knowingly jumped back from Took's inbound tail. He then, however, became much more focused and got to tracking. It took 2 false trails before I began to really appreciate Uncle's tracking skill. He was able to tell within 100 m of following the trail whether or not it was cold or would lead us anywhere. We simply began following him from then on and were pleased with the end result. We ended up coming across another mating pair and approached in the same manner that had served us well previously. This time, however, we were not so lucky. Took and Treel were able to get much closer before being noticed, and Took was kicked by the top frog as it startled and tried to escape. She quickly recovered and latched onto the bottom one with Treel, so Foire and I quickly approached and began eviscerating it. Unfortunately for Foire, the frog that had hopped away decided he was an easy target and bit heavily into his side. I, in my bloodlust-driven fury, ended up screaming my challenge to it and went to war. More than ever before, I felt a seething rage at this beast that dared face me. It bit down harder on Foire and rumbled its reply back at me. I dashed forward as it leapt and dodged to the right as it fell. Before it could recover, I sprinted forward and ripped into its foreleg. Unlike previously, though, I simply went to cripple it. I bit at the tendon, tore as hard as I could, and immediately retreated. It reared back, spit Foire out, and began to retreat itself. I wouldn't accept anything less than its demise at this point, and screamed at Foire to slow it down however he could. He complied and latched as best he could onto one of its more powerful back legs. As it attempted to kick him off, I took the opportunity to mount it and took out its left eye. It began to flounder, but I wasn't done with it yet. I began to tunnel into the eye socket, ripping and tearing, discarding the shredded flesh as I went. I hit bone and smashed my head into it as hard as I could. I heard it scream in pain and began to cackle, unhinged, back at it. I slammed my head again and again into it, subconsciously delighting in its pain, reveling in it. Finally, I saw a crack in the skull and began biting frantically at it. I broke through and can't remember anything more than ripping and tearing before screaming my triumph to the skies and running back to the fearful-looking remaining frog. When I finally recovered my sanity, I found myself up to my eyes in the carcass of the first frog I'd slain. This whole bloodlust thing is getting a bit out of hand, and in the top right of my vision was the blinking notification. Growth achieved, status updated. Growth achieved, status updated. I focused on the system notification to try to get my recent memories out of my head. I swore I could still feel brain matter between my teeth, and the only thing I had on hand to try to wash it out was the running blood of the frogs, so I was just going to leave that there as all this wasn't what I wanted to dwell on. Status, name Ashlani. Race juvenile Keelish bloodseeker. Stats constitution 2 + 1 = 3. Strength 4. Agility 7. Intelligence 3. Magic 0. Skills Bloodlust current evolutionary progress unknown. Dominance current evolutionary progress 4 100. Improved vision current evolutionary progress 018. Evolutionary foresight. Bloodseeker live 30 days, progress 330. Young Bloodletter kill 10 large organisms, progress 510. Alpha acquire 10 followers, progress 410. Well, on the bright side, I'm making progress on my eventual evolution to a bloodletter. As I thought earlier today, the earlier I evolved, the better it would be for me. However, if becoming a bloodletter would lead me to the point that I am constantly in that state I just was, I don't know if I would want to become that. But if the choice is between becoming a deranged beast that can kill Vealer and a weak one that is stuck living as a common Keelish, I know which one I'll pick any day. As I slowly recovered my normal demeanor, stopping my deranged snarls and panting, I noticed that none of the pack were eating the prey. Why aren't you eating? Boss, you snapped at Foire for lying exhausted near your prey. We figured it would be best to wait a bit. You get scary sometimes. I don't know what it is, but it's intense. Not bad, not really, but it's really different from how you are sometimes. You were like that when you talked about your name. I could tell Onkley was shaken because nobody needed to threaten him with violence to get him to stop talking. Well, don't worry about it. I'm still leading and providing for you and I haven't hurt you. I paused, realizing I had an opportunity to further cement my subordinate's loyalty. Foire, I'm sorry for lashing out at you. You were pivotal today and you put your body and life on the line for me without question. I appreciate that. He stood taller at my acknowledgement and nodded in response. Furthermore, I offer you first pickings. Take what you want, be greedy. Those that serve me loyally will be rewarded. It was getting hard for me to draw the line in my head of where I was manipulating my followers and where I was actually feeling bad for Foire. I shook my head, hopefully shaking it from my mind, and watched as Foire dug into the entrails of the frog. He focused on the heart and liver, don't know why. Once he had eaten his fill, I gestured for all my companions to eat before me as I kept watch for any competition. For the second time today, we were lucky on that account. And as we had recently eaten an entire other frog, we ended up with about a frog and a quarter to take back to the den. Well, we're tired and have had a successful hunt today, and we still need to create our own den, so let's make our way home, shall we? Took ran and proudly took charge of the larger carcass, and did not allow for anyone else to help her. I wasn't about to fight her for the extra work, and Triel somewhat competitively took charge of the other carcass, leaving us 3 males looking on. As we were approaching the edge of the clearing where the den was, we came across Shamira and her pack. It seems that she had taken her sweet time getting out of the den and was only now beginning her hunt. A much more successful hunt today, it would seem. It would also appear that you have begun to learn how to better use your lesser counterparts. Onkley bristled at this, but Foire was as stoic as ever. You may yet become a true alpha. Of course, a position as my beta is always open to you, Ash. I bristled at her deliberately pushing my buttons, but was brought back to reality by a combination of 4 of her designated guards stepping forward, teeth bared, and a new notification flashing in the corner of my vision. New evolutionary option available, young Keelish beta. I gestured for everyone to continue onwards, as I noticed all of them beginning to enter battle positions. Took characteristically began a show of force, lifting the entire frog carcass that probably weighed more than she did over her shoulders, still clenched in her jaws, while the others reacted in a slightly more mature fashion, simply continuing on our way back to the den. As we entered into the den, I immediately noticed the shifted dirt and expanded space in the spawnling den space. There was obvious progress towards 3 different individual spaces. Going off of size and depth, Shamira's space had the most progress, as it would seem she had her entire pack focus on den expansion while we were out. Additionally, she had left another 5 slightly smaller Keelish behind to continue working while the hunt began. They were making quick work of the excavated dirt and had created a larger hall where the majority would stay, with a hall leading deeper within. Tieran's pack was also getting good work done, having focused on a longer hall for entry to their main den, and I couldn't see inside. Perkrils too, however, were not having a good time. There was very little progress made, just a hollowing of the wall. Furthermore, they were, for lack of a better way to put it, the true runts of our brood. Even Onkley could tower over them, and it would appear that they hadn't eaten since Greel had fed them. They continued to work as best as they could, but they were obviously exhausted and starving. I could feel their hungry stares as we entered with a veritable buffet of food. I could also see Took staring them down threateningly, leading to them retreating back to their work. As I tried to figure out where we should set up camp and where we should begin tunneling to begin our own den, a thought occurred to me. I approached the two Keelish from Perkral's pack, and they immediately began cowering back towards their hovel. Don't worry, I'm not here to do anything other than make you a deal. It looks like you two haven't eaten in days. That right? One looked at the other, then nodded. Okay. If you two decide to follow me instead of Perkral, then I will allow to you be productive members of the pack as well as feed you. How's that sound? They shook their heads, and one replied, stuttering, no. He'll kill us SS. Well, the starvation is about to kill you already, and it's stunting your growth. Come here and we'll protect you, and I internally shuddered thinking about what I was about to say. We'll help you become true Keelish. You'll FF feed us BB both. Enough to make you full. And with seconds if you want them. YYYUW won't leave us SS Alan. You'll be kept safe. They looked at each other, and the one that had been silent nodded and spoke in a surprisingly bassy tone. Then let's eat. Young Keelish Alpha requirement, 610 complete. We approached the leftover frogs, currently discarded in the corner and being looked over by Took, and with a single look from me, she sighed and stepped aside. Progress, while they hadn't eaten in days, their appetites were still limited by their size, and once their bellies distended were full, the complete frog still hadn't even begun to be touched. Took cocked her head, confused. You must eat. Food helps grow. Well, we're full, the second spawnling spoke up. No, eat more, Took responded, pushing more of the meat towards them. The second spawnling looked to me to help. How about this, we all work on making ourselves a den, and whenever these two newcomers feel like it, they can take another bite. Took was satisfied with that and nodded, looking to me to direct her on where to begin digging. I gestured to a wall that was currently untouched by the efforts of the rest of the spawnlings. I was surprised by her nearly motherly concern for these two small spawnlings, but immediately applied myself to helping with the digging and moving of the dirt. Fuar moved to join us, but I told him to keep watch on the meat, and he gratefully set himself down near the veritable mountain of meat. As I set to digging, I was surprised by my instinctual understanding of where and how to dig, and nearly lost myself in it, but then remembered my new evolutionary option. So system, what's the deal? Young Keelish Beta, the right-hand assistant of a young Keelish Alpha. They experience some physical growth like the Alpha, but not as notably. Furthermore, they are obligated to obedience to the Alpha. Evolutionary requirements, offered the position by a young Keelish Alpha. I mused over this and realized that, unsurprisingly, Onkley was chatting up a storm with our two new additions. So what are your names? Perkral decided we didn't deserve them. He said WWE needed to prove ourselves in battle. Oh, he seems like he sucks. Our boss can be scary sometimes, but he's super cool. He gives some pretty good names too. I wonder if he would still think that if he knew how I was coming up with their names. I hope he thinks we deserve them soon. I interjected, I hate having to call you guys you, so here they are. You, I said, pointing at the stutterer, will be Vefir, and you, pointing at the bass-voiced one, will be Sylph. Vefir paused in shock while Sylph nodded and thanked me. We continued to work throughout the afternoon, everyone except Fuar, who continued guarding our meat. We made good progress, and by the time Vefir and Sylph had taken a second serving of our prey, we had hollowed out a good community space for our little pack. Also, in our removal of the dirt, I had seen both Vefir and Sylph in the light, and realized they looked like twins, which they confirmed for me they came from the same egg, which probably explains why they were so small. Both were male and tan with a darker brown stripe down their spines, except Vefir had one stripe while Sylph had two. As we were continuing work on our new den, I heard a squeak of pain echoing in. I rushed out and saw Vefir cowering on the floor. Evidently, he had been transporting some dirt out of the den and had come across the returning Perkral, who, irritated, kicked him down into the den. You scaleless, worthless little leech. This is why you don't deserve food. You ought to be grateful that I took you in. Perkral was going to strike at him again when I spoke up. You got a problem with a member of my pack. Take it up with me. Perkral whipped his head towards me, and I noticed a series of open wounds across his body, and his pack was missing one of their hunters. Ah, that's why he's in a bad mood. What do you mean, your pack? He's mine. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, see Mir Vefir. He scurried back behind me, and I noticed my entire pack flanking me, Sylph included. You think you're an alpha? I'll kill you where you stand, trying to be on my level. You think you're an alpha? I'll kill you where you stand, trying to be on my level. Perkral got up in my face as he began to scream. Hess, you all are exhausted from the hunt, and looking how you've got nothing to bring back, looks like you exhausted yourselves for nothing. I'm the only one here who's killed a Keelish before. I didn't back down, but looked firmly in his eyes. You want to be my second casualty? Perkral laughed, getting more in my face. You think you can reason your way out of this? Exhausted and hungry, I'll need only 30 seconds to rip your throat out. Try me. You're no Tiarans. The two packs began raising hackles and an all-out war seemed imminent. Perkril, would you do me a favor? Suddenly, Shamira's voice interjected. He's a prideful one, but I plan on breaking him, not killing him. For me, would you show him mercy? She sidled up to him, close enough to gently run her tail up his ribs. He shivered, eyes rolling. Then, remembering himself, he turned to her. Well, if you say so. I still think he's better breathing his last in a pool of his own blood. He glared at me, then went to his abandoned hovel where he screeched at his followers in general and settled down, commanding one of the females to lick his wounds. I guess he was trying to take a page out of Tieran's book. I turned to Shamira. Thanks, there are enough of them that casualties were sure if something had really started. I was already short followers. I wasn't about to start getting into unnecessary fights and get them killed. Once I evolved, however, Perkril would get what was coming to him. I wasn't lying, neither this morning nor now. I will make you follow me. You have potential, and I admit that I was wrong about your leadership ability. But you will be more than you are now if you decide to follow me. Just as she did to Perkril, she went to run her tail lazily up my side, but I stepped aside. Again, thank you. But no, I am doing quite well on my own. Looking past her at her followers, it would seem that they'd had another successful day's hunt, with 3 frogs of their own in their jaws. There were no deaths in her pack, but there were 2 sporting nasty bite wounds from toothy bullfrogs. Shamira licked her teeth in what surely was meant to be a comely fashion, but I merely rolled my eyes and turned back to my pack. All right. From now, never be alone, ever. We will deal with Perkril, but that day is not today. Until then, be with a companion at all times. And if they start it, I bared my teeth, finish it. My core 4 grinned wolfishly at my words, but Vefir and Sylph seemed taken aback at my severe reaction. You don't seem to understand. You are part of the pack, and those who offend you shall pay back the price of their foolishness in blood. When they still stayed silent, Uncle chimed in. Boss will retreat, but he never loses, you'll see. We're gonna get those things that hit me yesterday. I know we will. I rolled my eyes and allowed him to keep on running his mouth as he always did. I don't much care about it right now, since we're just settling into our personal den at this point. It just had one communal space at this point, probably about 7m by 5m, which is more than large enough for us all to have our own spaces, leave a space for the food storage, and still have space for whichever others I can convince to join us. And one more thing that I was going to do right now, took Triel Semir. The 2 females looked confused and approached me. You both want to be beta, don't you? Took immediately nodded while Triel thought for a moment, then responded. Lord, I sint tell ya what I think ya should do. First, don't call me Lord. Second, I'm asking if you want to be beta, you do, don't you? She cautiously nodded. Good, we're making progress. Do any of you, I asked this while turning to the other 4, want to enter the running as well? Foir, Vefir, and Sylph simply shook their heads no, but Uncle couldn't help but open his mouth. Boss, I would enter, but I think that the responsibility would be too much for me. But I would definitely win if I did enter. Well, keep in mind that everyone here heard you, and I won't tell them how they should or shouldn't discipline you when beta has been decided. Good luck. Uncle began sputtering excuses as I ignored him and turned back to the 2 females. I believe you both to be equally capable in the position, and I don't want you 2 to get the rest of us into trouble because you're having some competition again, like you were today. They both slightly hung their heads in shame. Therefore, the results today are final, and I don't want to hear about it again later. They both nodded. Great, then here's what we're doing. Frankly, the position of beta will primarily matter during the hunt, so I want to see which of you is more qualified in battle. The 2 began to ready themselves for a fight before I finished speaking. Wait, I shouted. I still need both of you in my pack, and I think it's stupid for you to injure each other in a bid for leadership. So here's the rules. You will have this space over here. I gestured at the deepest part of our den to determine who is the winner. Whoever can put their opponent in a sufficiently dangerous situation without doing significant injury will be invited to be my beta. If you seriously injure your opponent, you will be deemed the loser, putting pride before success. Am I clear? The females nodded and retreated to 2 corners of what I was currently deeming the fight pit. Took had a bit of a size advantage, but I had seen Triel moving, and she was quicker, so I figured this would be a close match. I was right. As I called for them to begin, both rushed at each other, with Triel attempting to dodge to the side at the last moment. Took had seen this coming, however, and smashed her head into Triel's flank, knocking her back and nearly to the ground. Triel was able to make a quick recovery, though, and swiftly circled around. Unfortunately for her, she lost her mobility advantage at that point, as her left leg was a little hurt, and she needed to be slightly careful with it. Took pressed her advantage, but was unable to pin Triel down, and seemed frustrated that she couldn't just rip into her opponent with her fangs, yet she still adhered to the rules of the duel. In the end, Took was able to close the distance, and while feinting Right got Triel to dodge, right into her swinging tail. After being clobbered, Triel needed a moment's rest, but she got none. Took broadsided her stunned competition and pinned her down, and almost gently took her neck in her mouth. Feeling the threat of death, Triel immediately calmed down and knew she was beaten. Took stood proud and screeched her victory into the cave, which reverberated almost deafeningly off the walls as she approached me. Took, I nodded gravely at her, will you be my beta to lead the pack by fang and blood to victory? Victory, she yelled, and it was quickly echoed by the rest of the pack. I swore I could hear the screeching calls for victory in the walls until I fell asleep that night. The next morning, I excitedly looked over at Took, who had triumphantly took her spot at my feet last night as we were all going to rest. After she had shown Uncle that he had no prayer of beating her in a fight to see what changes had come over her because of her evolution to beta. I looked all over for about a minute, during which Took began to wake and looked at me curiously. While she wasn't polite, I could tell she was making a bit of an effort to actually speak. I was just wondering if you feel any different now that you're beta, I replied somewhat sheepishly. Took rose to her full height and proudly posed. She was still the same size though, maybe a couple of centimeters longer. I am proud beta, true beta. So you don't feel any different like physically? No. Okay. System, what's going on here? While you have designated your subordinate Took as your beta, she does not fulfill the requirement to evolve to become a beta, as you are not an alpha. Oh yeah, that was a requirement. Getting over my disappointment, I turned to the pack as a whole, which was beginning to stir. Now, under normal circumstances, I might want to leave you too, I said, pointing at Vefir and Sylph. Here to work on the den, I wonder if Perkril will do something to you if we leave you here alone. Further, we might sustain injuries or even fatalities if we are missing a part of the hunting pack, so I can't afford to leave anyone else here to protect you. So you're coming with us. Vefir looked surprised, but Sylph leaned over and spoke quietly in his twin's ear. Then Vefir settled down and both nodded to me in agreement. Good, then let's polish off the rest of the meat from yesterday and get to the hunt. I turned to Foire. How are you feeling today? He gingerly shrugged. What am I supposed to get from that? I'm working at about 70% of my peak. Foire's voice was a strange mix of husky and high-pitched, and I realized that this was actually the first time that I had heard him speak. While he normally exuded confidence once he spoke, he seemed almost embarrassed. Okay, then will you be capable of filling your position today, or should I have you solely in charge of scouting and focus on the killing blows myself? Just scouting, please. Done. Continuing, I turned to Uncle, Vefir, and Sylph. Uncle, today I need to you take a little more of a lead on 1. Teaching these 2 to track, 2. Teaching them the basic signals we use, and 3. Showing them the opportune moment to enter in the fray and quicken the kill. Clear. Super clear, boss. Clear as, I dunno, something. Triel, you're smart. What's something that's clear? Triel, for her part, simply ignored Uncle, and the twins seemed to be getting a read on his dynamic in the pack. I shook my head annoyed and turned to my own breakfast. We all left together, making sure to have the twins in the center of the pack, and I was glad I had taken the precaution. Perkril had 2 of his goons waiting outside the entrance to our den, and they seemed ready to attempt to lift the smaller males away. But seeing that they couldn't easily reach them, they immediately retreated back to the safety of their pack. I was going to need to sort this out, and soon. I started to feel some urgency about evolution, and internally decided to try to get most of the way to 10 kills today. Looking around, all 3 of the alphas were still here in the den, so it must be early still. With a sign, I directed the pack back to our hunting grounds of the day before. Once we entered the cover of the forest, I immediately deferred to Uncle as always, and he was a surprisingly diligent teacher to the twins, pointing out basic signs on which of the trails would be the most profitable to follow, and how to tell which are the toothy bullfrogs that have become our go-to prey. I was able to learn a couple of things myself from what he taught. Once a profitable path was chosen, Uncle led the way, and we approached yet another mating pair of frogs. With Foire's successful scouting, we made our now habitual approach. Having learned my lesson from yesterday when I sent my shock troops forward, I made sure to make enough noise to startle the male, the frog on top, into fleeing. With the male out of the picture, we made quick work of the female, with me, instead of digging into her sides like previously, mounting her back and ripping into her eyes like I had in my mostly one-on-one yesterday. Biting into the eyes was, even under the influence of my bloodlust, disgusting, because they exploded when ruptured, squirting blood and other bodily fluids into my eyes and down my throat. Regardless of any discomfort I felt, once the frog was hobbled and blinded, I motioned for the 3 males staying back to finish her off and called to Took and Triel, baring my teeth in a bloody grin. Follow me. Let's find that runaway. It was a chase now, a type of hunt that was unfamiliar both to the Keelish and previously human me. We tore through the brush and listened to and followed the panicked hopping of the fleeing frog. Under the influence of a constantly bloodlust from the blood on my face, I was the most eager of us three. Once it was in sight, about 100 m from the site of its lover's grave, Took shrieked "Victoryyyyyyy" and threw herself on its hind leg. It fell heavily from the air, wheezing in pain. Treel, not to be outdone, latched onto the same leg and heaved to the side as hard as she could, eventually pulling the frog completely onto its side. I'd never had such an easy opportunity to rip and tear into the soft, exposed belly of one of these frogs, and I took it. I burrowed into its stomach just below its ribcage. The soft flesh stood no chance when confronted with my tearing maw. I dug in, and just before my blood-filled eyes I saw the still beating heart of my prey. Biting ferociously, I ripped it from its place, immediately stilling the struggles of the gasping, panicked amphibian. Evolutionary progress, young bloodletter Keelish. 710 flashed in the corner of my vision as I pulled myself from the cooling carcass. We three began dragging our prey back to the rest of the pack, and when we were a mere 30 m away, I heard Vefir scream in pain. I rushed forward and quickly saw what was causing him pain. A wolf stag cub had his torso in its mouth and was shaking him like a rat. The wolf stag cub shook Vefir as he continued to scream in pain. With blood still coursing over my face, I was fully in the thrall of bloodlust and immediately blindsided the cub. I went for the throat, looking to end this decisively. I misjudged where its throat would be and was smashed in the head by the bottom of the cub's curling ram's horns. Fortunately for me, the cub didn't seem to realize that I was coming for it, as it dropped Vefir, confused once it made contact with me. Big mistake. I leapt up and grabbed it by the throat, successfully this time. I immediately wrenched my head back and forth, and hearing the choked screams of the wolf stag, I bit down harder. Finally, with a determined rip and tear, I took a 10 cm chunk out of its throat and came up victorious. These creatures with an exposed, obvious weak point were much easier to kill than those frogs, I thought. Then, I finally noticed why Sylph, Onkli, and Foire weren't helping free Vefir. There were three other cubs, one larger than the rest by about 40%, so just shorter than Tieran but longer and almost certainly heavier. Two were hounding Onkli as he desperately dodged back and forth, too occupied to even wisecrack or talk. The third, the largest, was toying with Sylph, while the still injured Foire tried his best to keep the cub from dealing any killing blows. Sylph tried his best to get to and protect his brother, but he was being knocked around continuously, and Foire was far from peak condition at this point. As I looked on, Took and Treel ran in, but unfortunately for them, the element of surprise was no longer on our side. They both focused on the largest, who had been going for a killing blow on Sylph after knocking away Foire, and were able to save Sylph's life. Figuring they would be fine for now, I went to help Onkli. Harried as he was, I could see that he was mostly unhurt. Onkli had sustained a couple of nips here and there, but he had been able to keep himself from any serious blows. The two cubs were obviously beginning to truly corner him, but I came just in time. I dashed to blindside the closer of the two, but it had evidently heard the dying cries of my first kill and whirled to face me. Damn. While these wolf stags had much more easily seen and attacked weak points than our frogs, they were also much faster than the frogs as well. In fact, they were quicker on their feet than I was, and I realized how much of a struggle it was to close the distance to them. If one wasn't paying attention, they could be head-butted, bitten, or even kicked. The back feet of a wolf stag were hoofed and could probably split my skull. Fortunately for me, this cub didn't seem to have much experience fighting, only hunting. It fell hard for one of my feints and I pressed my advantage. With its horns out of the way, I darted around to the cub's side and bit deeply into its shoulder. It screamed out in pain, turning towards me. It didn't anticipate me backing off and accidentally struck its newly wounded shoulder with the point of its horn. It screamed again, but didn't realize it had distracted itself. It went to turn back to me, but it was too late. I gleefully sprung back at it from the opposite side and disabled its other shoulder. It had learned its lesson and didn't overcommit to attempting to headbutt me, but it was too late. At this point, it was mostly crippled, and I was able to mount its back and bite deeply into its spine. With a crunching of bone, I paralyzed it, and its legs went limp below me, but I didn't stop there. The nape of its neck now exposed, I crunched 1, 2, 3 times at the base of the skull until it gave way, and I ripped its head from its neck and threw it to the side, now going to assist Onkli. He had done well in delaying his opponent, which had wanted to come help its fellow before it was felled. It had whirled to come attack me, but Onkli had seized the moment and ripped into its exposed side, deep enough to see organs through the deep crimson of flowing blood. It turned back to Onkli, enraged at this apparently weak prey striking back, but in its rage forgot me. I was fortunate that these cubs were unaware of how the pitch of battle is constantly shifting and was able to immediately latch onto its neck just behind its horns. The cub was surprised, then frightened, and tried to smash me away by crushing my skull with its horn. It turned hard, but it didn't have the leverage to really hit me. A mere unpleasant press was far from enough to overcome my bloodlust-fueled rage. I bit harder and it squealed as I did so. I saw Onkli ripping back into the side of our prey and grinned fiercely at his savagery. The cub stood no chance and quickly succumbed to our combined attacks, falling into a pool of its own blood, ravaged and torn. I then turned to look to see the results of the battle of the largest combatants. I was amazed to see that not only had Vefir and Sylph, injured as they were, been able to move, but that they had come together to hamstring the huge wolf-stag cub in tandem with Foir, who was on the other hind leg. Both Took and Triel were injured, evidently having been headbutted and bitten several times, but they had evidently protected their fellows from any killing blows, allowing for the fight to continue to tip to their favor. Under my approving eyes, Triel leapt forward, latched onto the horn of the cub, and forcefully wrenched it to the side, exposing it to Took. She didn't hesitate in making good on that opportunity and didn't latch onto the neck of her foe but began mangling it. After 2 quick bites and tears, the large cub began to cry out, but Took was far from finished. She began biting deeper and deeper, tearing the flesh out of the thick neck of the cub, swallowing it as she went. Took was no longer green, her head nearly matching the fiery red of Foir's, and she gloried in the suffering of the cub. Finally, she reached the spine and in one ferocious chomp severed it. The cub dropped to the ground, dead. As I came down from the high of bloodlust, I looked across the massacre, disbelieving that we had been able to come out of this without casualties, but that seemed to be so. Nonetheless, that wasn't guaranteed to stay that way, and 3 of our 7 were seriously injured. I would love to stay here and lick our wounds, but the rest of their pack may be nearby. Vefir, Sylph, Foir, can you walk? Vefir shook his head no, but the other 2 shakily rose to their feet and nodded. Okay, Onkli, assist Vefir and the others as you can. Took, Triel and I will carry all the meat from these cubs that we can. We must, however, prioritize mobility. I said this last part looking specifically at Took, and she nodded solemnly. Onkli, with my help, got Vefir onto his back and began walking back to the den as quickly as he could. Sylph kept pace alongside him as best as he could, while Foir stubbornly picked up a leg from the downed bullfrog and dragged it along. Took and Triel looked at each other, and seemingly at the same time, decided to drag the entire body of the largest of the small pack back to the den. I distractedly nipped up the body of the wolf-stag who I'd decapitated. Distracted by the flashing notification in the top right of my vision, growth achieved, status updated, evolutionary progress young bloodleader Keelish, 1010, evolution unlocked. Growth achieved, status updated. Evolutionary progress young bloodleader Keelish, 1010, evolution unlocked. It kept flashing in the corner of my vision, but I knew I couldn't safely focus on that right now. I needed to keep my ears and eyes peeled to see if there were more enemies approaching. We moved at a steady clip, as fast as we could. At one point, Sylph seemed to recover enough to begin to try to help Foir with his load. Until then, Foir had been lagging a little bit, but with a bit of additional help, we were able to up the pace a little bit. Onkli didn't seem to believe my urgency, until when we were able to see the clearing where the den was, we heard a keening cry coming from behind us. Run faster, I barked at the pack and everyone began to sprint. No longer concerned about any modicum of stealth or preserving our strength, we ran. Only self-preservation drove us, and we ran harder than any of us had before. As we approached the mouth of the den, I heard the crackling of ozone behind us. In now, I was bringing up the back and was shoving Onkli, who was in front of me, as hard as I could. He, along with Vefir, who was still on his back, tumbled into the den when, after a crack of what sounded like thunder, I was thrown headlong into him. It felt like I had been punched, and that was through the cushioning of the cub I had on my back. We all tumbled headlong down the tunnel, eventually landing in a heap in the spawnling section of the den. We laid there panting and not a second too soon. After the loud noise outside, I heard a cacophony of noise begin deeper in the den. Now that I thought about it, I'd never seen any adult Keelish except Greel. This was my opportunity to do so, as a true swarm began to flow out. Greel was small compared to some of these monsters. I saw one male that must have been 1.7 m at least. He spoke. Redale says this might be that beta that killed our old beta. Get IM. With his words, the swarm nearly flew out of the den. Dozens ran out, chittering and gibbering warcries as they ran towards where we came from. I heard another crack of thunder, then nothing more. Even as we laid, catching our breaths for another 10 minutes, there were no returning Keelish. At that point, we had recovered to the point that we could retreat back to our den. I looked around the spawnling section and noticed that the only ones present were the builders from Shamira's and Tieran's packs. We dragged ourselves and the results from our hunt back to our space and began eating, exhausted. As I half laid while eating, I caught sight of the cub corpse I had carried on my back. It was scorched and had a 5 cm hole that went nearly completely through it. The wolf stag that had shot at me must have an affinity for lightning magicae, was more than fortunate to have survived an attack from a creature several times more powerful than me. I finally took the opportunity to check my status. Status, name Ashlani. Race, juvenile Keelish bloodseeker. Stats, constitution 3. Strength 4 plus 1 equals 5. Agility 7 plus 2 equals 9. Intelligence 3. Magic 0. Skills, bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, unknown. Dominance, current evolutionary progress, 4/100. Improved vision, current evolutionary progress, 0/18. Evolutionary foresight. Bloodseeker, live 30 days, progress 430. Young bloodletter, kill 10 large organisms, progress 1010 complete. Alpha, acquire 10 followers, progress 610. I was particularly exhausted, so I didn't feel stronger or faster, but in retrospect, I could see that I had carted the corpse back with me much quicker and more easily than I could have previously. Well, how do I evolve now? Evolution requires a basic restructuring of your body. You will fall unconscious as the reconstruction takes place. Evolution to young Keelish bloodletter will take 4 hours and 30 minutes. Evolution will provide a marked bonus to your stats, as well as certain obvious physiological changes. Okay, if it's going to take that long, I should wait until tonight. I don't trust leaving the rest of my pack without my guidance as Perkril and the rest come back from their hunts today. Considering I had only sustained minor injuries today, I recovered relatively quickly, and by the time I heard movement outside our den, I was mostly fine. The rest of the pack, however, needed more time. I decided to set myself up near the mouth of the entrance to our den to spot any oncoming trouble when it came. It just so happened that right as I got to the entryway, I saw a massive head. This was the massive male Keelish I had seen previously, and he grinned wolfishly as he saw me exit. "Hey there, you the one who killed the pups outside?" "Oh yes, me and my pack." "Good for you." "Normally, we'd make you pay with the hunt you brought home for our protection. But since we got a lead on the bastard that killed our beta, and took most of the prey from your hunt that was left behind, we'll leave you with congratulations for now. Can't wait to see what you'll grow up to be. I'm sure you'll be better than that disappointment over there." With his words, he gestured over to Perkril, who had evidently returned in the last little bit. He looked harried and frustrated, and his pack was panting, and panicked their numbers had diminished from 9 in total to 6. It would appear that the upheaval from today had taken its toll on his pack. With the words of this large adult, Perkril bristled, but the other male paid him no mind. "Hope you live to join us adults." The male again grinned and pulled his head out of the spawnling's den, allowing for Shamira and her pack to enter. Once the adult was out of sight, Perkril rushed up to me. "Shamira, I know what I said yesterday, but he needs to die." Shamira tried to come forward to placate him, but I interjected, bowing down and appearing as subservient as I could. "I knew today would come, but I would like one more night to live if you would. Just give me until tomorrow morning. To sweeten the deal for you, how about I convince my pack to join you once I die? Please, I just need one day. I promise you a spectacle, a duel in front of everyone else." Internally, I gloated at the idea of murdering him in front of the rest of the spawnlings, and hoped to get at least of his pack to follow me. Perkril snorted derisively. "I don't need your pity, but I'll give it back to you. Tomorrow all that is yours will be mine." He whirled around head high. Shamira looked at me curious, then, after a moment's thought, a smirk appeared on her face, and she teasingly poked my chin with her tail as she began to walk away. Towards Tieran's den. "She's more snake than Keelish, that one. Don't trust her as far as I can throw her." I retreated back to my den, still looking subservient, until I turned a corner and looked into the disappointed eyes of Took. "Why?" "I need rest to hone my fangs for the duel tomorrow. He won't know what hit him. I said we will lead the pack to victory. We started today and we continue tomorrow. Trust me, I have yet to let you down." Took seemed placated by my words and nodded, then turned back to her rest. I, for my part, turned to my status screen. "Would you like to commence evolution?" "Would you like to commence evolution?" "Yeah, let's try this out, evolution commencing." I felt myself begin to stumble, immediately so sleepy I couldn't hardly keep myself standing. I really wasn't expecting this to be so immediate and so overwhelming. "Took, you're in charge until I wake up." I was slurring as I attempted to speak, and I stumbled to the side, attempting to get out of the way with this final, last-ditch effort. I half-consciously felt myself slump onto the ground and then complete darkness. This was different from when I had reincarnated. While I was an emotional wreck after death, there was a strange timelessness about it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but my emotions seemed all-consuming then. I had lost myself, but now I just felt like me, I guess. Suddenly, a voice that almost felt like a system notification spoke. You're an interesting one. It's been centuries since the last Keelish system user. I hope you last longer than the last one. The voice was an unassuming androgynous one with a slight tinny quality. It was different from the inescapable notification board of the system. Wait, the administrator, not entirely correct, but yes. You get one question per evolution, so what'll it be? Wish I'd had some heads up on that. Well, why me? Why give me the system? Not a bad question, I suppose. I'm sure the answer won't be to your liking, though. The administrator came to the decision that if you became a powerful or noteworthy system user, the results would be most interesting. And what is interesting about me being a system user? I'm afraid you've already asked your question, little Keelish. Think about what you'd like to ask next time you get the chance. Now, enjoy your rest. It'll probably be the best rest you get for a while. With a giggle, the voice faded away, and I could feel the presence live. Again, it faded to black. I suddenly woke up and noticed my whole pack sleeping around me. It made sense, considering it had taken only 4 hours and 30 minutes to evolve. Frankly speaking, I couldn't be bothered to learn more than that about my pack, because the flashing status updated notification in the top right of my vision was calling my name. Status. Name, Ashlani. Race, young Keelish bloodletter. Was dads. Constitution 3 plus 1 equals 4. Strength 5 plus 3 equals 8. Agility 9 plus 3 equals 12. Intelligence 3 plus 1 equals 4. Magic 0. Skills bloodlust current evolutionary progress. Unknown. Dominance current evolutionary progress 6-100. Improved vision current evolutionary progress 0-18. Evolutionary foresight. Adult bloodletter live 30 days progress 530. Young bloodletter beta. Prerequisites young bloodletter. Requirements invitation to be beta beneath young alpha Keelish. Acceptance required. Young bloodletter alpha. Prerequisites young bloodletter. Requirements acquire 10 followers. Progress 610. That's a lot of growth, and hopefully after this duel I'll be able to become an alpha. I was slightly disappointed though that my magic stat was still at 0. I had tried a couple of times to invoke to words of power from my previous life, but I had yet to have any luck on that account. Hopefully, my future evolutions would give me some boosts to that ability. Speaking of future evolutions, I was pretty surprised to see that there was still an alpha evolutionary option, but based off the wording, it looks like you had to be a bloodletter to qualify and couldn't evolve to a bloodletter alpha from just an alpha. I guess in that case I'm pretty lucky that I decided to prioritize immediate growth. Hey system, what do these evolutions offer me in terms of growth? Adult bloodletter, a rare combat-focused variant of the Keelish race. Young bloodletter beta gains a small increase in growth both physically and mentally. Young bloodletter alpha gains a moderate increase in growth physically, mentally, and learns skill pack tactics. Okay, there are a couple of things to unpack there, but what I wanted to know are what kinds of stat growth can I expect from these evolutions. The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. Damn it, I was hoping that this evolution would count as at least a little growth. Well, okay. What is the skill pack tactics? Skill pack tactics blesses the skill holder with an innate understanding of command, allowing for clearer communication on the battlefield as well as a rudimentary understanding of tactical advantage. Well, is that skill given to all alphas? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to. Akakak, I got it. How is stat growth determined outside of evolution? If you, the system user, do what the administrator expects of your race, then you will gain stats. Yes, you've said that before, but how can I determine what the administrator expects of my race? The administrator has deemed. Receiving administrative command. Received. The administrator has deemed you worthy of a deeper understanding of their expectations. From now on, you will be able to find one of the many current expectations that the administrator has for you at the top of your status. I quickly looked for it. Status name Ashlani. Race young Keelish bloodletter. Current quest 1 young Keelish alpha. Reward 1 intelligence 1 magic. I sucked air so hard it whistled through my teeth. Finally, I'll be able to use some magic. If I was able to call fire again, life would get a lot easier. But that isn't now but the future. I finally stopped focusing completely on my status and inspected my body. While I couldn't see if my color or anything had changed, my body's strength had doubled in less than 24 hours and I felt Powerful, for lack of a better way to say it. I was starting to get comfortable in my new form, didn't want to think too deeply about that, and I was sure that I now was the strongest in the pack. I was proud of that and began to stand to try to test out my new limits. As I stood, I finally noticed the biggest change in me: my arms and hands. Previously, they had been nearly useless long enough to reach my mouth, but without a thumb and lacking any power behind them, all they were good for was moving static objects. Basically two glorified shovels attached to my body. Now, however, they had changed. They still lacked the obvious versatility of a human hand. In fact, I couldn't bend my fingers at all, but now I had arms that were a bit longer, maybe 15 cm on my now 45 cm body, and they ended in hardened 4 cm claws. More importantly, I now had visible triceps and biceps, and as I stood, my arms easily pushed me up. Curiously, I approached one of the packed dirt walls and struck out. My hand shaped and thrust forward like a knife. It easily sunk in past the edge of my claws. I grinned, somewhat maniacally. Perkril wasn't going to know what hit him tomorrow morning. As I went to lay down and rest before the morning came, I realized something. Oncle, Took, Triel, and Foir were all radiating a surprising amount of heat. System, what's going on with them? They would appear to be evolving. How is that possible? They each haven't killed 10, so they don't qualify for a blood litter. There are nearly infinite possibilities for evolution, and differing individuals qualify for different evolutions. Oh, that makes some sense, I guess. So what made me begin to qualify as a blood litter? Keelish blood litter evolution's prerequisites: juvenile Keelish bloodhunter bloodlust skill. Okay then. I'd figured that it would be best for me to get rest before the big duel and quickly surrendered to the oblivion of sleep. I woke to screeching laughter. I looked up and saw that our den had been invaded by Perkril and his cronies. Internally chuckling, I rose to my feet. He looked quite surprised by my obviously changed body. Wait, did you know that this would happen? Perkril got up in my face and I grinned back. You ready for the duel? I got back in his face and my pack flanked me, snarling angrily. Perkril and his pack gathered together and it almost looked like a full-scale battle would begin when Tieren's voice echoed into the den. I was promised the sight of flowing blood this morning. Do I need to shed it myself to make good on that promise, runt? He was obviously looking at Perkril as he began to speak and licked his fangs in anticipation. Perkril, for his part, was enraged at the provocations of Tieren and whipped back to him. I will disembowel this upstart, eat the traitors, and claim the females in front of the deceased body of their leader. Do not doubt my abilities. Tieren chuckled lowly and pulled his head out of the den. Regardless of any overnight growth you experienced, I will kill you today and prove to the swarm leaders that they were wrong about you and me. I pushed past him and my pack followed. Then I called over my shoulder, you going to actually fight me today or retreat, cowering as the scaleless swine you are? I could feel Perkril going to attack me from behind, but Took and Triel, now about 5 cm taller and much broader, interposed themselves. Perkril hissed angrily back at them, you'll happily help me expand my pack, and will regret any feelings of loyalty you felt towards this fangless shit. The mixture of Greelspeak with his somewhat more refined manner of speak was borderline comical, but I just kept walking. Triel laughed in his face but took it surprisingly well. She coyly approached him had she taken lessons from Shamira, then abruptly shrieked victory to the pack. In his face then, with him still reeling, whipped around and slapped him in the face with her tail. As she walked away, I realized that both she and Triel had grown to be about the same size as Perkril, still being a bit larger than me. Their arms stayed the same, so different from me, but they had thickened proportionally, becoming what I was going to call brutes. Uncle, while he had apparently evolved, looked much the same. Foir, however, was more hunched over, narrower in snout, and had longer arms with nearly human-looking fingers. They were still tipped with long claws but were obviously much more dexterous than my own. I tried to not be jealous but to limited success. I stopped paying attention to my pack specifically and looked into the main, open space for a spawnlings where the duel would take place. It was a mostly flat arena, with the dirt tightly packed from our constant traffic. Surprisingly, the head of the massive male from yesterday was poking in, watching curiously. Upon seeing me, he grinned. Prove me right and I'll introduce you to Redale. Who's Redale? I asked. Ah, he's the main alpha of the whole swarm. I'm his beta Rulek. He leaned down and whispered conspiratorially, I'm pretty important. Okay then. I was going to respond but was interrupted by the snarls of Perkril. Enough, you die here, Rulek grinned and spoke up. You want me to start you off? I'll be an impartial judge as the weak have no right to live. Perkril nodded tersely. I for my part paced to the side and began to ready myself. Almost against my own will, I looked around the surrounding crowd. It looked like both Shamira and Tieren had sustained some losses in their hunts as the total number of spawnlings had decreased. Tieren lounged against a couple of the females of his pack, while another brought him the tenderest tidbits of their hunt from the day before. Shamira seemed a mixture of nervous and unsure. She's one of those that always has a plan, and this was totally unexpected for her, so she seemed almost paralyzed by indecision. My pack stood, tense yet confident near the mouth of our den. "Begin when I say begin, am I clear?" Rulek spoke. I nodded, watching Perkril pace with manic energy. I could see ropes of saliva hanging from his jaws, and he panted, having worked himself into a frothing mess. I began to pace as well, as the nervous energy began to build in me, and seeing that the duel was about to begin, the spawnlings all began to transform to a heaving mass of bodies. Pushing at each other, cries of victory, blood, and kill him began to consume the space, and Rulak leaned into it. 3. I saw Took begin shrieking, and the rest of the pack following her lead. 2. Perkril began speaking, obviously something derisive, but between the rushing of blood in my head and the cacophony of the surroundings, I heard nothing. 1. I turned one more time, facing directly towards Perkril. "Begins." We rushed together, and I wanted to prove my new strength. He tried to bulldoze me over, but I lowered myself and smashed the top of my head into his jaw. I saw stars after this and cursed my idiocy. Why would I need to prove my strength here? Fortunately for me, Perkril was also sent reeling after my strike. After the first hit, the crowd went absolutely insane and pressed in, changing our battleground from about 10 out to just 5 out. That was bad for me. I needed to capitalize on my speed. Perkril turned back to me, livid and blood running down his chin. He pressed back in, going for a wild bite, and I dodged back and sent my new, dangerous hand at his eye. He was just barely quick enough to evade me, blinding him, a scale flying off of his eyebrow from the close encounter. He screamed madly and came back for a bite, and I dodged back again, but it was a feint. I was blindsided by his sudden turn, and he whipped me in the face with his tail, knocking me back another step. Perkril went to capitalize on his strike, but I dodged low and sliced across the front of his leg as his strike went wide. He screamed in pain, and I grinned as his blood began flowing. It wasn't quite enough to trigger bloodlust, though, and I retreated before he could get his teeth in me. There was a brief moment of rest as we both caught our bearings before I initiated the attack this time. I went directly for his neck, and Perkril lowered his head to meet mine. At the last moment, however, I jumped up, attempting to latch onto his back. I went to crunch into his spine, but his back was too wide and his scales too hard to actually latch on, so my teeth just dug in 0.5 cm and dragged down to his haunches as I stumbled to try to keep balance. I took a deep breath as the young alpha's blood truly began to flow, and in the back of my head, heard Perkril scream in pain and rage. Bloodlust skill activated. The now familiar narrowing of my vision and the reddish hue overtook me, and I immediately shifted my perspective from trying to minimize my own injuries to maximizing his. Perkril whirled, trying to smash his head into mine again, and instead of retreating and mitigating the hit, I simply raised my left hand and pointed my fingers at his face. He smashed his own right eye into my pointed fingers, and I felt the explosion of blood and other fluids run up my arm. I also felt at least 3 of my fingers splinter as they came into crushing impact with his hardened skull. I screamed more in anger than in pain at Perkril, who had recoiled in shock and pain at the sudden, blinding pain. His face stiffening in a rictus of a grin, he leapt at me, mouth agape. I dodged back, and when he overextended, came back forward to begin the end. I latched onto the base of Perkril's skull and chomped down as hard as I could. While he squealed in pain, I continued biting down as hard as I could while gouging out his flesh with my still whole right hand. In return, he latched heavily onto my knee and began to twist, attempting to pull me off of him. I simply didn't care and shut out the pain. My mouth was having trouble getting through this tough bone, but I could feel the flesh joining his neck to his shoulder become nothing more than a bloody, wet paste. Still, I continued knifing my hand forwards, reaching bone, his spine. Perkril was no longer really resisting, but succumbing to his injuries as he released my leg. The mercy of death was still far off as I didn't adjust myself, but with my mouth held his now limp body aloft while slicing more and more into his unresisting body with my hand. My jaw began to tire, so I let him drop but didn't stop there. I could see feeble attempts at movement from Perkril, but he couldn't do anything at this point. Victory by fang and blood. I couldn't help myself, and in my blood-driven craze, screamed it to the roof before diving down and with 2 solid bites, liberated Perkril's head from his body. As I returned to sanity, I heard my pack echoing my cries. Victory by fang and bloods. Victory by fang and bloods. Victory by fang and bloods. Bloodlust skill deactivated. I took the screaming crowds, the blood painting the arena and the notifications from the system, as background noise as I actually felt the effects of the duel catch up to me. I was bleary-eyed and my head ached, but that was inconsequential and drowned out by the horrendous pain in my arm and knee. both hurt in different ways, but I figured that I could itemize and figure out exactly what I wanted to do about that later. My pack approached and I looked directly at what was previously Perkrill's pack. So do you want to join me in my pack? I will treat you fairly. Perkrill's beta, a male, looked to be about to say something when Shamira spoke up. Keep in mind, she said, stalking forward, that there are multiple packs to choose from. There is safety in numbers. Shamira grinned and shrugged flirtatiously over at me. Damned Snake waited until now to speak up. Tieran chimed in with his gentle tone. You ladies will be well treated in my pack, keep in mind. All I need is for you to submit to me. We also welcome all hunters. Damn them both, this was my opportunity to become an alpha. While there is safety in numbers, I began to retort, I am a proven warrior and have never sustained a loss in a hunt. I figured that I didn't want to give a speech or anything like that, but would focus on my Keelish-like qualities to garner support. After a moment's indecision, however, the two living females from Perkrill's pack left for Tieran's pack and the males to Shamira's. With one exception, the beta approached me. You're strong. I follow strong. He nodded self-assuredly at this and grinned. Oh, he's pretty thick in the head. I guess he was the beta simply because he was the biggest and post-evolution was bigger than Perkrill. He stood at nearly 60 cm, just a hair smaller than Shamira but was different from her, in that his jaw and neck were brutish and square, instead of her elegant lines and manner. He was notably bigger than the brute Took, who was narrower and shorter than him at just over 50 cm. I looked him over and asked, Took, here is my beta. You okay with that? He shrugged. I'm follow you. So you'll follow what she says. Another shrug if you tell me. Okay, then listen to what she says from now on. Let me know if you think she isn't worthy of being beta. I could see the wheels slowly turning in his head. He then hesitantly nodded, okay. Well, he's about as thick as a couple of bricks, but he's made it this far, so here's to hoping, I guess. I was still disappointed that I wasn't going to immediately qualify to evolve into an alpha. Okay then, let's get back to the den. I need to rest for now. The pack followed me and I limped my way back into the den, where I then laid down, gingerly protecting my lacerated knee. Fortunately, it seemed like it was mostly surface damage and not to the internal structure, but I still wasn't about to go out on the hunt myself. Took, you take Oncle Triel Foire and our new friend. I turned to him, what was your name? Brutus. Figures, yeah, take them and Brutus on a hunt. Listen, go north and go slow. Find one pair of bullfrogs, kill them and immediately return. I don't know if the wolfstags are waiting for us to come out, but let's not risk it. There will be casualties if you encounter an adult. Clear. Took nodded gravely. Do not eat in the forest. Immediately after the kill is secured, return, otherwise, rip and tear. Show no mercy. Took trilled to the roof, and the new hunting party rallied around her, and they quickly set off. Brutus was hopefully going to fill my spot satisfactorily while I was incapacitated. Damn it, he doesn't know the signals. This might be bad. The hunting party departed, leaving Vefir, Sylph, and I alone in our den. They both squatted there somewhat awkwardly until Sylph, in his surprising bass, spoke. Thanks for taking care of him for us. Vefir nodded enthusiastically. Well, he was a thorn in my side too, don't worry about it. Those hands of FF yours SORC cool, Vefir spoke up. The way you blinded him was awesome. Did it hurt your hand at all? Sylph continued. I help up my hand, fingers pointing in the wrong directions. Now I'm quite tired and would like some rest. See if there's something for you to do around the den. The twins scurried off. Finally, I could address the flashing system notification. Growth achieved, status updated. Evolutionary progress, young bloodletter alpha 710, status. Name Ashlani. Race young Keelish bloodletter. Current quest, kill 3 young thunder wolfstags. Reward 1 constitution, 2 strength, 1 magic. Stats, constitution 4. Strength 8. Agility 12. Intelligence 4 plus 1 equals 5. Magic 0 plus 1 equals 1. Skills, bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, unknown. Dominance, current evolutionary progress. Improved vision, current evolutionary progress, 018. Evolutionary foresight. Adult bloodletter, live 30 days, progress 630. Young bloodletter beta, prerequisites, young bloodletter. Requirements, invitation to be beta beneath young alpha Keelish. COMPLETD. Young bloodletter alpha, prerequisites, young bloodletter. Requirements, acquire 10 followers, progress. 710. When I saw that magic stat, I internally cheered, then began muttering the words of power under my breath, attempting to call fire. Nothing. I couldn't feel the surging of magic pass through me. I attempted a basic reinforcement magic. Nothing. I tried every chant I could think of, but nothing worked. System, the hell is this? The words of power vary by species. Reasons for this. The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. So what does this magic offer me? You currently have no innate spells and cannot currently cast any magic, as you are unfamiliar with the words of power for Keelish. I was livid, I ran out of names to call the system, and the sheer quantity of profanities I came up with were impressive in hindsight. I now apparently had the beginnings of the ability to cast magic, but had no idea how to cast it and didn't even have an idea of where to start. I'd worked myself into a furor, but I couldn't move. My hand was constantly throbbing in agony. I had broken a couple of fingers in my past life, and that was nothing compared to this. I looked at them and realized that I almost certainly needed to set them in the hopes that they heal straight, but my other hand lacked the dexterity to do so in a clean fashion. So, after a couple of vision-whiteningly painful attempts, I gave up and decided to leave it for when Foire returned. My knee, however, simply needed space, air, and time. Fortunately for me, this body, whether by dint of my youth or species, healed itself much faster than my old human one, so at least I would have a shorter recuperation time. After exhausting myself in my attempts at treating my own wounds, I ended up crawling back to the system, hoping that there was some loophole I could exploit, maybe even acquire some sort of healing magic. How can I gain a magical skill? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. Who knows the words of power for Keelish? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. Do I currently know any skills that can be enhanced with magic? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. Damn it all, my system interrogation finally complete, it was time to deal with Perkrill's body. Frankly speaking, I didn't much want to eat it, but there was the possibility that it would offer me some sort of growth, as I have no idea what the administrator expects of me. Further, it was a lot of good food, and the twins' collective mouth was watering as we dragged the corpse into our den. Thus, we ate our breakfast. I had avoided thinking of taste as I ripped through all this raw meat, but it just wasn't getting any more pleasant. On top of that, I got nothing from eating Perkrill other than a full belly. Thus, I was left to stew, sitting in my spot, incapable of really moving myself anywhere without help. It was another day before I could reliably begin to walk, and I spent that day half pacing, half limping around the den. I just helplessly looked at my status screen and thought about ways to channel my newfound magic. Unfortunately for me, however, I couldn't figure anything out until I thought of a vein of questioning I hadn't considered previously. Is there a way for me to use magic without invoking the words of power? The administrator is excited that you finally thought of this. Yes. Through evolution, a creature may develop organs specifically tailored for the development and use of magic. These organs are exclusive to non-humanoid races. Okay, then can I see the requirements to evolve and develop one of these magically adaptive organs? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to. The administrator is willing to give you that information as a part of the next quest that appears, once you complete your current quest. Great, so now I just need to get back into fighting and killing the wolf stags. And how am I able to tell if they are, in fact, young thunder wolf stags? They will look just like the largest of the cubs that you killed 2 days ago, except will exhibit remedial lightning manipulating capabilities. So, even more dangerous than the most dangerous thing we have faced thus far. Yes. Of course, I anxiously waited for my pack to return from their hunt whenever they left, as any subordinate lost would take me one step away from my goal of becoming an alpha, and every day that passed was weighing on me. I wanted to cram every evolution I could in before I hit adulthood. I didn't know why I had this specific urge, but I had a sneaking suspicion that growth would come much harder once I was no longer experiencing the continuous growth of youth. After each hunt, I would see my pack walk through the door, slightly more banged up than the last time. Once they returned without any prey at all, and Uncle explained to me at length, may I add that they had only found traces of wolf stags and even the tracks of an adult, thus they had wandered until they decided to call it a day, being safe rather than sorry. I was glad they had heeded my advice, and after 2 long days I was ready to reunite with them on the hunt. Shamira had poked her head in a couple of times, attempting to pull me to her side every time, but my continuously more terse responses seemed to have communicated that I didn't want her around. Finally, on the 3rd day from my duel, my 9th day of life as my status, unerringly continuously reminded me I was finally ready to get back into the field. I was going stir-crazy and couldn't understand how the twins were generally happy with their positions as den dwellers. As we went out the den to begin the hunt for the day, I heard a familiar voice. Hey, the newbie finally gets out of bed. It was Rulek. Can I help you? We're going on the hunt now. Normally, I would encourage you to go out and cut your fangs on some living flesh, but a couple of things. One, it's pretty crazy out there right now. I'd give it 2 days if I were you. If you need to go out, go at night. The wolfies don't see like us. He grinned. If they're stupid enough to come out at night, then they're prey, nothing more. Two, I said I'd introduce you to Redale. You want to meet him now. I had the sneaking suspicion that this wasn't a request and voiced as much. I need to come with you right now, don't I? Rulak grinned. See, I knew I liked you for a reason. You're smart, he'll probably like that. Also, it's just you. Leave the rest of the spawn here if you don't want them to get nibbled on. I gestured for Took to retreat back into the den, and she did so grudgingly. I then nodded for Rulak to lead the way and followed him deeper into the den, deeper than I'd ever been yet. The uninitiated may not understand why a complete group of Keelish is called a swarm, but there's no other word for it. A small group, a pack, may range up to 50 individuals, but that isn't anywhere near the end of a swarm. A true swarm, if left to fester, can number up to 1,000 adults. Now, not every one of these adults are battle-ready or even battle-capable, but they're all bodies and they'll keep pushing you more and more until you're buried. To make matters worse, they make multiple exits from the main den, so there's always the chance that you missed a back door, and when the going gets tough, the alphas will run off to create a new colony. That's why whenever a new den is found, any sane person takes the necessary steps to eradicate as many as they can. It's never over in just one hunt, though. It takes months of concentrated eradication attempts before you can smoke them out, and that's usually literally. Fortunately for humanity, the leadership of a swarm is generally unconcerned with the casualties of their lessers. So the exterminators can usually put down all but the main body of adult Keelish before the more powerful swarm alphas get involved. At that point, when the swarm is beginning to feel the heat, the extermination gets dangerous and starts to become basically a war, with trenches dug and constant watches posted. The top dogs of the swarm are generally powerful, and their subordinates become more powerful when the leaders are present. Must be the influence of some magical organ now that I've been notified by the system. The point is, there are tons of Keelish anywhere they get set up, and my new home was no exception. I guess because I was so used to being diurnal, I didn't think about the natural advantages that my new race had over my old, such as vision that is not inhibited by a lack of light. In retrospect, I really should have thought of that earlier, given that I'm constantly in the dark, but here we were. There were ever more frequent den entrances as we descended, and I could hear rasping, bassy, sweet, and angry voices as we continued onwards. I was amazed to see how deep this went. It had been well over 50 m and showed no signs of stopping. As I walked, lost in thought, a voice interrupted. That gone be another one of your killers, Rulek. Don't look like one me. A large female had poked her head out of a nearby den and began speaking to my guide. Hello, they're beautiful. This one here's a real killer. Just killed a baby alpha all by himself, all ritual combat-like. Told I'd introduce him to Redale if he won the duel, and well, he's still alive, so. Rulak chuckled at his own comment. Anyways, you good for a romp after I drop the kid off? It's been a while. The female smiled coyly. She reminded me of Shamira. It sent shivers down my spine, thinking about these two monsters copulating. Well, I've been bored since quiet order came out. Rulek guffawed, walked up, and bodily pressed the female to the wall and breathed heavily down her neck. I think he could feel my revulsion radiating since he backed off and called, "See you soon," before continuing to lead me ever deeper. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of, little guy. It's how you came to be. Who knows, you might even be mine. Didn't love that idea. Suddenly a thought occurred to Rulek. What's your name? Ashlani. Righty-ho, Ash. I felt my scales subconsciously stiffen as I felt the familiar nickname crawl down my neck. I needed to keep my cool, but I really was not okay with being called that by this horny idiot. He chuckled at my obvious distaste. If you're weak, you can't complain. His toothy maw came uncomfortably close to my face, but I managed to keep my cool. Get strong and make me stop, little Ash. I stiffened up again. Oh, well, lighten up. I like you, no reason to stress so much. Just lay one of those females and you'll loosen right up. No, a million times no. The thought of Took or Treel, I had to hold back my gags. Fortunately, before I was further tormented by the stupid comments of Rulek or my own imagination, he stopped. Listen, Redale's a good leader, but he's stiff, man. Shut up, cause if you pull this surly shit you pull with me with him, you're only leaving as shit. I nodded, surprised by the genuine severity and concern from this beta, and for the first time saw Rulek as something more than just a weird reptile. We then walked the final 15 m in complete silence, only the crunching of our claws in the loose rock sounding out. We stopped again, this time in front of a large cavern mouth, and Rulek spoke up. I Redale that promising killer's here. Name's Ashlani, want him to wait or come on in. Dare I say it, sonorous voice came from within the cave. Come on in. Rulek, go bed that wench already, I can smell her on you from here. Rulek grinned, winked at me, and jogged back up from whence we came. I, for my part, collected myself and stepped forward. By all measures, Rulek was more intimidating than the Keelish in the room. This one was much shorter than Rulek's 1.7 m, standing maybe 1.4 m tall. Their head was narrow, but wicked fangs hung out and were constantly wet. What did catch my attention, however, was his hands. These hands had protruding nails, almost appearing to be small daggers, and under my observing eye, they shot out to about 30 cm in length. This looks to be my future evolution, a bloodletter Keelish alpha. Redale smiled at me and spoke. Let's talk, Ashlani. I wasn't sure how to react to this beast in front of me. There really wasn't any other way to refer to him. I'd never thought that any of the spawnlings were chubby or even had baby fat on them, but Redale was all tendons, sharp edges, and muscle. Every one of his moments bespoke power and authority, as if he had been chiseled from a block of malice and power. He had smiled in as warm a fashion a 70 kg reptile could, but the glint in his eye and his poise insinuated violence and a barely contained desire to enact it upon anything nearby. So, you're the first one like me I've seen in years. Redale wasn't about to mince words here, he was direct, and I was lesser than him, so he didn't care. I guess so. He cocked his head dangerously and I quickly tacked on, sir. Well, if you grow to adulthood, you might become something like me. If you make it that far and think to challenge me. He suddenly was towering over me, having moved about 5 m before I'd realized it. I'll welcome the challenge and subjugate you. Hope you live until then. True dominance skill is being exerted on you. Due to your system advantages, you resist. However, it is advised that you leave the influence of the true dominance skill as soon as safely possible. Damn. So if I evolve that skill, I can get followers by scaring them. Now, as thanks for you locating the Thunderfang that offed my last beta, I can fulfill a minor request of yours. Anything you want. I began speaking carefully. Well, sir, I would like some help getting more followers so I can truly begin becoming an alpha. He grinned wolfishly. You want my advice on getting followers? Your help, sir. Well, then here's my help, take them. We follow the strong, and while you are strong in body, you're weak in spirit. Grow into your fangs and others will flock to follow you. He then flicked his head towards the door. My debt is paid, get out. I was slightly taken aback by the quick turnaround in his demeanor, but I figured that it was better to take Redale seriously, as he could just as easily kill me as look at me. So I left. I looked around for a moment, and seeing that Rulek was nowhere to be seen, I decided I should just make my way out according to my memory of the path we had followed here as best as I could remember. It was a relatively straight shot out of the depths of the den, but I was stopped no more than 5 times by a variety of these adult Keelish. 3 were females who, on seeing my hands, started talking about who they thought would have been so lucky as to mate with Redale, as I must have been his child. The other 2 were males who seemed to just generally be the kind of petty bottom feeders that found themselves so low on the totem pole that they would leap at any opportunity to make another feel lower than themselves. I mostly just kept walking, and once they realized that I knew where I was going, lost interest. I got back up to my pack and could finally begin to breathe easy. After a moment's thought, I again realized that there were Keelish that I was feeling close to. And since we weren't going to leave the den until nightfall, I was left to muse over that for more time than I would have liked. I needed to admit that, while Keelish were certainly a plague on all the surrounding living beings, they too are creatures and I've been helped by these pests. I was uncomfortable in my musings, so decided to talk to Brutus to try to get to know him a bit better, but I might honestly be better off talking to the den walls, given the predictability of his responses. Favorite thing to do? Kill and eat. What does he want to do as a member of the pack? Hunt. How was it being beta for Perkril? Dunno. After a painful 2 minutes of trying to have some sort of a conversation with our newest member, I couldn't handle it anymore and decided to talk to Took instead, another difficult conversationalist, but she's been improving since her instatement as the beta. She spoke at length for her, so that mostly meant that she used primarily complete sentences and even sprinkled in a couple of descriptors. So I was pleased about a couple of her worries for the pack and the hunt. Took did speak highly of Brutus's contributions to the hunt though. Apparently he was a good follower and as bloodthirsty as me, but without needing the smell of blood to get him going. Onkley, of course, wasn't to be outdone and expanded and expounded on everything that Took said. Having now seen some of the other relationships among Keelish, I was starting to notice that Onkley fawned over Took. Weird to think that they might someday have little Tookleys running underfoot. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, and I started to realize exactly how caged I was feeling, given that I was seriously thinking about how my subordinates might mate. Finally, night was falling, so I gathered the pack up minus the twins and we made our way out of the den. I somewhat hopefully tried to use my light-based vision but was disappointed. My night vision, without counting the thermal, was abysmal, and I immediately but grudgingly switched back to my thermal vision and we left towards the forest cover. My pack fell in behind me and I felt myself subconsciously stand taller and a grin crossed my face. I was surprised by how excited I was feeling as I finally got back into the groove of stalking, fighting, and killing. It was time to resume the hunt. We entered the forest, and it was a strange mix of alien and familiar to me. I had spent a large portion of my previous life in a forest not too different from this one, but then, just like now, I didn't go out at night much. That which hunts at night does so because it has some sort of advantage in the dark. Humans just don't. Ankley, like always, led the way but had to adjust himself slightly as the trails he would usually follow were cold. He turned back and forth briefly, then settled on one path and we followed. It was a long, cold hour that we spent following leads that led nowhere. Ankley was visibly and audibly downcast, but no matter what he did, we couldn't find any frogs, and while we had seen some wolfstag tracks, we were nowhere near ready to follow those. Frankly, none of us could have done anything to help, and we knew that. However, we needed to eat, and the hunger was getting to all of us. Treel started to snap a bit at Ankley, but she was quickly cowed by Took snapping right back at her, defending her long-time companion. The tension among all of us was obvious, and I could hear a couple of stomachs growl. The pickings recently had been slim, and we were all getting tired. At that point, we gathered together and waited for Ankley to find another trail to follow. We sat back on our haunches, beginning to tire, while Ankley ranged out looking for a trail. That's why we weren't close enough to react in time to the sudden attack. I should have thought about it a bit more, considering I had specifically thought about what a danger they would pose to us, but I simply hadn't in my caged frustration. At the last second, I realized there was a shape of a slightly different hue swooping towards the isolated Ankley, and I began to rush forward, yelling, "Ankley, dodge." I felt the pack fall in behind me as I rushed forward to assist. It was too late for him to do anything but begin to react. The terror bird's claws latched onto his body and began to try to carry him off as it put its beak to work, tearing at his neck. Ankley squealed in pain as he began to thrash, trying to escape. I was quick enough to pull at the tail feathers of the huge bird, which slowed it enough for Took, who was right behind me, to get her teeth into flesh. The terror bird shrieked its rebuttal and released Ankley with one talon to swipe at Took in the effort of dislodging her. The bird, however, did not understand how doggedly determined Took was to kill anything, much less something attempting to haul off a packmate, and she simply absorbed the strike and her blood began to fall. Again, we were lucky enough to slow the terror bird enough for Treel to get there, who, after a moment's indecision, latched onto Took's tail in an effort to further weigh down the powerful bird. She did slow it enough for Foire, who had agilely climbed a nearby tree, to jump directly onto the bird's back. The bird rolled over in the sky, dumping Foire back onto the ground but exposing its neck to the surprisingly agile Brutus, who jumped nearly 2 m into the air and latched onto the bird's head. The terror bird fell. On the ground, it was much weaker than in the sky and the pack showed no mercy. While the three brutes occupied its beak and talons, Foire and I mounted its back and went for the kill. I hardly noticed the flashing notification of Bloodlust skill activated over the shockingly bright colors of the terror bird's blood in my thermal vision. We too ripped and tore the bird's nape to shreds, and upon finding its spine, finished it off. We'd managed to kill a terror bird, a 2M apex predator with a cruel beak and massive talons. I began to give myself to the feeling of glory and bloodlust as I looked down to my saved comrade, Ankley. He was laying, unmoving, near the corpse of the terror bird. I could see his lifeblood pouring down to pool under him in the terror bird's initial attack. It had punctured deep into his abdomen with several of its massive talons, but that wasn't the worst of it. In the brief window of opportunity, it had struck with its curved beak and had taken a 5 cm chunk out of Ankley's neck, completely removing his nape. He didn't cough, struggle, or move, but I barely heard his quiet whisper. "Boss." I, still under the influence of bloodlust, due to the blood covering my face, attempted to shake off the insanity of battle. It stuck, and I, internally roaring, was able to force the skill to shut off. Finally, ignoring the flashing system notifications, I came close and noticed a concerned Took pressing in at the same time while the rest looked to me. Looking at the severity of the wound, he wasn't going to make it long, and there was nothing any of us could do. "Hey, boss, I should have been beta. And this is serious, you want this to be how you go out." "Nah, look." He tried to look me in the eye, but couldn't move, so I lowered myself so he could look me in the eye. "I want you and Took to eat me." I was taken aback, and I think he could see it. "Let me support you two from now on to victory by fang and blood." He went quiet. After a moment of disbelief, I quickly pulled up my status, and disregarding anything else, looked at the bottom entry. I slowly took in the change while Took began to keen, quietly at first, but building to a crescendo. Young Bloodleader Alpha. Prerequisites: Young Bloodleader. Requirements: acquire 10 followers. Progress 610. While I wanted to afford Took and the others the opportunity to grieve, the pragmatist in me immediately thought that we needed to get back to the den. Brutus had valiantly latched onto the terrorbird's face, and that had kept the rest of us from being mauled in turn, but he was in rough shape. On top of that, if we ran into another terrorbird or some other matured predator, we were sure to lose another. Therefore, I turned to Took after only about 30 seconds. Beta, I understand your feelings, but we need to get back to the den or more of us will die. Clear. Took only took about 10 seconds herself to gather herself and nod tersely, before she gingerly took Onkley's dead body in her mouth and began leading the way. I could see the wounds in her tail from Treel hauling her down to the ground, but she didn't seem to feel anything. The rest of us were left scrambling after her, frantically assigning roles to carry the massive terrorbird back to the den. Treel, Brutus, and I took charge of the main body while Four ranged out, shifting the wings whenever necessary so we could continue progressing. It was an uneventful trip back to the den, but a somber one. I think we all began to feel the void left by Onkley's previous incessant talking. Looking around, I realized that there wasn't even anyone there that could fill that spot, except for maybe me, but I wasn't about to try to fill that spot while still being the primary leader. I was lost in thought and watching Took's figure in the near distance when I found myself back at the den. Hauling the terrorbird's corpse into the den itself wasn't too bad, as the entrance was made with adult Keelish in mind, but the doorway into the spawnling den was much narrower, and it was only after I, in a frustrated rage, gouged a good 0.5 out of the entry that we managed to drag the bird inside. Looking around, I saw Shamira and Tieran looking enviously at our prey, but both backed down when they saw what must have been a crazed look in my eye. I, try as I might, was somewhat of a ball of rage at this point. I simply began to shred the corpse of the terrorbird. Once I realized that we were going to have a hell of a time trying to get it through our even narrower hallway into our den. I expected the triggering of the bloodlust skill as the cooling liquid splattered messily around the den, but I received no such notification and made the conscious decision to worry about that later. I had started off mangling the corpse, but after a moment's consideration, I calmed myself and began cleanly disconnecting the offending appendages. The wings were both pretty easy to disconnect at the shoulder, but the legs were firmly connected and took chopping through thick bone to begin to make headway. After a moment's sawing, I was able to remove the legs at the hip. Then, with Treel, Brutus, and my combined effort, we were able to haul the body of the bird into our den's main hall. There, exhausted, I sat down and idly noticed the twins bringing in the severed appendages. I finally couldn't stall any longer and looked to Took. She sat in the corner, looking at Onkley's body, then at me, then back at the body. I stood and approached her, making sure to make noise so as to not startle her once I got closer. She didn't look up, but shifted to the side as I approached. What do you want to do, Took? He should always be part of pack. You eat first, she nodded at me. This was different from the other times I had eaten Keelish. The first one didn't have a name, at least not to me. It was just a vanquished foe and food to fill my starving belly. It had never spoken a word and was just a Keelish to me. Perkril was a petty antagonist and good food to feed the pack. Onkley was a packmate, and if I was honest, about as close to me as many of my human friends had been. I'd never trusted anything so big to them in my previous life, but I'd trusted Onkley with a lot. And now he wanted me to eat him. Try as I might, I couldn't help but think of this as the body of a person, not a thing. I had never thought that I could consider a Keelish a person, but here I was, one, considering doing something that made me uncomfortable because of the dying request of a Keelish, and two, feeling uncomfortable eating a Keelish because it was a person. I recognized the circular logic of it, but the thought paralyzed me and terrified me. Was I going to consider members of the pack to be members of my family? Are they going to outgrow their positions as tools to me? Have they already? I realized I had sat there, statically looking at Onkley's corpse for too long when Took nudged me. Another thought for another day, I supposed. I slowly leaned down and tore into the exposed flesh on Onkley's shoulder. He was cold and the taste of him was. I shoved the thought down and forced myself to consider Veeler's face instead and began to dig into my meal with a bit more energy. I couldn't completely get over the reality of what I was consuming though. Took and I left nothing behind, crunching bone and slurping marrow. I couldn't bring myself to really think about what was filling my belly and thus decided to finally address the flashing wolfstag in the room. Growth achieved, status updated, evolutionary progress retracted. At least the murder of the terrorbird had led to some good. I finally looked over at the thing and was again surprised by how we had been able to subjugate it. At this point it was more bone than anything else, but it was still a sight to behold. Its body was nearly 2 m long, if counting its tail feathers, and its wingspan over 4 m while its wings were still attached. Regardless, I looked to my status. Status, name Ashlani. Race, young Keelish bloodletter. Current quest, kill 3 young thunder wolf stags. Reward 1 constitution, 2 strength, 1 magic. Stats, constitution. 4 plus 1 equals 5. Strength 8 plus 1 equals 9. Agility 12 plus 1 equals 13. Intelligence 5 plus 1 equals 6. Magic 1. Skills Bloodlust current evolutionary progress complete. Evolution into improved Bloodlust complete. Dominance current evolutionary progress 7/100. Improved Vision current evolutionary progress 0/18. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Bloodlitter. Live 30 days progress 930. Young Bloodlitter Beta. Prerequisites Young Bloodlitter. Requirements Invitation to be Beta beneath Young Alpha Keelish. Acceptance required Young Bloodlitter Alpha. Prerequisites Young Bloodlitter. Requirements acquire 10 followers, progress 610. Wow, that's a lot of growth. I wasn't sure what to think of that, but I was amazed seeing the evolution of Bloodlust into improved Bloodlust. Where did that come from? Chapter 22. How had my Bloodlust skill evolved? You have fulfilled the decided parameters for evolution. Well, yeah, of course, but what were they? The evolutionary prerequisites for the Bloodlust skill were 1. To give in entirely to the influence of the skill at least once, and 2. To entirely reject the influence of the skill at least once. Today, you fulfilled the second objective, and you had already fulfilled the first objective multiple times. All right then. So what's changed? Previous skill. Bloodlust when incited by certain triggers, the skill user will find themselves enveloped by rage, thus heightening their battle prowess at the cost of rationality. This skill can evolve. Conditions. Hidden. Evolved skill. Improved Bloodlust when the skill user deems it necessary, they will find themselves enveloped by rage, thus heightening their battle prowess at the cost of rationality. This drain on sanity is lesser than that of the original Bloodlust skill. This skill can evolve. Conditions hidden. Okay, so now I can just turn it on. Bloodlust activate skill. Improved Bloodlust activated. Just as before, there was a narrowing of my vision, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I was immediately overwhelmed by a desire to begin inciting violence against something anything, but reined it in and forcefully deactivated the skill. There was a flashing notification in the corner of my vision, and I felt myself drop out of the insanity. That was strange. I was pleased with my newly upgraded skill, but I finally allowed myself to come to terms with what had happened that night. Onkli was gone, one of my main supports, and if I were honest, the member of the pack that was closest to being called a friend. I thought long and hard about how I wanted to change my approach from now on, and realized that, regardless of my past situation or mentality, the pack was now my family. I couldn't keep on trying to delude myself into thinking that I simply thought of these Keelish as tools. They'd become people to me, and I valued their lives outside of their ability to contribute to my revenge. I'd stood musing for a while when I realized that the pack, whether consciously or otherwise, was looking to me for answers or something. I stood, feeling slightly awkward as the realization had washed over me, but I got over it quickly and began to address the pack. We lost a companion today, I looked at Took and continued, and a close friend. She looked me solidly in the eye. I can't help but think that this was, in large part, due to my own weakness. I should have kept an eye out for incoming predators, but I allowed myself to get caught in the negative feelings of desperation and anger. It won't happen again. I looked at the 6 fanged faces in front of me and continued. Onkli's sacrifice will not be forgotten, and his presence is ever with us. Tomorrow is a new day, and we will claim the night by fang and shed the blood of our foes. We are the rulers, and we will stay that way. Took nodded and began a low, now familiar chant. Victory by fang and blood, victory by fang and blood, victory by fang and blood. Victory by fang and bloods. Bit by bit the pack joined in, and finally, for the first time, I joined in myself. I half let myself slip into bloodlust, and before long we were a mashing mess of vigor, rage, and fanged jaws. In a moment of clarity, however, I noticed a couple of faces poking into the den, curious. The pack looked at me differently now, whereas before they saw me almost as a general of sorts, trustworthy yet untouchable. Now they saw me as a member of the pack. The leader in mind, heart, and body. I could feel the difference in treatment and comfort around me, and I welcomed the closeness that I had been purposefully distancing myself from until then. There was a long time of reveling amongst us. We moshed, ate until we were sick, took on all challengers in a spar, and was continuously victorious, even against Brutus. After she had worked herself up, however, she retreated into a corner and dismissed anyone who approached. I, understanding her plight, simply gave her a nod and then space, which she seemed to appreciate. I took the opportunity to approach Vefir and Sylph. How comfortable are you two with beginning to accompany us on the hunt full-time? Vefir took a step back and was obviously uncomfortable with the idea, but Sylph stepped forward. I think that if we stay here we may be safe, but we will always end up useless. My brother is afraid of danger, but I am more afraid of uselessness and being left behind again. Vefir looked unhappily at his brother, then grudgingly spoke up. I if he goes SS then I will TT too. Good, frankly speaking, if you two are completely unwilling to help in the hunt, I fail to see what you offer to the pack. You are not brooding females, you are not expanding the nest, and you are not offering value. I want you to be useful, so come provide use. I gently tapped both on the neck with my tail and retreated back to my personal corner to begin to rest. I looked out across my little pack and noticed Foire and Triel laying down near the center of the room, while Brutus, Vefir, and Sylph dogpiled in a corner all together. They were an unlikely pairing, but they seemed to have a good thing going, and I liked the idea of the lumbering, simple Brutus looking out for the twins, while they might help him grow. I decided to move a bit closer to Took that night, and she seemed to welcome the company as she nestled a little closer to me. This was weird, but it was beginning to be good. I woke up the next morning and realized that I was actually the first to awake in a while. Brutus and the twins were still piled together in the corner, and Foire and Triel were somewhat intimately curled together. That wasn't entirely a surprise to me, but it was a little. I still was far from sure about how I felt about Keelish affection, but I was a little happy to see my companions taking some sort of comfort in each other after the rough night we had had. Took laid close to me. It was companionable in a strange way, but I realized that I couldn't help but consider her a trustworthy friend. She is growing well into her role as a beta and has been here for me since the beginning. I don't see myself ever reproducing as a Keelish, the mere thought of it gives me the creeps. However, I could see myself having some friends. I only wish I had gotten to that point with Onkli, but maybe in retrospect it's better that I didn't. Regardless of any of my ruminations, the pack slowly began rising for the day. We tore into the large carcass in front of us, and after we seven had eaten our fills, there was still about 1/3 of the massive bird left in front of us. We exited our den, and I noticed several of Tieran's females lurking around the opening to their den. I tried to speak to them, and one, almost looking like a smaller chimera, spoke up. You are not our alpha. When he returns, I will send him to you. She then whirled around and tail slapped the other two, and they followed along obediently. Okay then, the more personality types that I meet of Keelish, the more conflicted I get about how easily I treated them as mindless vermin in my past life. If I really got to thinking about it, I must have killed 1,000s of them. How many of them were named? How many? No, I needed to stop thinking about that. They were my enemies, and it had been in preemptive defense of my life and people. I put my mind back on track for what was at hand. Now it was time to begin the hunt once again. While I had wanted to continue hunting at night, Rulex recommended 2 days were long past at this point, and I didn't want to run into any more predators that could instantly decommission one of the pack, so I decided to return to the tried and true daytime hunts. We made our way to the forest's cover, and it took a second for us to come to a collective realization that our main tracker was gone. I turned to the twins. Do you remember the training that Onkli gave you when you came out? They nodded, and Sylph immediately began to search for a promising track, prompting his reticent brother to do the same, while the rest of us gathered around, keeping a focused eye out, making sure to keep our two smallest companions safe. Speaking of focused eyes, I was glad to be able to use my normal vision. If I was honest with myself, the thermal vision is almost certainly superior to the normal type, but I just couldn't get over my decades of experience with the other type. I wondered when I'd ever be able to upgrade my improved vision skill, but catching myself getting distracted, I focused on the surroundings, making sure that there were no pressing dangers around. It took more time than usual for a promising trail to be found, but it was eventually found, and we headed off following the proactive Sylph, with Vefir slinking behind his much more confident sibling. It took 3 trails, but we finally found a mating pair of toothy bullfrogs. I was pretty happy about that, since the meat was one I had a little bit of a fondness for, at least in comparison to the rest of the raw meats I had consumed thus far. Yeah, none of them were my favorite, but the taste was the least offensive, and was nearly pleasant to my Keelish tongue. With our numbers and growth, I was sure that we could tie both of the pair down between our 4 frontliners, so I signed for Took and Triel to pair up on one and Brutus and I on the other. Brutus just didn't understand, so I sighed and simply counted down from 3, and we all rushed in. Remembering my newly upgraded skill, I immediately activated Bloodlust with a thought, and I zeroed in on my prey. He was mounting the female and completely oblivious to my presence until it was too late. Croaking in a panic, it began to flee, but I caught one of its back legs at the hip. I hadn't quite realized this, but in the days since I had last hunted a frog, I had grown. My jaws could, just barely, clamp entirely around the leg where it joined with the body. I bit down as strongly as I could and felt bone crunch and blood flow over my tongue. I noticed that Brutus was ravaging the other hind leg at this point, and I had hobbled this leg, so I immediately spun to its side and shoved it onto its back. I felt my adrenaline truly pulse throughout my body as I dug into the creature's exposed belly. It was different this time, however, because I had my new hands to assist me. As my mouth dug in, my hands would carve a wider entry for me so I could bury my face deeper without suffocating on the flowing blood and pooling viscera. I dug deeper and deeper until I could see the heaving lungs of my prey and ripped in, tunneling to the heart, which I promptly ripped from its cavity. The frog stopped struggling, and I, in a moment of clarity, deactivated bloodlust with a thought. The shift was different from how it was in battle before. It was a slow drop-off in adrenaline before, but now it was almost like coming back from an out-of-body experience. It was jarring and a little uncomfortable, but this was preferable to the other option, which was unconditionally losing a part of myself any time there was an excess of blood in the area. I quickly took stock of the general situation and was happy to see that the others had been just as successful in their own hunt. I was also happy to see that Sylph had engaged with the frog in the last moments and was currently working with the rest as they used their jaws to dismember the frog, eating their fill as they went. Vefir, however, was hesitantly standing at the back. I thought that he hadn't been able to quite get over what had happened to him the last time he went on a hunt and was paralyzed at the thought of being killed. "Vefir, come here." He started, then walked forward, his head hanging low and his tail dragging on the ground. I'm sorry, YYIJJ just. Quiet, I see that you're uncomfortable on the front lines. In basically any capacity, is that correct? No, and not ads. I want true honesty here. I'm looking for a position for you to fill and I want you to be effective there. Are you able to stand on the front lines? Well, they don't think so. Then it is your job to find a way to support us from a distance. However it is, I don't care. He nodded pensively and walked away with his head slightly raised. Hopefully he'd find something. Suddenly, we heard the crack of thunder in the distance. We all startled and grabbed whatever we could carry, which was all of what was left of the two frogs as we ran back to the den. Before we got all the way there, however, Foir stopped us and gestured forwards. I then noticed a small pack of wolfstag cubs and motioned for the rest of the pack to retreat. They all were about the size of the cub that I had previously killed, and a small part of me was curious, wondering if they would fulfill the requirements for my listed quest. However, knowing what the larger clap of thunder likely came from, I was dissuaded. Our direct route of retreat blocked, I turned to the rest and hissed, "Can any of you think of a surefire way to get back to the den? Or should we just try to loop around?" My question was answered by a bunch of blank stares and a couple head shakes. Great. I decided it was best for us to loop around instead of trying to blaze through, and judging by where the crack of thunder had come from, we decided to loop to the south instead of the north. It was tense and the group as a whole was showing signs of stress, Vefir in particular. We had decided to loop further away rather than closer, in the hopes that we could steer clear completely, and it seemed to be doing the trick. We walked about 1 km, and we were relatively sure that we would now be able to approach the den directly. However, as we walked forward, the smell of blood and viscera began to fill the air, as well as the faintest hint of ozone. I froze in place and motioned for the rest to do the same, and after what seemed to be an eternity, we heard no movement around us, and nothing showed up on any thermal waves. Thus, we slowed our approach and looked into the clearing in front of us. My initial worry was that there would be some enemy in front of us, but my hope was that, if an enemy had hunted here, they would then take their prey with them and leave ground zero. Thus, I searched everywhere around for any heat signature. There was nothing. Thus, I shifted back to my normal vision. There were splashes of blood everywhere. Some of the lower ferns and such were so stained with crimson that it seemed to be their default coloration. There were flecks of flesh in different locations, and with a sharper nose, one could tell that it was Keelish blood and flesh that had been spilt here. Here and there I could see broken fangs and claws, slewed scales and torn tails littered the area. A large amount of my fellow spawnlings had been brutalized here. Then I noticed the message left for us. Lining the edge of the clearing, facing where the den was, were 8 severed heads. The eyes were gouged out and each fang pulverized, and many more marks of battle and death decorated each decapitated dome. It turned my stomach, but I went to inspect and recognized one head, the largest. A tiger-striped brown and tan, this head was larger than Brutus's by a fair margin. Tieran and his entire hunting pack had been massacred. No mercy had been given, and judging by my limited interactions with him, none was asked either. Going off of the damage done here, and the size and number of the tracks left behind, they had come in contact with at least 2 adult wolf stags. Looking around, I could see several scorch marks where discharges of electricity had been grounded. We looked on for only the briefest of moments, before I tasked Foire with carrying Tieran's head and continuing onwards. We made great time back to the den and stopped for nothing. Even a mating pair of frogs was spared no second glance as we rushed to the security of our home. They croaked in a panic and began to flee, but we simply sprinted past as they hurriedly hopped back into the cover of the nearby bushes. The entire pack let out a collective sigh of relief as we set foot back into the den, and we quickly retreated to the spawnlings' territory with our prey and cargo. When we stepped into the common area, however, we suddenly heard several loud gasps. Looking around, it was easy to tell that the amazement stemmed from others realizing that we had brought back Tieran's head. I didn't much mind being categorized as a kin slayer as I already was, but I didn't want to be labeled as such when I had done no such thing. The principle of the matter, I supposed. I immediately approached the opening of Tieran's den. The haughty female from this morning stood there, frozen in disbelief as she took in the severed head of her alpha. We came upon the severed heads of the entire pack as we returned from our hunt. We brought only his as proof. The female stood in shock and disbelief. I continued as I saw the rest of the females poke their heads out. Now come join my pack. You have no future alone, and I guarantee that you will be my subordinate in the next 24 hours either way. You will acquire greater benefits from choosing to follow me now, as opposed to doing so by force tomorrow. The leading female and her entourage scoffed in my face, but I could see contemplation on the faces of the other 4. I needed the final nail in the coffin. You have seen success following a male, but I offer you the leadership of a male, tempered by the wisdom of a female. Both of us have kept our own safer than any other. Join me. The leading female snorted down her snout at me. You are weak and undeserving of my help. Come, let us go join the more promising true alpha. Her voice was shrill and she didn't look back, and her 2 handmaidens, I suppose I'll call them, immediately followed, but the others stayed. One of the 4 approached me and began to speak. Will we be able to offer support in a way other than to brood? Yes, my beta is female here. You don't need to brood if you don't want to. I certainly won't force you. I don't intend to sire any children. The female cocked her head at that, obviously confused, but after a moment's brief deliberation with her companions, she stepped forwards. We will follow you so long as you deserve it. I was sure that there was some more conversation that happened here, but it was all forgotten as I excitedly looked at the flashing system. Notification in that corner of my vision. Growth achieved, status updated, evolutionary progress, young bloodletter Keelish Alpha 1010, evolution unlocked. Oh yeah, I couldn't help but wait excitedly for the night to come. Frequently, I found myself opening my status, just to reread the words young bloodletter Keelish Alpha 1010, evolution unlocked. Finally, I had acquired enough followers to qualify for this evolution I had wanted from the beginning. In retrospect, this evolution was definitely better than the one that the other alphas had gotten, but I was still stoked to be where I was now. However, it was still early evening. It was in my best interests to at least get to know the new members of the pack. All 4 were females, and judging from their body shapes and so on, they were deemed less attractive than the other 3 that had chosen to follow Shamira. I paused and realized that I was coming to understand the aesthetic sense of a reptile. Shaking my head, I began to talk with my new packmates. So, why did you choose to follow me over Shamira? And call it intuition, but I believe what you said before. I think that it is only a matter of time before you become the alpha of this entire group. Shamira is a schemer, but she will need to bow before your power. Thus, I think it better to follow you now while you still need support from us. Once you have achieved your aims, I'm sure you will have established who your trusted followers are, and I wish to be one of your trusted. Okay, she's smart. I had come to the realization recently that the more the pack grew, the more distant I became from all but the upper echelons. I looked her in the eye. What is your name? Tieran did not see me deserving of a name before I bore him a clutch, and I disagreed with his general outlook, thus any chances of mating dwindled. For the briefest moment, I thought of filling the one gap left by Onkli's death, but decided against it. Then your name is now Sybil. I hope you live up to the name. I had thought of the name as it was somewhat similar to the word for wise in the Vushtan, my old tribe tongue. Sybil cocked her head, then nodded as a slow grin spread across her face. I'll do so whether my worth is found in following you or not. She was going to be hard to please, but I didn't much mind her upfront attitude. I quickly named the other 3 females, Octavie, Ilni, and Netter. Octavie was constantly hanging around Sybil, but always quiet. Ilni, on the other hand, seemed to be enamored with Took and her powerful figure and followed her around like a toddler, excitedly asking her questions about every inane thing. Took, for her part, didn't seem to mind much but stayed her generally unresponsive self, which seemed to infatuate Ilni even more. Netter followed the twins around and was quickly adopted into their little group of now four: the twins, her and Brutus. Sybil looked around the den, then turned back to me. So, we need more space. I imagine that once you get Shamira to join with you, you won't want to acquiesce to her and move over to her space. Is that correct? It seems like the kind of power play that she would make. After she had spoken, I realized that she was absolutely correct. I nodded. What would you suggest that we do? Sybil seemed surprised at me valuing her opinion and cautiously began to speak. I suggest we spend the rest of the day expanding here. If we have a couple of the pack dedicated to expanding from Tieran's den, then we could connect the two, thus lessening the necessary effort. Smart. From here, where do we need to dig towards? She looked briefly and gestured towards a corner near the door in. Great. Then take Took, Brutus, Ilni, and Vefir and start digging from the other den. We'll take it from here. I gestured to Took and briefly explained the plan. She was quick on the uptake and gathered the others before pulling the baffled Sybil along towards the other den. It was probably a couple of hours worth of work to finish the tunneling, but we were able to cleanly connect the two dens and create one large one that would easily sleep the 30 or so spawnlings that remained. Finally, it was time to go to sleep for the night. I had never been quite so excited for a night's rest as I was that night. It was different this time since I hadn't known exactly what was going to happen the first time, but this time I basically knew what I was waiting for, so there was more excitement than nervousness. Would you like to commence evolution? Warning: evolution requires a basic restructuring of your body. You will fall unconscious as the reconstruction takes place. Evolution to young Keelish bloodletter alpha will take 6 hours. Evolution will provide a marked bonus to your stats, as well as certain obvious physiological changes. Oh yes, evolution commencing. I felt the fog descend over my mind, and I immediately succumbed to the darkness. This timeless feeling was strange again, but this time I knew what was coming and immediately began calling out for the administrator. Quite the impatient one you are, little Keelish. I could hear the chuckle in the administrator's voice. Well, I don't much enjoy this situation, and since I only have the one question, I might as well get it out of the way sooner rather than later, so I can just get back to the whole unconsciousness thing instead of this. Does this realm bother you so much? I don't think it should differ too much from sleep for you. For a moment, I thought about trying to stall and get information from the administrator without expending my question, but quickly realized that I couldn't very well conduct a real conversation without any questions and quickly gave up the idea. Not a bad idea, but your thought process has led you where it should. I am not the most vindictive sort, but I follow the rules, and when users try to circumvent the rules, I show no pity. Well, I guess that's good anyways. I had thought about what my question should be, and while I had thought about asking the question I had asked but hadn't had answered, what is interesting about me being a system user, I decided I didn't get much out of that question. I'd better get real information from this question instead of just a peace of mind. So, other than to follow the quests given to me by the system, how can I ensure that I am taking the correct steps towards growth? Ah, a clever question, I see. Again, the administrator chuckled. They seemed the easily entertained sort. The question, I think, takes a bit of history to fully explain, so here goes. The Keelish race, contrary to its current state, was once much more prominent and powerful in the world. Their presence and power has been greatly reduced due to the combined efforts of others, thus they are seen as not much more than vermin at this juncture in time. But once there was an empire and all knelt before the coming of the Keelish emperor. It has been eons since, and the memory of this time has been washed from history. Therefore, here comes your question's answer. A Keelish's place is constantly progressing, constantly dominating, and constantly ruling. Focus on how you can progress in your own path of conquest and domination, and the more you conquer, the more you will find yourself growing. You seem to already possess a rudimentary understanding of this yourself, as you have focused on packing the greatest number of evolutions into your progress as possible. I sat back, somewhat taken aback by all that had been dumped on me here, and was still trying to figure out what I was supposed to understand from all this when the administrator spoke again. A wise question there, little Keelish. You have much to consider now, sleep well, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon. I tried to come up with something to respond with, but darkness quickly overtook me and then, nothing. With a gasp, I sat up. Looking around, I again saw that the rest of my pack lay sleeping around me, and just like after my previous evolution, I saw that several of my pack were radiating heat. Took, Sylph, and Sybil were all evidently evolving. I wasn't too surprised about Took, given that I had long since acknowledged her as my beta, but I wondered what changes would take place in my newly evolved comrades. On the other hand, I was surprised that only Sylph was evolving, not Vephyr as well. Regardless of others, I was excited to check out my new status. Status: Name Ashlani. Race Young Keelish Bloodletter Alpha. Current quest: Kill 3 young Thunder Wolf Stags. Reward 1 Constitution, 2 Strength, 1 Magic. Stats: Constitution 5 plus 3 equals 8. Strength 9 plus 2 equals 11. Agility 13 plus 2 equals 15. Intelligence 6 plus 3 equals 9. Magic 1 plus 1 equals 2. Skills: Innate Leadership cannot evolve. Pack Tactics Current Evolutionary Progress 0-10. Improved Bloodlust Current Evolutionary Progress unknown. Dominance Current Evolutionary Progress 11-100. Improved Vision Current Evolutionary Progress 0-18. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Bloodletter Alpha live 30 days. Progress 1230. Young Magic Blood Alpha. Prerequisites: Young Bloodletter Alpha. Requirements: Magic Generating Organ. Title of race will change with element of Magic Generating Organ. Young Bloodletter Swarm Alpha. Prerequisites: Young Bloodletter Alpha. Requirements: acquire 50 followers. Progress 1050. That's a lot of growth. 2 new skills and a total of 11 points of growth, as well as 3 new evolutionary options. I decided to simply go down the list for explanations. Skill: Innate Leadership, a passive skill granted to all Keelish alphas. All other Keelish will feel a greater fondness and inclination to follow towards the skill holder. It will be easier to garner followers through the constant use of this skill. Skill cannot evolve. Skill Pack Tactics blesses the skill holder with an innate understanding of command, allowing for clearer communication on the battlefield, as well as a rudimentary understanding of tactical advantage. Evolutionary Requirements: Conduct 10 large-scale battles, completely routing the enemy. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Bloodletter Alpha, a capable Keelish warrior and leader. They show no mercy and are a particularly fearsome variant of the typical Keelish Alpha. Young Magic Blood Alpha, a particularly rare variant of the already rare Bloodletter Keelish race. They are capable of leveraging both their physical might as well as their magic, created by their personal magic-generating organs, to tear through their foes. Young Bloodletter Swarm Alpha, a capable Keelish warrior, particularly gifted in gathering subordinates as well as larger-scale battles. Their underlings are beginning to understand the meaning of swarm, and they pose a great danger to all surrounding life. Oh, this is going to be good. I attempted to see what had changed in my body, but other than an increase in size, I didn't think there was much of a change. Maybe my fingers had become very slightly more dexterous, but if that was the case, it wasn't by much. But the increase in size and stats shouldn't be underestimated. I was even bigger than Tieran when he had first evolved, standing at about 75 cm. Looking around, I was happy that my pack was growing and laid back down to sleep. I woke up to the general noise of the waking pack and noticed that Ilni was constantly pulling at the catatonic Took. Don't worry, she'll get up soon. Her body just needs to adjust. It was weird to tower over these companions I had previously been the same size as. I was at least 20 cm taller than Ilni, and she startled backwards at my presence. In retrospect, I had moved nearly silently, in a manner belied by my newfound bulk. It probably was due to my now 15 in agility, allowing for me to subconsciously move in a strangely graceful yet powerful gait. Ilni nervously bowed before me, seeming to subconsciously devolve to the subservient attitude she had kept up near Tieran. I quickly lifted her head with my own. "We don't do that here, you're a member of the pack just like the rest." She nervously nodded and backed off. As she did so, Sybil approached me, filling the space. It appeared that her evolution had a lesser effect on her body than Took's, who was the only one still down. As yesterday, she was followed by Octavie, who I dismissed. She unhappily went to sit near Netter and the others while Sybil began to speak. "So, fearless leader, what did you eat yesterday?" "Nothing particularly special, but today I have a lot to devour." I grinned when I saw the knowing smile on her face and asked, "You hear anything from our soon-to-be packmates?" Sybil shook her head gently, saying, "They seem to be going about life as usual." "I don't much like it, since that Chimera is a conniver, but with your growth and the evident growth of our beta, I think that any of her plans are bound to collapse." I nodded in agreement. All we need to do now is wait for Took to get up. As I settled in to wait, I decided to really look at Sybil and Sylph's evolutions. Sybil's changes were less notable than the evolutions I had seen previously, with the exception of Onkli's, but she did seem to be slightly more athletic, I guess the term would be. Not the thin that Shamira and Bella, as I learned the haughty female's name was, were, but not the wiry power in Foir's body either. I suppose the term would be svelte. Sybil was obviously more powerful than before, but I couldn't imagine that her growth was primarily physical. Sylph, on the other hand, had experienced a marked change in his body. Looking at him closely, he seemed to mirror Onkley's body structure after his evolution, but a bit stouter than his predecessor. Looking at how he compared to his unevolved twin, it was hard to believe that they even were twins. He was now at least 10 cm taller than his twin, and his jaw wider, evidently built to latch onto his prey. I was happy to see that he would now be more useful in the hunt, and I was sure that Sylph was as well. Sybil. Yes, her reply was quick, and she stepped up to my left side. It was strange how well she had stepped into this role of informant and intelligence officer of sorts. How did you change overnight? She startled, then, after briefly cocking her head, decided to answer. I am slightly larger, as you may have noticed. No, something more than that. Trust me here and I'll offer you an official position of power. I was decisive in my offer, as I lacked a strong, vocal supporter, and I knew I would need her to run interference on Shamira once they were all implemented into the pack. I had briefly considered simply killing Shamira before I forced the rest to follow me, but I decided against it as I didn't want to lose any of my potential powerhouses simply because I was a bit nervous. Sybil took a deep breath. I now have something inside of me. I can instill obedience in the unwilling, but it takes something out of me. Now it was my turn to take a deep breath. Are you saying that you can control other Keelish? Yes and no. Not quite control, but definitely adjust their perceptions. See certain things in a positive or negative light. Damn, that was going to be useful. I needed to keep her on my side. How often can you do it, to how many? How long does it take to recover? Sybil looked at me through the corner of her eye. It's been mere moments since I felt I could do this. I've hardly had the time to conduct tests. Her face oozed sarcasm, and were I a human, I'm sure I would have blushed at my stupid question. Fortunately for me, we were interrupted by Took yawning loudly and shaking herself as she stood. Strikingly, she had what almost appeared to be a mane of longer scales around her neck that shuffled and skittered across each other with her rough movement. She then rolled her shoulders, and the scales chinked back into place on her now swarthy neck. Took's hands had also begun to evolve, but differently from both mine and Foir's, her arms were firmly muscled and ended in a more simple claw than my own two hooks, obviously meant for ripping into something and staying there. Took immediately looked for me, grinned in pleasure, and approached. I noted with a bit of surprise that she was still notably larger than me, standing at probably 90 cm. This is good. Took nodded in obvious delight and jokingly squared up with me. I bared my teeth back and she stepped to my side, purposefully pushing Sybil behind us. Sybil, for her part, took it in stride and stepped back quietly. Took, she's qualified, I trust her. She looked at me severely. No bloodshed, no trust given. I looked at Sybil, wondering how she would respond. After a moment's thought, she brought forward her own tail and bit deeply into it. She then flicked her tail forward, splashing the blood forward, with flecks hitting the unflinching Took in the body. Took stepped towards the unmoving Sybil, and I noticed Octavie taking note of the situation and beginning to rush forward in a panic. Took grinned wolfishly. You're no coward, blood is shed, trust is given. She quickly lapped the blood off of her chest and turned back to me. Good choice. Thank you for your approval, Beta. Pack, I raised my voice at this and felt stillness wash over the group. Gather up here. Everyone not close rushed forward and began to listen attentively. Two things. One, everyone knows that Took is Beta. There were nods. Now we have a Gamma. This is Sybil. In the hunt, Took's commands are my commands. In the den, Sybil's words are my words. Clear. Ilni, Octavie, and Netter seemed happy that one of their own was now in a leadership position as they cheered. 2. We are now going to annex Shamira and her pack. Any questions? After a moment of shock, the entire pack began to mosh forward, excitedly clamoring victory, domination, and true alpha. I should have known that they would be so excited for this. Riding on the high from my speech, our smaller pack began to move towards Shamira's pack's den. While I would have preferred a more stately approach, it was obvious that, if I wanted to arrive at the front of the procession, I would need to jog in a less than stately way. After a brief moment's thought, I figured it would be best for me to be in the front of the pack at the cost of showmanship. We arrived, and I saw several of Shamira's guards staring, aghast at our approach. Evidently, they had heard my little speech, and weren't sure about what they were supposed to do. Their initial reaction to our approach was to return aggression with violence, but when they saw my new, intimidating frame and my even more intimidating Beta, they seemed to have been paralyzed in indecision. I now had a window of opportunity and I seized it. Shamira, come on out, we need to talk. After a short moment's wait, I saw Took, Triel, and Brutus beginning to shift forwards. evidently wanting to force their way in. I gestured for them to slow a moment and waited just a moment longer. Then, from behind me at the exit to the rest of the den came the familiar soft voice. Oh, I had hoped that it wouldn't come to this. Why couldn't you just decide to follow me? I turned and was surprised to see two figures. One was, unsurprisingly, Shamira. She stood self-assured next to Greel. Now that I had grown quite a bit, I realized that he was quite small for an adult Keelish, just a tiny bit taller than Took, but definitely weighed less. As Took and I both stood up to our full heights, I could see Greel begin to doubt himself and Shamira begin to panic. I grinned and stepped forward. I had hoped it would come to this. Couldn't you just decide to follow me? Shamira whirled to Greel. You need to hold to your end of the bargain. You wouldn't want to be known as an oath-breaker to a spawnling, would you? I could see that with her words Greel's pride was stoked, and with a flash of something across his eyes he stepped forwards. Now listen, ya shits. This air's your alpha and ya gotta follow if ya don't I'll make ya stand. I glanced at Took, who was seething in annoyance and pent-up energy. Go ahead, but don't kill him. She needed to hear nothing more, and like an arrow from the bow, shot forward. Greel seemed amazed that a spawnling only 12 days old would have the audacity to initiate a brawl with him, and took a second to respond to Took's provocation. But at that point, it was too late. Even though she was far from adulthood, she had evidently experienced at least as many evolutions as he had. Quickly, as she rushed forwards, her new mane pricked up, making her seem larger. She shoved into Greel's chest, and he bent down to try to bite her by the neck and pull her off. Unfortunately for him, his teeth skittered off the flexed scales, and he couldn't find a place to grip on her neck before she had hooked both her arms on his legs and wrenched them backwards. With his supports gone, Greel was thrown heavily onto his back, and the entire spawnling population heard the air whoosh from his lungs as he made impact on the packed ground. Took seized the advantage and latched firmly onto his exposed neck, and Greel quickly went still. With Shamira's external support downed, I stalked forward. I hissed into Greel's ear, now that you've lost to a single spawnling, do you want to keep pressing your luck? Or are you going to retreat back to where you belong? Given how weak you are, I can't imagine your pack or the swarm will miss you if you go missing, will they? Greel continued to make no movement, and after a tense 10 seconds that must have felt like an eternity to him, I gestured for Took to release him. For a moment, I wondered if Greel would court death by attempting to start the fight back up, but he quietly slunk back to where he came from, leaving an aghast and afraid Shamira in his wake. There's your problem, Shamira, I spoke as I slowly turned around back towards her. Your capability and power comes from others, not yourself. You could control him a little, but not enough to keep your pack. Now, I continued forward, stepping close enough to Shamira to touch her. Do you submit? Or do I need to make a display of force? Unsurprisingly, Shamira quickly changed her tune and stepped closer towards me as she gently nuzzled into my chest. I knew we needed to work together. Now I know that I just need to serve you and not you me. I'm sure I can serve you well as your beta, better than this brute here. She gestured at Took while I scoffed and pulled away. Listen here, you will follow Took at all times. I know she is unquestioningly loyal to me, and she will put you in your place if necessary, and maybe even smash some sense into that scheming little head of yours. How's that sound? Her expression soured for the briefest of moments, but then Shamira was back to smiles and charisma. Well, I could certainly be your. I cut her off. Sybil here, she stepped forward, is my gamma. You have yet to earn any position of power or influence. And again, you will be under the constant supervision of my beta. Maybe she can show you the ropes. I lowered my head, noticing that I was now about 15 cm taller than Shamira, and smirked in her face. I swore I could see the ingratiating smile twitch for a moment on her face before she, with a spring in her step, positively skipped over to Took. She was going to be a pain, but I still saw her use. I then gestured for Shamira to call the rest of her pack in and submit. They came out, 23 of them excluding Shamira herself, and I stood tall. Listen, your alpha has decided to submit to me. You are now my packmates. I or my gamma will assign you to your positions over the next day. You will be expected to work hard and follow the direction of your senior packmates. Otherwise, welcome. We will descend as a swarm on these lands and take what we will by fang and by blood. There was some reluctance from some of the newcomers, but I could feel that some of the weaker-willed new recruits were already swayed by me and my new innate leadership skill. This whole hostile takeover thing was going surprisingly well. I was then distracted by a flashing system message. Growth achieved. Status updated. It was still morning when I had newly established control over the rest of the spawnlings. I figured that there was no time like the present to begin establishing rules and a hierarchy, so I immediately turned to Took. We now have 2 hunting packs. You take Brutus, Ilni, and Foire and get Shamira to show you who her main hunters were. Take whichever seem best to you and make sure to include a tracker. I'll take Sylph, Triel, Vefir, and whichever you decide not to take from the hunters. I leaned close. Don't let Shamira far from you, and if you feel like what she's doing is potentially dangerous to the pack, don't hesitate to make her stop. Took grinned at my last sentence, and then smirked at the eavesdropping Shamira. What do you mean by make me stop? Shamira hesitatingly asked. Whatever Took decides is best and fastest, and since she's beta she won't be swayed by whatever your trick was with Greel. And no, I mirrored Took's expression back at Shamira, I won't let you stay in the den while Took and I are out hunting. It was only at this point that Shamira began to understand how tight of a leash I was keeping her on, and she began to show small signs of panic, but she quickly calmed herself. Unfortunately for her, it wouldn't be too long before she realized that the den wasn't going to be any better for her, since Sybil will have uninterrupted exposure to many from Shamira's old pack. It couldn't have gone better for me if I had planned it. It wasn't long before the two hunting packs had been established. Both were 10 strong, a perfect number for cleanly taking down any small groups we would come across, while still not compromising our ability to move stealthily. This left 14 at the den under Sybil's instruction, and I figured that this number would diminish as we finished indoctrinating the leftovers of Shamira's pack. The three packs were 1. Me, Triel, Sylph, and Netter, alongside 5 unnamed Keelish from Shamira's pack and her beta, a male who stood at about 60 cm that went by Kazala. He was wiry and quick, a bit like my previous state but with longer arms a bit like Four. None of mine seemed to have evolved into the brute form of Triel, Took, and Brutus, but seemed generally more lithe and quick instead. 2 Took, Four, Ilni, Brutus, and Shamira, alongside 5 of Shamira's followers. Took had taken all the big ones with her. I figured she would try something crazy in the next day or so to prove her new strength, but I decided to trust her. 3. Sybil, Octavie, and Vefir, with all the rest of Keelish, Bella, and her followers included. I'd made sure to have at least one representative of the original pack in each pack, but couldn't help but wonder if Vefir's presence in the den would be a hindrance or a help. I had asked Sybil specifically if she needed me to leave a bigger Keelish behind with her, just for today, but she'd confidently waved me away with her tail, saying, I'm built for this. You'll come home to the beginnings of a true swarm. She then whipped around and began giving orders, which were reluctantly followed under my watchful eye. I decided to trust her just as I trusted Took, and prepared my pack to go out to the hunt. It wasn't too long before my new pack understood my basic hand signals, and we began to set off towards the forest in the rising sun. Sylph quickly and excitedly found a track that he was sure would lead to a successful hunt, and he was right. It was slightly different from usual though, as we witnessed the mating ritual of the toothy bullfrogs firsthand. The male, as we found out later, hopped in a strange, earth-shaking pattern and alternated his hops with loud calls. We must have caught him at the best part, since a female slowly hopped forward from nearby cover. They began to communicate and approach each other, with the male going to mount the female, and I figured there would be no better time than the present, so I signaled for the pack to approach but held myself back. This was the first time that I had stayed back in a hunt and actually watched the attack. For lack of a better way of saying it, it was terrifying. The two frogs, about to begin, were absolutely blindsided by what must have been over 200 kg of ravenous, ripping rage. Triel tore into the haunches of the male and pinned him down on top of the female, and the rest of the pack followed her to the massacre. Kazala mirrored her on the other side, adding sufficient weight to hold the frogs down completely, and the rest simply dug in. There was no consideration for life or suffering, only hunger. 7 starving maws gaped and made quick work of the soft sides and bellies of the grounded amphibians. Blood sprayed and pooled around them as they screeched and tore into the bodies of their still living prey. The male whirled around, trying to get a bite into at least one of his killers, but they were quick to dodge, then quicker to rejoin the feast. The foresty colors of their Keelish scales were steadily covered by more and more crimson as they finally finished the 2 frogs off. Meanwhile, I had finally been made sure that there would be no casualties from the hunt, and decided to peel my eyes to see if there were any lurking dangers about. I heard something shuffle away from us about 50 m away, but given that it was going further away, I didn't concern myself overly with what it might be. Instead, I focused and worried about if there were any approaching wolf stags, young or otherwise. It was just a matter of time before I needed to confront some that had already grown their magic-generating organ, and I wanted to make sure that it was on my terms, not theirs. After making sure that there were no obviously lurking dangers, I turned back to the blood-flecked area in front of me. Good, now on to the next. I let the rest of the pack eat their fill from the 2 downed frogs, and was left with just a couple of bites left over. That was fine by me, so I ate the meager mouthfuls and then went back to the pack. I made a couple of suggestions to the pack a whole, just to make sure that there weren't any stupid mistakes in the future, but I generally took a step back and let them do what they would. I only then realized that I had forgotten to check my updated status after the notification from absorbing Shamira's pack. Thus, I decided there was no time like the present, as Sylph led us to the location of our next hunt. Status name Ashlani. Race young Keelish Bloodletter Alpha. Current quest kill 3 young Thunder Wolf Stags. Reward 1 Constitution 2 Strength 1 Magic. Stats Constitution 8 plus 1 equals 9. Strength 11. Agility 15. Intelligence 9 plus 1 equals 10. Magic 2. Skills Innate Leadership cannot evolve. Pack Tactics Current Evolutionary Progress 0-10. Improved Bloodlust Current Evolutionary Progress Unknown. Dominance Current Evolutionary Progress 36-100. Improved Vision Current Evolutionary Progress 0-18. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Bloodletter Alpha live 30 days. Progress 12-30. Young Magic Blood Alpha. Prerequisites Young Bloodletter Alpha. Requirements Magic Generating Organ. Title of race will change with element of Magic Generating Organ. Young Bloodletter Swarm Alpha. Prerequisites Young Bloodletter Alpha. Requirements acquire 50 followers. Progress 3450. I was a little disappointed that the only stat growth had been 1 intelligence and constitution, but since it took me most of the way to 10s across the board, minus magic, I decided that it wasn't too bad after all. On the other hand, I was a bit confused by the number in my current dominance progression. Skill. Dominance. The skill user has demonstrated their ability to force others to obey them. The skill user will now find it easier to dominate and subjugate others. This skill can evolve. Conditions: dominate and subjugate 100 creatures. Current progress 36-100. With a moment's thought, I came to a conclusion. Wait, is this because of Greel? Yes, he was subjugated and dominated by you. But I've defeated Keelish before, so why is this different? Previously, you killed any adversaries before they could submit to you. Therefore, you did not fulfill the conditions for dominance to evolve. So I dominated them too quickly for the skill to count it. The administrator laughs at your frustration. The system works according to the parameters set for it, and in this case not all of the prerequisites were met. Therefore no progress was made. The unfeeling voice of the system made it all the more frustrating to hear, just casually informing me that I had been too good at what I was doing to gain all the benefits I should have received. Whatever. I decided to put that frustration aside and turn back to the pack, which was swiftly approaching the site of the next hunt. We were able to find 2 more mating pairs in relatively quick succession, felled all 4 without fail and ate one of them. The pack was working together well, and as far as I could tell, everyone had evolved at least once. Therefore, there wasn't too much of a struggle in taking down these small creatures that were getting comparatively small to us. This raised the question for me, were we ready to conduct a raid on the Thunder Wolf Stags? The more I thought about it, if we gathered up our heaviest hitters then struck at night, there was a chance. But the problem that arose with that plan was that there was no way that the cubs would be out and about during the night when they were blind. Therefore, we needed to see what time they went back to their own den, and plan on a time close enough to that time that wouldn't arouse suspicion from the adults, but still might give us the edge to dispose of them quickly and efficiently. Having come to that conclusion, I figured it would be best to talk to Took and see what she and her group saw in their hunt, and if they had picked up any clues in that respect. That said, I figured it was probably about the time to head back to the den and see how the rest were doing. We victoriously pulled the corpses of our prey back to the den, and upon entering, I was amazed to see how the den had changed. Previously, there had been the entrance to our spawning area, and then just 4 random holes in the walls of the hatchery, each of which led to the dens of each of the packs. Now, however, where Perkrel's den entry had been, to the front and left upon entry, was now a massively hollowed space that merged with the previous communal area, where all the spawnlings could comfortably fit at the same time. The original entry point to Tieran's section, which had been to the immediate left upon entry, had also been covered completely. So now there were only 2 entryways once you entered our subsection. One was straight ahead and was the original entry to my section of the den, and one was to the right, which was to Shamira's part of the den. As the hunting pack stood there, amazed, 2 of the members of the pack left behind with Sybil exited from within the Shamira section. They startled upon seeing me, and one, a smaller male, bowed nervously saying, "Welcome back, Alpha." Damn, I don't think I can keep up with Sybil. I quickly nodded back at my young pack member, and he and his companion quickly resumed their task of hauling dirt out of the den. After a moment's thought, I briefly motioned for the pack to put down the meat they were hauling, and went to find Sybil. I was sure that she had come up with some plan involving a larder, so I figured it would be best for me to instruct the pack to follow those ideas from the beginning. The general layout of the den hadn't changed much, but there had been general expansion and smoothing, leading to a better-feeling area. Shamira wasn't anywhere to be found, at least at first glance. There were, however, several more workers here, each of differing dispositions. Bella and her little posse were the most obviously unhappy of the workers present, but they were being shunned by the workers around them, which came as somewhat of a surprise to me, given their generally serve me or regret it attitude. They all startled upon seeing me, and Bella approached me in the same languid manner that Shamira always did. Hello and welcome back, Lord Alpha. How can I help you relax? I am somewhat experienced in serving a tired hunter, and I can assure you that. I cut her off. I need Sybil. Where is she? That wench is off bossing somebody else around. This time I got up in her face, aggressive. You do realize you're talking about my gamma right now, don't you? You must be even dumber than I thought if you think that you can badmouth one of my most trusted comrades right in front of me. Bella quailed before me, looking to her two lackeys to mollify me. They looked away and groveled. I didn't mean that of CC course, haha. Bella shook with her nervous laughter. That was your last chance. I hear that again and you die or worse. Without waiting for a response, I pushed past her to another group of workers that stood dumbfounded. One female in particular seemed so amazed by Bella's blatant stupidity that she couldn't stop blinking in confusion. Where's Sybil? The male, who seemed to be the leader of this group, came back to himself at my words. I believe that she's preparing your chambers. I think she called it that. He pointed vaguely down the hall that led to the juncture with Tieran's old den. I nodded my thanks and went my way onward. It seemed like they were in the process of widening these halls, which, upon remembering what happened with the Terrorbird corpse, I wasn't unhappy about. In fact, with so many changes to basic infrastructure here, I was amazed to think that Sybil had thought of, planned, and began to effectuate all this in so little time. Finally, I was able to find Sybil, who was quietly, almost gently, talking with two males and a female from Shamira's pack while they all worked on creating a plinth of sorts. It was raised above the rest of this chamber by about 10 cm and had an opening to go deeper within behind it. And that's why you need to be sure to always listen to those who try to make you afraid. They do so with the intent to make you do something or not do something. Instead, follow those who act. Actions show the true thoughts of the doer more than a day of talking. She smiled wryly at herself with those words. It was strange, but when I came close, I felt a certain familiarity or closeness, perhaps, with Sybil. Her words made almost too much sense, and while I hadn't heard the build-up to her conclusion, the conclusion itself seemed sound. System user under influence of skill, convincing logic. System has deemed it potentially harmful to user, dispel effects. Yes please, skill, convincing logic no longer exerting effects upon user. The feeling of closeness was instantly gone, but the reason and rationale to Sybil's words remained, and I still found myself agreeing with her words, regardless of how I felt about being caught in the accidental crossfire. Sybil finally noticed my presence. You three continue working, I have something to do with the Alpha. Then, turning to me, welcome home, I'm glad to see you safe and whole. Did you return with any spoils for the rest of us? After a brief pause, almost long enough to get suspicious, I responded. Yeah, I figured you would have thought of a larder location, so I was going to direct the pack to leave the hunt there. All right then, Alpha, follow me. Sybil quickly turned and smiled back at the workers we were leaving behind, and I tried to follow suit. It felt a little strange, but I did fine, I guessed. Once we were out of earshot, Sybil spoke up with a grin in her voice. How am I doing, Lord Alpha? I rolled my eyes. Is that absolutely necessary? She got serious. Absolutely. Hierarchy is absolute, and you need to remind the rest that you are their absolute ruler. I had thought that I would have the politicking required for this position down pat, but I was immediately let down after that thought crossed my mind. I had been trained in certain types of politics in my last life, given that I had the possibility of becoming chief, but the philosophy here was quite different. Humans simply understand that, for the most part, there's not much you can do to change the leadership. Keelish, however, would constantly challenge the leader the second they thought they had even the slightest chance. So how were they? I asked. Well, it'll take some time, but whatever it is will be indispensable in our indoctrination. I think you were able to feel a little bit of its influence just now, right? I nodded, and we continued on our conversation as we saw the hunting pack and Sybil motioned for them to follow us back to where we had come from. Turns out she had decided that the larder should be placed closest to my own quarters, which I hadn't seen for myself yet. So we went ahead and dropped our spoils in the larder, and I dismissed my hunters to do what they would, but suggested they help at least a little with the current expansion. They all wandered off. Oh, by the way, Bella tried to seduce me on my way in, and she badmouthed you while she was at it. Poor stupid girl, I already warned her about that. Sybil grinned with an inordinate amount of pleasure and purposefully stalked off. I was debating going after her when she returned, still smiling. So, I hesitantly began, what's the punishment? Clean up, scraps of flesh, bones, pooling blood and feces, just to name a few. Bella's two lackeys have been punished for her stupidity. I wonder if they're going to stick around her for long. Sybil's smile was getting to me at this point. She was, far and away, the scariest mind I had come in contact with, and I had decided to tie my fate to her and her ability to manage and micromanage. I might be in for a scary long haul here. I looked at Sybil for another moment. As I looked, I took in the injury in her tail. She must have really torn into herself, given how shredded the flesh seemed to be. Regardless, she initially looked on with confidence and a bit of bravado, but as I continued looking, lost in thought, I saw her begin to get nervous and question herself. Did I do something wrong? I thought this was within the bounds of me being Gamma. She looked disappointed, not in herself but in me. I could see her begin to deflate and something changed in her eyes. I quickly went to correct her misunderstanding. No, no, no. I was just wondering if I would have been able to cow these new additions quite so quickly and effectively as yourself. I wryly smiled at myself and continued, now that I've thought about it, no, I don't think that I could have. Thank you and well done. I look forward to your future accomplishments, Gamma. Sybil slowly straightened up and smiled in a way that wasn't so loaded with sadistic pleasure as before. Thank you for your trust, Alpha. I couldn't help but shudder at her calling me that. Just call me by my name, please. You just referred to me by a title, I just felt it prudent to do so in turn. Sybil's smile started to twist maliciously to a grin. Damn, I forgot she could shift mentalities quite so quickly. Well, I just did so to express my confidence in your abilities and to attempt to help you feel at comfort with me. She grinned wider, and I simply wished to do the same. Do you wish to deny your subordinates the ability to and pleasure of expressing their adoration and support of you? That is a great way to lose support over time. I simply shook my head in defeat and endeavored to change the subject. So, say I would be able to experience explosive growth if I was able to 1. Kill several of the younger yet still powerful of the wolf stags, and 2. Garner a total of 50 subordinates, both in the next 17 days. How would you suggest I go about doing this? Sybil settled back on her haunches and looked at me curiously. Disregarding a wholly mysterious and strangely specific information source, let's talk only the second point. Frankly speaking, the first point should be discussed with Took once she returns. However, I've already heard a couple of things from Shamira's lot that may be of use to you on the second point. 1. You'll never get any fully grown Keelish to follow you, at least, not any you want to have follow you. Greel, for example, he's worthless in every way and provides no benefit to have as a follower in any capacity. There definitely are others in the swarm who are worth incorporating, but there's no way they'll follow a spawnling who hasn't grown into his claws. No offense. None taken, continue. 2. I don't know the specifics, but I don't think that any of the pack have reached sexual maturity. I coughed in surprise. Sybil smirked once again at me. You're a pure little boy, aren't you? No, I just wasn't whatever. You'll have the last word whatever I try anyways. You learn quickly. Her face returned to its previous serious look. We can't reasonably hope for a sizable clutch to be laid by any of the females here soon. And I'm unsure as to how long it'll take until hatching, so that becomes a doubly impossible option. Here's where the hearsay comes into play. 3. Apparently Shamira was told that in the next couple of days there should be another clutch hatching, and that she could attempt to recruit whichever and however many she wanted from that clutch. There, I'm sure you could find plenty of potential subordinates and even raise them from the egg. That would be sure to be useful to you in the long run. It was strange for me to have a drawn-out conversation with someone again. Onkley had talked incessantly, but he wasn't a great conversationalist, strange as that may seem. The rest of the pack hadn't tried overly hard to overcome my purposefully brusque demeanor, so I'd been mostly closed off to this until very recently. It was welcome, though, to have an involved, thoughtful conversation, though, and I found myself subconsciously smiling as Sybil spoke. She seemed to misunderstand my smile and continued, I'm sure I don't know why you need more followers when we're still implementing a pack larger than the core, but I'm glad my information may prove useful. Sybil then glanced around and finished, I have a dozen more things to do today before I can begin to consider myself happy with what I've done, so if you'll excuse me, she winked. My lord Alphas. I could hear her chuckle as she walked away with her tail swishing back and forth in merriment. Damn sadist. Well, there were things that needed doing and hands that needed something to keep busy, so I went to find my hunting pack to bring them under Sybil's commands. It was only about an hour before Took returned with the rest of her pack in tow. There were a couple of injuries from a frog's bite, but nothing too serious. They did, however, have a serious stash of meat in their arms. Took herself carried two complete toothy bullfrog corpses in her mouth and led her little battalion of hunters to me, where she proudly dropped her spoils. "You're almost there. Let me show you to the larder." I spoke up, and Took quickly followed and motioned for the rest of her pack to do the same. I made sure to look at Shamira specifically as Took pulled the pack through the halls, and was delighted to see that she was quickly herded closer to Took whenever she began to show even the smallest desire to creep away. It was always the little things that brought me the most joy. I chuckled to myself watching Shamira's foiled attempts to sow discord among the pack. She noticed me and began walking towards me. Took noticed where she was going and with a shrug let her approach me. "Hello, Lord Alpha Ashlani, you look positively regal today. I'm sure your hunt went amazingly. Would you like to talk about it? I'm told that my presence is particularly soothing, and I do know how best to relax. I could teach you if you'd like." She shot me a wink with that last sentence while sidling up close to me. Against my better judgment, I leaned into her presence and noticed a flashing system notification. "A lure skill is being exerted on you. Due to your evolutionary advantages, you resist. However, it is advised that you leave the influence of the allure skill as soon as safely possible." Realizing what was happening, I quickly whirled, shouldered Shamira roughly and drove her into the ground. Then I hissed into her ear, "Use your skill on me again and I'll make you pay in blood." After the briefest of moments spent in surprise, Shamira composed herself and whispered back in my ear, "I don't mind it rough, darling." Not into the public shaming thing though. She ran her tail up mine, nearly reaching the point it joined with my body. I recoiled and turned to Took, "Keep her away from all males. She's got something that's nearly impossible to resist." I grimaced back at Shamira. "Well, now that you're here, I do have a couple of questions for you." She cocked her head. "And what would they be, lords?" "You know where the nest is for the next spawnling clutch. Where is it?" "I'm sorry, but you're wrong about that." Shamira gave no tells of lying, but Sybil jumped in. "Well, Bella's group seems convinced Greel had told you something. If he knows, I'm sure we can either bully him into confessing or we can give him." She leered at the still prone Shamira, a treat all to himself. "I can't imagine that you'd be able to do much if we crippled your voice before we gave you over." Shamira shuddered and looked over to me in a panic. I shuddered. Sybil didn't come to the table without being willing to completely bury the opposition. Again, I wondered if maybe she was a bit more than I wanted to chew, but I had made my choice, and she hadn't shown me any reason not to trust her so. If you're going to use a person, trust them, and if you trust a person, use them, I suppose. Having made my decision, I turned to Sybil and Took. "You two stay here and get all the information you need however you need. If you need a private area, take her to my room." I wasn't particularly comfortable with the idea of torture, but I didn't much mind it if I wasn't actively watching. I wasn't sure why the idea of torture made my stomach churn, but I didn't blink at the idea of ripping forcefully into the skull of my still living prey. Regardless, it was time for me to make my rounds and see if there was going to need to be 2 full hunting packs sent out this afternoon. It didn't take long for me to find that yes, we would need the 2 full packs to be sent out this afternoon to ensure that the swarm as a whole could still keep running as smoothly as it was currently. I sighed thinking about how I'd hoped to be able to take it easy today, but simply said I wasn't about to have that option open to me. A Keelish's life is busy from birth to death, it would appear, except I hadn't really seen any adult Keelish around these parts as of yet. They must conduct their hunts from a different one of the exits from the den. Shortly after, I had come to the conclusion that another hunt would be necessary and apprising my pack of that, a smiling Sybil, and Took approached me with a cowed-looking Shamira. "We know where the nest is." Sybil was brief in her explanation and gave us maybe 3 days until we could expect to present ourselves to our new hopefully additions. I nodded and turned to Took. "We're back onto the hunt. How long will you and yours need?" She shrugged. "Soon." "Right, she doesn't like talking. Now Took, keep your eyes out for where the Wolfstag den is. We may need to know that in the near future. If you find it, see if you can note their general comings and goings." Took nodded, and I nodded back to the 3 females and went to round up my pack for the hunt. When we left the den, I noticed it seemed to be an hour or 2 after midday. We quickly left Sylph to his own devices, and again, I was surprised by Sylph's abilities. Following his lead, we made quick work of 2 more mating pairs of frogs in about an hour. I was surprised by how much more I could eat as I grew, as, while I was about twice the size I had been when born, I ate probably about 8 times as much as the me from back then. The bigger the swarm gets, the more we would be forced to devour to keep up our hunting strength. I was pleasantly surprised by Kazala's presence in the hunt, though. He paired particularly well with Triel, and they alone could take care of probably 70% of the total effort needed for a safe hunt. He was methodical in his hunt, different from me or Took. Those of the original pack had a brutal approach, rush the prey, and rip them apart without ceremony or too much thought. Kazala, however, focused on disabling his prey as efficiently as possible. I was surprised how easily his teeth shredded tendons, and how accurately he found said tendons. If he were left alone with a toothy bullfrog, he would leave it completely crippled and unable to strike back before he went for any kind of killing strike. The pack was cleaning up the scene, and I was considering leading us all back to the den, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye. I quickly whirled and looked, realizing that there were nearly a dozen little furry heads poking out of the surrounding foliage. We had been ambushed, and it was about to get ugly. I wasted no time with trying to signal any of my pack, and instead simply roared as I charged to the nearest wolf stag. No time to relax, we're surrounded. Stay together and don't let anyone get swarmed. Focus on survival before kills. I was surprised at the small part of me that had stayed calm, but I noticed the flashing pack tactics skill activated in the corner of my eye and grinned as I was about to make contact. Bloodlust skill activated. I felt my vision narrow as I rushed forward. The cub in front of me was obviously taken aback by the ferocity in my approach and doubted himself. Big mistake. This one was about the size of the largest I had felled previously, so about 15 cm shorter than I was at this point. A small part of me was frustrated by how they seemed to be growing just as quickly as we were, but the rest of me was simply pissed at being outmaneuvered. I showed no mercy or hesitation as I swiftly grabbed its entire face in my mouth, only stopping there because of the horns, and forced it backwards. I could feel the cub's spine resist, then a wet crunch reverberated through my entire body as the wolf stag's body folded in half. I wasn't left to my own slaughter though, and was blindsided by a sparking headbutt on my flank. Shudders ran forcefully up my spine as I tried to keep myself from falling to my side. I whirled and noticed another wolf stag cub, this one only about 7 cm smaller than me, with lightning coursing over its curling horns. It was flanked by 2 more cubs of the same size as the one I had just slaughtered. The still slightly sane part of me was happy that I was taking the attention of 4 of our ambushers, but the rest of me didn't care how many were before me. Before I could totally collect myself, my aggressors pressed the advantage. The leader occupied my front while the 2 smaller ones began to circle around me, searching for any opening. It had been a while since I had made this decision, but I quickly rushed the flanking cub on my right. The wolf stag startled, then held its ground and lowered its head, growling threateningly as it tried to fend me off long enough for its fellows to arrive. I purposefully took a ringing strike to my face, knocking a couple of my teeth loose in order to close the distance. Tasting my own blood as my head was thrown to my left, I knifed my hand into its newly exposed neck and spread my fingers and twisted. The cub squealed in pain and panic, and I quickly went to tear deeper into it, but was knocked loose by a painful headbutt to my left flank. This time I was sent sprawling and I quickly limped to my feet. My hips were going to give out if I took 1 or 2 more hits like that. Fortunately for me, the wolf stag that had reached me first was the smaller, non-electrically endowed one, thus I would only be bruising after that strike. Looking at the foe I had struck, it seemed to be retreating from the fight. It was bleeding profusely, and I figured it wouldn't last, whether or not it retreated, so I welcomed the more even fight. I wanted to check on the rest of the battlefield, but the 2 still in the ring weren't about to give me time to recover. With a snarl, the larger leader decided to take the fight to me and leapt forward. I dodged as fast as I could, but my body was starting to wear down. It got a solid bite into my right shoulder and began to drag me down. Its teeth were shooting sizzling bolts of pain into me, and I tried to chomp down on its neck, but I was blocked by its horns. Thus, I began trying to stab it with my left hand, but it wisely kept itself distanced from me. I began to panic as I realized that its backup would surely begin the work of crippling me. I thrashed as hard as I could, and feeling the muscles in my right shoulder beginning to tear from the bone, I wrested myself from the cub's grasp. I pulled back just far enough to set the smaller one in my sights. I needed it dead before I could focus on the big one. I had just a second's warning before I felt its teeth dig into my tail. I wrenched myself back and was able to settle my bite deeply into the scruff of its neck. With a scream of effort and pain, I bodily threw it into its leader, sending the 2 sprawling. Shrugging off the pain, I rushed forward nearly without thinking, and in one swift movement ripped the throat out of the smaller one. I gloried in its panicked final gasping breaths, but I couldn't relax, as the enraged and mostly unhurt leader was angrily dashing towards me once more. I reflexively dodged to my left, and my hip collapsed underneath the unexpected strain of an unexpected root and my sudden movement. Luckily for me, the wolf stag wasn't prepared for that either, and its legs were briefly caught up in my thrashing tail. I reached forward, and by a stretch of luck in my neck, caught the hind leg of my foe. It stumbled again, and was similarly caught up in the sprawling roots around us. I hauled it back towards me, and my brain went foggy. All I remember clearly is repeatedly crunching into the meat in front of me while wildly flailing my still-functioning left arm. Blood sprayed around me, both my own and that of my foe. I felt teeth dig into my face at one point, narrowly missing my right eye, but I simply used that as a reference point and stabbed into its throat. At that point, it went limp, and I quickly looked around to see how the pack was holding on. I was surprised to see Sylph steadily choking the life out of a cub, obviously having faced it alongside Netter, who was attempting to eviscerate the still conscious cub. Kazala was barely hanging on against a single of the leaders and was pretty bloodied. On the other side, there was a group of 3 shredding a single one of the unnamed members of my pack, and before I could do anything, they ripped his left leg off and left him there bleeding. The other 4 Keelish and Triel were facing 3 wolf stags, and there was dead wolf stag body in front of Triel. They were in a bit of a standoff as Triel tried to support the rest of the pack, but that balance was sure to be tipped in the favor of the wolf stags once the newly freed up 3 joined the fight. Figuring that Kazala would be fine once the other 2 joined up and went to support him, I rushed as fast as my aching body could take me to support Triel and the rest. Unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough for one of the group, who was blindsided, knocked out of the protective circle, and quickly ganged up on and ripped to pieces. I was, however, fast enough to dispose of one of the bastards, killing my kin before he saw it coming. I quickly and simply knifed my left hand in to open its stomach, from genitals to sternum, and saw all its viscera tumble out onto the ground. I then quickly ripped the foreleg off of another before any of them could come support their fellows. Shed blood and rend flesh, I screamed as I literally jumped towards the closest foe, and the small pack rallied behind me as we 5 quickly intimidated and tore into the beginning to be demoralized wolf stags. The 3 smaller spawnlings made sure the 2 I had felled were dead, while Triel and I, bloodied and enraged, charged the rest of the panicking wolf stags. We were able to down 1 more each, and the other 2 fled into the surrounding brush. Unable to concern myself with those out of the battle, I turned to see how Kazala and the others were doing. Amazingly, like a tiny, angry bear, Sylph had set himself up under the rampaging wolf stag. He didn't pay any attention as he was battered and stomped on by the much larger creature's hoofed feet. Meanwhile, Netter and Kazala nipped at it, not allowing it to try to settle in and finish Sylph. The wolf stag realized that he and his pack were beaten, and decided to retreat as it literally jumped over Netter and began to try to run. I was having none of that and sprinted alongside several of my pack, and after the first one caught up, the fleeing creature had no prayer left to live. We ripped into it and tore its internals out while it still shrieked for help or mercy. Then there was only silence except for the rushing of blood in my head and the dripping of blood on the ground. The ambush was over. As much as we all wanted to simply collapse and rest right where we knew we needed to make it back to the den as fast as we possibly could, given that there were at least a couple of survivors that were sure to have made their way back to their den. Thus, I quickly and tiredly stood tall and began to issue commands. Now, I need everyone to get up and get whatever you can carry. I led by example, quickly going to the largest of my kills and hauling it painfully over my left arm. Home, I shouted as clearly as I could while I began making my way back to the den as fast as I could manage. As fast as I could manage, however, wasn't a noteworthy speed, and I was quickly caught up to by Kazala, who was carrying one of the smaller of our kills. I gestured for him to hurry onward, and after a moment's thought, he disregarded my signals and stayed near me with a brief nod. I shook my head in mild frustration and pride and soldiered on as best as I could. Quickly, the rest of the surviving pack caught up to us, with Triel and Netter bringing up the rear. They carried the corpse of the other largest specimen, while Sylph carried another body himself, while the other 3 worked together to carry the largest bits of 2 other cubs. As if by some predetermined conversation, the entire pack stayed near me, disregarding my rather insistent motions for them to go on ahead. We ran as fast as we could, and it seemed that we were fortunate, as there was no sign of an adult wolf stag coming to royally ruin our day. I still couldn't relax myself at all until we were all completely within the den, and once I did, the devastating pain I was in set in. I dropped my prey where I stood and collapsed in the entryway. My hips both burned and ached, and it felt like one had been dislocated entirely. My face was still oozing blood, as was my tail, and they both burned like nothing I had ever felt before. Nonetheless, all those pains combined were nothing compared to the state of my right arm. It felt as if I had held my arm in a bonfire then quenched it in acid, only to freeze it entirely. I didn't understand how the pain that radiated so clearly to me could not have been caused to me magically. but looking at it, I was unsurprised that it was so agonizing. My shoulder, bicep, and triceps were shredded, and the torn flesh hung limply down almost like an inverted lotus, curling around my lower arm. Looking at it, my arm was going to be permanently gimped if not totally lamed. Damn it all, barring a miracle, this wasn't ever going to get any better. A small part of me wanted to look on the bright side, but the rest of me was consumed with an all-encompassing rage. As I stood up to go to my room, I looked around me for the first time since returning. I did so just in time to take in the sight of Sybil rushing towards me, worry evident in every movement. Shit, Ashlani, what happened? It was weird that, even in my stupor brought by pain and rage, I fixated on the fact that this was the first time in a long time that someone had just called me by my name. I looked at her for a moment as my pain-addled and blood-deprived brain tried to understand what she had asked me. Prompted by my inactivity, she asked again, "What happened?" I shook my head. "We weren't careful enough and got ambushed by these furry bastards. They took 2 of us, but we killed many more of them." Suddenly, a thought occurred. "Sylph, you still battle-ready?" "Yes, sir." "Take another tracker with you and find Took now. Get her back here." Someone needed to call back Took and her pack before the enraged Wolfsteg adults found them. "Leaving now." His bassy voice no longer sounded comical coming out of his tiny frame, but impressive instead, as he seemed to have grown into himself a little. Vefir looked on with envy, then approached me. "I think KICC could help with wire NJ juries. Let me take you to your RR room." He quickly propped me up, and Sybil looked like she wanted to do the same, but seemed to think better of it, and instead began making orders to the rest of the living and able in the den. I was groaning in agony as Vefir did his best in treating my many injuries. But there's only so much you can do with just clawed fingers, a toothy jaw, and fresh water. I tried to distract myself by checking my status, flashing with growth achieved. Status, name Ashlani. Race young Keelish bloodletter alpha. Current quest kill 3 young thunder wolfstags, reward. 1 constitution, 2 strength, 1 magic, progress 2-3. Stats constitution 9 plus 1 equals strength 11 plus 2 equals 13. Agility 15. Intelligence 10. Magic 2 plus 1 equals 3. Skills innate leadership cannot evolve. Pack tactics current evolutionary progress 0-10. Improved bloodlust current evolutionary progress unknown. Dominance current evolutionary progress 35-100. Improved vision current evolutionary progress 0-18. Evolutionary foresight. Adult bloodletter alpha live 30 days, progress 12-30. Young magic blood alpha prerequisites. Young bloodletter alpha. Requirements magic generating organ. Title of race will change with element of magic generating organ. Young bloodletter swarm alpha. Prerequisites young bloodletter alpha. Requirements acquire 50 followers. Progress 30-50. Damn it, I was so close to getting my new magical organ. Or, more precisely, to understanding what it was that I needed to do to acquire said magical organ. The more I thought about it, the more my head ached, but that may just be normal pain. At least the cool water running over my body felt really good. Come to think of it, where did he get that water? Once I had a moment's relaxation, the darkness of unconsciousness implacably called me, and I collapsed into a heap of bloodied scales and exhaustion. H-A-H-A-H-A. A merry voice greeted my silence. "Is that the administrator? I thought you only spoke to me when I was evolving, but you are little Keelish. How do you figure that? I will mercifully not count that as your question and answer it as well. See, I knew you would be an interesting sort." They didn't believe me, but never you mind that. The administrator cut themselves off, keying into my confusion and curiosity. "You are currently evolving into a young magic blood alpha. But I didn't complete the quest." That quest wasn't to unlock the ability to acquire the magic manipulating organ, simply to see the requirements. You fulfilled the requirements without knowing them, therefore, you are currently acquiring your new organ and evolving into your unique race. How did I complete the quest? I feel that I have been more than generous enough with my question answering thus far. Do you want to consider that your true question? No, then what is your question? What are the words of power for Keelish? I'm sorry I can't answer that question. Do you have a different question? Where can I find the Keelish words of power for myself then? A clever workaround. To begin your journey to discovering the Keelish words of power, you must begin searching the ruins of old Nevtra. Before I could begin to try to convince the possibly benevolent administrator to give me more information, they continued. Now you must rest. You will wake up a supremely different organism in more ways than one. With a chuckle, the powerful presence left me, and I unwillingly sunk back into the darkness. With a start, I woke up. I startled up and immediately was greeted with blinding pain. Shit, I'd forgotten just how banged up I had gotten yesterday. I was amazed, however, to see that my right shoulder's muscles no longer hung, drooping around the rest of my arm. Instead, the flesh had healed a remarkable amount, at least. That's as far as it felt to me, as it was firmly bound in something. It seemed to be a mixture of vines, leaves, and moss, and was wrapped around my shoulder, arm, and chest. I tentatively tried to move my arm, and through the blinding pain, I swore I saw a small twitch. Maybe I wouldn't be entirely crippled then. I could only hope. I looked around and saw that Vefir was passed out next to me. He had evidently evolved while I was unconscious, as he was longer and somehow even thinner. I wasn't sure exactly how he had grown, as he certainly wasn't evolved for combat, and while his claws had mostly become fingers, he lacked the musculature to do anything requiring heavy lifting. I did notice a glowing patch of warmth on his chest, though, one I hadn't seen on any other Keelish, big or small. No longer distracting myself, I decided to pull up my status. Status name Ashlani. Race Young Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. Current quest, kill 3 young Thunder Wolf Stags. Reward 1 Constitution 2 Strength 1 Magic. Progress 2-3. Stats Constitution 10 plus 1 equals 11. Strength 13 plus 1 equals 14. Agility 15 plus 1 equals 16. Intelligence 10 plus 3 equals 13. Magic 3 plus 5 equals 8. Skills Innate Leadership cannot evolves. Pack Tactics Current Evolutionary Progress 0-10. Improved Bloodlust Current Evolutionary Progress Unknown. Dominance Current Evolutionary Progress 35-100. Improved Vision Current Evolutionary Progress 0-18. Sonic Amplifying Organ Current Evolutionary Progress Unknown. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. Live 30 days. Progress 1230. Young Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha. Prerequisites Young Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. Requirements acquire 50 followers. Progress 30-50. Man, my race title was really starting to become a mouthful. Also, I wasn't too surprised that this evolution didn't focus a ton on my physical attributes, and was happy to see the substantial boost to my magic. But Sonic, I couldn't think of what exactly that was meant to be or do. System Young Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. A young Keelish alpha whose magic manipulating organ specializes in the sonic attribute, said magic manipulating organ is henceforth referred to as a sonolphin. The sonic attribute is typically used to dampen or enhance sound, though certain specialists have found manifold uses for it. So I can be louder then, the administrator laughs at your frustration. Well, I was looking forward to this, and now. It seems pretty worthless. Why couldn't it have been fire or lightning? I always used fire in my past life. The predisposition of your previous body does not necessarily align with the predisposition of the system, user's current body. Thus, it would have been nearly impossible for the user to have predicted this. Well, I can at least see that I can evolve this. Sonolphin, how do I do so? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, the administrator has decided to grant a greater level of information to the user. The evolutionary requirements for organ, Sonolphin, are a complete usage of all stored power from full to empty 50 times. Progress 0-50. Wait, so in order to evolve the skill, I just need to use it a lot, basically, but it must be from full to empty. Give everything you have from beginning to end. Okay, so at least evolution won't be too hard to achieve. I pulled myself out of the frustration I felt myself wallowing in and decided to try to use my newfound magic. There was a new feeling, I supposed it would be called, in my chest. It laid there dormant until I began actively thinking about it, then shuddering came to life. It felt like an uncontrollable shiver that originated near my heart when I activated it. I tried to force it to my hand, but when it began to near my right shoulder, the shudders and twitches started to intensify the already present aches into spasms of excruciating pain, so I pushed the magic entirely to my left hand instead. As it traveled slowly down my arm to my hand, the shivers seemed to possibly have some sort of effect, and I got a little excited. With a strange hum, my fingers began to jitter back and forth, and I hesitantly pushed them into the packed earth ground. Initially, it seemed promising, but after a moment the magic seemed to lack effect, simply moving my hand up and down in a sawing motion, but without any real lasting change. After another moment, the energy I had relocated fizzled out, and I pulled my fingers from the loosened earth. A little disappointing, but not surprising, all things considered. After I recalled that the system had mentioned that sonic magic was particularly well suited for the amplification of sound, so I decided to again try to relocate the magic towards my mouth and see what happened then. Again, the uncontrollable shiver passed up my chest, this time tickling the inside of my throat as it began to pass upwards. Involuntarily, I felt the need to cough and tried to rein it in as I tried to continue moving the magic upwards, but to no avail. I suddenly coughed, but it was far from a normal cough sound that came. The entirety of the stored magic rushed out of my mouth with a sizzle and exploded, making a sound that, for lack of a better way of describing it, cracked like thunder in the small, closed room I was in. As the echoes spread through the den, Vefir scrambled immediately to his feet in a half-asleep panic. Are you okay, L-Leader? His stutter seemed to have improved a bit, and he came forward, concerned. A grin stretched over my face. I could definitely think of a way to weaponize this. Seeming almost distraught by my toothy grin, Vefir spoke up again. What TT happened? I came back to myself and turned to him. That was me, my bad. I didn't realize what was going to happen. Just then I heard the clattering of scales and a rushing press of bodies from the hall. As I looked up, I say the majority of the swarm pressing in towards me, led by Sybil and Took. Took, upon seeing that I was physically okay, visibly relaxed, and let the others pass her by as she nodded with a smile at me. That quiet understanding was something that I was going to wish for from all my followers soon. What was that, leader? Sybil, once she had settled in the room, was immediately in gamma mode. She radiated a calming aura of sorts that, combined with my obvious general well-being all things considered, that has worked together to allay and calm the general pressing mob. I shrugged, trying my best not to show my embarrassment. I developed a new ability while I rested and was attempting to learn how it worked. I was unaware of its capabilities, thus creating that noise. My apologies for startling you. As I spoke, I tried to struggle to my feet, but was quickly ushered down by Vefir. You were out of commission for almost an entire day. You passed out yesterday afternoon, and it's now almost lunchtime. I'm sure you need food and more rest. I blinked heavily. That was much longer than I'd expected. I tried to come up with what a leader would say at this point and figured I'd try to verify that everything was going as planned. Beta Gamma. Anything to report? Took gestured over at Sybil and Sybil stepped forward. The Beta's hunting team was able to return without incident yesterday afternoon. They have not gone out since, as between what your pack and hers brought back, we have a surplus. We were contemplating going on the hunt tonight though. We can discuss that later, once the swarm calms itself. Progress on the expansion of the den has been mostly completed, at least this phase. Planning for the next phase, expanding to offer space to the planned newcomers, has begun, and expansion should begin tomorrow. Training, Sybil shot me a look as she said training. Probably didn't want to say indoctrination in front of the rest. For those who will contribute to the expansion of the hunting packs has been completed, and reintegration should also take place tomorrow. Other points of information are not especially pressing. She nodded and stepped back. Damn, she made me feel incompetent. However, I guess I did have a certain level of charisma about me, given how so many were currently looking at me in some form of idol worship. I nodded and spoke up. I wasn't sure what to say, but it seemed like a moment to speak. Thank you for your concern. You make me proud, and I'm proud that I have shed blood beside you all. Grow more powerful so that those scaleless cowards can never threaten us again. Fortunately for me, this little speech was enough, and the swarm mostly retreated at that moment, with the exception of the leaders, Kazala and the twins. Kazala looked me deep in the eye and spoke up. I dunno if you're as good a leader as Shamira, but you're a much better hunter, and I thank I for backing me up. I follow you willingly now. He nodded deeply and saw himself out. After watching him leave, my thoughts were interrupted by a softly speaking Sybil. The survivors of your pack are now absolutely loyal to you, something about how you protected them at your expense. She looked me in the eye. Good job out there keeping the pack alive. Now, Sybil continued, the indoctrination is mostly complete at this point. Only Shamira and maybe 2 or 3 others could even begin to push back against you, and they are far from enough to cause worry. I don't think we need to focus on them anymore, but instead on expanding our numbers of preachers, I guess I'd call them. The spawnlings are going to be just as power-starved as the rest of us were and are, so we need to keep them from ever thinking about insurrection. Thus, more indoctrination. I trust you with that. I've trusted you till now, and you've only shown success. No reason to take away authority now. My immediate concession was in part due to her success, and also in part due to the fact that it just sounded immensely time-consuming and generally boring to head this indoctrination. Committee, Sybil seemed happy with that though and stepped back. I looked at Took and finally got a response from her. I found Den. I cocked my head confused. Yes, I know you know where our den is, I said. No, enemy den. My eyes widened in joy as she continued, I follow your lead. After her incredibly deep statement, I thought for a moment, rolled my eyes and looked onto the twins, Vefir more specifically. So how did you change? I was too tired and pained to mince words at this point. Allow me to demonstrate. Vefir stepped forward and laid his hand on my neck just above my injured right shoulder. After a moment's concentration and mental effort, I saw a slight pulse of warmth travel up his arms and to me, where it blossomed into a comfortable warmth that spread over my burningly painful wounds. They still hurt, and it was far from equaling the effects of someone using the words to heal, but I could feel a bit of relief in my shoulder as the effect spread throughout my shoulder and arm. I turned to Vefir and smiled. Maybe you aren't a hunter, but you definitely are more than useful. He ducked his head and mumbled, thanks F for letting me do what I see can. Someone who could help hasten recovery would be absolutely key. You must stay safe and continue practicing this ability as much as you can. The greater your mastery of this, the better. I nodded and smiled at him before slowly rising to my feet. By the way, Vefir, how many times have you used this power on me so far? He scratched his head briefly. I'm not sure at least a dozen. Well, between that and evolution, I wasn't that surprised that I was already on my feet then. Well then, Took, get Brutus and follow me. Sybil spoke up, and where are you going? I grinned. I just figured that, since we're always afraid of the Wolfstag's heavy hitters, we may as well bring some of our own this time. And bring it to them. As I walked unhurriedly down the pathways that led to the deepest section of the den, I realized that the deeper I went, the older the inhabitants must be, given how spawnling eggs are laid nearest to the entrance to the den. A part of me idly wondered if the new clutch I was hoping to lay claim to would be near one of the other entrances to the den itself. I suppose so, given that I hadn't seen any sign of an entryway higher up the tunnels than our own little den. We continued onwards, with me slightly distracted as we went, until we were stopped by a group of adults unknown to me. The sans to know where there. One, a large male who seemed to be the second in command to a thin, powerful-looking female, growled at us, chuckling. He was substantially larger and more powerfully built than Greel, but he was only 1.2 m at most, so far from the intimidating sizes of Rulak and Redale. His only notable feature were his particularly powerful legs and almost disproportionately large feet which ended in toes like an eagle's long and meant for the business of inflicting hurt. He continued, "You're lost. If in that female were purty, I'd take her, but she ain't. Take 'nother step and he'll bite ye." He squared up with me, and I looked briefly at Took, who stepped forward, shrieking a challenge at him. I would have gone myself, but I was far from 100%, and the leader going against a subordinate rankled. The male, for his part, seemed surprised that we didn't bow before him and looked at us with a newfound respect. "Ye have got spines, see if ye have got scales and fangs to go with." He invited us to pass into their den, which was nearby, and the front room was built somewhat similarly to our own. The main difference was that there was an obvious arena built into the space, where the male went, with the Took, Brutus, me, and the rest of his pack following. "Aim not ere T kill a spawnling." "T first blood," he spoke up, and Took simply nodded. They both stalked in a circle as if by ritual, then again as if rehearsed, they both charged forward at the same time. The male seemed to be testing Took more than trying to actually fight her, and going off of how he held himself, he was no stranger to this trial by combat. She rushed forward with the same leg-grappling attempt that had worked to such effect on Greel, but he stepped deftly to the side. As she attempted to recover herself, he heavily shouldered her, knocking her sprawling. She was far from beaten or down, though, and she rolled into it and to her feet. The heat of the moment had initially gotten to her head, but she began to calm herself at this point. Took approached cautiously and began to try probing the much larger male. She started slowly, grabbing out with one hooked hand, then the other, then trying to bite at him like a viper, neck extending to its fullest. Unfortunately for her, the male seemed wise to her attacks, and was able to dodge each one and return with not quite gentle strikes of his own. The way he was pulling his punches infuriated her, and she began to lose her composure once again, swinging wildly with her claws. Then, after he began to commit forwards to strike her again, she rapidly spun and tried to strike his legs out from under him with her thick tail. Took was able to score a heavy strike on his shins, but it did nothing but sound out a loud crack. Then he retaliated. Took had needed to lower herself to attempt this move, and with her head rising up after her spin, the large male simply stomped her head to the ground. Then, while still holding her down, he almost ceremoniously lowered his mouth to her neck, and before Brutus or I could do anything, bit a long, thin stripe into her neck. As the blood flowed from Took's neck, the male released her and stepped back. "I have drawn first blood, victory's mine." After he finished his little ritual, he grinned. "Aim Krolt beta to Thyson." He nodded his head to the female that seemed to be in charge. As he did so, I couldn't help but notice a series of scaleless lines on his neck mirroring Took's. The female spoke up then. Her voice was surprisingly husky, considering her thin physique. "She's got potential," and then she turned to me, "Since she follows you, I'd guess you do too." If you make it to adulthood, we'll welcome you and any others we deem worthy into our pack. I must have looked confused since she smirked and continued, you must think you can just keep going as you have been once you and your pack reach adulthood, huh? I hesitantly nodded. Well, you're wrong. The adults leave the spawn to themselves, but once they're adults, they're a part of the swarm. You'll see, and at that time say that Wistrel's got her eye on you. She nodded, then changed the subject. So why are you all down here? Given your apparent level-headedness and pride, you should have some reason. Well, I was going to talk to Rulak and see if I could acquire some assistance from him in exchange for some information. As I said Rulak's name, Wistrel nodded appreciatively at me. If you know his name, you should know what that means. What's your information? I was his gamma for a time, so I might be able to help. After a moment's hesitation, I spoke up. We've located the den of the wolf stags believed to have killed the previous beta of the swarm. I want to trade that information with the opportunity to accompany the swarm in leveling and raising the den. I stood tall as I spoke. You've got scales on your heart and fangs in your soul. I'm sure he'll make the trade. Don't think Redale will come along, though. Wistrel smiled and nodded. Follow me, I'll take you there. I smiled and gestured for my companions to follow. Took was sullen but pensive as we walked deeper. I could see her occasionally twitch this way or that as she relived the fight, thinking about how to improve. Brutus spoke companionably with Krolt and some of the others while I walked alongside Wistrel in a comfortable silence. There were a couple of other dens between us and our goal, but the 2 times someone poked their heads out, they quickly went back in upon seeing Wistrel flanked by 6 of her finest. I could hear echoes of her name and the title Ulcat. I thought about what it could mean, but before I decided to ask, we came upon Rulak. He was womanizing, which seemed to be a permanent state of being for him, with a female that I thought, but was unsure, was different from the previous one. As we approached, Rulak noticed that Wistrel was there and smiled at her. My proudest cat, have you come for pleasure or business? It's been a long time since I came to you for pleasure. Just thought this spawnling was interesting and decided to escort him. Wistrel chuckled at his antics and Rulak smiled back. Yes, well, given this particular spawn, I was pretty sure it wasn't pleasure, but you never know. He then turned to me. So what's up for you? It hasn't been long since I last saw you, so I'm surprised to see you grow so much. I can't imagine you'll change much more before adulthood, though. I'll be straight with you. What? Rulak interrupted. I wouldn't have it any other way. I like the females too much. He laughed, and it took a second for me to comprehend what he was saying, and another second to wonder about the existence of homosexuality in reptiles. After I shook that thought from my head, I continued. I've come to attempt a barter with you. Oh, that is interesting. I see why you brought him to me, Wistrel. Rulak grinned and stepped forward while pushing off the female. She seemed unoffended and laid there, languidly listening. What do you have that would be of any value to me? We have the location of the wolf stag den. Rulak immediately shifted from joking and laid back to deathly serious. It was almost frightening how much he'd changed. His aura became absolutely calm, and he radiated an aura of fettered violence that made my blood run cold. You're sure? Yes, sir. Then the pack marches tomorrow night at midnight. I was surprised to hear him say pack and not swarm. Do you mean the swarm, sir? Rulak grinned in a rictus. Oh no, just the pack. I'll be bringing out the Ulcat for this. Wistrel, he turned to her and loomed over her, I offer a formal call to battle as an Ulcat. Do you answer? Wistrel bowed low, forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow. You keep your vow, I acknowledge it. Gather the rest. We will feast on our brother's killer tomorrow. Rulak nodded at Wistrel and turned to go deeper to Redale's lair, stepping over the now-forgotten female in his path. I looked up at Wistrel, somewhat confused. Given their numbers, don't we need more than just one pack? I don't underestimate you all, but... I trailed off. She grinned down at me. 2 things. 1, yes, you are underestimating us. 2, don't worry, you have Rulak and his killers on your side. No wolfstag will live to see the morning after next. When we got back to the den, Vefir fussed over Took, who repeatedly refused to let him heal her neck. She never gave up, so in the end, Vefir gave up trying. I then filled Sybil and the rest of the original pack in on what had happened, and the decisions we had come to as Vefir again sent his healing into my shoulder. My arm was never going to get back to how it was, but it seemed that by tomorrow, with more continuous healing, I would be able to move it enough to at least keep it out of the way. Since we had a surplus of food, and our greatest threat was due to be eliminated tomorrow night, we came to the decision that we would simply rest and expand the den until after the extermination took place. I saw no reason to endanger any members of the pack when safe hunting was soon to come, so we organized the packs into working packs. Then we went to rest in preparation for the next day's work. The next morning, we all rose as usual, and I took most of the core hunters to the side with me. I don't intend to go alone tonight, but I also don't think we should all go as one. Who wants to go? They all stepped forward with excitement obvious on their faces. I sighed internally and continued talking. Well, since everyone here wants to go, I would guess that any who are offered the opportunity will want to go as well. So here's what we'll do. I then laid out a general plan for a non-lethal fight for 4 spots to accompany me, in general single elimination tournament fashion. The spawnlings were pretty much all amazed at this foreign, new, amazing way to make decisions. Then, unsurprisingly, when I announced the opportunity to accompany some of the elite adults, almost all of the swarm reacted excitedly, then less excitedly when I detailed the conditions to accompany me. Many looks were directed at Brutus, Took, and Triel, who had stepped forward in support of my decision. About 3/4 of the would-be accompanists dropped out at that point, but I was initially quite surprised to see Shamira still volunteering. I supposed that she would be up to all of her usual tricks, so internally I made sure to rig the bracket against her, so she would fight Took the round before qualifications. After an early lunch, the fights began, and it went exactly as I had planned with one surprise. Took easily dominated Shamira to claim her spot in the expedition, Brutus trampled all who stood in his way, and Triel did win a hard-fought battle against Kazala to be a part of the team. I had thought Foire would rather easily claim the 4th spot, but the second-to-last fight of his was against Sylph, who had put up an exhausting, strong fight. So Foire was narrowly defeated by one of Took's unnamed followers from Shamira's pack. She was larger than most of the rest of the spawnlings, just not in the same class as Triel and Took. She also was built differently from them, not a broad or thick, but just simply larger than the rest. I decided on the spot to give her a name and after a second's thought spoke up before the crowd. This victorious member of the pack has now earned a name. From now on, she will be called Solia. If you achieve some sort of merit in battle or otherwise, you may qualify for a name from here on. The swarm went crazy at that, and it took longer than I would have liked to calm them enough to get back to work. Foire seemed a little bitter, so I went up to him. Are you okay? I understand that under normal circumstances you would have beaten her, but this time you simply were out of luck. He shrugged. Well, how has it been undertook on the hunt, that is? He nodded. Okay, let me know if you experience any major growth like others have. I'll send Triel your way when I find her. I finally got a real reaction out of him with that last statement. Foire startled, then his eyes went wide and his jaw went slack as he seemed to be trying to figure out how exactly to react to my words. I chuckled for a moment, then walked onward, without giving him the time he'd need to respond in any intelligible way. True to my word, I did send Triel over there before too long. Faster than I had really expected, the time to take a brief rest before the extermination came and went, and I found myself gathering up my 4 followers and going to the entrance to our section of the den before I really expected it. I wasn't really sure what to expect of it, but I was initially a little underwhelmed by a single, unknown-to-me Keelish's approach. He was built like Foire, smaller, wiry, but with powerful steps and a muted presence. He was only about 1.1 m tall, so much smaller than the other Olcat I had met. You the one. After a moment's confusion and thought, I responded, you an Olcat. Must be you if you know that. Follow me. He stalked off down below without looking back. I followed behind with my companions, and we quickly got to what must have been the chosen staging area, a den bereft of any comfort or extraneous items. It was bare and elliptical, and Rulak stood at the far end of the room, seemingly heading a group of 15 adult Keelish, which made 17 if you included the male who had guided us. To his right was another male unknown to me, and to his left was Wistrel. I was somewhat surprised to see that Krolt wasn't in the room and resolved to ask Wistrel about it. Rulak's presence was borderline regal as he stood at the head of the room. He nodded at the Keelish that had entered and began to speak. The entirety of the Olcat have gathered. We have learned of the location of the killer of our fallen brother. We do not resent his loss, but we will prove our superiority this day. There will be no mercy shown to the weak, infirm, or young. We will be guided by this young one, he gestured at me, who, if he proves worthy, stands to inherit the 18th position and make us whole once again. Questions? His presentation was brief and his position absolute. Nobody complained, but one spoke up. She was a female who stood to Wistrel's left. Do you truly believe this one to be capable? Rulak simply nodded. The female nodded back, then I have no further questions. Wistrel then spoke, as the 3rd of the Olcat, I support this campaign. We will quench our thirst with wolf-stag blood tonight. The male to Rulak's right followed, as the 2nd of the Olcat, I support this campaign. We will hone our fangs on wolf-stag's spine tonight. Rulak finished, as the 1st of the Olcat, I will head this campaign. None will rend more flesh or shed more blood than I tonight. We repay our debt in full. As one, the group stood and faced me. Rulak grinned and spoke, "Well, little guy, lead the way." While I was somewhat set to lead in the end, we all just followed Took under the moonlight. She led us deep to the north, and as we went, all the Ilkat went silent. It was eerie that there was effectively no noise but our steps the entire way. Took, Brutus, Triel, and Solia followed suit and went quietly. That seemed to come naturally for all but Solia, who seemed to be bursting at the seams with enthusiasm and questions. Surprisingly, it was Took who broke the silence, simply asking Wistrel, "Where's Krolt?" Wistrel laughed. "He isn't good enough to be Ilkat, now focus on the task at hand." Took stood shocked for a moment, then refocused. After another half-hour's journey, Rulak called everyone together. "I can see the signs. We're about 100 m out from their den. Evens with Jarlton to the east, odds with Wistrel to the west. I'll take the little ones straight in." The entire group had long been solemn, but at the brief commands, they seemed to slip into a strange mix of serenity and bloodthirst. They all stalked off, and after a brief minute's wait, Rulek spoke up. "They should be done with the Watchers now, here we go." We stalked forwards through the undergrowth, and I saw, in the distance, a couple of brief flashes of warmth that quickly swarmed an unsuspecting wolfstag sentry. There was no honorable duel here, only unadulterated violence and a swift death. We hurried forward, and I could see pairs of Ilkat making quick work of the comparatively blind wolfstags, keeping the alarm from being raised. Finally, when we were near the den, two Ilkat were waiting for us. "We've found one more entrance nearby. The rest will all be entering there, and we will be accompanying you." Rulak grinned. "Then we'll wade through blood together, brothers." He then screamed his challenge into the den in front of us and stalked in proudly. Rulak stalked forward, flanked by the two Ilkats who had shown up. I was curious about what he would be like in battle, and I wasn't disappointed. He always carried himself lackadaisically, so the severity and calm with which he walked into battle was almost jarring. That, however, was nothing compared to the way he fought. Given his size and obvious power, I had assumed that he would fight like Took, smashing into the foe and dominating them with brute force, but I was far from correct. When we saw the first adult wolfstag, Rulak dashed forward with a coordination and grace that belied his size. The wolfstag reared back and began channeling its magic into its horns, which began to glow and glitter with power. Rulak looked like he would engage straight forward, but at the last moment, right as the wolfstag began to crash its head forward, Rulak just wasn't there. He jumped above the wolfstag and, going horizontal, grabbed the foe by the scruff of its neck in his jaws. Rulak bit down hard and the wolfstag went limp in his jaws. He relaxed his bite and it flopped wetly onto the ground, warm blood pooling and soaking its fur. I looked on amazed, but Rulak was far from finished. Looking ahead, we saw another 3 adult wolfstags. All 3 began conjuring brightly burning bolts of lightning, but Rulak continued to run towards them at a dead sprint. He dodged 2 of the bolts, couldn't avoid the third, and allowed a glancing blow off of his flank. I smelled burning flesh, but Rulak didn't react at all. He simply closed in on the closest foe and bodily lifted it up by its tail. Rulak, given that he stood nearly 1.8 m tall, was much larger than any wolfstag I had ever seen, this life or previous. He swung the hapless thing around and smashed it into the active horns of the middle wolfstag, and I heard something crunch. Rulak ran forward and feinted high on the last standing enemy, causing it to rear up to try to protect itself. He then quickly grabbed it by the throat with his right hand, flipped it onto its back, and ripped its throat out. I heard the wet slap of the torn flesh as it hit the ground, dropped from his jaws. The other 2 Ilkat weren't idle, as they rushed forward and made sure that all the felled foes were dead, quickly ripping their throats out and running to stay near their leader. All 3 continued onwards, and my pack and I rushed to keep up. We simply followed in silence until we came to a small alcove, too small to be called a den. Inside were 4 younger wolfstags, at least one of which was a young thunder wolfstag. I called my pack forward, and we began our own fight. I heard Rulak mutter something to the other 2, but I was too focused on making sure I fulfilled my quest, since I may well lose the opportunity to do so if I didn't at this juncture of time. I rushed towards the biggest one of the group as I began to pull the tickling magic up from my chest to my throat. I decided not to activate Bloodlust at this time, since it could backfire on my concentration on this unfamiliar magic. As such, I was more cautious than usual and dodged an attempted strike while I could see the warmth begin to congregate on the young wolfstag's horns. I waited for a moment, then, when it lunged forward, I dodged to the side, brought my mouth as near to its head as I dared, and pushed the last little bit for the loud explosion to happen. The effect was immediate and effective. The young creature had never experienced something like this, and startled back, whimpered, and lost its concentration on its own magic. As I witnessed the lightning fizzle out of existence, I seized my advantage. The wolfstag reeled, and I took the opportunity to rip deep into its shoulder. It whimpered in pain as I bit deeper and harder until my teeth grinding on thick bone, I lifted my prey up and slammed it down into the packed floor, stunning it further. It immediately began trying to recollect itself, but I had quick, easy access to its throat and I quickly put it out of its suffering. Since I knew it was coming, I could briefly feel the surging strength within me, and it wasn't just adrenaline. In the top corner of my vision, I saw the flashing system message, and though I didn't read it, I knew it was letting me know that I had completed my quest. I decided to check up on the rest and their own fights. Looking, Solia and Triel were focusing on one of the other three wolf stags and seemed to be about to finish things, while Took was currently disemboweling her foe. Brutus was deadlocked with his enemy, both trading ineffectual blows. I began channeling my magic, brought it to my throat as I approached, and in a moment of overexcitement, let it get to critical mass before I was in position and I had my mouth partially closed. So instead of the potential stun, it mostly rang in my head and slightly startled the wolf stag. In the long run, this worked just about as well, as the wolf stag looked at me in fear, just long enough for Brutus to capitalize and begin eviscerating it. I was surprised at how temperamental yet natural this magic was for me. I supposed it was due to the fact that the magic came from some organ, and not from my own intimate knowledge of the words of power. I didn't have a specific phrase I was using that would dictate what would happen, so it was less certain what would happen. But since the magic came from me and not the words, it came rather naturally, instead of calling it from somewhere else. The fight had ended at this point, so I looked to the entrance only to see nobody. Looking down the hall, I could see that one of the ill cat was running to catch up to the others. I looked at my pack, nodded, and then we took off towards the others. It was amazing to see what they had done in the same amount of time it took for us to dispatch our own foes. We ran forward, and there were another 7 corpses littering the path before we could catch up. All were killed as methodically and carefully as the others, with singular wounds scarring their still warm bodies. We finally caught up with Rulak and the others who were standing stoic at a fork in the path. After a moment's wait, I confusedly asked, "So, why are we waiting here?" Rulak answered, "We're sure that there will be some who flee. We're here to keep them from doing so." Und just us. Rulak laughed, "Just watch. I don't need that magic stuff, but these two work well together. Hold your breath when we say so." I figured it would be something fire-related, given our location, and once a group of panicking wolf stags came along, I was proven right. The 2 old cat, 1 male and 1 female, began to work together, as the male conjured a bonfire of sorts in front of him, and the female whirled a swirling mass of air into being that slowly integrated with the flames, creating a fiery tornado that slowly, prodigiously, began inching towards the now even more panicked group of wolf stags. They began to try to turn around, but something behind them seemed to be pushing them forwards, so they began to try to rush through to the other side where we were. As they entered the flames, Rulak called out, "Hold breath now," and a deep black smoke began to fill the corridor. It choked the life out of the area, but we held firm in our location. The smallest in the group, only about Solia's size, were caught up in the powerful winds, and screams echoing broiled while others tried to charge through. Those that made it were charred and obviously pained, and Rulak quickly took care of the majority of them. A couple made their ways past him while he dealt with the rest of the mass of bodies, and we stepped forwards to take care of them. These adults were dangerous to us, but since they were far from peak condition, we 5 could simply mob them one at a time and rip anything still keeping them alive apart. Some were so burnt from the flaming cyclone that when we bit into them, their skin crackled like paper. Everything that I saw was in agony, choking, and coughing. I saw a female wolf stag holding 2 small cubs in her jaws as she gently tried to protect them from our merciless jaws. There was no mercy and no hesitation from any, except for me. I had seen these wolf stags as my enemies as other, but this was disturbing. I had done this multiple times in my past life. I just had never seen it, so I never really thought of what exactly burning to death entailed. The brightly burning fireball in front of me was just like the ones that I had created and used to fry dozens and hundreds of Keelish. I had no qualms about killing my enemies, but this fiery inferno was something completely different from a fight. It was a particularly painful death, and one I didn't relish seeing. Looking at the old cat, none seemed to particularly enjoy this but looked detached instead. Regardless, this was a battle of extinction, and it was better that this pack of wolf stags die here than continue to pose a threat to my future survival. So until there were no more, I continued to wet my teeth in the nearly boiling blood of any wolf stag that survived the deadly tornado. I wasn't sure how long it had been, but it had been long enough that my jaw had begun to hurt. The adult wolf stag's skin and bone was significantly stronger and more durable than that of their young, so it took real effort to ensure they died with each attack. In the back of my mind, I realized that I couldn't see Rulek anymore, but also couldn't bring myself to care too much about that. I was happy to realize, though, that the influx of enemies had begun to slow. Finally, I was allowed to step back and relax. Looking around, the rest of my pack seemed to feel the same way. I could see the system notification flashing out of the corner of my eye, indicating that I had grown. Thinking about it, I was sure that all of the spawnlings that were here were sure to have experienced a not insignificant level of growth. Solia was obviously more powerfully built, and Triel and Brutus were almost as tall as me now. Took, on the other hand, didn't look too different. Measuring myself against the bodies around me, I realized that I had grown significantly in height since the night's activities had begun. I was now almost 85 cm tall, getting closer to Took's height of now 95 cm. A part of me wondered if I would ever be taller or bigger than her, but I didn't much mind if we ended up having the nearly 30 cm height difference of Redale and Rulak, since we each had our strengths, and I never intended to be the same kind of bruiser she was. Nonetheless, since I now had a moment's rest, I decided to check on my new status after this explosive period of growth I was experiencing. Status: Name, Ashlani. Race, Young Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. Current quest: Subjugate 10 Keelish. Reward 1 Agility 1 Intelligence. Stats: Constitution, 11 plus 1 plus 4 equals 16. Strength, 14 plus 2 plus 6 equals 22. Agility, 16 plus 3 equals 19. Intelligence, 13 plus 2 equals 15. Magic, 8 plus 1 plus 5 equals 14. Skills: Innate Leadership, cannot evolve. Pack Tactics, Current Evolutionary Progress. 0-10. Improved Bloodlust, Current Evolutionary Progress, unknown. Dominance, Current Evolutionary Progress, 35-100. Improved Vision, Current Evolutionary Progress, 0-18. Sonolphin, Current Evolutionary Progress, 150. Evolutionary Foresight. Adult Sonic Magic Blood Alpha live 30 days, Progress 1430. Young Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha. Prerequisites: Young Sonic Magic Blood Alpha. Requirements: acquire 50 followers, Progress 3250. Looking at it, I was pretty grateful that the system showed what growth came from my completion of the assigned quest, and what came from other things. Hopefully, I would be completing this new mission 2 days later, or given that this raid had been going on for a while, tomorrow. As I studied what was recorded in my status, the thought crossed my mind: how do I evolve Bloodlust? Is there something special about this skill, since I'd never gotten anything about how to evolve it? Previously, the administrator had deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision is now rescinded in consideration of your current growth. Skill: Improved Bloodlust. Evolutionary requirements: spend 3 days with Bloodlust skill activated without stop. Progress 0-3. Love. I wasn't sure if that or Improved Vision's requirements were more stringent. I decided to look into that sometime in the near future and looked around me. Rulak was still gone, but the whirling inferno in front of me had faded, and the two old cat were sitting on their haunches, recovering. I approached them, so where did Rulak go? One turned back, and as she was about to reply, a horrendously loud clap of thunder echoed through the den. She then continued, he went to kill the alpha here. If you hurry, you may find him before he kills it, but we cannot accompany you nor guarantee your safety in here, as there may still be pockets of resistance. She then turned back to her companion and kept an eye out for any incoming wolf stags. I looked at Took, who looked like she wanted to go look for the duel, but just then, a good fight, echoed from the depths of the den, and the two old cat stood tall and looked deeper into the cave. There was nothing for a time, maybe 5 minutes, and we all stood there, gradually losing patience. I could see that Took was about to try to go down the hole herself when we heard shuffling and steps coming down the hall to us. Coming down the hall was a shambling mass of fur. Looking closer, it was Rulak carrying an absolutely massive wolf stag. While alive, this thing must have stood nearly as tall as Rulak himself, 1.7 m, but it was significantly larger, with its head being 0.5 m wide and almost 1 m long. Its massive curling horns were permanently scorched black by the lightning that surely nearly permanently covered them back when the beast was alive. However, once the sheer size of this behemoth was comprehended, the thing that stood out most was the insane amount of injuries covering its body. There were deep bite marks scattered everywhere, and 3 long gashes, one from its nose and leading through its eyes and down to the nape of its neck, a second going from one should to the opposite haunch across its back, and the third disemboweling it. Its steaming viscera trailed down Rulak's back and on the floor behind him. Upon seeing us, Rulak dropped the carcass to the floor with a thud. He stood tall, and I finally noticed his own state. All things considered, he was doing well, but I could see that a couple of his ribs were obviously out of place, and he had a deep gouge on his back, from the back of one shoulder all the way to the base of his tail. He then began to speak in that regal timbre from before. The killer of our fallen brother lays slain before you. He was a valiant warrior, thus proving Qatar's death was not in vain nor unworthy. Qatar, just as you have passed your strength to us, we take the strength of your killer and add it to our own. With his final words, Rulak lowered his head to the corpse in front of him and took a massive bite, then swallowed. He stepped back, then his second-in-command stepped forward and did the same, followed by Wistrel and the rest of the Ilkat, each stepping forward in turn. I wondered if my pack was meant to step forward, but Rulak looked over at me and shook his head. You are not Ilkat, therefore you have no place in the Gi. If you decide to join us, then you will join any that we have after that. He turned to the rest of the Ilkat. We have purged their existence from our territory. Take whatever you want back to the den, it's yours. You have earned your keep, my Ilkat, my killers. We feast tonight or maybe this morning. He grinned at that and bodily hauled up the body of the alpha once more. I looked at the rest of my little pack, and after seeing their looks back at me, we all went to grab as big a load as we expected ourselves to be able to haul back to the den. We staggered back into the den as the morning sun began to color the sky pink. It was a strangely beautiful sight, considering every muscle I knew, and then some were screaming in agony after the abuse they had been through in the last couple of days. I still wasn't at 100%, and I could really feel it now that I was left mostly to my own thoughts as we returned. As we separated from the excitable cat and stepped into our own little part of the den, I nearly bulldozed Sybil, who was anxiously awaiting our return. I only barely noticed her pacing in time to stop myself from fully running her over, and all 5 of us raid-goers stumbled and nearly fumbled our cargo. I decided to give it up once I was fully in the den, and took another 13. I counted them steps before I dropped my massive adult wolf stag before I turned back to Sybil and smiled. We're back. She grinned wryly in return. So you are, let's get you all a visit with Vefir before you rest. The rest dropped their prey in the main room, nearly filling it up completely, before we all trooped off to Vefir for some well-deserved healing before even more well-deserved rest. He fussed over us as was his wont, but quickly doled some of his magic to each of us before looking ready to collapse himself. I was going to lay down to rest at that point, but Sybil approached me. I tried to withhold my groan but wasn't quite able to. Sybil smirked at my poor performance. Look, some of us actually keep working, all the time. Then her face shifted to a strange mix of frustration and confusion. Shamira was up to her tricks last night after you left, but her heart doesn't seem to be in it as much as it was before. I think that my indoctrination is going very well, so as long as we keep her away from the babies when they come, we should be fine. I don't believe that she's really given it up though, so I don't know what her current angle is. Well, we'll keep our eyes out and her isolated, so I wouldn't worry too badly. Have you decided who would be your chief helpers with the indoctrination? Primarily Octavi, who seems to have grown in a manner similar to me. Then, there are a couple of nameless who are willing to take part in the effort. I wonder if you'll let me name them as I see fit. I nodded. Now can I rest? Well, ideally not here. Just in case, it would be best that you set yourself up in the den where all the babies will be hatching. If you miss the hatching, it'll be twice as difficult to convince them to follow you. I groaned loudly this time. So where is their den? Not close, about 45 minutes walk through the den. I'm not sure where the entrance is above ground, so we need to get there through the den. And I'm not really comfortable going through the deeps without you, since they don't respect the rest of us. I stood and took's coming with and so Sylph. I'm not going to be the only one suffering. It was a rather uneventful trip through the deeps, and fortunately, we didn't need to go all the way down to where the upper echelons lived. There were a couple of curious sorts that poked their heads out, but between I ain't about to deal with your shit face and a couple of whispers of Ulcat, nobody bothered us. I was glad for it since once we got to this new den, which was surprisingly small to me, Took and I immediately sprawled out on the floor and began to get comfortable. I could sleepily remember telling Sylph to find the above-ground course to our exit, but after that, the sweet release of sleep. It was actually 2 days later that I began to hear movement out of the corner of the den. This entire time, I had kept myself in this room with nothing to do besides eat and practice my sonic magic. There was little progress. We had already gone and brought back an entire adult wolf stag back to this den, and it was beginning to stink. Excitedly, Sybil and her helpers forward, we had come to the decision that Took needed to stay back in the den, just in case, to begin helping the little ones in their hatching endeavors. Initially, only one by one, then tens began to emerge from the dirt, squalling, shoving each other, and pushing for the heap of food lying in the corner. After a moment of letting them begin to drive themselves into a frenzy, I pushed my magic into my throat, and the sudden crack of sound made the entire group immediately fall silent and look to me. I grinned widely. Welcome, my younger brothers and sisters. You are all now spawnlings in the service of the swarm. I look forward to your service. End of Volume 1. Thank you to all the people who have read thus far. I read all your comments and I excitedly check my phone all day at work to see if there are any new comments or follows or stones or anything. Haha, no, I don't have a problem. I'm going to be taking a brief rest now. I'll still be writing a bit, but I'm getting stressed trying to make sure that I post every day. So I'm just taking some time to collect my thoughts, plan the next volume, and rest. See you soon, and may we soon wet our fangs in the blood of our adversaries soon. Please not real blood, haha. Virali woke early that morning. It was Midsummer's Eve, and she had heard tell of a nearby thunder wolfstag den, so she wanted to scout it out and see if there was a suitable pup for her there. They made wonderful companions and grew in strength alongside their masters, so she quite looked forward to her new, cute friend. Virali quickly dressed in the Vushtan's traditional protective clothing, thick cotton that covered the wearer head to toe. The muted greenish-brown suit was purposefully stuffy and didn't breathe anywhere. The only ventilation a wearer of the Beralt got was around the eyes, and technically, that was supposed to have a light gauze covering it any time the wearer was outside the town boundaries. She sighed and left her room. Virali's father was readying the home for the day as she left the room. He looked up and smiled at her tenderly. Vili Vata, Karen, today's blessed by the gods, sweetheart. Vili Vata. I smell bread, is it yours? Yes, Karen, I knew you would be leaving early today, so I made sure it would be ready before you left. Marata got home late last night, so forgive her rest today. The council is almost done preparing for tomorrow, so she's been quite busy. Virali smiled. I know, I must make her proud tomorrow. I have been practicing my words, and I think I can rank among the top 5 of my cohort tomorrow, Emily willing. Her father Corali dipped his head in amusement. Votan if the gods will it. He then got serious. There have been some signs of serious conflict in the forest lately. Be careful, eh? His chocolate skin shone and his verdant green eyes stared deep into Virali's. You worry too much, I'm careful. Virali grabbed the fresh loaf of dark brown bread, ripped it in half, gently bunted her head against her father's, then grinned and rushed out the door. The town they lived in was on the smaller side, and much smaller than Virtal, the capital to the east. Virali had heard that her mother Maratha had spent several years there before deciding to retire to this frontier village. The capital was huge, with people proficient in the words on every corner and white wheat bread everywhere. There were paved roads, much better than the packed dirt ones here in this nameless town, and people who didn't know your name. And freedom, she supposed. As she caught herself in her reverie, Virali shook herself and focused on the here and now, nodding occasionally to the people she passed and smiling now and then, but without letting herself be distracted once again. The mud brick walls around her and small herb gardens didn't catch her eyes, and as she reached the town boundaries, Virali lifted the hood of the Beralt and lowered the gauze eye covering. Virali loved being in the forest. The deep greens mirrored the green of her father's eyes, and the smell of nature surrounding her put her at ease. She settled lower into her stance and began taking note of any and all of the signs around her. It was nearing the end of the toothy bullfrog mating season, so there weren't rutting males everywhere she looked, which was good. Virali had curiously stretched a finger out to one when she was a child and had nearly lost said finger. She still had the scar to show for it. Regardless, ever since then they had made her uncomfortable with their 2 wide mouths and rows of nasty teeth just raring to dig into her. No thank you. Virali did see one male doing his mating dance in the distance, but couldn't be bothered to deal with it. They bred like the vermin they were, and killing one male wouldn't do anything to the population of the menaces. And anyways, Virali wasn't about to let herself be distracted from finding her soon-to-be companion. She looked away from the bulbous creature and began searching for the typical signs of a thunder wolfstag den: burnt foliage, horn marks on tree trunks, and the odor of their peculiar urine. It was a particularly pungent thing, typically used to mark territory, so if you knew where to look, or smell, as the case may be, you could conceivably find your way to a wolfstag den. Virali caught herself. This little internal monologue was taken almost exactly from Meyerlia, her cohort's teacher. Shaking herself, Virali kept her nose and eyes peeled as she continued forwards in a low crouch. It was the work of several hours for her to catch a whiff of the sour smell she was looking for. It was an unpleasant smell, but Virali was excited that she finally was getting close enough to begin trying to select her future friend. She skulked forwards, and the further she went, the more signs she saw and the more excited she got. The smell, however, began to sour in a different way than the urine. Instead, it began to reek of charcoal and rot. Confused, Virali continued. It wasn't long before she found the source of the smell. She first came upon a hidden den entrance from which a rancid smell pulsated, so strong she nearly gagged. Virali pulled back and immediately took in another entrance. This one was no longer hidden as the first was its entrance was blackened by smoke, and upon stepping close it reeked of burnt flesh and hair. Or fur in this case. Poking her head in, she saw the horrendous shredded, desiccated corpses littered the space. All the skinless faces seemed to be screaming in pain, teeth bared in rigor mortis. The originally brown dirt floors and walls were splattered rust brown with dried blood, and she saw dried sections of flesh scattered across the hallway. The walls were cracked by the immense heat that seemed to have consumed the area, and looking deeper, the scene continued. Virali, however, could not. She felt the bread from this morning begin to rise up her throat, and she quickly rushed out. It didn't stay down, and as the mixture of the smells and her new memories washed over her, Virali vomited painfully against a nearby tree. Several times she thought that she had recovered but was interrupted by a resurgence of memory, which swiftly incapacitated her once again. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, Virali felt comfortable enough to reach for her water canteen and wash her mouth out. The water tasted like ash in her mouth, a strange sensation, but anything was better than continuing to taste bile. A moment later, she was finished and reaffixed the headpiece of her Beralt. Little did she know, she was just in time. She heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. And as she hurriedly and stealthily crouched down near the tree, she took in a bone-chilling sight. A large bipedal reptile came through, flanked by at least a dozen more of the monsters. Even if she was a model of destruction and wanton destruction, she could have been called amazing. She was over 1 m tall and had a mottled green and brown complexion. She was broad, with a thick tail and powerful foreclaws, and she was hauling an entire scaled deer buck with the help of 2 others of her kind while the rest scouted around her. The thing must have weighed over 400 kg, but the 3 creatures seemed to be having no issue with their trek. Virali felt a bead of sweat run down her spine and began praying internally for mercy and guidance. There was a Keelish swarm here. Took rolled over and grumbled internally. She was still sore from a couple of days ago when she'd been blindsided by one of those murder birds. What did Ashlani call them? She didn't care enough to recall, but she did remember Onkli's dead body and that one of them was responsible. That was all she needed to know to hate them, and hate them she did. Her pack stirred around her as she began to rise. She was currently rotating with the leader's pack, since he was occupied with dealing with the squealing whelps. Took was not about to willingly roll herself up with that, and between the Alpha and Gamma they'd be fine. Plus, Shamira needed to be kept away from all the little ones for now. Speaking of, Took immediately began her daily search for Shamira. Like every day, Shamira had tried to make some sort of escape, but it wasn't too hard to find her. She always went for the males, so this time Took found her cozying up to Brutus. Brutus, for his part, simply gawked at Shamira. It was obvious that he didn't really understand what she wanted from him. But he obviously understood what he wanted from her. Shamira was looking frustrated, so Took let her continue speaking for a moment. Look, I'll do whatever you want if you help me become the Alpha. But we have Alpha. I can be another Alpha and you can be my Beta, what do you say? Took could see Brutus trying to process. So, if I help, then you be mine. Shamira smiled sunnily, exactly. Brutus grinned back, okay. I help on hunt today and you be mines. Shamira's smile froze, that's not what I meant. Brutus's face shifted back to confused, then what mean? Took laughed out loud, unable to contain it any longer. Shamira whirled to look over and with a sigh stalked over to Took. She said nothing, and Took didn't much mind. Shamira was too tricky and sly in how she spoke. Her actions and words never matched up. Words were cheap, but actions proved who you are. Shamira's words and actions were all over the place, so Took constantly kept her at heel. The 3 large Keelish walked to go eat, and Took could see the confusion play out over Brutus's face as they went. He kept trying to get close enough to touch Shamira, but she'd obviously gotten sick of trying to reason with him, so she kept her distance, confusing Brutus further. Took wasn't going to insert herself into this, and instead just kept her literal and emotional distance. Breakfast was quick, and before too long the pack made their way out of the den and to the surrounding forest. Ashlani sometimes spoke about how pretty the forest was in the weird vision, but the rest of the pack simply nodded along and never used those eyes. They weren't anywhere near as effective as the ones that could detect warmth, so they were left on the wayside. Quickly Took tasked Foire, her tracker, with following a scent he had picked up on the day before, one he had never smelled before. New prey and a new hunt began. This was her pack, those she had chosen. 2 had died since the beginning, but Foire, Ilni, Brutus, and Shamira were still present, and an additional 4 had been allocated to her as Sybil's education was completed. Those 4 were maniacally dedicated and powerful, and were good to have on the hunt. Foire and Brutus's place in the pack were long since proven, and Shamira was more than competent when she was put to the test. Ilni, however, was an interesting sort. She followed Took around wherever she went, and Ilni tried her best to imitate Took's every mannerism and action. Ilni did struggle with Took's taciturn nature, though, and often had to hold herself back from piping up with some tidbit of knowledge or anything, really. The pack continued forward and followed the trail far, much further than ever before. As they passed the wreckage of their foe's home, Took was briefly taken in thought more than anything. She wanted to practice with the ill cat. They were impressive to the extreme in their approach and their melding of magic with might. That said, Took wanted to practice with Rulak most of all, given his strict adherence to physical power and prowess. However, Took was never one to be taken by daydreams, and quickly gathered her thoughts. The pack began to slow as Fuar pointed forward, and Ilni rushed to stay by Took's side as she began to sign commands. This is where a Keelish proved themselves. The Gamma was a different sort, but generally speaking, a Keelish that didn't hunt wasn't much of a Keelish in Took's eyes. As the pack slowed and began to take in the sight ahead, they saw their new prey a strange thing. It looked a little like the wolfhounds that they had hunted previously, but this was much larger. It stood on 4 legs just like the wolfhounds and had horns like them, but that was where the similarities ended. It was covered in dense scales that radiated a heat of some kind, and its horns were very different from the curling ones of the wolfhounds. Instead, its horns jutted sideways and upwards from its head and had cruel-looking sharp edges pointing in every direction. Its massive rack of horns looked particularly dangerous, but it was distracted at the moment. It ate several bites from the greenery in front of it, lifted its head to look around, then lowered its head once more to partake of its meal. After it repeated the action a second time, Took jumped into action. She rushed forward, and as she did so, she felt free. The hunt was glorious, and as her blood began rushing in her ears, she screamed a challenge to her prey. It startled up, then immediately began lowering its horns to begin a counterattack. Took preferred it this way to challenge her foes directly. This thing was many times her own size, at least twice as tall as her at its shoulder. However, Took grinned. The pack was one with her. With a roar, she and Brutus began the work of tying down the thing's horns. They both jumped and latched onto the horns as best as they could, but Brutus was quickly dislodged and thrown away. Took contemplated staying and trying to hold its head down alone, but was quickly relieved of that idea as she felt her feet begin to be lifted off the ground. Instead, she chose to let go, and as the thing's head was pulled up by the sudden absence of weight, she darted in. With a loud clang, Took latched onto the front leg of the creature and began to wrench her head back and forth in an attempt to fell it, while her hands both scrabbled for a good point to latch onto. Fortunately, the rest of the pack was right behind her, and they rushed in quickly. Unfortunately for her, the creature quickly realized that it was at a disadvantage and chose to try to escape. Since Took was latched onto the thing's leg, she was repeatedly and forcefully introduced to the ground as it ran, but she doggedly held on and slowed it as best as she could. She heard the snarls of the pack closing in, then a squeal of pain from the massive creature. Took grinned excitedly and knew it was time. She immediately shifted position to leverage her whole strength against the other leg of her prey, and bones creaking in protest, began to twist her body forcefully and knocked one of the creature's supporting legs out from beneath it. It fell heavily. At that point, the prey's death was certain, and Took quickly tried to leverage it onto its back. She struggled briefly as its horns got in the way, but as more and more of the pack's fangs tore into it, its struggles weakened beneath them, until finally it stilled. Took screamed victory to the skies and was quickly joined by the rest of the pack in jubilation. It was not much longer after that Took began leading the pack back to the den, personally doing all that she could so that she could carry the entire body herself, but quickly giving up as she realized the impossibility of the task. She, Brutus, and Shamira began dragging the thing back to the den, and as they passed the den of their previously slaughtered foes, Took hear Fuar call out that something smelled off, but nothing stood out in their vision, so after a brief moment's discussion, the pack returned to the den. Took, for her part, couldn't wait until the next time she could hunt one of these scaly things, and thought about how she was going on another hunt after lunch today. And she grinned. "Damn it, Jorel, you better not be thinking that I won't come down there and beat some sense into your thick skull." While my words may have conveyed some sort of real anger with Jorel, I was, in fact, pleased with his progress. Jorel was one of the newest additions to my little swarm, and had I not interfered, would almost certainly have become the alpha of his clutch. He was built like Tieran had been, big and strong, but wasn't quite so unhinged as my broodmate. Jorel listened to what he was told and made improvements immediately. I wished I had that same quality. Speaking of listening to what he was told, Jorel called back to me in the midst of battle, "But leader, I'm winning 1v3. There was a wry grin on his face, and something told me that he had caught on to my little trick of acting like I actually knew better than him. He was fighting to a non-lethal conclusion against 3 of his broodmates, and was maintaining a solid advantage on them. solid enough to spare a moment to turn and sass me. I grinned in return and made a signal for the fight to finish. The four young ones gathered around me. Okay, you three, he outclasses you physically in basically every way, but that's okay. Keelish are successful hunters because we leverage our numbers and coordination. That's why you're disappointing. 3 brains and 3 Keelish can't even get a hit in on this guy, so get your crap together or I'll be dissolving your subgroup. The 3 losers' heads drooped, and their leader, a promising female who needed to learn communication, spoke up, yes, Alpha. I gestured for them to leave, and they did. Jorel rolled his neck and spoke up, I don't have any challenges here with the babies. I need to fight some of yours to grow. He wasn't wrong, he was about 70 cm tall at this point and only 2 weeks old. Given that he'd never had the opportunity to become an alpha, I couldn't imagine what kind of a beast he could grow into if I figured out how to give him the opportunity. I left the idea on the back burner as I not so gently smacked him with my tail. They're your broodmates, and you'll be working with them for as long as I say so, so don't be an ass and work with them, not against them. I walked away, good work today. Good luck on your hunt, stay close today. A cheery cry of yes, leader, echoed behind me as I continued walking, and a rueful grin covered my face. Jorel knew how much potential he had, and also knew that I had no intention of snuffing that out for some petty reason, so he could get away with more than most. Yet he was never insubordinate or disrespectful, so the sentiment was friendlier than what I had with most of my subordinates, especially those of his brood. Since I had watched them hatch, many of the brood had some sort of an idol worship towards me, and given that I had continuously proven my own power as well as that of my subordinates, that idol worship was strengthened in most. As I walked away, I mused over my newly updated status. Status, name Ashlani. Race, Sonic Magic Blood Subswarm Alpha. Current quest, Sire a Brood, rewards. Constitution +4, Intelligence +3. Kill 5 humans, Progress 0.5. Rewards Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +5. Usurp control of the entire swarm, Progress. 5% rewards, Intelligence +9. Stats, Constitution, 16 + 13 = 29. Strength, 22 + 16 = 38. Agility, 19 + 20 = 39. Intelligence, 15 + 15 = 30. Magic, 14 + 13 = 27. Skills, Innate Leadership, Kanadaval. Pack Tactics, Current Evolutionary Progress, 0.10. Improved Bloodlust, Current Evolutionary Progress, 0.3. Dominance, Current Evolutionary Progress, 87-100. Improved Vision, Current Evolutionary Progress, 0.18. Sonolphin, Current Evolutionary Progress, 2150. Evolutionary Foresight. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Beta, Requirements. Acknowledgement of the Swarm's Alpha. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha, Requirements, deposing the current Swarm Alpha, acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. I had just evolved to adulthood last night, and I appreciated the increase in stats. I could feel the increase in my physical strength, and it was more than welcome. However, it had also brought with it an additional quest. One didn't make anything any easier on me. My last 2 evolutions had provided with me additional status, information, in the form of bonus quests, but I wasn't too happy with the ones that had been provided to me. I had yet to see a single human, and I wasn't sure if I was capable of killing one that I saw, in the off chance I was able to see them before I was slain. Furthermore, I was nowhere near being able to begin actively campaigning against Redale, nor defeat him in one-on-one combat, which I was sure would be necessary. Finally, I couldn't bring myself to honestly consider the first quest. Other members of the brood had been shacking up in all sorts of ways for a while now, and I didn't much care, it was just. I couldn't bring myself to think about actually siring children with a Keelish. The thought sent shivers down my spine, all the way to the tip of my tail, but the looks that Sybil had been shooting me recently did so as well. And I wasn't sure how I felt about that in general, so I decided to, once again, put that on the back burner. As I walked out of the training area, I was greeted by the sight of a dozen Keelish working on a dozen different projects. Whenever I was noticed, the worker would quickly bow, saying, "Morning, Alpha," before scuttling back to work. I made my way to the main room and began getting my bearings on what was going on today. Sybil approached me and was about to speak when a familiar voice boomed into the room. "Hey, you're a big boy now, ain't ya? Now you need an introduction to true Keelish society." Rulak was here and he had an announcement to make. I looked up at Rulak, curiously nervous. He was still quite large, but since my growth to adulthood, he didn't tower over me quite as much as before. The more I grew and more correctly estimated my own size, I realized that this behemoth was closer to 1.8 m tall than 1.7. I figured I had grown to about 1.4 m at this point, about the same size as Redale. Rulak glanced down at me and smiled. Look, whenever a new brood reaches adulthood, they need to see how much bigger than them the swarm is. Bring all your broodmates and follow me. He settled back on his haunches and looked curiously around our den while smiling flirtatiously at any of the prettier females that walked past. So any advice for me as I bring the rest of my pack? Nope, good luck. It was obvious that Rulak was trying to hold back his laughter and rather unsuccessfully at that. Great. I called for everyone to gather up, and was pleased that they all mostly came together quickly and willingly. The two notable exceptions were Bella and Shamira, both of whom slunk forward with a frustrated or almost guilty look on their faces. Bella had continued fawning over Shamira and her apparent beauty, and while Shamira welcomed any and all Keelish that wished to follow her, Shamira was coming to understand that she wasn't going to be able to usurp any meaningful power from me. Thus she hadn't been so conniving nor sneaky of late. I still didn't much trust her, but she was starting to prove herself at least not quite so shifty as previously. Bella, for her part, was obviously still wildly unaware of how Shamira's outlook had changed, and could occasionally be heard muttering under her breath about how, soon, you'll all see that Shamira is the best leader around. I figured that she couldn't possibly be any harm to me, and the rest of the swarm, even the youngest ones from the other generation, laughed at her behind her back. So I left her to her delusions of grandeur. Regardless of the state of mind of my less than enthusiastic followers, I decided it was in my best interest to quickly bring my fellows to our little meeting, and began walking deeper into the den after Rulak. As we descended, I was surprised to note how many more Keelish I saw than I had ever before. Nearly every little passageway saw some sort of my fellow kin poking their head out. I realized now that I was now one of the tallest in the swarm. I was still outclassed by Took, and Triel probably would stand taller than me if she ever stood up straight. Nonetheless, I was bigger than before, and the stares of Keelish my size and smaller weren't anywhere near so unnerving now as they were before. Finally, we arrived at the bottom of the den, where Redale sat, ready and waiting for us to arrive. As we got closer, Redale smiled broadly and began to speak. Now I see potential in you, but you are yet unaware of your place in this swarm. You are small in stature and numbers, and you need to listen to your superiors at all times. This will allow you to understand the world at large, and to grow faster and better. With that, Redale stepped down and looked at Rulak, who, after a moment's hesitation, made his way to address the crowd. You are free to maintain your current pack. There will be nobody forced to stay nor leave. Any Keelish can follow another they can consider to be more qualified or powerful. I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to get from that. Was the swarm as a whole attempting to pull us apart as a group? Or was it an attempt to weaken any who attempt to rise up against the established system? My mind was racing, trying to figure out what exactly this meant for me, and my plans to eventually overtake the entire swarm. Rulak continued, that said. His loud words cut through my stupor of thought, and I refocused on the task at hand, listening to these momentous changes. There will be some changes to the way that you live here, as you will be expected to offer a small portion of your hunts and growth to the swarm, which will then be proffered to the youngest members of the pack. Any questions? As my little pack began to confront the revelation that we may be broken up, Bella couldn't help but speak up. "Ha, you lose, we're free." She looked over at me with openly burning hatred in her eyes, then looked excitedly at Shamira. Shamira looked back at Bella, aghast and almost confused. As a sort of painful silence settled across the confused onlookers, Bella began to lose her composure. I mean that. Shamira, you're going to take over, right? A new, better pack." Bella looked on with desperation as Shamira avoided eye contact. I stepped forward and began to speak with steel in my voice. "Shamira, have you been plotting a usurpation of my rank?" She quickly shook her head, denying it. "No, I have come to accept my place in your swarm, Alpha." "Then do you defend the actions of this one?" She snorted derisively. "I have never given her any reason to think that I would rebel against you. She is a fool." "Good for you, Beta Gamma." Took stood at attention and Sybil spoke authoritatively. "Yes, Alpha." Bella began to quail under the intense gazes of the swarm and realized that things were going completely contrary to her expectations. "Do you see any value in her as a member of our swarm?" "No, Alpha," Sybil spoke seriously, but I could see a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Took shook her head no. Then, "Redale, do you see any value in this one as a member of your swarm?" He laughed, and in his actions, I again saw the chained beast inside him, as the entirety of adult population of the swarm took a step back in fear. His laugh was raspy, grating, and didn't convey humor or happiness but a sadistic contempt. "It isn't often that a fool makes it to adulthood here, and they don't live long. Do what you want." I sighed internally. I really didn't like this part of Keelish society, but I was finding myself falling more and more in line with conventional Keelish thinking. Took kill her. With an unfeeling look on her face, Took began to purposefully stride towards the panicking Bella, who was looking for mercy from any member of the swarm. She found no emotions other than contempt and bloodlust. Before she could come to the decision to try to save herself, Took closed in quickly, slapped Bella strongly across the face with her tail, and while Bella laid on the floor concussed, Took ripped Bella's head from her shoulders. The idiot could have lived if she hadn't publicly spit in the face of authority right after being told that rule number one of Keelish society was to respect and listen to authority. Again, I internally sighed at her stupidity, but the cynical part of my brain simply thought she really wasn't offering anything to the swarm, and my current options for growth weren't based off of numbers so much as percentages, so I wasn't getting anything personally from her continued existence anyways. Took raised her head, blood dripping from her jaws, and stepped back into line. I turned back to Redale. We understand your authority and respect it. I also won't prohibit any from leaving my pack. I purposefully didn't call it a swarm. I thank you for the opportunity, however, to show that I am not weak in my convictions. As a demonstration of my gratitude, take this prey. I gestured at the still bleeding corpse of what was Bella, and do with it what you will. Redale growled in what must have been a satisfied manner, and Rulek briefly gestured to a smaller male in the corner, who quickly came and recovered the corpse before going down a nearby hallway. Redale then spoke again. You, Alpha, come with me. I looked up at Redale, and he nodded shallowly, then turned to go down into his personal area. I followed. Unsure of what to expect, I entered gingerly, ready to defend my life. A swell of magical warmth began to press to my throat, left arm, and tail while I prepared myself to attempt to kill this creature almost certainly more powerful than I. Fortunately, when I entered, I only saw Redale looking at me, almost pensively. I'll tell you the same thing I've told every bright-eyed alpha who's made it to adulthood. I understand you want to take over from me. I'll welcome your challenge at any time, but know that it will be the last time you are able to make that request of me. Only one will leave the bloodletting grounds alive. As he spoke, his menacing presence gradually began to press against me, threatening to stifle my rationality. I began to feel my resolution slip, and in the corner of my eye, I saw the notification I knew was coming. True dominance skill is being exerted on you. Due to your system advantages, you resist. However, it is advised that you leave the influence of the true dominance skill as soon as safely possible. In a moment of desperation and what seemed to be a flash of brilliance, I activated Bloodlust. I felt my eyes widen, and I involuntarily exhaled heavily while I stood taller. I realized that I now looked Redale almost exactly in the eye, just a hair shorter than he. His scarred face grinned back at me, rallying myself. Good, you won't cave to that. I hope you become strong enough to challenge me for real. He turned away from me, and it quickly became apparent that this was his manner of dismissing me. I was walking out when I heard his last words. Talk to Rulek, you'll want to hear what he has to say. I was a little confused, but I decided to listen to Redale's advice. I walked out and quickly found my swarm waiting for me. Took obviously had her hackles raised, while Sybil was looking around curiously, but in a relaxed manner, as if she were inspecting an interesting lizard or viewing the spawnlings training. With a confident nod to the group, I approached Rulek. He nodded back and gestured for me to come close. Look, I think you might have the beginnings of an Olcat in you, but that's not why you're here. Things are going to change in a big way and soon. And why is that? There's another type of predator that we've seen signs of around here, one that you've never seen before. They'll try their best to root us out as a whole, exterminate us like vermin. I was getting a bad feeling about this. I was right. They're called humans, and we need to get ready for war. I thought about how to respond to Rulek's words. I wouldn't have any way to know what a human was, and as far as he knew, the most dangerous predator I had come in contact with had been slaughtered by him. You said they. Do we know how many of them there are? Well, they work differently from us. The group that we've seen is apparently already aware of our existence, but hopefully they don't know our numbers. If they don't, then they won't have already asked for help from others of their kind, which means we may stand a chance of wiping them out. That's what I mean when I say they're different from us. They keep in contact with others of their kind, and if they feel threatened, they beg for help. It's weakness but also strength. Rulek seemed to look down on humanity while still respecting them in some strange dichotomy. I slowly nodded. How long do we have? Rulek sighed and shrugged. Never know. We don't know how long the bastards have known about our existence, but we know for sure that they do now. We have up to a month, but no longer. Get ready to engage with them in a hybrid of assault and defense. We'll begin with defensive measures, since that will better allow us to take them by surprise and weaken them before we hopefully wipe them out. At this, Rulak nodded to me, then turned to another, the male that was called out as the second of the ill cats. They spoke quietly together as they walked away, and I noticed several of the other ill cats beginning to approach the two of them. Took looked on in envy and general longing as I gestured for the swarm to follow me out. We walked in silence as we ascended back to our den, and waiting in the entry for us was Jorel. He grinned widely as we approached. "Hey, welcome back. These little ones were beginning to get antsy, but I kept them in line, so don't worry." I rolled my eyes back at him, then stepped past him. While he was large for a non-alpha spawnling, he still couldn't measure up to an average adult Keelish yet. And my pack was larger than most of the normal adult Keelish we saw today. So he was still dwarfed even by Vefir, who was the thinnest and smallest of all the members of the swarm. That said, he was probably the most beloved of all of the members of the swarm, given that he had spared most every member some suffering at some point, myself included, as my shoulder had regained stiff mobility, but never was going to work as well as before. He had also been taking some basic combat lessons from his brother, who had become a key member of my hunting squad, so he wasn't completely useless in combat either. Tangents aside, Jorel didn't stand a chance against most any adult member of the swarm, but he wasn't too far off of being able to. The swarm began to enter the den, and I spoke up. "Everyone gather in the main rooms." Everyone followed me closely as I went to the front of the adjoining room. Bella's execution was not an expression of my inability to let anyone defect from the swarm, so much as a necessary demonstration of my willingness to abide by the rules of the swarm as a whole. If you feel that this swarm is not your home, then leave, and soon. I won't abide by idiots who want to test their luck badmouthing and usurping power here. Make your choice. I looked around the group, specifically setting my sights on a couple of the members that I thought most likely to defect, Shamira included. Most didn't look back directly at me, but I didn't mind them. That said, I fully intend to continue spreading our influence and power throughout the swarm, and those who wholeheartedly follow me will find themselves better off than those who decide to abandon ship. That's all. I turned from my audience and gestured for my core circle to follow me to my quarters. Took and Sybil were the first to follow, while the twins, Triel and Foire were close behind them. For a time, I had tried to include Brutus on these conversations, but he wasn't anywhere near a contributor, and he didn't feel left out if we didn't include him, so I had slowly phased him out of attendance. We walked through the halls with all the spawnlings we passed looking on in respect and awe. After a moment's quiet walk, I stepped into my room and the others filed in behind me. I stood in the deepest part of the room and opened us all up with just one question. "How do you intend for us to grow in power and influence?" Beta. Took looked around, then shrugged. "Hunt more bigger prey. Like thee as a human." Sybil looked pensive for a moment, then spoke hesitantly at first but growing in confidence. "We need to know more of the rest of the adult Keelish. We don't know hardly anyone. While we do know several who are in the highest positions in the swarm, we don't know many in general. We need to branch out and establish ourselves as a real growing power, so that, as we gain power and influence, we will be taken seriously in any bids for greater power we make." As she began to talk faster and louder in conviction, I noted the rest of the swarm looking at her in confusion at first, but then to excitement. I nodded slowly, then turned to the rest. "Anything else to add to what our Beta and Gamma have said?" Slow shakes of the head came from all my subordinates, except Sylph, who briefly spoke. "I think we can leverage more communication with more spawnlings in the future. Expand our numbers there as well, nothing immediate though." I nodded along with his statement. Sounds good to me in general, however. I think that one thing will take precedence over all else: personal strength. The more powerful we are as individuals, the greater our influence will be, regardless of any tricks we try to pull. Therefore, everyone work on your personal growth. I have a couple of things that I think will grant me greater power that I will be trying soon. Anything that appeals to you, try it. It might afford you growth. The first of these plans, well, I have an announcement of my intentions. I plan to try to become the newest Cat and gain their support in my bid for leadership of the swarm. I slammed into the ground, cursing under my breath. My sparring partner Durgal stepped back, breathing heavily but grinned. He was just shorter than me, standing at 1.3 m or so, but probably outweighed me by a bit. Stocky, cocky, and strong. I had tried multiple approaches, but nothing I had tried on him worked. I tried to leverage my strength initially, just as I always did in the hunt, but he was stronger than me and quickly took me down. I tried to dart around him quickly and upset his bearing, but he carried himself calmly in the fight and was able to mitigate any advantages I had in speed with his positioning and experience. Finally, I'd resorted to using my sonolfin and blasted as loud a scream as I could muster right in his ear, and he'd startled from that. But as I tried to press my advantage, he'd maneuvered his footing in a way that forced me to overcommit. The Durgle had pulled me over himself with one arm as I stumbled forward. There I was, gasping, trying to recover my breath, as Durgle, the 14 of the old cat, sat back on his haunches. Was this what you expected when you asked to join us? 3 days ago, I had approached Rulak and stated my intentions to qualify to join the old cat. He'd laughed in my face in an amused yet not unkind way, then said that I should try to be around them for a while, see what the old cat thought of me, and then try again. I'd been busy with running my swarm and training the spawnlings, so I'd only gotten down to the old cat's den today. It had been eventful. There were 3 present. The 7, 10, and 14 Histy, Burke, and Durgle, respectively. Histy and Burke were the female and male that had accompanied Rulak and my pack during the night raid. Histy controlled the flame and Burke the wind. When I'd entered and announced my intentions, both Histy and Burke looked to Durgle, who quickly understood what they were trying to communicate to him and grinned. Great, Rulak wants you to introduce yourself. Step in the ring with me. I won't draw blood, I just want to see how you fight. The 3 fights had been quick and painful, and interspersed with little chuckles and commentary from the 2 onlookers. Too quiet for me to hear over my pounding heart and gasping breaths. All right, you got me. How the hell do you do what you do? I sighed. Durgle looked at me. The humor started to drain from his posture and he began to assume a more serious stance. What exactly? I felt my shoulders tense. All you old cats, you all 3 interrupted me almost in unison, old cat. Histy continued while the 2 males nodded along, nose at the end. Ever, we're one body. Was okay then. You old cat are all exceptionally experienced in inter-Keelish combat. I've seen several of your number brutalize others handily, and even non-old cat subordinates are obviously trained. How? And I think more importantly, why? Durgle smiled faintly. Well, how is an easy question. Practice, always, both in the hunt and in combat. Some of our number are damn good fighters, 3's the best of all. She trained all the rest of us, and I don't think Rulak's ever beat her in a fair fight. Wait, 3 isn't that Wisterl? Ah, you know her. Durgle displayed his neck briefly, showing an ever more familiar line of scar tissue running up his neck. This is her mark. It shows defeat but learning. If she decides to teach you, you'll receive your own. Wait, so shouldn't she be one, since she's stronger than Rulak? All 3 looked knowingly at each other and Burke spoke up. His voice was strangely sibilant, almost like a snake. No, she's not. Could she beat him in a fight? Yes, but she's inferior to him in every other way imaginable. She's not a great hunter and a poor leader. You wouldn't find any of the old cat willing to follow her unless absolutely necessary. Fighter, though, you won't find a more qualified, bloodthirsty warmonger. Histy spoke up anyways. As for why, that isn't our place to say. I'm sure you have some ideas, and I'm sure they're at least partially correct. She stood tall, clicked something with her tongue, and Durgle helped me to my feet as she continued to speak. We've seen you fight. Let's see you hunt. Okay, I think that one of my packs should be. Not as a leader but a member of a pack, come with us. A part of me rankled at being told what to do, especially after my pride had been quashed by Durgle repeatedly and easily. But the rest of me recalled why I was there to gain support, after we got through this human crisis. Additionally, I wasn't so prideful as to not recognize that I needed to learn the skills that the old cats know. Old cat seemed to have in spades. Thus, I ascended the tunnel with an unfamiliar pack. As we approached the tree cover, Histy spoke. Burke, you're in charge today. Where are we going? He looked over at her with a knowing look. You know my choice. The old cat all nodded, then Burke turned to me. In the hunt, where are you usually? Front lines. Good for you. Let's see how you do there for today then. I wasn't too sure what he meant by for today, but it seemed relatively promising, so I let it go. It was strange for me to not have much of anything to do as the pack began following a track that was slightly familiar to me but I couldn't place. I watched the others, but I wasn't in charge of them, so there were several times where I needed to bite my tongue, and another where a part of me panicked, wondering where a wandering spawnling had gotten off to, only to realize that there weren't any underlings for me to worry about. As I mused, somewhat lost in thought, I realized that Histy, who was leading the scouting, was slowing. I approached and she spoke softly. I'll tell you once. This sound, she clicked her tongue sharply, means go, and this one, she clicked her tongue again but with her mouth closed, muffling it, means wait. The prey is in the clearing up ahead. Burke, what do you say? He looked forward and I could see a slight rope of saliva beginning to trail from the corner of his mouth. All right, you, Ashlani, go forward about 15 steps and to your left about 10. From there, wait for the signal. We'll follow you after you follow the signal. I nodded and got myself low as I began to follow the instructions. As I entered the clearing, I noticed the prey. It was a scaled deer buck, about the same size as the one that Took had brought back a couple of weeks ago. Its rack of horns was less tangled than that of the one Took had felled, but it was otherwise almost the same size. Then I heard a soft click, almost too soft to hear. I twitched, about to rush forward, but realized it was the waiting signal. The scaled deer twitched and looked around, cautious. I settled back, almost worried I'd ruined the hunt, and my right shoulder ached in response to the sudden, forcefully controlled movement. Another 10 seconds passed, another soft click. Then another 10 seconds, another click. Another. The deer began to calm, then lowered its head to graze. That was immediately followed by a louder click, and I rushed forward. As I got close enough to begin my assault, I activated Bloodlust and tore into the front leg near the shoulder. I bit down as hard as I could, but the scales shifted, redistributing the force and preventing me from beginning to tear in as hard as I'd wanted. The creature jumped, trying to get free, and reached out with my left arm, grappling the other front leg as I ground my teeth against the hard scales while I began to pull some of my magic towards my jaw instead of my throat. I wrestled with the deer as it began smashing its horns against my back, unable to get anything more than a glancing blow off on me as the magic reached my head, and my jaws began to shudder into motion. With a buzzing noise, my teeth began to clatter irregularly against its leg, and I felt the scales beginning to give way when its hind legs collapsed, and I finally shouldered the beast over. At that point, I finally noticed what the other three were doing. Burke was in front of it, snapping back and forth, and preventing it from committing to striking out at me. Whenever it began to try to smash into me, he would conjure a bit of wind and push it, or move forward and get towards the nearly exposed throat of the deer, and it would retreat back. Durgal had hamstrung both the back legs, with crimson blood flowing like a waterfall down the dully shining muddy brown scales of the scaled deer. Histy was nowhere to be seen, though. I felt my vibrating teeth finally tear into flesh, and with relish I tore a huge mouthful of meat off the sprawling creature. It squealed in pain, and I dug back in for more. It continued crying out for just a moment, before Histy darted forwards and slammed her full weight on its head. And with a wet crack, the deer's head turned an unnatural angle and flopped limply to the side. Histy looked back at me as I tried to shake off the bloodlust. "Not bad, youngster, let's get back to the den." After eating my fill, I helped carry the leftover carcass back to the den. It wasn't too difficult between the four of us. When Took had brought one back, the swarm still was full of adolescents instead of adults, so they'd struggled to drag the carcass back between the whole group. Now, as 4 strong adults, we didn't struggle at all. While growth was instantaneous and marked most of the time, it was still jarring to occasionally compare myself today to the me of yesterday. In the den, the 3 Olcat nodded at me in a friendly but dismissive way as we approached my den, and I didn't overstay my welcome. As I walked into the entry, I was greeted by the general bustle of the swarm. I heard the clamor of the spawnlings practicing down the hall, the generally happy conversations between groups of Keelish of all sizes. And in the distance, I spotted Octavie doing her usual listening to the conversations of all the people around, while seeming to not pay attention to anything in particular. She was Sybil's best informant, and she had grown into a persona of indifference and lackadaisical wallflower. Ness. I knew, however, that was all a front. She was particularly invested in the political climate of the swarm, and was Sybil's first choice whenever it came to inter-Keelish problem solving. Octavie glanced at me while I passed by, and nodded respectfully just like the rest did, but did no more to compromise her true intentions. All of Sybil's true subordinates were scary like this, and my exposure to Sybil helped me to formulate some ideas as to why Wistrel and her inter-Keelish combat abilities were so highly valued. The thought sent a shudder down my spine, and I quickly dismissed it. I relatively quickly got to my quarters and sat, thinking for a while. There was no shortage of ways to grow my influence and trust among the Olcat, but the most immediate option that I had was to continue growing in strength personally. And I had a quest that should be pretty simple to accomplish if I was just willing to complete it. I sat, mulling over my near future in my room for a long while, long enough that I realized I was getting hungry again. The reminder of my physical needs made me realize there had been a couple of times where I had been aroused in the last couple of weeks. Never by anything specific, a smell here, a twist of a tail there, but the way this body responded made me uncomfortable in a way that I never was in my old one. Maybe it was just the foreignness of this body, but if I wanted to check the easiest quest off of my list, I would have to at least momentarily embrace it. I sat, frustratedly rubbing my aching shoulder for another long while. Finally, making up my mind to at least think about it, I decided to consider what eligible options I even had. Sure, Took could work, but that was weird, like having sex with my older sister. Sybil wouldn't want to, Shamira would definitely want to, but I couldn't possibly open that can of worms purposefully. The thought sent a shudder down my spine. Triel and Foire were obviously into each other, so I wouldn't insert myself, no pun intended there, and the rest of the named females didn't have much of a personal relationship with me. Maybe that was for the best. I again was lost in thought until I finally decided to consult someone else. I whistled softly, and a spawnling poked their head in my room. Yes. Call the Gamma here. Let her know it's no rush, but I have a couple of things to run by her. The little one nodded, then disappeared as I listened to its footsteps fade. I had supposed that Sybil would take her time to get to me, but I was wrong this time. She sauntered in before too long had passed. She carried herself with poise and grace now, no longer the cowed individual from before, but instead a powerful Gamma in her own right, a master manipulator and schemer. Every so often, I would be taken aback by how tightly she kept the general goings-on of the swarm under her thumb, when I would reference something I thought she should check up on, only for her to explain in gritty detail what all the minutiae of the case was. So, Lord, to what do I owe the pleasure? Sybil smirked over at me as she approached. Keelish can't comfortably sit, so they typically laid down or sat back on their haunches if not standing or walking. We hunched down comfortably as I tried to gather my thoughts. Do you ever have a distinct feeling about what you need to do to grow? Sybil cocked her head. How do you mean? Like knowing how to improve your control over your magic, or how to gain strength, or anything like that. Well, I'd be lying if I said it's never happened, but I get the feeling you're talking about something more specific than I am. This should be in connection to what you said the other night, right? Probably I have a couple of particular things that I feel like would lead to my immediate growth, but only one of them is immediately available to me, but I can't do it alone. Her eyes narrowed. Is it something particularly dangerous? I can probably rally the swarm behind you on a suicide mission if necessary, but I don't think that would be worth it long term. No, 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 nothing like that, it's just… Well, I was getting more uncomfortable by the moment the more I thought about what I was going to try to ask my friend to find me someone to sleep with. Spit it out already, Sybil rolled her eyes. I need to sire a brood. I'd like your help in selecting a matron. In an attempt to save myself from my own awkward self, I simply read the terms from my status, then realized I didn't know what to call the one that would be the mother of my children and settled, quite uncomfortably may I add, on matron. Sybil blinked slowly. You're serious? Oh yes. Permission to speak candidly. Of course. Sybil bolted upright and got in my face. You're a damn fool if you think that I'm about to help you matchmake. I've been trying to seduce you for weeks in increasingly less subtle ways, and your response is to ask me to set you up with someone else. She was actually pissed, and after a moment of clarity, I realized that she was emanating the smell I'd reacted to and was twisting her tail in the unnaturally alluring fashion that had caught my eye previously. Oh shit, 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 shit. I blinked and felt my eyes involuntarily dart all over. I'd never been particularly astute with the opposite sex, even when I'd found myself in a couple of relationships in my past life, and the signals were all different now, but I didn't let myself get caught up in excuses. I stood tall enough to look Sybil in the eye. I'm sorry. You know me well enough to know I speak the truth when I say this. I was entirely unaware of your, or anyone else's, advances, and the only reason that I asked you to advise me was because I thought you'd be disinterested in a sexual relationship, especially with me. Sybil looked at me frustrated before responding, yeah, I know. Let me put it explicitly for you then. She turned around and rubbed her tail up and down my stomach while coyly lifting her head and looking at me sidelong. Ashlani sire a brood with me, now or never. I chose the first option. Chap 49's. Nothing. Sex was different as a Keelish, but in the end not too different. Afterwards, Sybil affectionately nibbled on my neck. Now, if that didn't work, we can try again before too long now that you know the signs. Keep leading us as you have been, and I'm sure you'll be in control of the swarm soon. She smiled at me, more gently than usual, without the gentle bite of her sarcasm as she walked out. I rolled my neck and right shoulder. My arm was always stiff, but was especially so after this unusual exercise. As I did so, I took note of the flashing system notification. Quest completed. Growth achieved. Quest board updated. Status updated. I quickly checked my status. Status name Ashlani. Race Sonic Magic Blood Subswarm Alpha. Current quests kill and devour 3 new species. Progress 03 rewards. Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +2 may vary due to difficulty of the hunt. 5 humans, Progress 05. Rewards, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +5. Usurp control of the entire swarm. Progress 5%, Rewards, Intelligence +9. Stats, Constitution 29 + 4 = 33. Strength 38. Agility 39. Intelligence 30 + 3 = 33. Magic 27. Skills innate leadership cannot evolve. Pack tactics current evolutionary progress 010. Improved bloodlust current evolutionary progress 03. Dominance current evolutionary progress, 87-100. Improved vision current evolutionary progress, 0-18. Sonolphin current evolutionary progress, 2850. Evolutionary foresight. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Beta requirements. Acknowledgement of the swarm's alpha. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha requirements, deposing the current swarm alpha. Acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. Other evolutions possible, but not currently foreseen. So the quest disappeared. Did this mean that eggs were officially fertilized? Or maybe was it just intercourse? But it had specifically said to sire a brood, and there was no way something was about to be born. I quickly dismissed the thought from my mind and instead relished the feeling of growth while reading the new quest. Kill and devour 3 new species. Truth be told, I wasn't too surprised by the newest quest. It seemed that the more variety of what I consumed, the more I grew and quicker, so it made sense to see it directly. It did specify that I needed to hunt the new species myself, so I wondered how my recent hunt of the scaled deer impacted this. System, any answers? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded, depending on your future growth. It had been a while since I'd heard that. I'd almost forgotten how frustrating it was, even though this was just an idle query. Suddenly, while I was thinking more specifically about the system, a question occurred. Hey system, how can I learn about how to acquire or qualify for other evolutions? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to. The administrator has overridden previous commands. The system, user will qualify for further evolutions as they continue to develop the skills and experiences that they already have, or through the acquisition of more skills or experience. The thought flashed. Would I qualify for a new evolution if I focused on a skill's growth? A quick glance through my skill list showed that I only really had 2 options at the moment, improved bloodlust or sonolphin. I might be able to evolve dominance as well, but with a war breathing down our necks, I worried that any aggression that I used to progress the skill might earn me new enemies. Or, at the very least, ill will. I hemmed and hawed over it for a while, then decided that deciding tomorrow wouldn't negatively impact me, since there wasn't much left of today. I stepped out of my quarters, and the guard messenger at the door gave me a look. He wasn't quite approving, but certainly wasn't disapproving. I didn't think we'd been too loud, but propriety wasn't exactly on my mind as I tried to drown out my embarrassment in carnal pleasure, so maybe there'd been more noise than I'd thought. Was this little one the gossiping type? After the briefest moment's thought, I realized I didn't much care and moved on down the hall. Every female I passed looked at me long and hard, and a couple of the males started to grin, but upon recognizing me, quickly returned to a more reserved nod instead. That was strange, since there was no way that the word had spread that fast, and I couldn't imagine that Sybil was walking around, announcing to the swarm that we'd just bumped uglies. After Foire and Triel looked at me, then each other suggestively, I needed to go. I didn't know where, and I didn't know for how long, but I needed to not be where I could feel Sylph's eyes on me and see Took's raised eye ridge. I jogged down to the Ilkat den, deciding that was my best bet. I was wrong. As I walked through the entryway, Rulek perked up and turned around, grinning. Who wants some of? What are you doing? His face fell and he started to hold back laughter. What do you mean? I was half acting innocent and half actually confused. Your female is going to be pissed. Why? Rulek's jaw dropped. You really don't realize what you've done. I was starting to get frustrated. What? You need to get yourself clean now, you smell like rutting. I realized Sybil had continued with her pheromones the entire time, and I must have smelled just like her seduction smell. Maybe she'd accept the "I'm just an idiot" excuse again. Rulek grinned wryly. Well, I do feel some congratulations are in order. You've experienced sex, so good for you. Might be a while before you experience it again, though. Rulek could no longer contain his laughter, and guffaws echoed through the training area, and a couple other Ilkat poked their heads out, confused about the conversation we were having. It wasn't too long before I had cleaned myself satisfactorily and then went to talk to Rulek for real. So, what should we do when this war gets started? Rulek went through his uncanny transformation, and he seriously looked back at me. Who do you mean? Well, I'm not an Ilkat, so my pack. The spawnlings will suffer dire losses, but the survivors will be stronger than me, so they should be on the front lines. The same goes for the rest of your pack, but we don't want to expose our numbers before we eliminate the initial assault force, so for now do whatever you can to stay sane and get stronger. He grinned wolfishly at me. You want to go a round or 3 with me? I frustratedly stepped back. I'd never thought that I had a chance against Rulek in true form, but I hadn't expected this session to go the way that it had thus far. Rulak had never done anything other than just easily dodge my attacks and occasionally lash out with his tail. And I was exhausting myself trying to catch him, to lay even a finger on him, but I never could. His massive frame was surprisingly lithe and quick, and it felt like trying to catch individual raindrops in the dark. Simply impossible. Rulak took a step forward in reaction to my retreat. You were better in that duel with the one you killed those weeks ago. You're overthinking. I grunted as I tried to dodge the tail lashing that I knew was coming. But I was wrong. He finally closed in on me for real, and went for a bite around my neck. I stepped back again, trying to avoid his lunging attack, but left myself open for a vicious kick that smashed my head back, leaving the taste of blood in my mouth. I tried to gather myself, but Rulak didn't give me the opportunity. He pressed forward again, and I tried to back up more but found myself hitting the wall with my tail. Come on, do something already. Cornered, I decided to do just that. Bloodlust activated shone in the corner of my eye while I rushed forward with my magic, beginning to push aggressively to my throat and hands. I snapped aggressively at my foe, and he smirked back at me and stepped back before going to smash his head directly down on my body, but I was ready for him. I raised my hand and locked my fingers together. Since my last evolution, they had changed in form, and the chitinous hard covering could now lock with itself, making me much less likely to shatter my fingers if I used them as a united knife, and I planned to do just that. Rulek seemed to know what I was going to do as he saw my movements, and pulled his head back while shoving out with one arm, making me stop in my tracks. Good. Aggression is in your blood. Take advantage of it. He pressed forward, this time in his strange, hip-twisting step that allowed for him to strike out with his tail on either side. I tried to telegraph an opening on my right side, and Rulak grinned in response. That would work on most, not an old cat, but most. He pressed into battle with me, and in the back of my mind, I knew that he was taking it easy on me by no longer kiting me, but the rest of me wanted to make him bleed. I purposefully gave a part of my sanity to the bloodlust, and felt myself slip deeper than I had since I'd evolved the skill. The magic I had sent to my limbs finally burst out, and my muscles felt jittery but powerful. I was a snarling, ripping beast, and I didn't care what happened to me. I just wanted to draw blood. There was something innate in me that I hadn't felt before. I knew how to move, how to dodge here, and where to strike to guarantee a mortal wound. Almost like there was a grid superimposed on Rulek's body, and I could see his weak points. I struck towards them and was blocked once, twice, thrice. But the fourth attack made contact just between two of his lower ribs on my left. I felt scale and skin give way beneath my fingers, but before I could get any deeper, my jaw was smashed into the ground. I saw stars and belatedly realized that I was trying to kill Rulek, so I deactivated Bloodlust. Shaking my head, I stood up and looked at Rulek. He grinned back at me. There's the whelp I saw so much potential in. Take a break, then let's talk. He turned to one of the observing members of the Olcat and clicked something at him in the strange Olcat tongue. The male nodded back and walked out into the main hallway. Panting and trying to shake the stars from my eyes, I finally took notice of a new notification in the corner of my eye skill potential unlocked. Evolutionary information updated. I was shocked. Quickly, I pulled up my status and looked at the bottom. Improved Bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, 03, hidden skill evolutionary requirement completed. Evolution to higher level skill, combatant's Bloodlust, guaranteed upon evolution. Evolutionary foresight. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Beta, requirements. Acknowledgement of the Swarm's Alpha. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha, requirements, deposing the current Swarm Alpha, acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. Sonic Codif Sub-Swarm Alpha requirements, skill. Combatant's Bloodlust, improved Sonolphin Sub-Swarm Alpha race. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Whoa there, what is this? I can guess the answer, but it doesn't hurt to ask. How is Combatant's Bloodlust different from what I would have received upon evolution? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. Of course, and what is a Codif? A Codif is a particularly dangerous breed of Keelish. They focus on combat above all else and specialize in both magical and physical prowess. So, this would be a significant upgrade for me. The administrator says, well, all evolutions are. I sighed. Of course, the administrator is sitting up wherever he is, laughing at me. I almost wanted to sit down and rant at the system, but realized that the main thing that would slow me in this evolution would be my progression in the evolution of my Sonolphin, which was only barely past halfway in its progression, at 2850. Looking over the evolutionary requirements, I only needed to fully deplete my magical reservoir to progress, so I simply flooded my entire body with the magic, all at once. It was almost excruciatingly uncomfortable, and my body vibrated against my own will. so I tried to force the magic out of my limbs and to the air. After what must have been 15 seconds of solid concentration, I was able to pulse the vibrations out of my limbs. When I opened my eyes, the three Ulcat in the room were staring at me, jaws agape, Rulek included. "What did you just do?" Rulek asked, standing up and approaching me. "I don't really know. I was just experimenting with my magic. What did it do to you?" "It got me going. I'm feeling ready to go for some more fighting, even through the feeling of this wound." He looked jokingly at his right side, where blood continued to flow weakly. "Whatever it was, practice it. It could be useful in this upcoming war." Well, he didn't need to tell me twice, and it had expended nearly half of my entire stockpile of magical energy, so it would be killing two birds with one stone. I smiled to myself. Rulek sat back on his haunches, waiting for whatever the other had left for, while I turned my mind back to the burst that I had effectuated previously. I pushed all my remaining magic to every part of my body, just how I felt I had previously. It coursed its path through me, and again I felt the movement of my sonic magic pulse throughout me. The feeling of magic coming through the sonolphin was so different from using the words of power, more organic, and less logical, just intuitive. I didn't have to memorize phrases in an archaic tongue or visualize anything. It was instinctual and almost felt like moving a muscle. I pushed it outwards, and as the jitters became too much for me to handle, I pushed the magic out of me. This time, however, not much happened. I could feel the magic leave my body, and checking my status, I had used all of my magic since the counter for evolution had advanced, but the magic had just left my body without notably affecting anything else. I wanted to try something else to see what the difference was or could have been, but I didn't have that option, given that I'd depleted myself of all magical power, and it would take several hours for it to replenish fully. I sighed and sat back on my haunches, just in time for the second of the Ulcat to enter the room. He wasn't built like most Keelish, but more like Vefir, thin, wiry, but obviously not a fighter. However, his presence brought a solid feeling which belied his stature. "How can I help first?" His voice was a pleasant baritone, easy on the ears and smooth. Rulek rolled his eyes. "Lighten up. It's no big deal, I just want you to talk a little about how everything works around here to this one." He flicked his tail to gesture towards me, and the second blinked once slowly, then responded. "Very well. We'll begin now." The second turned towards me and sat back on his haunches, matching my level. I was a bit larger than him now that I really saw it, and I was probably almost double his weight. I could almost see him with spectacles perched on the edge of his snout, and the thought made me want to smile, but before I could, he began speaking. "There's no need for you to know my name, just call me Second for now. The first obviously wants you know what little we know about our history, as well as our place as the Ulcat in the swarm. Firstly, our history. We know that we are not the first of our kind, nor the only ones. We came from where the light comes in a far land." Second's voice became rhythmic, almost musical in timbre. "The Keel ruled the day and devoured the night. At that time we were called the Keel and were greater than we are now. There were none that could stand against us, and our emperors were absolute tyrants as they should have been. No night was deep enough to hide from the empire, nor fire was hot enough to burn away its ambitions. No ocean deep enough to quench its thirst, nor forest wide enough to satisfy its hunger. The empire's name is lost, but its capital was called Nevtra, after the goddess of victory Nevtala and its emperor the Zoktif." Second's eyes were half closed, and he spread his hands before me as a light display flickered into existence. A wide continent was spread before me, with mountains, valleys, forests, and rivers dotting its surface, and a royal blue tint covered the majority of it. However, our rule was disputed by the Scaleless, and they gathered together to attempt to overthrow our leadership. They were unsuccessful, and their blood flowed like rivers. The blue covered the entire continent, but began to sour to a sickly purple. The empire grew proud of its power and began to fatten itself without honing its claws and testing its scales. Second's voice echoed with contempt as he continued. "Finally, the fall of the empire came when the last Zoktif conferred the empire on their firstborn. The other children of the last Zoktif were jealous and gathered together, determined to split the continent for their own, sure of their own ability. They were not rulers, had no skill, and had no recognition from Nevtala. They were doomed to fail from the beginning." Second's hands chopped downward, and the large empire splintered into many disparate colored sections, individual kingdoms. The weakened, stunted kingdoms could not stand against the untamed wilds and the unified rebellions of the Scaleless. One by one they fell, and the Scaleless rallied their brethren against us. As their forces grew, the scattered, untested Keel couldn't stop their advance. The map was slowly taken over by a growing, piercing silver, until only a small corner was left on the edge. Finally, when Nevtra was assaulted, the warriors finally rallied and fought tooth and claw. Blood decorated the battlements, and many recalled the glory of battle, but it was simply too late. The map closed in on a city with soaring edifices and walls, but it was a grisly scene. Humankind marched through the streets, beheading what looked like Keelish, but were more humanoid in shape, more upright, with broader shoulders and more defined fingers. The blood of the Keel painted the walls, and the scene continued. Squeals of pain, panic, and cries for mercy echoed off the walls, but there was no quarter given, not to the suckling child nor the decrepit elder. Finally, the scene zoomed through the streets to the main castle, where a silver-colored, proud-looking male Keel gently rubbed the head of a juvenile Keel before nuzzling a female adult Keel. The last king of the Keel, he who would have been Zoctif, sent his progeny and consort to flee as he made his last stand, and blessed by Navetala, he went to battle. The scene flashed, and I could see the king in front of the castle, waiting behind a makeshift bulwark. He had a spear in each hand, and he stood waiting, flanked by 18 guards, each bearing a spear. The invading army marched towards the entrenched warriors, and the battle began. A volley of spears from the defenders began it all, and the Keel all fought with a frenzy that I couldn't believe. The magic from the humans was impressive, but the sheer bloodlust and fury of the Keel was unmatched. Once the enemy approached, each leapt forward without a regard of self. The king was particularly amazing to see. Each stroke dismembered a foe somehow. He was a whirling silver cyclone of death. With one hand he lashed out and ripped out a throat, while with his other arm he disemboweled a man trying to strike him down from behind. Another came close, and was gimped by the Keel's powerful tail, smashing into his knee, bending it backwards. The Keel lunged forward and with a powerful bite ripped the face of another. His fight was inspiring, but there was only so much that 19 could do against hundreds. One by one, they were all cut down. Each who died went down surrounded by the corpses of their aggressors, and all grinned in pride as they were felled. The king was the last one standing, surrounded by more than 30 of his enemies, and he threw his head back and roared as he was mobbed to the ground. His claws were dulled on the armor of his foes, and his eyes blinded by the flowing blood of his foes, but he didn't stop. His thick, armored hide was punctured time and time again, and he didn't slow. 10 more fell to his claws when a thrown spear impaled him through the stomach. He doubled over, then stood strong again, and roared even louder than before. Before the stunned army could recover, he rushed towards them with a wide grin covering his face. The scene faded. I was left with my heart beating fast and looked at Second's face, enthralled. The king who would be Zoctif died that day, and with it Nevdra. His spawn and consort escaped and came together with all other survivors, and as the countless years have passed, we became not Keel but Keelish, fallen from our original state. We are relegated to scratching out a life in tunnels we dig in the ground, but pests in the eyes of humankind, and our history as Keel long forgotten by all, even the vast majority of the Keelish. Second looked up at me, eyes glowering with passion. But not forever, the Keel will rise once more. We will find the chosen of Navetala, and we will re-establish Nevdra by fang and blood. I could feel the passion in Second's eyes, and I finally looked away, and saw that same passion mirrored in the eyes of all the Ulcat present. I noticed that the rest had come, and all 17 stood in the room proud with shoulders squared. Now, secondly, our position as the Ulcat. The Ulcat were the 18 honor guards of the king who would be Zoctif. We too will stand as the 18 behind and beside he who is chosen by Navetala, and will live and die beside him. And our lives will end before we allow his to be taken. I didn't realize until then how good of an idea it had been to throw my lot in with the Ulcat. Chap 53. Nothing. I stood before the deadly serious Ulcat and looked around. All 17 stood proud and unmoving and looked over at me. I looked between them and nodded. So you support who you think to be the most suited or likely to become a Keel, or who you think is most like to become Zoctif. Second quirked a smile, somewhat of both. We believe that he or she who becomes the Keel progenitor will also be the chosen of Navetala, and the Zoctif to rebuild Nevdra. Then are there other Keelish swarms that also have groups of Ulcat who look to re-establish the Keel race in Nevdra. Second's face became resigned. We are the only swarm, so far as we know, that has any knowledge of our forebears. Further, we are far and away the most intelligent swarm of Keelish any of ours have ever come across. The rest never progress beyond a juvenile thought process. The majority of our own are the same. You are sure to have encountered many of the kind. Brutus, Greel, and most of the yet unnamed Keelish came to mind, almost involuntarily. So, the Ulcat is comprised of those who aren't mentally underdeveloped. That isn't our primary requirement, but yes. Second was starting to glance at the door. Final question. How do you tell that one has the potential to become a progenitor? Second arched an eye ridge. Power. I waited for him to expand on that. He didn't. After a moment, Second chuckled lightly to himself. So you meant it when you said final question, even when provoked. He shook his head. Even so, I meant what I said. The most powerful individuals are the closest to being a Keel. He then nodded and walked out. As he went, I watched, then thought to ask the system, is this story correct? I've never heard of the Keel before. The Keel are an extinct race and can be considered the forebears of the modern Keelish. So is the story correct? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. Are all of the evolutions available to me equal in offering me potential growth towards being a Keel? No, I can't imagine I'll get a straight answer from you, but which one is best? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to. I wanted to bang my head against the wall, but decided against it. I wasn't ever going to get all the deeper questions answered by the system, but would instead have to continue growing and thinking of important questions to ask the administrator when I got the chance. What should I ask about next? While I had been focused on personal growth and survival for the last month of my life, I still had one end goal: find and kill Veeler. I'd had more time on my hands of late, and as I'd found my mind wander, I felt less of a burning hatred towards him. I didn't like it. While I was surprisingly quickly finding myself fitting in with the Keelish of the swarm, I still wished for my old life back in most ways. I missed cooked food, and not having to constantly be wary for my life, and soft beds and good hands, and not just pissing where I stood, and not constantly training for combat, and not being able to use the words of power, and the list would be never-ending if I didn't consciously stop myself. Regardless, at its core was Veeler's betrayal. That said, it seemed like if I could evolve to a Keel, I could very well create a society that fulfilled many of these needs and wants. So should that line of questioning take precedence? Who knew, since I couldn't figure out my own mind on the subject. As second left, he was accompanied by the majority of the Cat, but Wistrel stayed behind. I've heard you want to be accepted by the Cat. She grinned, and a glint of madness I'd never seen in her before seemed to flicker in her eyes. That is true. You just heard from a second, she caught herself, that what we look for is power above all. In a fight with intelligent creatures I'm one, we have a war soon to be, so let me. In her excitement, she seemed to be cutting words from her sentences. I hesitated. So, you want to train me, is that it? She nodded, eyes glinting again with that mad tint. A part of me was afraid of what she'd do to me, but the rest of me figured it couldn't be too bad. All right then, count me in. Can we start in 2 days? She cocked her head. Why wait? I just have a couple of things to do real quick. I promise in 2 days we will be able to begin. I wanted to try to hunt and eat 3 new species as soon as possible, and then try to see what the newest quest would be before I moved into combat training. Wistrel looked disappointed but nodded. 2 days then. I almost felt like I dodged a bullet, but shrugged off the feeling and rose up to my swarm's den. There wasn't anything notable in my ascent, but I did see several other adult Keelish lurking around, and 2 others who were speaking with some of the members of the Cat that I didn't recognize, but recognized that they weren't currently Cat. My competition then. I shrugged internally and made my way into my den. There, everything was proceeding as normal, but I came across Jorel, who seemed to be looking for me since he lit up once he saw me. What's up, Jorel? He almost looked like Ilkron, my pet Hultzy, a bird that had hooked talons on its wings, in how he bounded towards me and looked at me. I heard we have a real enemy to fight, like you did with the wolf stags. I want to take some of the smaller ones out to try to find them, but Beta said I needed your permission. Permission? My immediate reaction was to say blazes no, but there wasn't much of a real reason to it, other than his very likely death at their hands. And the spawnling had no concept of his own mortality, so trying to explain that would be, very likely, to no avail. Instead, I looked down at him and said, I'll let you know in the morning at the latest. Come look for me to remind me. Yes, I decided to put it off. I was physically exhausted from the sessions with Rulek and emotionally drained by the vision of the Keel. As I retired back to my room, I sighed and wondered, do I need to stop caring about survival rates among my subordinates? The next morning, I woke beside Sybil. I didn't remember laying down with her. But after she had heard that I'd walked around smelling like her all day yesterday, she hadn't been too happy with me. So I'd expected to wake up alone after I'd exhausted myself with repeatedly practicing with my sonolphin. That being said, I wasn't unhappy with this turn of events, and I snuggled into her warmth. For several moments she just nestled back into me, and we laid there together. Then she decided it was time to get up, and she did while making sure to flick some dirt over me. I shook my head. What was that for? It helps you smell better, she quipped back and began to stalk out. I wasn't about to stand my ground when I knew I was wrong, so I gave myself a quick dirt shower and decided it wasn't too bad. It got between my scales in a decidedly comfortable fashion and helped scratch some of my itches. As I tiredly walked out into the main space of the den, Jorel excitedly approached me. "So, when can we go?" I decided I still wasn't quite ready to make a decision, so I didn't. I told Jorel to stay close for now, which he bristled a little at, but I'd guided him to a different area of the forest to conduct his hunts, and the change of scenery seemed to be enough to keep him happy for now. I sighed. The need to prove yourself in battle was not new to me, but the visceral need for it among the Keelish got to be tiresome sometimes. That said, there was nothing I could do about it, so I had to give all the promising spawnlings opportunities to grow and showcase their growth. I then gathered up my own pack of 10 with the intent of quickly hunting and killing 3 new species. I wanted to grow as quickly as possible, considering a war was soon to be upon us, and completing these quests for growth before the war began was my best bet. "Our goal today is twofold," I said as we walked out. "Our first goal is to hunt as usual. The second is to keep an eye out for anything that seems unusual or different." Kazala stepped forward. "What kind of different do you mean?" "Well, more than anything, it will probably be something you can't quite put to words. Let me know if that happens." I said this, realizing that the approach of a human that wished Keelish harm would purposefully be made in a way that confused the senses we relied on most of all. Thus, I put a lot of stock into the instincts of my hunters. Kazala nodded and stepped back. We set forth, and I kept my eyes peeled for anything I had yet to kill. Our hunt was slow, but we did have several quick, easy hunts of some toothy bullfrogs. Now that we were grown, however, that didn't go nearly as far as it had previously. I kept my eyes up in the trees to see if there were some arboreal creature I had yet to kill. At one point, I saw a squirrel, but it quickly darted away, and I wasn't in a mood to try to chase it down. I was slowly getting frustrated with my lack of progress when I saw a hare nearby. It had its eyes peeled, but I idly stalked closer as quietly as I could while I readied my magic in my throat. I got almost close enough to strike out, but it startled and began to flee. Surprised, I let my magic fly and the blast of sound shot forth. The rabbit seized up and fell. I walked up to it and realized that it had collapsed from the sudden stress, so I quickly nipped its head off. That was easy. I wasn't sure if I should have waited to find 3 sizable new creatures to hunt, but time was pressing, so I couldn't take the time I might have preferred to maybe qualify for the may vary due to difficulty of the hunt. While I was thinking about it, I made sure to try once again to send out the energizing wave I'd done the day before, and seemed to be making some sort of progress, since I felt a shuddering force flicker out of me that seemed similar to what had happened before. I tried a second time, and this time the current passed from me and I saw a couple of my pack members look over at me curious when the wave passed over them. Seeing the results, I decided that it was good progress and continued walking. It wasn't long after that I heard a surprised squeal behind me. I wheeled around and saw one of my pack begin to get sucked under the ground. It was a dulgar, a quadruped subterranean that lived by conducting little surprise attacks like this one. Its narrow mouth was opened and latching onto the tail of my companion as its clawed front legs were digging swiftly and powerfully into the ground, dragging it under. Quickly, I rushed the creature. Dulgars weren't scaled like us Keelish, but instead had thick skin that covered its body almost like plating. Their narrow faces were well built for tunneling, and the powerful claws were a deterrent, but they weren't warriors by any stretch of imagination. I quickly closed in to try to force it to let the Keelish go, but it continued hauling its prospective prey beneath the surface. I screeched my challenge to the Dulgar and latched my mouth over its entire head. It was about the size of most adult Dulgar, about 60 cm tall and 1.4 m long, its head almost disproportionately small. It squealed in pain as I bodily hauled it upwards and out of its burrow, and I felt its spine creak under the pressure I was forcing on it while knifing my good left arm towards its throat. I continued heaving upwards when it released my packmate and began trying to tear into my chest with its hefty claws. That was the moment I was waiting for, and I wrenched my head to the side and threw it bodily towards a nearby tree. It struck heavily and with a dull thud fell to the ground with blood trickling down its face. Dazed, it shook its head, but before it could gather itself, I pressed the advantage and was followed by my pack. We made quick, painful work of the armored creature, and we had to dismember it completely before I could deliver a sure killing blow. I wasn't hungry, but made sure to get a mouthful before turning it over to the pack while I looked around, pleased and looking for a third species to hunt. But there was something off. I couldn't quite place it and I cocked my head to the side listening. I heard a low, almost muttered sound, then it suddenly clicked, and I hissed to my pack to get ready for a hard battle. I was hearing words of power and they were calling for flames. My pack, confused but attentive, began to gather to me. "Spread out and change vision," I yelled to them while I rushed towards where I heard the chanting. There was heavy plant cover between me and my target, so in my approach, I went to prepare my magic, realized I was running on empty, and shook my head frustratedly at myself. I burst through the foliage and looked around to find out who was calling the fire. Almost disinterestedly, I noted that there were 6 humans hidden in the nearby area. 4 had spears lowered and ready, 1 had a bow with an arrow nocked, and the 6th was faced towards us as they continued calmly completing the call for flames. I couldn't discern gender through their thick baralts, but I also didn't care. My goal was to prevent the one who was in the process of speaking. Luckily, they obviously weren't a speaker since they were taking a long time for a relatively simple phrase. Then, I stopped thinking so much. I closed in on the first frontliner. They all carried their spears comfortably and obviously wanted to keep their distance. I didn't let them. The first held their spear low, obviously expecting me to just try to get at them. Instead, I fixed my left hand into its knife position, then stepped almost into range and provoked them into a lunging stab. Then, I stepped to the side and chopped my sharp hand into the rising wooden haft of the spear, just below the head. It cut deeply, then splintered apart, leaving the warrior with a quarterstaff. To their credit, the warrior quickly shifted his stance to one better suited to the versatility of a quarterstaff. I rushed at him and he went to hold me back with the staff braced between 2 hands as I skirted past him. I hadn't forgotten my goal, and that was to prevent the calling from succeeding. The human in the back had a flaming sphere that was beginning to grow to its complete form, about 0.5 m, and I knew that the incoming explosion would be deadly for all involved. I sprinted towards the 6th human and I saw them startle as I closed in, and they yelled out in my original Vushtan tongue, "Blazing damnation, Corda." The voice was a panicked feminine one and I almost hesitated. Almost, I didn't let myself slow as I jumped onto her. I evaded the blazingly hot fireball and bit down with finality over the Vushtan woman's neck. I didn't let myself think about the iron blood on my tongue, the panicked heaving of her chest. I couldn't. Quickly I turned around to see the rest of the pack. 2 had been spitted on 2 remaining spears, while the 3rd spearman was standing near the archer and attempting to ward off the approaching pack. The spearman whose spear I had broken had been taken down, and 3 of my pack were in the process of dismembering him. I called him a him since his screams were too bassy to be a woman. The cries for help. I shook my head. The archer was nocking an arrow, and I saw that Kazala had a long, shallow wound on his side, apparently from an arrow he'd narrowly dodged. I decided to help rush the archer while 2 others distracted their protector. The archer saw me coming and screamed, "That's the alpha, take it down quickly." I could hear the panic coloring his pubescent voice, and the woman in front of him grunted back, "Dulvrok, take you. Dorgrin, you're useless." She whirled her spear expertly to ward off the 2 Keelish, then tried to step to intercept me, but I was coming from too wide an angle, and she didn't want to expose her back to the 2 foes. I could see her reach for a dagger to throw, but taking a hand off the spear was a bad idea, and she knew it. The 2 pressed forward, and she was forced to step back and brace herself against the assault. Dorgrin began to stumble backwards as he drew the arrow. Obviously not battle-tested, I thought as I sprinted forward. As I saw him draw the bow all the way, I stepped hard to my right, and the hastily loosed arrow screamed harmlessly past me as I stepped into the killing range. He fumbled for the short sword at his waist and looked down, but it was too late for him. Just as I had a short moment before, I went for the throat. He was so short that I could reach it while we both stood, and then, continuing to tamp down my own revulsion as my teeth ripped through his flesh, I felt the fabric of his baralt catch in my teeth as his blood coated the entirety of my mouth. I turned back to his guard, and she was holding herself well against her 2 aggressors. Unfortunately for her, she was only evenly matched against 2 of my pack, and I, angry with myself and my hesitation, consciously activated bloodlust. My vision tunneled and my mind was cleared of anything but violence, and I relentlessly threw my consciousness into it. Suddenly, even though a part of me recognized that I could still see the world in color, I could only consciously see the world in black and white, with red splotches I knew to be my enemy's weak points. Rushing headlong, I came up to the back of the female warrior in front of me, instinctively dodged left, raised my right hand in a knifing gesture and amputated her hand at the wrist. Without a delay or even conscious thought, I twisted my neck to my right and almost gently ran my open maw across her throat. I could feel the sprinkle of warm wet on my face, but it didn't register. I turned towards my next target, the 2 still surviving foes. They had grouped up and were being harried by the 5 still living members of the pack, not counting myself and the 2 with me. I ran towards them and my strange new vision held strong. I sprinted towards them, as if I intended to leap headlong into their midst, and the one nearest me lifted his spear so I would impale myself on it. I instead dropped to my side and slid into range. I began to rise as I reached out with my jaws and crippled him at the left knee while my left hand knifed up and into his guts. I stepped forward without ensuring the kill and trusting it to those behind me. Instead, I turned to the last standing foe and saw that he was going to swing in the opposite direction of me and immediately capitalized on the opportunity. I stepped forward and with the entirety of my gaping mouth, I bit out all of the flesh between his rib and hip. Again, the warm wet splashed over my face, but I still didn't care. I ripped into the whimpering body before me, and disregarding the cries of pain and weak flailing attempts to shove me off, I gorged myself. Once, another approached my prey, but with a decisive snap of my jaws, they decided to leave me be. Then, I realized I'd almost just taken the hand off of Sylph, and I consciously deactivated the skill. I then was forced to confront what I had just done. I could taste the blood in my mouth, and it didn't turn my stomach. It tasted good. I didn't like that I liked it, and I nearly vomited as I realized that the pleasant weight in my stomach was human flesh. I gasped as I realized that the gurgles I heard nearby were coming from two locations, one from the warrior whose throat I had ripped out. She was still choking on her own blood and would be for another minute if nobody finished her off. The other source of pained gurgles was Triel. I realized that she was one of the two who were spitted in the initial charge. There was a gaping wound in her chest, and if it were clean, I imagined that I could have seen her lungs shuddering to keep her breathing. As it were, I approached and swiftly realized that there was nothing we could do for her here, and Vefir was too far away to try to heal her. I looked down at her and she looked over to me, pride in her eyes. First on the line, where I belong. I hunched down and nodded, where you belonged. Her eyes dimmed as she rasped out, victory. By fang, she struggled for breath, then fell silent. I finished for her. By fang and blood. I wanted to mourn for her, but realized I had distanced myself from her emotionally. I felt more from having killed a foe than from a companion's death. Hunched and frustrated, I couldn't help but sardonically acknowledge the flashing system notification in the corner of my eye. Quests completed. Growth achieved. Quest board updated. Status updated. I looked over the bodies strewn in front of me. 6 humans, 3 Keelish, and I knew more names of my enemies than of my allies. One of the two with names laid dead before me, a companion from my first days of life, and I couldn't summon any emotion. A part of me thought it the shock, another part thought it might be a result of deliberate emotional detachment, and the rest of me couldn't muster the energy to care. Maybe it was just that, the exhaustion. I didn't really think so, but a part of me hoped. I couldn't bring myself to keep thinking about it, but the detached part of me realized that a group of 11 Keelish had fought 6 human hunters equipped specifically for combating Keelish, and the Keelish had won with only 3 casualties. In my experience, the humans should have been able to put up a much better fight and possibly even rout us. Instead, we had absolutely obliterated them. This analytical part of me started to realize that the swarm I was in currently was amazingly frightening, with more elites in one location than I had ever heard about in a body of Keelish. A double-edged sword, since if any group of humanity became aware of our existence, they would rally to ensure that we were eradicated as soon as possible. I only realized that I was deliberately trying to separate myself from the emotions of the hunt when Kazala came close. Zalfa. I shook my head, sorry they were a tough foe, and I momentarily lost myself. I looked to Sylph. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. Then I faced the rest. From now on, half of all the swarm who step outside the den will have their eyes peeled in the other vision. They were invisible to us because of their preparation, and we will better see them if we have all eyes open. Now eat what you can, gather what you can carry, and we're going back home. I gestured for Sylph to come forward. He came. I want you to not carry anything for now and range ahead of us quietly. See if there's any more of these. I had a sudden flash of inspiration. Navtala forsaken cowards ahead of us. The curse felt at once foreign, yet comfortable coming from my snarling tongue. Sylph nodded, started to walk away, then looked back. Are you all right? I nodded, sorry again, I don't know what came over me. He shook his head, that's not, never mind. He looked over at Triel's body side and walked off into the forest. Triel's body was large, probably almost as heavy as one of the humans, but we continued to prioritize the return of our own. We had 7 that would be carrying back bodies and 9 bodies to carry. I hauled the comparatively smaller body of the woman I'd killed first under my left arm, grabbed the mostly complete corpse of the burliest warrior in my jaws, and began plodding back towards the den. I was surprised to see that we're able to carry everything we hadn't eaten back to the den. We ate almost 2 complete bodies of the humans, leaving 4 to carry back, and I had 2 by myself. As I stumbled towards the opening of the den, a fiery sunset to our faces, a thought occurred. I turned to the 2 who had brought Triel back and dropped my own load. Please let me carry her down. They quickly nodded and stepped back to pick up my dropped quarry. Triel wasn't too heavy in my arms, but as I carried her with care instead of just dragging her to my destination, I was surprised by how much more difficult it was to carry her. I stepped into the pathway down and I found myself subconsciously slowing my pace. With a shake of my head, I rallied myself and walked more strongly into our den. I was only able to make it 4 steps. On the fourth step, Foire noticed me, or more correctly, Triel. He looked at her, then at me, then back to her. His head sagged, but he stepped forward, almost hesitatingly. I slowly lowered her to the ground and stepped back. After a moment's observation, he spoke softly. "The wound, it's in her chest." She was charging in, taking the risks. He didn't look up, so I spoke simply, "Yes. She almost feels proud." She was happy to be on the lines. He slowly nodded. That's where she loved to be. Suddenly, memories of Took and then briefly of Ankli flashed through me. Her quiet stoicism and happiness in success and positivity, her stalwart presence on the line, her quiet yet obvious support of me as alpha, Ankli's happy jabbering, excitement to find his purpose, his insistence that we eat him, let him continue to support the pack. I asked Floir, "Who do you want to have join you tonight?" "You took Kazala and Sylph, her brothers in arms." I nodded and retreated. All too quickly, Took found her way forward and I saw Foire making invitations to her, Kazala and Sylph for the ritualistic feeding. All too soon, we were in a corner of the room and Foire began. I didn't let myself think about it until I saw underdeveloped eggs where Foire was feeding. They were smaller than the ones I had seen thus far, but not by much. She'd been maybe 3 days off of laying them, but they almost certainly wouldn't be able to survive. Immediately, emotion I thought I had distanced myself from washed over me. I hunched, and while this body didn't instinctively sob, I began to breathe in shudders. A friend, the one who was always with me, that always protected me before herself, the one who had been a silent support to me in more ways that I probably knew, had lost her future today. Another of my friends had lost his mate. We all had lost a friend. Recriminating self-hatred washed over me as I thought about how I had almost mourned the loss of human life today. I'd felt badly for those who I hadn't known, and now I wished that there had been more for me to slaughter. Foire carefully extracted the eggs and looked to me. I spoke, "I'll do what I can and see if Vefir can help as well. It's unlikely, but if we can save any, we will." He nodded, and Sylph stepped out to find his brother. We continued our meal until nothing was left, and by that point Vefir, Sybil, and another female had come in, collected the eggs, and left. Foire stood, nodded to us, then walked out to find those who had taken the eggs. Sylph followed and Took looked to me, "A tough loss. Now there's just 3 of us original few." She shook her head, then looked at me, unadulterated rage seeming to emanate from her. "I won't rest until I have ripped the throat from every one of their kin. I won't eat unless it is of the flesh of their kind, and I won't drink unless it is from the river of their blood." She stood proud. "Where you lead, I follow," and she bowed low, "Alpha." I nodded back. "We won't rest until we have honed our fangs on the bones of our foes." Then, I walked to my room, finally ready to check my updated status. I settled onto my bed in my room and opened my status. Status name: Ashlani. Race: Sonic Magic Blood Subswarm Alpha. Current quests: have one of your spawn grow to adulthood successfully. Progress: Fetus. Rewards: Constitution +5, Intelligence +6, Magic +4, 10 humans. Progress 0-10. Rewards: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +7. Usurp control of the entire swarm. Progress 5%. Rewards: Intelligence +9, Stats, Constitution. 33 + 7 = 40. Strength 38 + 7 = 45. Agility 39 + 7 = 46. Intelligence 33 + 7 = 4. Magic 27 + 7 = 34. Skills: Innate Leadership, cannot evolve. Pack Tactics, current evolutionary progress 0-10. Improved Bloodlust, current evolutionary progress 0-3. Dominance, current evolutionary progress 87-100. Improved Vision, current evolutionary progress 0-18. Sonolfin, current evolutionary progress 34-50. Evolutionary Foresight. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Beta, requirements: acknowledgement of the swarm's alpha. Sonic Magic Blood Swarm Alpha requirements: deposing the current swarm alpha. Acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. Sonic Codif Subswarm Alpha requirements: skill: combatant's bloodlust, improved Sonolfin Subswarm Alpha race. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Considering how easy 2 of my prey had been, I supposed I should count myself lucky that I'd gotten the base amount of stats from that quest. That said, the 2 new quests were just rehashing or expanding on previous quests. What does that mean, system? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded, depending on your future growth. Of course, I couldn't help but hope for information, but the more time I've spent asking it questions, The more I've come to think that it was less of a sadistic pleasure the administrator takes in denying me, and more of a restriction on the information they can give me at one time. At least that's what I was telling myself for now. I shrugged and settled down to sleep, but before I could actually sleep, Sybil came in and sidled close to me. How are the eggs going to be? She shrugged, no way to tell. Vefir has done and is doing what he can, but there's no guarantee even if they were carried for longer. I felt the rage boiling within me in a way that I hadn't felt in a while. It grew and I channeled it to Veeler, to humanity, to those around us. It almost felt good. As I felt my grip on my emotions slip, I suddenly wanted to try to do the invigorating wave thing I had done before. The magic swelled within me and I almost effortlessly let it pulse out of me. Sybil suddenly went rigid next to me. What did you just do? I shrugged, something I did once, and it seemed like something I should try to learn how to do. What did it do to you? She sat up. I feel like I have all sorts of things that I could say to you right now, Lord Alpha, I chuckled as she continued, but the first one would have to be, are you seriously using me as an experimental subject right now? I paused for a moment, trying to figure out how best to respond so as not to give her more ammunition, then decided to abide by a suggestion that I had received from a teacher in my past life. It is not often that someone makes a mistake by keeping their mouth shut. I cocked my head to the side and looked at Sybil. She looked back at me, a hint of mirth in her eyes that slowly faded to exhausted sadness. In my mind I could see her in Triel's place, eggs that were to be my own children exposed to the air, earlier than they could survive. Suddenly, I saw her no longer as the best option for me to grow personally and a phenomenal gamma, but began to see her as my mate. Gently, I nuzzled her, and after a surprised pause, she returned the gesture. I realized that, other than what had happened in the heat of the moment, this was almost certainly the only time I had been physically intimate with her. I scoffed and she pulled back to look at me. Nothing, I'm just nervous. Uncle died when we were still young and generally helpless, and all the casualties since have been either nameless or someone I wasn't close to, and with what's coming. Triel isn't the last. Sybil looked into my eyes. Ashlani, you're a decisive leader and you're becoming a good one. You have a good support system. She jokingly gestured towards herself, and you just need to continue growing. We all are, and I don't think anyone will fault you for what happens. You're on the front lines, shedding just as much blood as the rest. She gently bunted my head. Just stay alive and paint the forest with their blood. That will bring rest and relief to the dead. I mulled that over, then nodded and laid down. Sleep was quick to come, but I only slept fitfully. The next morning, the first thing I did was get the entire swarm to come to the main room we had created for this express purpose. Once they all had gathered, I stood up to address them all, with Took on my right and Sybil on my left. As I began to speak, I felt a gentle, subtle assurance wash over me from Sybil's direction. We suffered losses yesterday, some of our strongest hunters and one of our core leaders. There are several reasons for this, but the main issue is that the new foe that we face has adapted to hunt Keelish. They are called humans, and allow me to address some of the main issues they present and provide guidelines for you to follow from here on. One half of any group that leaves the den should be using the different vision, since they disguise themselves so that we can't see them with our usual vision. 2. If you ever encounter them and there is an individual who is constantly making noise, even if quietly, they are your first target as they can use powerful magic. 3. They use weapons, not their own bodies, to attack, so try to avoid their weapons as best as you can. If this means to attack from a distance, to sneak up on them, whatever, I don't care. They are deadly. I hated the strictly informational nature of my little talk, but I couldn't think of any other way to put it, and it was information that all my swarm needed to know, so I just acknowledged the fact that I was a horrible public speaker. Then I approached Jorel specifically. He stood straight as I approached, grinning excitedly. I spoke evenly and quietly. Look, I won't tell you to stay in the den to keep you safe, but understand when I tell you. I hunched down so my eyes were on level with his, and only an inch away. You aren't ready to face them right now. I invite you to scout and see what you can see, but know that if you engage, especially with your small pack, you will almost certainly all die. I nodded to him and turned as I finished. Good luck out there. Find them for me and I'll let you in on the hunt. I could hear him practically vibrating in excitement, and I shook my head as I walked back to Took and Sybil. Sybil was quietly talking to a few of her agents, I guess I'll call them, while Took looked around. Octavi stood to Took's side and looked proud to be there. I smiled and remembered Sybil's reassurance from the night before. All right, Beta Gamma, I'll be away from here for at least 3 days, possibly more. I have every confidence that you will be able to correctly manage the swarm while I am gone. If you absolutely need me, you'll know where to find me. I nodded, gently bunted Sybil, and turned to go down to the old cats. When I entered the training space for the Cats, Wistrel and a couple other members of the Cat were waiting for me. I see you're good for your word, good. She grinned widely at me. I rolled my neck and nodded. I'll be here for at least 3 days, maybe more if you can stand me. I glanced at my status as I spoke, 2 entries filling my view as I activated Bloodlust. Improved Bloodlust Current Evolutionary Progress, 03. Sonolphin Current Evolutionary Progress, 3650. Wistrel grinned widely at me as she snarled out, I'll make sure not to kill you. You might get close though. Without another word, we rushed to battle. I stalked back and forth, snarling at Wistrel. I had been 2 days since I had begun this intensive training, and while I couldn't remember why I was here at this point, I was too far gone in my rage to care. I threw myself forward, lunging, not caring about the burning fire in my lungs or decorating my neck on both sides, just wanting to put this Dulvrak, the god of rot and vermin, spawn in her place. She lunged forward, but in the back of my mind, I knew it was a feint. There weren't any colored spots on her showing weakness, so I didn't bite. Instead, I circled to the right, trying to get her to open her stance. She shifted to the left to continue circling me, and after 3 steps, there was the faintest, shortest glint of red at the base of her tail, and I immediately seized on the opportunity. I knifed my left hand at her face to attempt to fake her out, and a split second later, I sent my right hand to the base of her spine. Wistrel seemed to see that the strike to her face was a feint, lacking any real force, and dedicated her focus to my right hand knifing towards her. She lowered her body just enough that I wouldn't be able to strike her hard enough to cause any real pain. But as she did so, a bright flash of red showed on her stomach, and I lifted my right foot to kick out at her. For the first time, Wistrel didn't see it coming, and I got a solid blow in on her, the blunted claws at the tips of my toes making bone-shuddering contact with her ribs. She grunted in pain, then looked up at me in surprise, a rictus of a grin spreading across her face. Suddenly, she was up in my face, below my chin. Before I could react, she had latched both of her arms over mine, locked both my arms below her own, had brought me to my knees, and had her jaws lightly closed over my throat. I growled my concession, and knowing what was coming next, gritted my teeth. A thin line of pain was etched into the right side of my neck, reaching my shoulder, joining the rest of the lines of pain. I snarled in a mixture of frustration and pain and shook her off of me. The smell of fresh blood, even though it was my own, served to heighten my bloodlust, and I shrugged off the pain, lessening it to mere discomfort. I struggled to my feet, my exhaustion and blood loss slowing me even more. It had been a while since Second had last been in here to heal me, and I hadn't eaten in some hours, so it was probably getting to be about that time, but I couldn't bring myself to stop. I couldn't for the life of me remember why, but I knew that I didn't have enough time and that I needed to focus on keeping bloodlust going while occasionally using my magic. The thought crossed my mind, and I pushed the magic through the now familiar pathways, and a jolt of energy suddenly coursed through me, waking me up and focusing my exhaustion-addled brain. I knew somewhere that this was no true replacement for sleep, but I would sleep once I had accomplished my goals. Again, I began to pace, feeling jittery and not entirely myself. Nonetheless, I knew that I needed to continue. Wistrel watched from a distance far enough away to be sure she would have the opportunity to respond if I tried anything. I had twice, but the second time she had repeatedly smashed my head into the dirt, so I wasn't willing to subject myself to that again. Instead, I paced, rolling my neck and ignoring the pain that caused. I felt the scabs tear and again the scent of blood washed over me as I felt myself stand taller. Then my mood changed. No longer was I unhinged, and I could remember the stupid things I had recently done. Had I really charged at Wistrel screaming, I'll rip your throat out and use your corpse as my pillow. Somehow I knew that I had, and for a brief moment, embarrassment flooded me. That was far from the most obscene thing I had threatened her with, and the entire time, it had been responded to by chuckles and challenges for me to go ahead and do it already. I stood tall and non-threatening. Wistrel, I think I'm done for now. I'll let you know when I'm ready for another bout. Then, looking around at the room and noting the blood painting the walls and floor, I added, but no time soon, I'm afraid. Wistrel sighed and settled back on her haunches. You came back to yourself faster than I'd hoped. You've improved a lot, you don't think too much now, trust yourself. Then she nodded and excused herself. A couple others of the Cat were present, 6 and 13 I thought, but wasn't sure, and they nodded with approval to me, and the one I thought was 6 spoke. It's been ages since someone went that long with Wistrel. She'll never stop if you let her. I don't know what keeps her going, but... He shook his head. It's impressive whatever it is. You were too, for that matter. Go get some rest. I nodded and walked out, or tried to. My legs felt like jelly, even with the energizing magic I had sent throughout my body, and I stumbled out of the enclave, looked up the pathway to my den, and for the first time, grumbled to myself about how far uphill it was to where I wanted to go. It was with great effort that I stood straight and walked normally from the entrance of the den to my room. Frankly speaking, I didn't think I was especially successful in doing so, but I was too exhausted to bring myself to care. I flopped to the ground and almost couldn't bring myself to do anything but sleep, but I couldn't help looking at my status. Improved bloodlust, current evolutionary progress, 3-3 evolution successful. New skill. Combatant's bloodlust, Sonolphin, current evolutionary progress, 4750. I wanted to cheer or celebrate in some way, but I was just too tired. However, looking at the numbers, tomorrow I would be able to qualify to evolve to a Kadif. The thought brought a smile to my face, which I assumed was still there once I fell asleep, all of half a second later. I woke up and my entire body screamed in protest. I was sore literally all over, and the thought of standing up nearly brought tears to my eyes. I groaned and stirred, then decided it wasn't worth it quite yet. Remembering that I still needed to exhaust my magical reserves a couple of times 3. To be exact, to qualify for evolution, I decided to give myself a triple boost of energy, sending out an invigorating pulse 3 times in quick succession. With a groan and joints creaking, I rose up to my feet. It didn't feel good, but the more I moved, the less I hurt. I tried my best to hide my limp, but there was only so much I could do as I went to try to find Vefir. Fortunately for me, Vefir was usually hovering around the same spots, and I found him at the first place I looked, a space that had been dug out specifically for the laying of eggs. Different from the usual Keelish fashion, we had dug out a little space for the eggs to stay safe, not just an offshoot with direct access to the outside world. As I looked at that, I realized again how different my swarm was from a typical one, but was happy to think about any positive influence I'd had on my swarm. I stepped in and Vefir was there, fussing over what must have been Treel's eggs. Seeing how small they were, I again felt the fury bubbling up within me, but I focused myself. Vefir, I called out, and he startled, then turned over to me. Ah, why yes, Alpha. He'd mostly gotten over his stutter, but it still came up from time to time, and he remained particularly formal with me. I shook my head somewhat bitterly. You can relax with me, as I've said. He shook his head firmly. No, you deserve respect, and I will show all others that I offer you that respect. Vefir then looked me in the eye. How can I help you today? 2 things, hopefully. I shrugged. 1, I was wondering if you have any magic to spare to give me just a touch of healing. My recovery from my training is painful, and I wanted to see if you can alleviate that. Vefir nodded. Surely, of course, give me just 1 moment. His eyes glazed over for a moment, then a comfortable warmth spread over me and eased my aches. Almost against my will, I groaned in relief. Thanks for that. Vefir nodded back to me as I continued. Now my second question, how are the eggs doing? Do you see any hope for them? Vefir sighed and half shrugged. I don't know. I've never cared for a sea clutch before, so I'm just trying to make sure that they're treated the same way that they would be under normal circumstances. I'm moving them a little each day, and infusing them with whatever magic I can, in the hopes that that will cover for any deficiencies brought about by being brought to term early. I nodded back and said, good to hear. I trust you, and I'm sure you'll make sure they're well cared for. As I was walking out, Vefir called back to me and said thank you. I walked around only long enough to find something to eat and speak briefly with Took. I retired to my room, and about an hour later, my magic had recovered enough for me to exhaust it again. As near as I could tell, intelligence dictated the potency and efficacy of my magic, while magic dictated the well of magical energy in me. Regardless, I had time to kill before I qualified for this evolution, and I decided to look into my newly evolved skill. Combatant's Bloodlust, a mental state that veers away from absolute aggression and inclines itself instead towards a greater understanding of combat. The skill user will still experience a heightened desire for battle, yet this desire will be tempered by a pragmatic understanding of effective action. So I won't lose myself in this improved bloodlust. Correction. This is not improved bloodlust, but combatant's bloodlust. Of course, but my question. While it will not be impossible for a user of the skill combatant's bloodlust to lose their sense of reason, it is highly unlikely. Well, that's acceptable. I nodded and settled myself down to think and wait for my Sonolphin to replenish itself to completion. I caught myself napping, then stirred, quickly checking if I had slept enough to replenish myself fully. I had. Quickly, I expended my magic and a flashing system notification appeared. Skill evolutionary requirements met. Skill, Sonolphin evolution to skill, improved Sonolphin complete. Racial evolutionary requirements met. I pulled up my status and quickly looked to the bottom. Sonic Caught if subswarm alpha requirements. Skill, combatant's bloodlust improved Sonolphin subswarm alpha race. REQIREMENTS met. Alright, how long are we looking at for this evolution? Evolution requires a basic restructuring of your body. You will fall unconscious as the reconstruction takes place. Evolution 2. Sonic Cautif Subswarm Alpha will take 18 hours. Evolution will provide a marked bonus to your stats, as well as certain obvious physiological changes. Would you like to proceed with evolution? Not yet. I quickly found Sybil and asked if there was anything that needed my immediate attention. No, why? I just need a long rest, and by so doing I'll wake up stronger than I am now. She mulled that over, nodded, and said, "Then there's no time like the present," while urging me to go ahead and do it. I smiled and retired to my room. Begin evolution. Like always, my view faded around me and I slipped to unconsciousness. My mind was in the fuzzy, indescribable state it always was during evolution when the administrator's voice came to me. "Hello there, little ones." "Hello yourself, big one," a chuckle shook my consciousness. "I suppose that you're correct on that account, at least comparatively." "How big are you, do you wish for that to be your question?" I sighed and rolled my eyes, or whatever passed for eyes here. "No, you seem to have begun to realize that I do not do what I do how I do because it suits my purposes, but because that is how restrictions on the administrators function, yes." I nodded. "Then know that I ask clarifying questions for your benefit." Suddenly, the voice of the administrator that had always felt dispassionate and aloof resonated with warmth. "You're doing well." "Well, thanks." I hadn't really had anyone say that to me for a while, and it surprisingly meant a lot to me. I internally cleared my throat. "I'm ready for my question, shoot." "What should I do to ensure that I evolve to a Keel?" Well, I'll count this as a half question, since we have spoken about this previously. Go to the ruins of Old Nevtra, and there you will find the words of power for the Keels, as well as your specific path to becoming one yourself. Then, I heard the smile in the administrator's voice as they continued. "The other half of your question will count for this. You are well on the path towards becoming the Keel progenitor. Now," and the voice became almost terse, "when you wake up, be ready to get out of the den since the voice was torn away and began to sound tinny as if through a tube humans are. And then nothing, as my mind, confused and racing as it was, slipped into unwilling yet final darkness. Jorel led his pack out of the den with a special spring in his step. While they weren't quite as powerful as he was, they were certainly qualified. None but his trusted pack, he called them the Uljat when nobody else could hear him, could be entrusted with this initial encounter with these humans. The Alpha's pack had sustained some losses in their conflict, but they weren't being careful enough, as careful as the Uljat would be. They were a group of 7, small enough to stay hidden, but large enough to ensure that the hunt was always successful. It had been weeks since any fatalities in his pack, and today would stay that way. Jorel assigned 3 of the Uljat to look with the different eyes, and stayed with the superior form of vision himself. The Alpha was overly paranoid about this new prey, but Jorel figured that it was in his best interest to follow his suggestion. The Alpha was beginning to show a bit of weakness here, which was strange, as he was always confident, powerful, and successful. Jorel figured it was probably momentary weakness from losing an old friend to them, but he would show that those humans had simply been lucky to have been able to kill any of the Keelish. Then he would be allowed to join with the adult Keelish while still a spawnling, be trusted with leadership as an adult, and a brief vision of him accompanying the Alpha on some grand conquest flicked through his mind's eye. He didn't, however, let himself get caught up in his imaginations. He smiled to himself, proud of how far he had come and how qualified he was. His Uljat were qualified and powerful, and he had no worries about how easily they would pull off this hunt. A small part of Jorel was wishing that they were instead the wolfstags he had heard about, since they had been a threat capable of killing Rulax Beta. They would prove worthy prey for the Uljat, but until another was found of that same level, they were left to hunt these humans. Again, Jorel shook himself from his thought process, just in time to hear the low gather whistle his scout Jirel used. It was a bit shorter than usual, but Jorel glanced at the rest of his pack and nodded for them all to walk forward. He hunched low, quiet as they approached. The rest of the pack came forward with him, and it wasn't long before they came to the location where the whistle had come from. There, Jorel saw Jirel laying on the ground, something entering his eye and exiting the base of his skull. Before Jorel could figure out what had happened here, a flash of movement flickered over his shoulder and struck his Beta Jeruct through the throat. The 5 Keelish still standing whirled to where the attack had come from, and Jorel saw nothing. In a moment of clarity, he shifted his vision. And then, after the briefest moment, he saw 2 figures standing, hidden in the shade and root system of a massive burl raise about 20 m away. One was holding a long straight stick with something shiny at the end, and the other held a shorter curved stick with both hands. "R.I.P. Antir," Jorel screamed as he ran forward. The second creature held its curved bow aloft and spread its hands. In a moment of instinct, Jorel ducked low and dodged to the right as a ripping shriek of wind rushed past his head. The second creature, which Jorel assumed was a human, spat out what must have been curses, while the first lowered itself into some kind of stance, and held its shiny stick in a strange manner before it. Unfortunately, the second seemed to be one doing the most damage, yet Jorel couldn't approach without getting past the one with the shiny stick. They had intelligently placed themselves in a location where flanking them would be impractical at best, and a death trap at worst, so Jorel, after the briefest moment's thought, rushed the human in front. The other four had the same thought. As they came close, another one of the deadly flying sticks rushed out and hit another of his pack. Jorel didn't know if she lived since all he knew was from the screech of pain, but he couldn't slow down, much less stop to check. Instead, he rushed forward to engage the enemy. They had caused death with their long-ranged attacks, but they wouldn't last for long now that the pack had approached. Jorel wished he'd been less naive. The warrior in the front expertly slowed and stopped the four rushing Keelish, not letting a single one get close enough to really engage him, while also preventing any from approaching his companion behind him. Jorel screeched his challenge and rushed at the human without caring for the consequences. They lifted their stick and parried slash slid him off the attack while also kicking out and briefly stunning the spawnling that had attempted to approach, and that was all that the human in the back had needed. Another killing stick struck, this one solidly in the chest and knocking the Keelish prone. The rest of the pack took the opening to strike out at the warrior, preventing their advance. Jorel was the first to get a good strike in just a moment later when the warrior stumbled over a protruding root underfoot. Jorel quickly rushed in and hamstrung the human, leading to a low, pained grunt. Jorel pressed his advantage and switched where he was biting from the thigh to the shoulder. The human cried out as Jorel's teeth ground against bone once, twice, and just as he was about to rip it from the creature's body, Jorel heard a wet thump, then saw about 5 cm of a stick with feathers sticking out of his side. He knew this was potentially lethal, but he didn't care. The human he had crippled was being savaged by his 3 companions, and Jorel was about to smile in excitement when the human pulled something small and shiny from its waist, then proceeded to cut open the throats of 2 of his companions in a fraction of a second. The third latched onto the human's neck and began to rip and tear while the human weakly but repeatedly stabbed the belly of its attacker. As Jorel looked forward, towards the one that had been throwing the killing sticks, he saw that it had resumed its ready position, so he feinted left then went right. The stick went wide, but Jorel knew in his heart that he wouldn't have enough time to get to the human before he was hit again. In desperation, he charged forwards, when suddenly something foreign yet familiar flowed from his chest out to his hands, and he subconsciously crossed them in front of himself, as if flicking blood from his claws. The feeling left him, but suddenly there was a strong, heavy wind, and it crashed into the long-ranged attacker, knocking them back into the corner of roots that had previously kept them safe while their stick flew wide, off into the surrounding forest. Now there was nowhere to flee, and Jorel quickly came close to the human as they dropped their curving stick and grabbed a small, shiny stick, like the one the other had used, from their waist. Unfortunately for them, Jorel was just better than them in every way once he got close. At first, Jorel ran his sharp fangs over the human's knee, laying it open to the bone. The white of the bone, however, wasn't visible for long, as crimson blood flowed like a river over the ragged tear. Then the hands. Jorel took the right hand first, snapping his teeth agilely over his prey's wrist and disarming it of its hand and its shiny weapon. The other hand was easy to take, but Jorel began to feel himself enjoy the pained cries and panicked floundering away from his assault, and he drew it out. A bite of flesh here, an amputated limb there. He snicked away something here, then, after about a minute, he closed in on what was nearly a living meatball with one leg. With a single, unconcerned bite, he decapitated his prey, then he looked around. Not a single other creature, human or Keelish, was left standing. Only Jorel, and he suddenly realized that he now felt the burning, pulsating pain emanating from the stick buried in his chest. He lacked the strength to carry any prey back home, and wasn't even sure he could make it himself. The promising young one returned, bloodied and alone. He had lost his entire pack to only 2 humans. Jorel kept gibbering something like, "They were so strong, too strong. There were only 2, all dead, only me." Vefir quickly came and did what he could, then Jorel went to his pack's space. It was empty, quiet. Just like Foir's and Took's own spaces. The bubbling anger that she'd kept packed down threatened to bubble over. Took wasn't particularly close with the spawnling, but the loss he had experienced was one that she wouldn't wish on any of her fellow Keelish. The trust engendered by the bonds of hunting together was strong, and losing your entire pack to what you had believed to be an easy hunt would be devastating. Suddenly, Took couldn't stand still any longer. She stood tall and whistled, and her pack immediately fell in around her. Her beta, not beta in the sense she was, but her second-in-command on the hunt was Foir, but Shamira was finally showing willingness to listen to commands and might take that position over soon. For some, that would be humiliating, but Fuar would welcome not having to stand in a leadership position. Regardless of who would take which position in the future, it was currently Fuar's place, and he looked up at her quizzically. Took simply replied, "Let's see what's coming," and went to speak with Sybil. Sybil looked up at her approach, "What's going on?" Took responded, "We're scouting, I think they're coming soon." Sybil nodded, "Be back soon. If you see that the humans are on their way, come back immediately and let us know, so that we can be ready." Took nodded in response and had turned to go when Sybil's voice followed behind her. "Stay safe. We need you to stay careful and smart before Ashlani wakes up." Her voice was surprisingly caring, and Took looked back to see Sybil looking directly in her eyes. Then Sybil's eyes hardened and she continued, "When he wakes up, I'm sure he'll direct us all to drag them down. Just wait, it'll be soon." Took grinned back, baring her fangs. "We'll sharpen our teeth on their bones and whet our thirst with their blood." Fuar ranged out from the rest of the pack, flanked by Shamira. Ilni stayed with Took, taking more and more after her by the day. She had grown bulkier in every way but still wasn't as big as Triel had been. The thought of her old companion again brought an acrid twist of her stomach, and again, Took swore to avenge her by killing all the humans in the forest, and ensuring that they too felt the loss of parent, child, friend, and family. Took was still musing over how she would split the skulls and carve the chests of the humans when a panicked-looking Fuar rushed towards her. Took cocked her head, curious, when she realized that Shamira was missing. As she looked past Fuar, beginning to fear, he spoke. "She's keeping an eye out, you need to see this." His screeching voice no longer took her by surprise when he spoke, and she began to gesture for the rest of the pack to follow. Fuar shook his head and spoke again. "They should go back to the den, speak to Sybil and get her to get everyone ready. Tonight at the latest." Took looked at his earnest face, then called for Brutus to lead everyone back to the den. He was disappointed but immediately followed the order. Took then followed Fuar for a short while. As she moved forward, he whispered, "Change to the other vision." She did, and shortly thereafter found Shamira, who crouched nearly to her belly beneath a thick bush. Shamira gestured for Took to approach, and she did so while Fuar stayed back, looking around nervously. Shamira pointed for where to look, and after a solid minute or so of looking, Took finally realized what she was looking at. A group of about 20 little dwellings were scattered around the nearby space. Each one was big enough to house at least 20 humans, and there were several that Took eventually saw that were looking around, keeping an eye out for any Keelish that came near. Took realized for the first time that this wasn't going to be a hunt. No, this was going to be something much bloodier and not so one-sided. This was, as she had been told but hadn't believed, a war. Murata was an accomplished speaker. Her service as a sergeant in the constabulary of Virtal spoke to that. She specialized in earth-speaking, so ensuring that the pests were exterminated completely would be simple once she could get to the mouth of their den and have just a minute or so to complete the calling. As she thought about what was sure to happen the following morning, Murata retired back to her tent for the night. Some young fool had wanted to stage the attack tonight, but Murata had told him in no uncertain terms that if he wanted to assault a creature that fought and hunted best at night in the middle of the night, he would be free to do so alone, and she wouldn't even give him the courtesy of mourning for his idiotic hide. The young man had looked her in the eye then, his vibrant green meeting her mud brown. She had taken a step into his personal space then, saying, "If you have some sense in that Dulvrock-begotten skull of yours, you're going to sit down now and forget that you brought this up. We've had at least a dozen scouts die without any returning, and you don't need to join that number." He took a seat. Murata sighed as she sat down on her cot and removed the headpiece of her Beralt. These young village boys thought they had something to prove here, that the Keelish weren't so threatening as the old folks said. They were stupid. The Grand Verat had begun the Keelish extermination over 150 years ago, and he had never taken an ill-advised or unnecessary action, especially one of that size and breadth. There was a reason he had ruled for over 200 years, and these village hotheads thought they knew better than the centuries-old founder of their country. She laid back and thought of her little family. Little Virali had Murata's lighter brown skin and hair, both the same shade, but had her father's beautiful emerald eyes. She'd been so proud to have been the one responsible for finding the Keelish presence in the area, and had been rewarded accordingly, ranking second in her cohort, just behind the prodigy Giolani. Corali was no fighter, but he had been willing to come with her here, the silly man. He had only a modest understanding of the words of power, and his specialization, if you could call it that, was plant life. Maybe, if he was lucky, he could choke the life out of a squirrel or bullfrog, but he would only be a hindrance on the battlefield. No, it was better, and it was her place here, ensuring that the stupid were reined in and that her little family was safe. Murata smiled to herself and settled back into her cot, beginning to give in to the tiredness of the day. Her head was bobbing, about to sleep, when she heard a muffled scream from the outskirts of the camp. Immediately, she sat bolt upright and started calling the camp to arms. The drowsy members of the camp began to come with her, but there was no urgency in their actions. Enraged, Maratha began to lash out orders. You, there. Wake everybody around and stoke the fires. If there's anyone who is a fire speaker, get them to the center of the camp and have them create as much light as possible. Without waiting for a response, Maratha jogged forward. She realized in the back of her mind that she had left her Beralt's headpiece in her tent, but continued onwards. While she hoped she was mistaken, she knew in her heart that she wasn't. The Keelish were starting an attack tonight. Maratha internally cursed to any and every god she knew, and there weren't a few. Somehow the scaled vermin had realized they were here and had staged a preliminary attack of some sort. The stupid things couldn't realize that they were here on death's errand, but that didn't mean they wouldn't inflict injury or death in their fruitless charge. Maratha was quick enough to see a pair of sentries getting their throats ripped out by a pack of the Keelish. They appeared to be adults, a bit above 1 m tall, and they were a group of at least 10. Maratha quickly began to speak, and the earth trembled beneath her. The pack swarmed forward and quickly closed in, but not quickly enough. Spikes of earth emerged in front of Maratha and rose to meet the charging creatures. The initial charge was spitted on that row of earthy spears, their lifeblood coloring the dark earth black with the wet from crimson blood. Those of the pack of Keelish, the clinical part of Maratha's mind, noted that there were 4 left whole that still stood simply wheeled around the obstruction and closed in on her. Not wanting to exhaust herself, Maratha began an organized retreat, pulling her short cudgel from her waistband. The first Keelish to approach learned that this human had the experience and strength to wield it to deadly efficiency, as its brains splattered around the ground where its head was mercilessly pounded into the root-filled earth. The other 3 Keelish began to try to encircle her, and Maratha began to worry, knowing that they weren't so stupid as to impale themselves on the earth spikes she created now. She wasn't a front-line fighter, so she wasn't ready to engage, especially since more were sure to follow. The snarling maws approached, and Maratha had begun to growl back at them when 2 youngsters stepped out from the camp, came to her aid, and helped her to quickly dispatch the encroaching Keelish. Maratha let out a heavy breath, and let herself listen. There were cries of pain coming from all around the camp, and she knew that there had been somewhat of an organized attempt to strike at the same time here. That was concerning, but nothing too strange yet, as there had been a couple of intelligent Keelish alphas in the last couple of decades, and they were all long gone by now. Regardless of how intelligent any currently existing leadership was in the Keelish, they would be long gone by the next afternoon, and Maratha's responsibility tonight was to ensure that as few casualties as possible were suffered. She grunted and jogged off to where the sounds of battle were closest. That night, the extermination camp lost 17 of their 130 currently surviving group in exchange for the rout and killing of 53 Keelish. When the sun rose, they began their march to where they knew the den of the Keelish was. There was going to be an extermination today. Chap 64. Nothing. It hadn't been long since the human force had begun their assault on the den, but it was obvious that the humans were more used to working together. Vefir had run all over, healing whatever he could, but it was coming to the point that he needed to prioritize those that he knew could survive and would re-enter the fight. The attack had begun shortly after the rising of the sun, and it had been quite different from what the Keelish were used to. It had been quite a while since Vefir had accompanied a pack on the hunt, but he remembered the aggression, the unhinged ferocity, and the absolute focus on the complete eradication of the foe above all. The humans didn't work that way. They stayed clumped together and focused on moving forward while preserving their own lives. They didn't focus on ravaging the Keelish, but on moving towards a goal, and their speakers, as Ashlani called them, were continuously summoning up new and powerful magic that stopped the Keelish offensive from truly engaging. Vefir was frustrated by the Keelish's inability to do anything to really counter the humans' ranged destructive potential. By Redale's command to keep any of the Olcat or the couple of others who could cast magic out of the fray, and mostly by his own inability to make a real difference. Again and again, the weaker adults ran forward, snapping and tearing, but again and again their attacks were thwarted. There had been a couple of the humans felled, but Vefir wasn't sure if any had actually been killed, since their fellows stepped forward and pulled any inert bodies back into the throng. The Keelish, however, had dozens of bodies littering the ground, and that was without counting the seriously wounded that had survived any oncoming blasts of magic. Those that were felled were not allowed to rise up, with at least 2 of the humans stabbing them to the ground whenever possible. The panic began to bubble in Vefir's chest. He was sure that if the elites of the swarm came up, the humans would be quickly driven back, so he didn't know why they weren't. Had they simply decided to flee, leaving the weakest to slow the assault, so they could make a clean getaway into the forest? Were they only going to engage once those who had secretly planned to overthrow the current regime were all killed? What was holding them back? Before he could begin to truly panic, the fight got close. Vefir initially stepped back again and again as the humans pressed forward, but before too long the battle shrieks filling the air all around him began to get to him. Then with an unhinged scream he pressed the attack. One of the humans lunged forward with its long, pointy stick, attempting to skewer Greel, who stood to Vefir's side, and Vefir rushed in, jaws snapping. It had been a long time since he had attacked anything living, but even with the amount of time that it had been, Vefir knew that humans were foes, not prey. His teeth got close to eviscerating the human, but it hurriedly shifted its weight to the side and dodged his gnashing teeth. Vefir lanced his hand out in an attempt to use them like Ashlani did, and squealed in pain as with a sickening series of cracking noises, his extended fingers bent in every direction they shouldn't. The human didn't delay, drew a short, thick stick from its waist and lashed out, dashing Vefir's head to the ground, stunning him. While he couldn't move, it was in slow motion that he saw the club descending again to spray his brains across the ground. And it was in slow motion that he saw his brother slam his lowered, horn-spiked head into the base of the human's spine with a wet crunch. With a weak cry, the threatening human bent backwards unnaturally and crumpled to the ground. Sylph was immediately hunched over, protecting Vefir's limp body. "Get up, you moron." Vefir dazedly looked up at his little brother, trying to remember why he needed to get up so quickly. "You fangless fish, get back now," Sylph screamed as he somehow scooped his tail under the prone Vefir and bodily hurled him back and away from the battle lines. Vefir was happy, until he saw the human about to blindside Sylph with one of their long sticks. It was in slow motion that Vefir saw the attack make contact, and it was with disbelieving horror that he saw his brother push it deeper into his torso, so he could continue twisting his body and slam his thick tail against the neck of his attacker. The human's head snapped to the side, lolled over, and then the rest of its body followed, crumpling into a heap. Vefir sprinted to his brother, who screamed his defiance to the air. The humans around the dead assailant took a step back in surprise, and to Vefir's surprise, Sylph ran forward, pressing the advantage, seemingly without feeling the 2M staff buried in his body. The humans began to rally each other, but the swarm picked up on the momentary weakness and rallied forward under Sylph's undying and unfaltering leadership. A couple of times, something jostled the wounded Sylph, and he cried out in pain, but he didn't mind it and kept pressing forward maniacally. Finally, Vefir was able to get close and begin to pull his brother back. As he was pulled from the fray, Sylph sagged in what must have been exhaustion. Vefir quickly snapped his teeth through the shaft of the weapon in his brother, then pulled it out from the other side as he gathered his mostly spent magic in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. "We're doing something now," Sylph panted out. "I changed it." Vefir pushed his magic hurriedly into his brother and saw the wound close partially, but not completely. I'm SS sorry. I just want Ted to help PP in a moment like this." Vefir couldn't restrain the stutter. "You're not a fighter," Sylph grinned up at his brother as he spoke. "But maybe now you can." Sylph sagged to the ground as he spoke, his eyes almost involuntarily closing. "Victory, by fang and blood." After that, Vefir couldn't remember much, but in his blind rage, he rushed into the weakened flank of these human bastards, and ripped, tore, killed, and ate everything that he could. Whenever he was wounded, he could feel his magic surge through him, healing his insides enough to keep fighting. It was only through the insistent, then forceful tugs of other Keelish that he began to calm himself even a little bit, enough to pull out of the fight before the rallying humans were able to bury him under the press of their counterattack. The surviving Keelish fled the battlefront and made their way back to the hiding groups in the nearby forest. Vefir was about to collapse in sorrow and exhaustion when he heard a slow, familiar voice. "See? I knew you could. Do it." With screamed curses and frustrated pointing, Sybil was finally able to get a couple Keelish to pull the enraged Vefir out of the melee. After he was pulled back and held down, he finally learned that Sylph wasn't, in fact, dead, and Vefir's ministrations could very well ensure that he lived. Vefir went to heal his brother. A small part of Sybil sighed at the hysterics, but she immediately settled back into her position of attempting to slow the advance of the humans. Rulak had told her basically that the younger, weaker Keelishes and the older Keelish that were losing their utility assignment in this fight was to use whatever means they had available to them to slow the humans' advance. Then, eventually, the elites of the swarm would swoop in and save the day. From Redale's view, the move was clever. It would ensure that the swarm stayed strong, weeding out the weak adults and forcing the weaker young to grow, and on the other hand, it would weaken the stance of Ashlani, who was garnering quite a bit of support within the swarm by killing many of his followers. Finally, it would strengthen Redale's position as the greatest, most trustworthy power in the swarm. showing that he and his immediate subordinates were the only ones that could offer safety from potential competitors and those who would prey on the Keelish. A part of Sybil wondered if it was, in fact, Redale who came up with the plan, and she was nearly certain that he had, but who was responsible for the ideas was immaterial. That realization had finally quieted the cold, logical part of her mind. Most of her had already fully thrown in with Ashlani, but that quiet 5% of her brain couldn't stop whispering about how there may be steadier, more reliable returns on defecting to Redale's side. However, once she had seen that she would have no place in serving Redale if she were to defect, her stance in staying completely loyal to Ashlani was perfected. Sybil wasn't quite sure what was wrong with her, never able to turn off that calculating, unfeeling part of her brain, always evaluating values and returns, never seeing Keelish as anything other than a number among dozens. Octavie stood nearby, waiting to relay any message or order Sybil had to communicate to the rest of the struggling Keelish. The detached part of Sybil noted the 6 additional Keelish corpses littering the ground, acknowledged that none of them were named members of Ashlani's swarm, and stopped caring about them. Another, not unfeeling part of her mind was disturbed by her callousness and lack of care, but she couldn't let herself focus on anything other than keeping herself, and as many of her subordinates alive as possible. Suddenly, Octavie stepped forward. The far side seems to be buckling under pressure. They may soon abandon their posts. Sybil had no idea how Octavie had seen that turn of events so early, but it wasn't the first time she had noticed, and she hadn't been wrong before, so Sybil leapt into action. Initially, she was going to send a messenger over, then she thought better of it. Her magic stockpile was still completely full, so she decided to test its efficacy in the fields of battle. Running forward, Sybil pushed the normally comforting energy within her to a roiling boil, and felt the effects of the magic on herself immediately. Her vision went red, and her entire being was suffused with the total need to ACT, to do, to claw, to bite. Her previously well-thought command was washed away by the pounding of her heart in her ears, and she simply screamed out, "Rally, kill, victory." Dimly, in the back of her mind, she noted that the Keelish around her truly did rally, truly did rush forward with her. But the rest of her decided to reject her own inexperience, to forget her inability to fight, and to ignore her strengths. The surging emotion in her demanded that she act, and act she did. She threw herself into the now pitched battle with aplomb and heard a familiar voice booming from behind her. Victory by Fang and Blood. I am with you, my swarm. Just like every time that I awoke from an evolution, I was disoriented. With a gasp, I sat up, and a part of me realized that I actually sat up. I was much more upright in form than I had been previously. Before, I'd been shaped like a normal Keelish, with my upper body being held almost parallel to the ground, the forward weight offset by my thick tail pointing in the opposite direction. Now, however, I actually sat up. My abdominal muscles seemed to have rearranged themselves a bit, and I noticed that my upper body was now more humanoid in shape, with pronounced shoulders and pectorals. My arms had lengthened while my 5 fingers had become 4, with all 4 being thicker than before, and almost looked like I had scaled gloved that went up to my elbows. I stood up and looked around, seeing nobody as I continued to take in my new body. I stood taller than before at about 1.7 m, getting towards Rulek height. Weight-wise, however, I was still outclassed. My snout had been slightly blunted, no longer so long and sharp at the end, but I could feel that my fangs were still just as sharp, curved, and mean as they had always been. In appearance, I figured I looked like a mix between a Keelish and a Keel, which I welcomed as a change. I was about to check my status when I realized that I was hearing screams of pain in Keelish and human grunts of frustration and calls to battle and organization. I quickly decided that running to see what I had missed in these 18 hours of rest took precedence. Never before had I been so grateful to have my swarm's den so close to the entrance of the main den as I rushed out the entrance and beheld. A massacre. Keelish bodies littered the ground, following an obvious trail back to the forest's cover. There were a couple that I vaguely recognized, but my attention was grabbed by the human host in front of me. Nearly 100 humans stood unified against the waves of Keelish attackers. I was proud to see that whenever a speaker began to try to initiate a strong calling, the Keelish would press in to pressure the speaker, before pulling back and denying the humans the destructive calling they obviously craved. In the center of the human group was a pretty sizable number of wounded in varying states of injury. As I poked my head out of the den, I initially heard Sybil's voice screeching, "Rally, kill. Victory," then saw her fling herself headlong into heard the humans begin to yell amongst themselves. The Alpha's here, kill him and we'll be halfway done." For the briefest moment, I looked for Redale, then realized that I cut quite a gallant figure emerging from the hill entering the den. I was initially flattered, Then I realized that the whole of the human warband was now focused on eradicating me specifically. A grin spread across my face, and I moved my magic to my throat, it moving smoothly and quickly there. My voice boomed over the battlefield, and I screamed with defiance and rage, "Victory by fang and blood, I am with you, my swarm." The sound leaving my throat was more of a roar than any sort of spoken speech, but I depleted nearly all of my magic in the one call, and I felt a surging power course through me, then into the surrounding area. I sprinted down the slope, and could feel the rumbling of the Keelish running alongside me towards our foes. I approached the humans' defensive line and activated my new and improved combatant's bloodlust, bolstering my reflexes. And battle lust. With a roar, I dodged a thrusting spear, used my right hand, claws bared, to sever the two hands holding the spear, and with my left, took the spear for my own, thrust it into the chest of the amazed human, and ripped their throat out with my jaws before screaming again. Victory by fang and bloods. Kill them all. Victory by fang and blood, kill them all. As I screamed, I noticed took charge past me and bulldoze into the exposed side of a nearby human on my left, while a different and injured-looking sylph stumbled on my right. Vefir, looking downright unhinged, supported his brother with a constant magical flow and quick, sharp nips at anything that looked to threaten the pair. Sylph had changed, evolved, I was certain, as he now had a large horn sprouting from between his eyes that was caked with dried blood. He also had begun to acquire the mane-like scales around his scruff, just like Took. A small part of me wanted to continue looking around and evaluating the battlefield, but the rest of me craved action, combat, and bloodshed. I sprinted forward, holding my new spear low and parallel to the ground. My new body was inherently more upright than before, but it wasn't too hard to shift my posture in such a way that I could blend in more with the shifting mass of Keelish. Looking forward, a human was looking at me, amazed and afraid. He began to yell something out while pointing at me, and I, in a motion both natural and foreign to me, reared back and hurled the spear at him underhanded. It plunged into his chest and drove him from his feet and into the air before he fell heavily onto one of his companions. I didn't rest on my laurels, but instead rushed forward and pulled the spear from the corpse before brandishing it at the still-standing human in a feint. She, in a practice motion, parried my feint to my left but forgot that I was no human and I needed no weapon. In one swift motion, I chomped the head of her spear off while thrusting my right hand, fingers slotted together into their knife-like form, at her inner thigh. My sharp fingers cut deeply into the muscle, and I curled my fingers cruelly into the flesh as she swung what was left of her spear at my head like a club while screaming in rage and agony. In the back of my mind, I noted that she called out, "Maratta, it's over here," but the rest of me went for the kill. Only once was she able to hit me before I pulled her leg forward, jerking her out of her stance. I then dropped my spear and thrust my left hand up, piercing my sharp fingers into the soft flesh under her chin and into her skull. Crimson blood gushed over my fingers, coating my left arm to the shoulder before I pulled my hand out and grabbed my discarded spear from the ground. Suddenly, accompanied by a rumbling in the earth, a gruff female voice shouted from in front of me, "You Dulvrock-begotten worm, I'll kill you." The woman, while still in her berault, was obviously stocky, and I could feel the rolling waves of magic coming off of her as the earth swelled up and covered most of her body in a fluid, flexible armor. Stony spurs decorated her elbows, knees, and fists, letting anyone who saw know this was a true speaker and an accomplished earth speaker at that. Getting through her would be key, and I was sure that she was the commander of this force. I quickly pushed all the remainder of my magic to my throat, preparing a stunning strike for the key moment as I began to push into the speaker. As more of a distraction than anything else, I threw my spear in the weird, underhanded way I had before. Getting through her armor with the spear would be nigh on impossible, since she would harden the dirt to stone wherever the spear made contact. She did just that, and the spear rang out loudly as it made contact with the stony surface without getting any deeper than 1 cm. Instinctively, I wanted to roar my defiance, but I consciously withheld the urge, retaining my magical trump. Instead, I rushed forward with my mouth wide open, trying to crush or twist her knee. When I got close, however, she raised her knee to meet my open jaws and destroy my teeth. I was only just able to turn my head to the side and not extract my own teeth forcibly. I did, however, receive a brain-ringing punch to my jaw, the stone spurs knocking scales from my face. I turned with the momentum and heavily smashed my tail against her ankle. It hurt and I felt a crack run all the way up my spine, but she grunted lowly in pain in response, so I must have done at least some damage. Whirling, I went to press my advantage, but her guard was up, so I took a step back instead. After 2 circling steps, I realized that while her ankle was hurting, it was far from injured and I didn't know how to press in on her. Then, in a moment of what was either boneheaded stupidity or brilliance, I took 2 steps forward, stopping just outside of her reach, stood tall and screamed in her face as loud as I could, abusing my vocal cords with all the sonic magic rushing through them. She surprised, pulled back and blinked while I, by pushing forward with both my feet and my tail, kicked her heavily in the chest with both my feet. Fortunately for me, she wasn't expecting a kick from a being with 3 legs supports, so while she was able to raise her guard, I still was able to knock her back, stumbling. It was then that Took and Brutus rushed in. They came from both sides, seized her by the shoulders, and forced her to her back on the ground. Both twisted, ripped, and tore as best as they could, but couldn't do much more than rip off loose dirt and small stones. The earth had begun to flow up into their mouths, attempting to choke them when I arrived. I repeatedly smashed my feet into her head, bouncing it off the ground repeatedly. Then, when she was slightly stunned, I stabbed my fingers into her eyes. With a sickening pop they burst, but I didn't stop at blinding her. The earth rushed forward, attempting to arrest my arm's momentum, but it was too late. I put all my weight into my arm, and at an almost deliberately slow pace, I felt my sharp nails pushing deeper into her skull, initially piercing the thin bone behind her eyes, then entering the mushy brain. I spread my fingers, and the magic immediately fell apart. My fingers smashed against the unforgiving ground, driven by my entire weight, and Took and Brutus both retched, getting the previously living dirt out of their mouths. Regardless, I looked over at my companions, nodded, and went to begin ripping into the attacking humans, but was interrupted by the sound of rushing bodies coming through the forest. Then suddenly I saw them, the entirety of the swarm, coming out in a perfect pincer movement, trapping the human force between them and my enraged group. With the death of their leader and greatest speaker, the humans were quickly demoralized and destroyed. It was strange how easy it was for me to slaughter them. My new evolution was definitely a contributing factor in giving me the literal ability to slay them, but the emotional detachment was strange. I wasn't sure if it was reflective of my new body's physiological makeup or just my combatant's bloodlust. But whatever it was, I felt nothing as I shredded through the nearly unresisting humans. Some were easily run through with my new spear, others eviscerated by my free hand, and still others trampled underfoot. Yet, despite understanding their cries of physical pain and emotional anguish, I continued my path forward through the pooling crimson. As the humans crumbled under the pressure mounting on both sides, a couple of speakers tried to take some of the swarming Keelish down with them, but they were quickly targeted. They were unable to do anything in the end. In the lull of combat, I stepped back and simply watched the rout take place. Human screams of pain and rage rang out, but still, I felt nothing other than a fierce pride in my swarm holding strong against the assault long enough to serve as an anvil to Redale's hammer. Under my watchful eye, no humans were left to escape their doom. Crumpled corpses covered the ground, but I only mourned the loss of the smaller Keelish ones. I was officially and truly a Keelish now, certifiably a monster by any other intelligent race. Yet, even as I deactivated combatant's bloodlust, I realized that I was happy to have changed. My new state of mind and enhanced power would better serve to enact my revenge and protect my future. Finally, I let myself read the flashing system notification in the corner of my eye. Growth achieved, quest completed, status updated. With trepidation and excitement, I opened my status. Status name Ashlani. Race Sonic Cautive Subswarm Alpha. Title None. Current quests: have one of your spawn grow to adulthood successfully. Progress Fetus. Rewards Constitution +5, Intelligence +6, Magic +4, 10 humans. Progress 1010. Rewards Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +7. Quest complete. New quest: upgrade Dominance skill. Progress 87-100. Rewards: True Dominance skill, Strength +2, Intelligence +2, Magic +1. Usurp control of the entire swarm. Progress 5%. Rewards: Intelligence +9, Stats Constitution. 40 + 12 + 7 = 59. Strength 45 + 17 + 7 = 69. Agility 46 + 19 + 7 = 72. Intelligence 40 + 20 + 7 = 67. Magic 34 + 19 + 7 = 60. Skills: Innate Leadership, Kanadaval. Pack Tactics, Current Evolutionary Progress. 110. Combatant's Bloodlust, Current Evolutionary Progress, Unknown. Dominance, Current Evolutionary Progress, 87-100. Improved Vision, Current Evolutionary Progress, 018. Improved Sonolphin, Current Evolutionary Progress, Unknown. Evolutionary Foresight. Sonic Cautive Swarm Beta Requirements. Acknowledgement of the Swarm's Alpha. Sonic Cautive Swarm Alpha Requirements. Deposing the current Swarm Alpha. Acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. I rocked back on my heels, amazed. The growth that I had experienced wasn't just in a greater bodily versatility, but also a vastly improved body. My stats had improved, on average, by about 50%, and my body was also generally better suited to using tools now, which had been exhibited in the slaughter that I had brought about by my spearmanship. Holding the spear now, it was strange how familiarly it settled into my palms, how easily I threw it with deadly accuracy, and how intuitively I had moved with it. The spear was like an extension of my own body, but it wasn't from my previous life. Back then, I had used it a couple of times, but only really focused on speaking. Then, where did this instinctual knowledge come from? System. The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded, depending on your future growth. Regardless of if the administrator wanted to tell me where this came from, the fact that they said nothing was pretty indicative of the fact that it came from somewhere. That said, what was the deal with this new title section? Now that you have progressed sufficiently, you have qualified to acquire a title. The effects of a title will vary, but nearly all titles are wholly beneficial, with a scant few being primarily beneficial with slight detriments. Well, that's good news. Suddenly, I was pulled from my reverie by the sounds of battle ceasing. Looking around, I could see Took, Foir, Vefir, Sylph, and Sybil gathering around me, followed by most of the youngest, smallest, and weakest Keelish who had made it through the tumult of battle. The old guard smiled and nodded at me with familiarity, while the newcomers glanced hesitantly between me and Redale, who was approaching with Rulak at his flank. Looking at him now, I was bigger and thicker than Redale. I might also be quicker than him, given that my agility was higher than any other of my stats at this point. I stood tall and proud, as tall as Rulek, but not as stocky. A surge of defiant pride swelled within me, and suddenly I knew I could no longer stomach lurking in the shadows. No longer could I brook this arrogant old-timer's air of superiority. Much sooner than the me of yesterday had thought, I would be subordinate to none. Subconsciously, I snorted in derision and looked down my snout at this fool who thought that he could take my place as true alpha of the Keelish. Redale's eyes flashed as he saw my insubordination, and suddenly a notification flashed. True dominant skill is being exerted on you. Due to your system advantages, you resist. Due to you possessing the dominance skill, you resist. However, it is advised that you leave the influence of the true dominance skill as soon as safely possible. If you acquire the true dominance skill, it will no longer have any effect on you. Redale looked up and down the line, observing the carnage. He nodded appreciatively, then spoke. I'll be direct. I am not in the habit of culling the young and weak, but you are no longer juvenile nor weak. Do you plan on submitting or dying? He was not overtly threatening, at least, no more than he was habitually, but his tone was flinty. Involuntarily, a part of me whispered to submit to his experience, his power, and I realized that I only resisted true dominance, but was not immune. I looked down the line at my beta, gamma, and the rest of my pack, then my swarm. I slowly shook my head and looked him in the eye as I snarled low in my throat. Rulek's jaw dropped, stunned, as I began to speak. No, I think that I am better qualified as the swarm's alpha. Fight me tomorrow. Before the entire swarm, I wish to prove my dominance and rightful place as alpha. Redale slightly dipped his head and walking away said, then, tomorrow's dawn will be the last one of you ever see. As he jogged off and the rest of the elites of the swarm followed, I couldn't hold back the arrogant snarl in my throat, and I roared defiance at his back. It will be a glorious morn in which I paint the walls of the den with your blood, gorge myself on your viscera, and claim the swarm as my own. Rest as well as you can, because tomorrow your entrails will strengthen the swarm and your eyes will bake in the sun. Count the seconds until then, because it shall be your last. My defiant shouts rang through the clearing, and suddenly another system notification flashed in the corner of my eye. Quest completed. Growth achieved. Quest board updated. It was in disbelief that I realized what I had just done. Sure, I planned on taking Redale down eventually, but tomorrow was not the day I had planned for. I wanted to have plenty of time to practice with Wistrel before then, as well as to evolve any skills I could, complete more quests. Regardless of what my previous plan was, now I was stuck in a duel to the death in the morning. But what had come over me? I'd never been shy, but that arrogance was strange and new to me. I didn't like that it had overcome me without my knowledge or realization. System, is there something going on here? The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to. The administrator tells you there is nothing to fear. This is simply a byproduct of your evolution. As your race drastically changes, so too will certain inclinations of yours. In this case, as your base race, Codif, is of a higher order of magnitude than that of Redale, you intrinsically recoiled at his attempted air of superiority. Your very blood was incensed by his attempt to subdue you, and thus an unreasonable, absolute rage consumed you. Further, you, at a genetic level, needed to prove him wrong about his perceived superiority. So, because I'm closer to a Keel than he is, my soul itself rebelled. Effectively, well, hopefully that intrinsic reaction would prove beneficial tomorrow morning. As I mulled over what was currently happening to me, Rulak jogged back towards me, his face and tone deadly serious. You're biting off more than you can chew. It's too late now to regret or change things, and I think you would have had a chance to kill him in the future, but I'm sure you'll be gutted like a fish tomorrow. Enjoy your last day. He had never minced words with me previously, and his frank lack of faith in my survival was off-putting. I thought I had come a long way since I had stumbled my way down into the depths of the den, and that I could definitely go toe-to-toe with Redale now. Sure, it would be a hard fight, but I had come out surprisingly okay after fighting multiple enemies at a time previously, even the speaker from just before, and she had been a trained combatant, much less an incomplete specimen like Redale. Damnation, this change in mentality was so immediate and seamless. It was difficult to tell when it was influencing me. I made a mental note to see if there was anything that I could do moving forward to quell any and all overconfidence that came from my involuntarily prideful blood. Nonetheless, I made the conscious decision to continue on with my day and paid attention to the world around me, only to see a sea of adoring faces. In a moment of confusion, I looked to my left and saw Sybil. Did I do something? I whispered to her. Well, you did just declare yourself a contender for the rule of this swarm, so I would say that yes, you did do something. Sybil's face was far too rigid and subtly unhappy to be a smile. Something in her eyes told me that, if she got the opportunity, she had a fair amount of choice words for me about my choices today, and if she thought about telling me what to do and what was expected of me, then I would be sure to put her in her place. I looked down my nose at her. Well, from tomorrow, I will be the ruler of the swarm, so that much is to be expected. Sybil looked taken aback at my words, and I realized again what was happening. Dulvrock, take me, this arrogance was going to get quite bothersome. I'm sorry, Sybil. There's something that I will explain to you and took shortly to justify my current actions, but for now I think something is expected of me. Then I turned to the young and weak Keelish's adoring faces and spoke. As I did so, I subconsciously began to radiate an aura of sorts, and I noted a flashing system notification, true dominance skill activated. As this emanating force pushed out from me, I saw the Keelish instinctually bow before my presence. You have chosen to follow me today. Good choice, as tomorrow the rest of the pack will not have that choice but will instead be obligated and compelled to follow. The choice to follow is an admirable one, and I will see that you are rewarded for it. For now, gather what meat you can and take it to your dens. Feast on the flesh of our foes and grow ever stronger. Immediately the Keelish's voices rang out, disjointed at first, then united. Alpha, 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 Alpha. Zalpha. I smiled, nodded, then gestured for Took and Sybil to follow me as I finally acknowledged the flashing system notification. Growth achieved, quest completed, status updated. Status name Ashlani. Upgrade dominance skill. Progress 137-100. Rewards, true dominance skill, strength +2, intelligence +2, magic +1, quest complete. New quest. Completely raise a community of creatures with a base intelligence of at least 4. Rewards, constitution, strength, agility, intelligence, magic +6. Usurp control of the entire swarm. Progress 11%. Rewards. Intelligence +9. Stats, constitution 59. Strength 69 +2 equals 71. Agility 72. Intelligence 67 +2 equals 69. Magic 60 +1 equals 61. Skills of true dominance, current evolutionary progress, unknown. So I had officially evolved dominance. How is true dominance different? Skill true dominance differs from its basic counterpart primarily from its inherent active aura. If you so choose, you can expel an overpowering aura that forces the weak-willed to submit to you. This will in the weakest force dominion upon the affected. A smile crooked my face. That was nice to hear. And what does this new quest mean? To completely destroy a community of somewhat intelligent beings. Examples of qualifying communities would be a complete wolf-stag pack, a human village or hamlet, a murder of terror birds, or others of a similar or greater level of intelligence. The smile grew wider. So soon we would take the fight back to the humans. But first, I had a date with a crotchety old lizard. The rest of the day passed in a blur as I readied myself for the upcoming duel. I had a long conversation with Sybil about what had possessed me to challenge Redale when there were still so many uncertainties. One in which I had to repeatedly stuff down this new, insufferable pride that demanded I ask how dare she question my decisions. Further, I had to not simply boss Took and the rest of my trusted advisors around like so many peons. I wasn't exactly sure what would alleviate this strange, new mentality, but I was sure that I needed to rest in preparation for the duel the next day. The rest of the day was spent with me practicing my new true dominance skill as I commanded the young and weak to follow me wholeheartedly. They did so, and I realized that under the effects of my new skill, my subordinates could work harder and more tirelessly than before. I decided to leave experimentation for another time, and just focused on, instead, resting and practicing with the spear that I had used earlier. At the end of the day, as the sky was painted a vibrant red that matched the blood-stained fields around the den, I felt that I had sufficiently learned how to use the spear in conjunction with my previously learned tactics. Well, sufficiently was a generous term, but I figured that I would use every possible advantage that came my way, given the risk of the task that was laid before me. Thus, the spear would accompany me in the death duel tomorrow. Secondly, I had realized that while my left arm had truly become my dominant one, after the latest evolution, my right shoulder had reverted to near-perfect mobility. There was slight difficulty and pain in raising my arm completely up, to the point it would make contact with my head, but that was marked an immense improvement, and that I was happy for. In a moment of what may have been divine inspiration or just supreme paranoia, I thought to withhold that information from everyone until after the duel. That done, I looked around, saw that all the human and Keelish corpses had been collected into the den, and retired back to the den myself. Strangely enough, sleep came easily to me that night. Considering my nerves and how I had recently slept for nearly an entire day, I had thought that sleep would be slow to overcome me, but I quickly found myself unconscious. Stranger still, I dreamed of a voice, gentle yet powerful, saying again and again, "Old Nivtra contains the answers. Only when you get to Nivtra can you learn the truth. There you will find the answers." I kept asking the voice questions. Nivtra is said to be where the light comes from. Is that to the far coast where the suns rise? Are there any creatures living there now? Am I currently close to Nivtra? How can I find it? The voice kept repeating itself, ignoring or not hearing any of my questions. After what felt like hours of frustrated attempts at communication, the voice finally changed what it said. Through the Uzbethan plains, at the base of the Shandai's peaks lie the ruins of Old Nivtra. Old Nivtra contains the answers. Then the voice continued repeating what it had been previously saying. I knew what the Uzbethan plains were, the largest known grasslands in all of Sheresh, and I had seen a map of where they were, even though I'd never been there myself. However, I'd never heard of any notable ruins there, and I'd never heard the term Shandai's Peaks. I'd lived my entire life on the western hemisphere of Sheresh, and had never had a reason to cross the sheer pass, the isthmus and only land route that bridged the east to the west. Suddenly, I woke. Sybil was nudging me awake. "You need to wake up now, eat and get ready." I was bolt awake. Now was the time. I slowly got up. I went to eat, on my way seeing and exchanging terse greetings with many Keelish, both new followers and old. Jorel particularly seemed different, but I couldn't possibly focus on that before my duel. Instead, I sat almost leisurely eating my breakfast. Sitting was pretty different now, as my torso was differently formed, so I could sit almost comfortably instead of hunkering down on my haunches. I didn't taste my breakfast. Regardless of what I was promised, I couldn't possibly say what it was, as the entire time my mind went through Wistrel's training. Parries, thrusts, throws, kicks, dodges, strikes, weak points, everything. My mind ran almost clinically, and I subconsciously slipped into combatant's bloodlust. I saw a Keelish body in front of me, different parts flashing as potential weak points. Having finished my food, I retired to a quiet corner with my spear, lunging, thrusting, blocking the shadow that appeared from my activated skill. I could feel my heart rate elevating, but I still felt this cool, almost cold detachment from my situation. Instead of worrying, I found Took and Sybil. It's time. At this point, I had descended to the depths of the den enough to no longer pay any real attention to any unknown Keelish. But this time was different. Each step I took was deliberate, studied, purposeful. I looked every Keelish I saw in the eye, consciously exerted the pressure from true dominance on them, and continued walking. Subconsciously, I noted that conversations were building behind me, and I could hear, just like Redale, the same feeling, and he's carrying something different, a weapon, echoing through the halls. However, regardless of whatever my subconscious was feeling, my consciousness was absolutely focused on two things. One, showing that I was afraid of nothing, and two, preparing myself for this fight. I couldn't over-prepare for this. Nothing I had fought or killed before was like Redale. He had at least years of experience in the art of death, and powerful Keelish were just as familiar a material for his art as any other. Regardless of any uncontrollable superiority I felt towards him, my entire being also noted that he was a powerful and accomplished foe, and if I was careless, I would die. Then, almost before I realized it, I stepped into the ring. Before me was Rulak, his face showing more concern than I had anticipated, and Ridale, whose claws were already sticking out their full 30 cm. Ridale's face was absolutely calm, almost detached, but his eyes were narrowed and almost sparking in anticipation. A wave of emotional force rippled almost visibly out from him, and the anticipated system notification flashed in my eyes. Skill True Dominance is being exerted on you. Due to your possession of the skill True Dominance, you are immune to all effects. With a grin spreading on my face, I released the entirety of the aura bestowed on me by the skill, and I saw Ridale and Rulak's eyes flash in surprise as I did so. It was time. Without any visible or audible cue, Ridale and I both stalked forward, stopping only a couple of meters apart from the other. I noticed again how much larger I was than him, probably outweighing him by 30% or more. When I had first seen him, I had thought about how his physical appearance was what mine was going to be in the future. But now, I knew how adaptable the Keelish are as a species. Therefore, while I did suspect that Ridale was my father, I acknowledged that our evolutionary paths had differed greatly. My arms were thicker, my fingers more dexterous. My claws were curled and only about 5 cm long as opposed to his long straight ones. My torso was more upright, and my musculature more built towards an upright bipedal, with larger solid scales reminiscent of armor decorating my chest, stomach and back as opposed to his, and everyone else's hunched bipedal stance with more contiguous and consistently shaped scales. As I mused on these differences, Rulak also stepped forward and interposed himself between us as he spoke ceremoniously. Today, our swarm's alpha, Ridale, stands challenged by this young one, Ashlani. Yesterday, Ridale offered a position as a trusted subordinate to Ashlani. In response, Ashlani challenged Ridale to a duel to the death, a Razab for absolute leadership. As the first of the Olcat, I agree that this fight will be a true Razab, but I withhold judgment on if I consider Ashlani to be worthy of leading this swarm. He will need to prove himself in his power, respect, and capabilities today. That said, before any blood is spilt, do either of you concede? Ridale simply shook his head in a negative response, but my blood boiled at the thought that I was not already considered capable by Rulak, and I had the sneaking suspicion that any appearance of hesitation or weakness would impede my chances of gaining that same consideration. By sheer force of will and rage, I pressed and compelled my aura of dominance to directly combat that emanating from Ridale before I roared my defiance forward. Rulak shook his head, stepped back, and said, "Then that concludes my part in this. Fight however you deem to be honorable." This concept of honor hadn't come up frequently among the Keelish, but I could tell that there was a deeper meaning to it than just the surface level. I stood up straight, looked Ridale dead in the eye, and in a moment of foreign, haughty superiority said, "I consider it honorable to leave nothing held back in a fight for a life. Your life is of value, and to prove its value I will use my complete strength to end it. Nothing less would suffice." Ridale inclined his head, and with a snap of his neck looked me straight on. I believe the same, as lightning suddenly sparked from his shoulders all the way down to the tips of his claws. I consciously activated combatant's bloodlust as I settled back into a defensive stance. I was surprised to note that there were no solid colors indicating where a potential weak point was, just slight flashes that were so quick to disappear they nearly seemed to be an illusion. Then, before I could truly prepare myself, Ridale was in a blistering sprint towards me. I brandished my spear at him to test his reaction at such a high speed, and he easily ducked beneath my swing as he lashed his deadly claws at the fingers of my left hand that held the spear. Most of me wanted to pull my hand back to protect my exposed fingers, but a small instinct of mine instead drove me to somehow flare the scales out into a bristling safeguard. I had noticed before that my scales covering my hands and lower arms had grown longer and thicker, but I hadn't realized that they could stand upright like a shield wall. With a metallic clatter, Ridale's claws made contact with my scales and skittered off. The lightning, however, was able to course downward into my arms and sent the tingling discomfort all the way to my shoulder. With a rictus of a smile, I bared my teeth and strengthened my grip on my spear while I lashed out with a kick to his chest, deliberately not using my right arm. Ridale easily stepped back and evaded my attack attempt, almost lazily striking down with the elbow of his extended right arm. I was unprepared and it made heavy contact with my shin, the pain from the lightning and the concussive blow again coursing through the area that made contact. While I had an opportunity to try striking out with my right arm, instead I stepped back, cursing my own stupidity as I subconsciously noted the cries of disappointment from the crowd. Whether they were disappointed that I was losing or that he was winning, or what, I didn't know. Of course, I couldn't just rely on my instincts to beat him. I consciously tried to slow the pace of the Razab and get to know his methodology, but he didn't let me. Swiftly, he began a blazingly quick assault on me, never aiming to maim or seriously committing, but instead kiting around me. Riddale obviously knew what the consequences were of being electrocuted and was not hesitating to leverage that to his advantage. The pride in me wanted to viciously and randomly lash out again and again until I made contact, knowing that any serious blow I could land on him would cripple his current strategy. But my combatant's bloodlust firmly tamped down that foolishness with cold logic. If I did so, I would be inviting disaster upon myself. Further, I wanted to draw him into thinking that my right arm was restricted from its full, intended mobility from my previous injury. Therefore, I slowly retreated as I got a handle on his current attack patterns and focused on the benefits that combatant's bloodlust offered me, all the while relying on the muscle memory drilled into me by Wistrel. Here and there I could see the flashes of weaknesses appearing, but they were never solid enough for me to capitalize on if I hadn't foreseen their appearances. As I slowly found my groove, I began incorporating strikes and blocks with my spear to force Riddale to slow his assault. However, after a couple of close calls, I realized that a wooden hafted spear, like the one I was using, was not sufficient to block the powerful strikes of a sharp weapon like Riddale's claws. Thus, I changed to only thrusting carefully and occasionally with my spear, so as to maintain its integrity as a weapon. I was frustrating myself trying to get a handle on his attacks while keeping Riddale at a distance with my spear when suddenly I had an idea, one that I immediately tried to implement. Riddale rushed forward, his right hand flashing towards my left hand while his left subtly feinted high while going low, stabbing towards my right knee. I braced myself for the inbound pain and raised my leg in such a way that his claws sank deep into my thigh. It was a blinding bonfire of pain when the electrified claws made contact with my leg, and that only escalated into agony as the claws themselves were thrust all the way to my femur. But my spasming muscles served to help my cause as they locked around the claws buried in my flesh. While surprised that his probing thrust had struck home, Riddale reacted quickly and wrenched his hand backwards to disengage, again sending a wave of agony through me. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't prepared for my right hand to smash forward and bury the entirety of my claws in his shoulder. Riddale hissed in pain and went to bite my hand instinctively, but I flared my scales out protectively as I ripped my cruelly curved claws down, his flesh parting in ribbons beneath my 4 furious fingers as his teeth screeched against my scales without finding purchase. I pulled my arm back and I couldn't help but notice the flecks of flesh and blood scatter as I proudly flicked my fingers as the crowd screamed all around us. I noticed that my pack was chanting victory by fang and blood, again and again. Riddale looked at my fully functional right arm, his face locked in a snarl, and I responded with a mirrored look on my face. I did say that I wouldn't hold anything back. Didn't say that I would tell you all that I had. Riddale's arm sagged, appearing useless, but I wasn't about to believe that. He looked like he was about to respond to me when I closed in, my magic gathering in my throat as I could feel victory closing in. That was when Riddale unleashed the lightning that had previously been anchored to his arms in a flashing, crackling storm. I had focused so much on his right arm not actually being gimped that I had forgotten that Riddale was sure to be holding back a trump card as well. 1, 2, 4 bolts of lightning smashed into my chest, and I felt my heart jolt with each one as I smelled my scales burn and heard my flesh sizzle, while my previously gathered magical shout dissipated uselessly in my throat. I knew I was going to die, but the part of me wholly under the control of combatant's bloodlust noted that I was still alive, and the only way I was guaranteed to die was to do nothing. Thus, fighting through the disconcerting pain and confusion, I looked steadfastly at Riddale. He was lunging forward, his left hand's claws extended straight towards my chest. Suddenly seeing a bright red weak point appearing on his chest right where his neck joined with his body, I instinctively hurled my spear towards the potentially fatal opening while I gathered my magic once more in my throat. Surprised, Riddale raised his right arm to try to deflect the projectile, but the shredded and bloody arm was only barely functional, and he was only able to deflect the spear away from the base of his throat and into the joint of his left shoulder. The spear drove heavily into Riddale's shoulder, and he stumbled back a step, then two, only his tail pressed heavily into the ground, keeping him from falling back further. I rushed forward, my magic swelling in my throat, and roared right into his face from a meter away. His eyes involuntarily closed as his left arm rose to strike out at my face and throat, but it was too late. I flared the scales on my left arm and reached out, his claws clinking uselessly against my raised defense, sinking my claws deep into the flesh of his forearm and feeling the tendons cut beneath my assault. Then I lunged forward and with a heavy bite and tear, tore his left arm from his torso at the shoulder, the point where the spear had pierced him through. As the hot crimson of Redale's blood coated my face, I pulled back and dropped his arm to the floor. The smell of my burnt flesh, ozone, and blood filled the space, and the entire stadium had gone silent. Nonetheless, I didn't look anywhere other than at Redale, saying, "That was a great fight and a true Razab. I will carry your legacy as an honorable warrior into my reign as new Alpha of the Swarm." Then, without inflicting any further suffering, I stepped forward, and with a strong bite and my claws tearing in one smooth motion, I decapitated Redale. Then your strength to mine, your place to mine. I deliberately took a large bite out of the corpse, then swallowed. Rulek then stepped forward and spoke. Ashlani has proven himself powerful by defeating Redale, the greatest warrior in Keelish history in individual combat. Ashlani has proven himself respectful, as he demonstrated his superiority over Redale with his whole power, and did not inflict needless suffering on his foe. Ashlani has proven himself capable, as he deceived his foe that he could strike in the perfect, opportune moment. Therefore, through today's Razab, Ashlani has proven himself worthy for the position of Swarm Alpha in the eyes of the Ilkat, and I, as the first of the Ilkat, do welcome you to your new position. Rulak bowed as I stepped forward, my scales charred and my body bleeding and aching. I simply said all that came to mind, victory by fang and blood. Immediately, I was joined by my swarm, and quickly thereafter, the rest of the swarm followed suit as I noticed the system. Notification flashing in the corner of my eye. Growth achieved, quests completed. Quest board updated, status updated, racial evolutionary requirements met. I wanted to check my system, notifications, but my better judgment demanded that instead I begin asserting my dominance over the swarm. Stepping forward, I began to address the swarm as they fell into silence at my beckoning. As you have heard, I am Ashlani, your new alpha. I do not have any immediate commands for the swarm but these. 1. Do not incite unrest. I will forcefully quell any immediate resistance. 2. For now my beta is Took. I gestured for her to come forward, and my gamma is Sybil. They will retain those positions until I in the near future open the positions to any challengers. Until then, follow their commands as mine. Any insubordination and disobedience to their commands will be counted as treason and will result in immediate and unconditional execution. Finally, 3. Prepare to march. We will assault the humans' home tomorrow, all of us. My initial words had brought a complete stillness over my audience, but my last command was answered with murmurs of approval as I brought my address to its conclusion, consciously pushing my true dominance and Sonolphin-driven charisma to their peak. They wanted to destroy our home, murder our young, smash our eggs, kill us to the last. We will return this aggression in kind. We will kill the young, the elderly, and the strong, and we will take their strength into our own. At my final screaming call to action, the swarm began thronging together, shrieking battle cries and promising destruction on any and all who opposed us. With a victorious smile, I gestured for Took, Sybil, and Rulak to approach. Vefir also approached of his own volition, and the comfortable waves of healing began to wash over me as I felt my flesh knit back together in my thigh and the numbness fade from everywhere else. Rulak, you've located the human's nest, right? He nodded with his characteristic grin. I need you to take whoever you think necessary to loop around to the far side to ensure that there aren't any humans who escape our assault tomorrow. Our lives will become particularly difficult if a windspeaker is able to convey information about our existence to the rest of humankind. Rulak nodded, and I continued, you will additionally serve as the secondary line of defense tomorrow, since Took will lead a strike force from that same side to send them into a panic. Any questions? Rulak shook his head, then grinned. It's a pity you got to this point so quick. You would have been an amazing old cat. I shrugged, smiling in response. By the way, just in case you were planning otherwise, you can't take Wistrel or Second. I need them here to help Sybil. Rulak shrugged and jogged off, saying, I guess now that you're in charge you can make demands like that. I turned to Took. You need to prepare that strike team. At most, you can select 1/5 of the total swarm for your strike force. Took looked at me, slightly confused. 1/5, I internally rolled my eyes at myself. 1 out of 5. For everyone you take, leave behind at least 4. Took nodded in understanding and looked to me quizzically. That's all, but tomorrow, I want you to let loose and really show the swarm that they don't want to challenge you for beta. She smiled in a frankly carnivorous fashion and stalked off. Finally, I turned to Sybil, but before I could speak, she smiled and chimed in herself. You need me to establish domestic control over the swarm. Second will accompany me as the brains and Wister as the brawn. Is that correct? I shook my head ruefully. You're too damned clever for your own good. Or I just know my strengths and recognize that you know how to and are willing to use me. Fair enough. Any questions or requests? No, but I do have something to report. Something has changed in my magic recently, and I wanted your permission to begin using this new effect constantly. I looked at her curious, what change might that be? Well, that might be easier to show than to tell. I had felt the influence of Sybil's magic previously. It caused a slight feeling of goodwill towards her, and slightly more reception to her suggestions, so I was excited to see how it had changed. Now the compulsion was stronger, almost compelling acquiescence to her requests. It almost felt like the influence of true dominance, but almost, pleasantly created positive feelings towards her. After the briefest touch of the magic on my senses, a system message flashed before my eyes. Magic compel sympathy is being exerted on due. Due to your higher evolutionary level, magic is resisted. However, it is advised that you leave the influence of the magic compel sympathy as soon as safely possible. A brief yet intense flash of an undefinable emotion that was mostly rage, but partially pride and excitement surged through me. I stepped forward close enough for my chest to make contact with Sybil's as I hissed into her ear, impressive. But if I catch you using that magic on me again, you won't survive the hour. For a brief moment, I thought I felt Sybil tense up in surprise, but she immediately pulled closer to me and murmured in my ear, I wouldn't dream of it. Unless you asked me to. The briefest hint of her pheromones hit me and I looked down at her as I attempted to growl back, ever the opportunist are we. I couldn't keep the chuckle out of my voice at the end and Ray. At last, with all the immediate commands taken care of, I finally had long enough to myself to actually look at my status. Status. Name Ashlani. Race Sonic Codif Subswarm Alpha. Titles Killer of Redale. Current quests have one of your spawn grow to adulthood successfully. Progress Fetus. Rewards. Constitution +5, Intelligence +6, Magic +4. Completely raise a community of creatures with a base intelligence of at least 4. Rewards, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +6. Usurp control of the entire swarm. Progress 100%, quest complete. Rewards, Intelligence +9, new quest, discover a skill. Rewards will vary depending on the tier, focus, and effect of the discovered skill. Stats. Constitution 59. Strength 71 plus 3 equals 74. Agility 72 plus 7 equals 79. Intelligence 69 plus 9 equals 78. Magic 61 plus 7 equals 68. Skills innate leadership cannot evolve. Pack tactics current evolutionary progress 110. Combatants bloodlust current evolutionary progress unknown. True dominance current evolutionary progress unknown. Improved vision current evolutionary progress 018. Improved Sonolphin current evolutionary progress unknown. Evolutionary foresight. Sonic Codif Swarm Beta requirements. Acknowledgement of the Swarm's Alpha. Sonic Codif Swarm Alpha requirements. Deposing the current Swarm Alpha. Acquiring the approval of 75% of the total swarm. REQIRMENTS met. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Looking at my status and how it had been updated, I had a couple of questions. System, where did all these other bonus stats come from? There were several influences for your statistical growth. In order from most influential to least, they were attaining the title of Killer of Redale, attaining the universal admiration of the swarm, and killing and eating part of a highly evolved member of the Keelish race. So what exactly is the effect of this title? Effects of title Killer of Redale are +2 to strength, +4 to agility, +3 to magic, and improved influence of all domination skills against Keelish. How exactly does one acquire a title? And can you benefit from multiple titles at once? The acquisition of a title requires 3 things. 1. The completion of some Herculean task. 2. Public witnessing or perception of your completion of the task. 3. The combined viewpoint of the administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. However, that decision may be rescinded depending on your future growth. All benefits of a title are permanently enjoyed unless the title holder loses the qualifications to hold said title. E.g., if a title was High Neusta of the Misty Hour and the title holder no longer ruled the Misty Hour, then they would lose the title. I grimaced despite my best efforts. The information I'd received certainly was useful and answered my questions, but the more I saw the administrator has deemed it unnecessary, the more I wanted to smash my head into the nearest wall. A small part of me noted that this frustration was new to me and wasn't something that had slowly been building up inside me, but a completely new emotion that had only appeared after, surprise, surprise, I had evolved to Codif. The subconscious and involuntary change inside me was almost frightening, and I wasn't sure that I liked it. There certainly were benefits. Leadership came naturally to me now. I understood better how to delegate and get the best out of my subordinates, and I wasn't bogged down by extra emotions. But those extra emotions were what made me Ashlani, what had led me to reach out to Took and Ankley those months ago, what had formed me as I created my squad, and were my tie to my humanity. I couldn't compartmentalize these realities, and after a moment's distress, I set my worries to the side to continue my questioning. Now, how do I go about discovering a skill? The way I've come across them previously is just through evolution. As you discover abilities that you need and ways to incorporate your current skill set into effectuating those abilities, the system may decide that your innovation will warrant a classified skill, thereafter enabling quicker progress and a deeper understanding of the skill set you have initially improved upon. So, just try to do it, the administrator chuckles in affirmation. I couldn't suppress the sigh before moving on again. What exactly does the stat intelligence do? The stat intelligence primarily affects two things. 1. The discovery of new skills. The higher your intelligence, the easier it is to discover new skills. 2. Removing evolutionary limits. While your mental capacities are slightly improved with the increase of the stat intelligence, the primary change that the increase of the statistic effectuates is to broaden your evolutionary possibilities. Okay, straightforward enough. Finally, my last question. How long will my evolution take this time? Evolution requires a basic restructuring of your body. You will fall unconscious as the reconstruction takes place. Evolution to species. Sonic Cautive Swarm Alpha will take 6 hours 30 minutes. Evolution will provide a marked bonus to your stats, as well as certain obvious physiological changes. Would you like to proceed with evolution? I grinned. Tomorrow morning, I would march on the nearby human settlement as an even stronger me. After my brief look into my status and the conversation with the system, I went back to presenting myself as the new alpha to the swarm. My mind, however, wandered. I had declared that tomorrow we would kill every human we could get our claws on, and I knew two things. One, no other member of the swarm had any worries or doubts about killing every single human they saw, since they were nothing more than a threat to our existence. And 2. While I may feel bad about it, I had unhesitatingly ordered that we prepare to leave no survivors there tomorrow, and I was ready and willing to stand by that declaration. My command would lead hundreds of humans to their deaths tomorrow, and as far as I knew, none of them had done anything even remotely morally reprehensible, especially since there were sure to be children there, and they certainly had done no wrong whatsoever. Nonetheless, to ensure my own survival, I needed to kill them all. A part of me wanted to leave them alive, but I couldn't. They knew where we were, even if they didn't have specifics, and they knew that a troop of 100 soldiers and speakers had left to exterminate a Keelish den, and if they didn't come back, the surviving humans would know that we were least capable enough to kill 100. Thus, they'd send for help, and hundreds or even thousands of humans, with high speakers and highly trained warriors among them, would march on our home and fill the den with our own blood and corpses. A solution was to flee to the east, where I was more and more sure that Nevtra was found. But that would require the abandonment of all the currently laid eggs, and I was unwilling to leave Triel's, Sybil's, and the rest's eggs to die. I couldn't ask Vefir to abandon what was left of Triel, and the pride in me balked at the idea of fleeing from a foe easily bested. Thus, the only option left to me was complete eradication of the threat. I couldn't leave a single witness behind, so, while it was wanton slaughter and personally distasteful, even the haughty and proud Cautive side of me, I needed to protect my swarm before I protected anyone else. Thus, in the morning, a new, stronger, more ruthless me would send hundreds of humans to a terrifying and gruesome death. But until then, I would spend my time presenting myself to the Keelish, whose lives I would commit this horrendous act for. My day was spent pleasantly, and I found a strange balance in the activation of my true dominance. Skill, I could activate it enough to cause an instinctive reverence in those around me, but not so forcefully as to cause them to immediately cower in my presence. The more I talked with the Keelish, the more I realized something. The vast majority of the Keelish I hadn't met so far were similar to Griel, short-sighted, vicious, and not especially intelligent. I'd come to think that Griel was an exceptionally dull specimen, but it turned out that my sample size had been skewed heavily to the intelligent side. Brutus intellectually and emotionally fit in with the rest of the swarm better than he did with my core pack, and I quickly decided to instate him as some sort of a pack head for those who didn't have a good pack alpha already. After speaking with enough of the Keelish, I pulled away and went to the nesting area. Here, I specifically visited Triel's eggs first. With my thermal vision, if I focused, I could see the babies inside twitching and generally filling the egg. Initially, there had been 7, but over time it had become apparent that only 2 had the possibility of hatching. The other 5 had never moved or warmed themselves at all and had been discarded. Next, I searched out Sybil's eggs, which had been laid some time before. As far as I could tell, she never would have even told me that they had been laid if I hadn't asked just before my descent into training hell, "How soon will you lay if the eggs are fertile?" She'd simply responded, "Oh, they're due to hatch in about 20 days, and walked off. I pulled her back. "What do you mean? You didn't tell me you'd laid them yet." She shrugged. "It didn't have a whole lot to do with you after the first night, so I simply laid them and we continued on with our lives." I'd been amazed and she'd simply continued on with her day, almost nonplussed by my reaction. There were only three, a surprisingly small clutch for a Keelish, but all three were constantly active. Whether that was their own predispositions or because of my meddling, I wasn't sure, but I figured my actions weren't harmful to them. I came in at least once a day to exhaust my magic, letting out my rousing sonic calls, and the eggs twitched in excitement whenever I did. I went through the same paces as usual, letting out the sonic vibrations low and constantly, and the eggs know my children twitched in what I affectionately dubbed excitement, but more correctly could just be called agitation. I'd honed this magical release in such a way that I could now let it out constantly instead of in an overwhelming wave, which for the babies seemed to be better. I looked at the eggs and the others in the area and realized that what I felt towards them wasn't parental love, but was still a sort of guardianship. Maybe I'd grow to love the little things, but for now, the feelings I had were sufficient to lead my swarm into slaughtering my former kin. Finally, I'd gotten to the end of the day and retired to my room. I didn't stay in what was once Redale's space, but instead in what had always been my room, in the spawnling's den near the surface. While I didn't feel like a father or parent, I did feel responsible to protect those weaker than myself. With a deliberate thought, I closed my eyes and gave permission to the system to begin the restructuring of my body. The ever more familiar gray space that was this shared consciousness was quick to greet me. Before, I always had a moment or two to myself before the administrator began speaking to me. But this time, I was immediately greeted by their excited voice. "Hello, Ashlani, you're quite the go-getter, aren't you?" "I suppose I am. I must say, I wasn't expecting you to revolt against Redale quite so quickly. I did expect your next evolution to be the one you are currently experiencing, but I didn't expect such promptitude. Well, I wasn't given a whole lot of a choice when my body rebelled against my better judgment. On top of that, I do consider my next course of action to be the wisest one available to me and the swarm as a whole, so I don't regret what happened. You did act rather contrary to your usual modus operandi, that is true." "Yes, I did." "That's where my question for this time will lie. What's the deal with my body now?" The now familiar patient yet teasing tone followed. "Do you want to clarify your question? Why is my mental state constantly being affected recently? Why am I suddenly more prideful, competent, and ruthless?" The administrator sighed, paused for a moment, then answered, "Well, you are becoming more Keel, and more completely embracing the bloodline that flows through you." The Keel progenitor was a ruthless, calculating, intelligent, and competent leader. They prioritized their kin above all, and constantly held themselves above others, not without reason. They were the primary reason that the Saharlian Empire could be established, and their descendants were able to solidify the empire's rule solely because they relied on the influence and power that came from their untainted bloodline. Now, as you are purposefully evolving toward that original, you will feel their mentality and thought process affecting you. That said, it will only be so jarring and uncontrollable for the next short while, as after you have sufficient time to adjust yourself, the intrusive personality will fade into more of a background role. That will be after somewhat of an assimilative process, so your personality will be slightly tweaked to become more naturally Keel, but no more than that. So, because of the original Keel, I'm gonna continue to feel this way for a while, until my personality permanently shifts to some degree. Well, effectively, I didn't have the time to spout off all the frustrated and enraged curses that I had wanted to, but before the darkness took me, I got a couple of the choicest and most aggravating ones out of my system. The darkness came quickly and forcefully. Then I awoke and I could feel that it was near midnight. I sat up and distracted looked at Sybil lying next to me. I could feel an unnatural heat emanating from her body and saw her body lengthen, shoulders broaden, and spine straighten. As near as I could tell, her body was shifting to a more Kadif form. Struck by curiosity, I immediately left to check on Took, the one I considered most likely to also be evolving at this time. It didn't take long for me to get to her room, as it was just down the hall from mine. When I poked my head in, I saw just what I had seen in Sybil: broadening shoulders, a straighter spine, and an obviously more erect physique. I wasn't sure how long the evolution would take for them, but considering there were still quite a few hours until sunrise, I wasn't worried. Instead, I went back into my room and finally checked my new status. Status: name: Ashlani. Raise Sonic Codiv Swarm Alpha. Title Killer of Redale. Current quest, have one of your spawn grow to adulthood successfully. Progress, Fetus. Rewards, Constitution +5, Intelligence +6, Magic +4. Completely raise a community of creatures with a base intelligence of at least 4. Rewards, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +6. Reward may increase from difficulty of task. Discover a skill. Rewards will vary depending on the tier, focus, and effect of the discovered skill. Stats, Constitution, 59 plus 10 equals 69. Strength, 74 plus 8 equals 82. Agility, 79 plus 8 equals 87. Intelligence, 78 plus 10 equals 88. Magic, 68 plus 8 equals 76. Skills, Innate Leadership, cannot evolve. Pack Tactics, Current Evolutionary Progress. 110. Combatants Bloodlust, Current Evolutionary Progress, unknown. True Dominance, Current Evolutionary Progress, 110. Improved Vision, Current Evolutionary Progress. 018. Improved Sonolphin, Current Evolutionary Progress, unknown. Evolutionary Foresight. Sonic Keel Alpha Requirements. Acquire the Keel Words of Power, receive the Blessing of Neve Tala. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. I sucked in a quick breath of surprise. While these evolutionary bonuses were lower than my last ones, this was also a much less significant evolution than last time. I hadn't changed my race, just my position within the swarm. In fact, all that had changed was the word sub coming before the word swarm, and I hadn't expected a change quite like this. The more advanced your evolution, the greater the benefit. The more advanced of an organism you become, the more difficult it is to evolve further. Therefore, there are greater benefits brought even from minor evolutionary gains. That made sense, I supposed. Quickly thereafter, I noticed the change in my skill list. I now had access to the evolutionary prerequisites of True Dominance. Requirements: assert complete dominance over 10 Swarm Alpha Keelish. Progress: 110. Looking at it, killing Redale must have counted for this, since I'd never had any contact with a different Swarm Alpha. Then, considering that there was this skill's evolutionary path open to me, there must be at least 9 other Keelish swarms in the world that I could eventually conquer, which would lead to what was still my eventual goal, finding Veeler and taking everything from him. A part of me wondered when I would get to the point where I could actually focus on achieving that goal. I'd only had brief moments where I could think about it before my immediate concerns got in the way. Things like surviving and being able to protect myself and my pack took precedence over grinding my teeth and imagining that they were closed around Veeler's throat. But now, when sleep escaped me and I didn't want to think about tomorrow morning, my mind involuntarily and absolutely found itself drawn to him. My oldest friend and closest supporter in becoming the leader of our tribe had directly and purposefully brought about my death. I couldn't fathom why he would do so. We'd always gotten along and spoken openly with each other, or at least I thought we did. I found myself grinding my teeth and could hear my blood rushing in my head, my heartbeat thundering in confusion and rage. However, as I laid on the rough ground with thoughts of bloody and painful revenge flowing through my head, a small part of me mused on the cultural differences between the Keelish and humans. The more I thought about it, the more the comparisons overtook my thoughts of revenge and rage. I realized that for all its faults, I preferred the Keelish way of living. If you had a problem with someone, you brought it up to them directly, at least those who could be considered true Keelish. Sure, that directness may end in bloodshed or death, but there was no plotting or scheming to overthrow your opponent, just brutal honesty and bloody finality. I'd never loved the human conniving, and it had never come naturally to me, so this different way of living sat better with me. I realized that I suited Keelish life, even if my take on it was a little atypical for the rest of the swarm, and as I mused on this, I almost forgot the most important part of my new status board. Almost evolutionary foresight. Sonic Keel Alpha requirements. Acquire the Keel Words of Power, receive the Blessing of Neve Tala. I was so close to this evolution to what could be considered a higher life form, but so far. Depending on where I was at the moment, I could have a journey of mere hundreds of miles to one of thousands to get to the ruins of Nevtra. That would take months, maybe even longer, considering that I was planning to make the journey with the spawnlings once they hatched. Assuming my timeline was about correct, the spawnlings would hatch somewhere from 2 to 3 weeks from now, and would need about a week before they were ready to travel. Having lost myself in thoughts about logistics, I missed Sybil beginning to rouse. She rolled over, saw that I was awake, and stood up with a toothy yawn. "Good morning, Lord," she winked as she addressed me, and I shook my head wryly. Belatedly, I realized that I didn't feel any sort of superiority towards her any longer, and I stood up. After my initial evolution to Codiff, I'd towered over Sybil myself standing around 1.8 m and her at a mere 1.3 m. Now, however, she stood just above my shoulder. At about 1.55 m, she seemed surprised to be so tall and looked down at herself as I also took in her new stature. Sybil's head had changed shape. Keelish's head has a long snout without any lips or skin to cover the majority of their fangs. Additionally, most have a smooth head behind their brows like a lizard that joins smoothly with their necks that slope down to their narrow shoulders. Their arms are not quite vestigial, long enough to complete basic tasks, but not long enough to serve much more purpose than to hold and move dirt. Keelish's body is held almost parallel to the ground, and their spine flows smoothly from their neck all the way to the end of their meaty tails. Again, their bodies are typically smooth, built for a life lived underground. Their powerful hind legs have 3 joints, one at the hip, another at the knee, and the last at the ankle, which is kept several cm off of the ground due to the almost feline structure of their feet. Their tails are not particularly flexible, mostly built to offset the weight of the Keelish torso, held so far forward of their center of balance. Cardiff, however, seemed to be built as an in-between of Keelish and what I had seen as a keel in the vision presented by second. Cardiff faces had blunter snouts, not extending quite so far as a Keelish, and had what could only be called lips that could come down to cover the wickedly sharp fangs that filled a Cardiff's mouth. The Cardiff's head had the suggestion of ear flaps that flared out at the base of the skull as well as larger, more developed eyes. At the base of the skull larger, more protrusive scales began to appear, looking almost like armor that jutted out several cm, especially at the shoulders, which were about twice as broad as those of a Keelish, built in a more humanoid fashion. A Cardiff also held themselves more erect, with their torsos coming to almost but not quite perpendicular to the ground, and their tails showed a greater flexibility than those of the Keelish. Their arms were much longer and stronger, and their forefingers were thick yet comparatively dexterous. Their chests were powerfully muscled, this female being no exception, and similarly covered in the armor-like scales found on the back and shoulders. Finally, a Cardiff's legs were not quite so large as those of a Keelish, and their feet weren't so thick and wide. They still conveyed obvious power and utility, but a Cardiff's hips were built in such a way that sidestepping was no longer difficult as it was for a Keelish, and their feet were built so that they walked on the balls of their feet instead of on the entirety of the foot. That said, a Cardiff still wasn't quite built in such a way that they could be called humanoid in shape like the keel. However, they were close. As I looked Sybil up and down, musing over the comparisons of her past and present body, she looked over at me. "Do you like what you see?" I snorted, "Not bad looking, but I think you might end up wanting to cover your lower body." Sybil looked down, realized that modesty may very well be required for the both of us, and nodded curtly. "That can be resolved after your campaign today. Are you ready?" Her words washed over me like cold water, and I snapped out of my observational reverie. Today I was going to slaughter hundreds of humans so that tomorrow would exist for me and my swarm. With a deep breath I responded, "I don't know if I am, but I need to be," and began walking out of our room to go speak with the rest of the swarm. I stood at the mouth of the den, spear in hand, as I looked over the swarm. At my flank stood those who had evolved to what I was sure was some variation of Cardiff. Took, Sybil, Foire, Vefir, Sylph, and surprisingly Solia, the surprise winner of the duels, to accompany the Ilcat to the extermination of the wolf-stag nest, Octavie, Sybil's greatest supporter, and Ilni, the female that idolized and always followed Took. That brought our minimum total of Cardiffs in the swarm to 9, every one of them minus Solia from the original 10 that helped me evolve to Alpha. In fact, of the survivors of the original 10, only Netter hadn't evolved last night. She still followed Vefir around, but the staggering difference between them was borderline uncomfortable to witness. Once again, Took was taller than me, and she had the most pronounced scaly flaps around her head, almost like a spiky mane, while also being far and away the largest. Sybil's body was obviously not designed for combat like mine and Took's. She was thinner with more delicate scale armor. Foire was different from the rest, his neck hunched over and arms much longer, like an arboreal primate. Vefir was built similarly to Sybil, but a bit broader and taller, and stood the most upright of all of us. Something about his aura communicated a scholarly feeling, and I half expected to see spectacles on the bridge of his snout. Sylph was the broadest compared to his height among all of us, with a thick neck and heavily muscled arms with stubby fingers. Solia and Ilni were built like slightly smaller Tooks, almost my size but without my heavily scaled arms. They both stood with obvious discomfort but also pride to be presented before the swarm. Finally, Octavie, who like Foire was an exception. I couldn't help but think of her body as a civilian form of sorts. She wasn't so broadly and aggressively built like Took, Solia, or Foire, but nor was she so delicate and refined as Sybil or Vefir. Instead, her fingers ended in duller, less violence-intended claw. Octavie stood to Sybil's side, subtly deferential, and I got the feeling there was more to her than I knew. The last of the swarm exited the den, and I noted Jorel hanging his head low and lurking near the back in an uncharacteristic sign of reluctance and hesitance. He wasn't surrounded by his usual coterie, and it was strange to see him alone, but I couldn't take the time to address him personally, so I set aside the thought and with my back to the rising suns began my address. Just as I promised yesterday, we will destroy those who wish to deal crippling and deadly blows to our continued existence. We will grow through the slaughter you can see before you the effects of following me. My closest followers and supporters have achieved a greater strength than before, becoming more and more like what we, the Keelish, are meant to be. The more closely and directly you follow my orders, the more faithfully you listen, the more proud you are of your heritage, the greater the growth you will achieve. Now, I said, beginning to let my magic flow into my voice, showering my audience with that restless energy, follow me. We will rip our Enemies homes down and feast upon their flesh. We will make their paths run red with their blood. Victory by fang and blood, victory by fang and blood. Having begun the chant, I stalked forward through the thronging, raucous swarm with my spear held high. At my right stalked Took, an aura of barely restrained rage emanating from her. And at my left walked Sybil, making a couple of pointed looks at some Keelish I recognized as her subordinates among the crowd, who then began talking excitedly to the nearest members of the swarm. The energy became more focused under the pointed, secretive prodding of Sybil, and the swarm fell in step behind me. Sybil spoke under her breath. I've assigned small, loyal squads to each entrance to ensure that there are no unwelcome visitors in our absence. I would stay myself, but my absence would be noted. I nodded appreciatively while gesturing at Foire, who understood the signal. I deliberately sent out a couple of scouts who knew more specifically as to what the location of the human settlement was. Foire went with them, and they naturally fell in line behind him as he ranged out, keeping an eye out on any potential threat while also guiding the main body to our destination. The only other notable destination I had been to was the Wolfstag Lair, which had been nearly due north of the den. To get to the human settlement, we set off in a west-northwestern direction, and after what seemed to have been about 7 hours of an uninterrupted, distance-eating lope, I saw the signs of civilization and signaled for the swarm to slow right when the scouts gave the same command. After another half hour, the swarm was finally in position, just within cover of the jungle but close enough to the edges to see the small settlement. In the streets, I saw people chatting, laughing, and generally living a carefree life. They obviously trusted that the extermination force that had been sent out less than a week ago would soon be returning victorious and without casualties. We were about to shatter that delusion. After a moment's hesitation, I broke the anticipatory silence with a single command: slaughter them all. Then with a deafening shriek, my swarm descended upon the hapless villagers. Warning. Gore and graphic detail. For real, if you don't want to read about brutally murdered families and children, skip to the part that says Virali POV. I didn't want to watch what was going to happen, but it was my duty and responsibility to do so. Like a wave, my swarm, every color of the jungle represented among them, washed over and into the village. I jogged forward in the middle of the thronging mass and made sure to take in the sight of this previously peaceful community. I could have activated combatants' bloodlust and absolved myself of the guilty feelings that threatened to overwhelm me, but I made the conscious decision not to. Instead, I forced myself to watch as the unaware, terrorized humans fled before the bloodthirsty jaws of my subordinates. I forced myself to listen as I heard children cry out for their parents, parents screaming in rage and panic for their children to flee or come with them, and I forced myself to feel the blood of the innocents coating my toes as I walked through the streets. I stepped forward and made sure to remember any human face I saw. I knew that there wasn't a Keelish or Qatif in the area that would care about the age or innocence of any of these humans, because they saw them as prey and as a threat, which the humans were. But I couldn't help but see them as people. I looked to my left and saw a family huddled together even in death, the father splayed, dead in front of his children and wife. I could see the despair in his face, the anguish and the tears still running down the faces of his family even as their blood painted their kitchen. The mother was hunched protectively over her 2 children, and her back was savagely torn apart and her head laid decapitated beside her body. Beneath her body were 2 children no older than 7. Wait, there were 3 there, was an infant. I so deeply wanted to look away, but I saw the tiny body and I couldn't stop the heaving of my stomach. My stomach was empty after the hours-long march, and only bitter bile coated my tongue as my gorge rose again and again. I knew fathers and mothers who would do the same for their children, and I could picture the absolute terror of knowing that no matter what you did, those you loved most would die painfully. Again, my gorge rose and coated my mouth, but I stood tall and waded deeper into the hellscape of my own creation. Looking forward, I could see and hear the evidence of my orders, the feeble cries of the elderly and infirm, the panicked carrying of children and terror-driven callings that weren't able to stop even the weakest of the Keelish. All around me were these scenes of gore and terror and grief and rage and ineptitude and, "This is for Trel." Suddenly I heard Took's voice cracking. I sprinted towards where it came from and saw Took leading a charge on a small phalanx of spearmen. They stood disorganized and obviously afraid, but they were covering the retreat of a group of children led by two teens sprinting away. Took stood tall, enraged, and dashed headlong into the prickling spears. She dodged to one side, then the next, and then she was in the midst of the humans. An almost unintelligible gibber kept coming. "She'll never see her children. She'll never challenge me to another bout. She'll never see our progress. She'll never," Took's voice cracked as she whirled in the middle of the humans in a guise of absolute death. The half-dozen adults fell before her attack, and the rest of the nearby Keelish sprinted onward to terrorize and kill the fleeing children. Took began to follow at a dead spring when I caught her shoulder. Instinctively, she snapped her tail out at my knees while spinning around with her jaws wide open at the height of my throat. Calling on true dominance, I simply commanded, "Halt." Took froze. I looked her in the face and stepped forward gently. "Keep calm, keep yourself and your pack safe. You and they both need a level head." Took nodded, and I gently inclined my head in the direction that her pack had left towards in dismissal. Now more emotionally grounded, Took began issuing quiet orders to her pack that immediately began doing what they'd been told. I stepped forward, seeing the human children's bodies, but Took's words had shifted my perspective. Now I saw Onkli's twisted body in front of me, his spine exposed. I saw Triel's body with the gaping holes from spears and saw her eggs as we had extracted them. I saw Took with her arms pinned to the ground by spears and her throat run through. Then I saw Sybil's body superimposed over those of the teens, her face twisted in fear and agony, her stomach ripped open, and her entrails exposed to the sky with vultures circling around. And I realized that one teen, a girl no older than 14, was still breathing. Her eyes rolled back and forth in a panic, and I realized she saw me approaching. I hunched over and in my best approximation of the Vushtan tongue simply said, "I'm sorry. It was you or me." Then, disregarding the look of confusion overcoming the look of despair on her face, I closed one hand over the base of her neck and ripped my claws through the base of the nameless girl's neck and severed her spine. It was nearly an hour later, with just a couple of hours left until sunset, that Rulak found his way into the ruins of the village. By now, the Keelish had eaten their fill and were glorying to each other about how easily we had snuffed the life from these pretentious humans who had thought themselves capable of doing the same to us. I stood quietly to the side and nodded appreciatively to the Keelish who looked my way while steeling myself. Once again, I was reminded that I was now a Qatif, and that I had well and truly thrown my lot in with these reptiles over that of the humans. And recalling the images of those I now loved dead in this same fashion, I was assured that I had made the right decision. "No escapees," Rulak said, nonchalance oozing from him. "We killed a few as they fled, but there weren't any ready for our appearance, and we were able to cut them all down. They stand out against the colors and colors of the jungle, so it was easy." I nodded distractedly. "Bring them in, have them eat their fill, then we'll be on our way back home." Rulak nodded decisively and stalked off to call his pack back. All the while, like a taunt, the system notification flashed in the corner of my vision: "Quest completed. Growth achieved. Quest board updated. Status updated." Varali POVs. Varali had left the town just before sunrise that day to ensure that she would get to the ideal hunting ground meadow before noon, when the scaled deer fawn was sure to be alone. Sure, the other reason she had left so early was because technically there were restrictions on leaving the town before her mother and the rest of the subjugation squad returned. But Varali needed a companion to help her develop as a flamespeaker, and this fawn was even better than those thunder wolf stags would have been. Thus, she had set her trap successfully in the meadow and captured the fawn without incident. Varali hadn't, however, accounted for how much more difficult travel would be lugging a 25 kg struggling creature along. Thus, it wasn't until just after dusk fell that she stumbled her way into the clearing where her village was. Perhaps it was her exhaustion, or maybe her vain hope to remain undiscovered somehow after a full day's absence from the village. But she didn't realize what had happened to the village until the trussed fawn in her arms began to struggle wildly. Then finally, Varali noticed the cloying smell of spilt blood filling her nostrils. She looked around wildly and saw bodies strewn about with varying amounts of flesh taken from them. In a panic, Varali rushed towards her home, unwittingly dropping the fawn onto the packed dirt street. Her breath caught in her throat. Surely her father had run away, had escaped right. Korali wasn't a fighter, but he was quick as he was probably the best windspeaker in town. He must have called the wind and fled too quickly for whatever it was that did this to do anything. The truth, however, wasn't so. Virali found her father's corpse inside of her room with the door sloppily barricaded shut. His face was scrunched up in pain and he was totally alone. There were no friends around, Maratha nowhere to be found, and Virali had abandoned her father so that she could go find a scaled deer. He had died here because he was so worried about his stupid daughter that had run off into the forest, too worried about a fool to care for himself. Falling to her knees, Virali wept as she cursed herself for her stupidity. The journey back to the den was mostly uneventful. Since we had left only shortly after midday, I figured that we would make it to the den a couple of hours after sundown. Regardless of the length of time we would spend on the march, the swarm was generally excited about the successful campaign we had carried out, and most carried some amount of food to continue gorging themselves on. I didn't share this same excitement. Instead, I thought about what I needed to do moving forward. I had made the decision that once the currently laid eggs were hatched, we would leave, heading east, towards where old Nivtra was supposedly to be found. The extermination of this village had both extended the grace period for us to do so, and firmly cemented the reality that our days in our current den were numbered. Nonetheless, there were innumerable plans and ideas that needed to be completed and fully fleshed out before that action could be taken, and I lost myself in that planning. It was while I was thinking about how to ensure our mass migration was successful that Sybil approached me and gently leaned into me as we both maintained our steady lope towards our home. "You regret what we did today," she spoke softly, quiet enough to ensure none of the swarm could overhear her. I started and turned to look at her. I'd been about to provide some sort of excuse to her when she cocked her head to the side as if to say, "Don't." I sighed and replied, "Regret is the wrong word." "What do you mean?" "I absolutely consider our actions today to have been necessary. Our choices were to either flee immediately and leave all the weak behind, or slaughter the humans and give ourselves more time to retreat. Why do you say that retreat is necessary no matter what?" I hesitated for a moment and considered my response, then decided to tell as much of the truth as I could and looked Sybil in the eye. They are a part of a nation, a large collection of creatures that protect each other, many times larger than many of our swarms. The Earth Speaker we saw 2 days ago, the human covered in stone, is no noteworthy character among the powerful speakers in this nation, and we have bared our fangs at the nation. Thus, they will retaliate with great force and in great numbers in the interest of exterminating us. Sybil thought for a moment, but they intended to kill us all. We were never the aggressors. The humans simply decided that our mere existence was an affront to them and tried to wipe us out to the last. We replied in kind. They began a fight they could not win. If a hunting pack marches into the territory of a murder of terror birds and end up dead, we have learned that they are a foe to respect and will treat them accordingly. The humans tried to hunt us and ended as prey, therefore we should be a respected foe. She turned her head to me quizzically. Are we not? I suddenly found myself at the crux of the problem. No, we aren't. Instead, we are seen as a pest and a dangerous one. We aren't seen as a people, but as a beast lower than them. We considered the wolf stags lower than us, but I feel this is a different consideration. I nodded and Sybil looked at me as I continued. If we found a colony of ants attempting to break into our eggs and eat what is inside, we wouldn't see them as a worthy or respected foe for destroying 1 or 2 eggs. Instead, we would root out every one of them, destroy their queens, and ensure that they could never rise again. Sybil slowly nodded in comprehension. Are the humans' numbers so great and their strength so powerful? I nodded back. Sybil mulled it over, then smiled at me. Then, it is our responsibility to acquire personhood in their eyes. And if they still refuse to grant it to us, her smile shifted to a predatory grin, then we will take it. And that takes me to my not quite regret of the actions of today. The humans are intelligent, and I am sorry that I caused and witnessed real emotional bereavement to them. However, I let steel slip into my voice. If I need to step over the bodies and wade through the blood of intelligent creatures to ensure that my swarm is safe and thriving, I will do so, and not just today, but again and again. I will stain myself whatever color necessary to ensure that me and mine are the final victors. Sybil looked me in the eye and fervently whispered, "Victory, by fang and blood." Behind me I heard Rulek's approving voice. "Forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow." I hadn't realized he'd overheard our conversation and turned to look at him. Different from his laconic posture and bearing from this afternoon, Rulek stood tall and proud, nearly able to look me in the eye, even with his much more hunched posture. He continued, "I gave my approval for you to be Swarm Alpha yesterday, but today I give you my approval to be the subject of the Volcat's attention and protection. Your existence is elevating those around you, and I foresee your elevation to Keel. Therefore, I acknowledge you as the one who will be Zoctif. I nodded slowly and Sybil looked curiously between me and Rulak. Finally, she couldn't take it any longer, so what is a Zoctif? Or Keel for that matters. Rulak looked at me and his demeanor changed again, back to his casual self, saying, "You tell her, big man." I thought about it for a second, then looked at her. I'll make sure that any and all who have grown to be a Kadif, or like me, get the opportunity to witness Second's teachings about old Nevtra, Nevtala, the Keel, and the Zoctif. Just wait until we get home. She sighed, then I guess our promise for tonight is off. Then picked up the pace and somehow sauntered while running off into the dark jungle that surrounded us. Rulak chuckled, "That's why I haven't settled down, good luck," and disappeared into the forest. I wasn't sure how I felt about this overarching levity, considering the slaughter that had taken place today, but I still could smile about the foreseeable future, and I considered that to be enough for today. The next few days passed in a blur of conferences, pack organization, and egg examination. Bit by bit, Sybil was disseminating the information that we would be relocating as soon as the currently laid clutch hatched. Fortunately for us, Keelish eggs have a tendency to somehow regulate their hatching dates to all occur at about the same time, so we were preparing ourselves for one hatching, which should be in about a week, then 1 week of waiting for the spawnlings to grow sufficiently to begin the trek. I couldn't fathom how Sybil did it, how she could manipulate the general opinion so subtly just like she had on the day of our march. But it was a skill I was grateful was currently working for me. Somehow, she had developed an extensive division of what could only be called propaganda spreaders that could pretty solidly sway the feelings of the uninvolved to be to my greatest benefit. Due to her influence, after just 3 days the rest of the swarm was excited to expand our influence to the east. Finally, after the 3 days were up, all of my closest companions were available to visit with Second and see what he had shown me those. Was it only weeks ago? Now that I was a Kadif, it was obvious to compare the physique of the three species, Keelish, Kadif, and Keel, and how perfectly the physiology of the Kadif bridged the gap between the two. There were, like among all of us, differences in peculiarities of physique from one Kadif to the next Keel, but it was obvious that the differences were being bridged. Remarkably, I resembled the Zoctif, at least in passing. His scales were more a metallic silver than my dun gray, and the frills about his head flared much more grandly than mine. But who was to say that my eventual evolution to Keel wouldn't lead me in that direction? I hadn't thought too deeply about it until Took kept looking from the light show depicting the Zoctif's death to me and back again. I heard Sybil muttering to herself about how she could slowly work towards telling the swarm that I was a descendant of our greatest ancestors, and that my rule was written in the stars, and internally chuckled. Just like the last time, I was a little disappointed to see the end of the presentation, but my heart also raced uncontrollably in my chest, excited at the future prospects before me. Second looked at the Kadif surrounding him and spoke up, "Our hopes for the future rest on your shoulders." Then he looked specifically at Vefir, "If you need help in your assistance of and care towards the wounded, I am more than willing to offer my services." Vefir nodded, a grin beginning to cross his face. As the rest of the Kadifs filed out of the room, Second pulled me aside. "I agree with Rulak, you are the closest to a Keel that we've ever seen. You deserve to be our Zoctif." I nodded, "Thank you. Since you are who the Ilkat have decided is worthy of protecting, it wouldn't do for you to call me by this title. Just call me Alistair." I cocked my head. "Your name, it's different from any of the rest of the swarm, it feels. Different, I suppose." Second, no, Alistair responded with a slight grin, "Your name as well. And nobody gave you that name, it was one you chose. Mine is similar, it is a name I heard from the histories and I liked, so I adopted it as my own." I nodded again, a grin mirroring Alistair's. "Well, I suppose that is correct. It's a good name." Then I got more serious. "So what do you intend to do, and what have you been doing as second of the Ilkat until now?" Alistair shrugged. "Well, I am a healer primarily and a logistician secondarily. In case you haven't realized, Rulak doesn't pay enough consistent attention to even begin to cover logistics, even of a generally autonomous and small group like the Ilkat. Wisterl, as the third, should be in charge of logistics, and she is more than intelligent enough for them, but she has other focuses." I saw the look in his eyes and knew what he was talking about. Thus, it falls to me to ensure that the Ilkat are correctly following the commands that Rulak gives, and in the spirit that he gives them. "So you've been immensely busy, is what I'm hearing." A rueful smile, "You could say that, Alpha." Then, a thought crossed my mind. I know that her specialties lie more in manipulation than in collaboration, but Sybil may be able to help you cut down on external stresses. Alistair nodded. "She is a remarkable governor. What she lacks in natural leadership she makes up for in a conniving and absolute understanding of how to influence public perception. With her at your back, The annexation of any swarms we come across will be greatly streamlined.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.